Chapter 1. Entering a Different World. What? She actually died suddenly? Lin Na watched in disbelief as her body slid from the desk in front of the computer. Her body drifted further and further away in her eyes, and she felt her soul. She floated higher and higher, but Lin Na was calm. She had known this day would come. It was all because her usual work was an affront to decency. It disgraced the family. Her family had been scholars for generations, and her relatives had all graduated from top universities in China, becoming doctors, astronauts, museum deans, and so on. But when it came to her, a master of andrology, although she was also a doctor, she was a girl, after all, examining men's prostates every day. Perhaps her ancestors felt she had brought shame to their Lin family and decided to end her life early. Well, at least she wouldn't have to see all those different kinds of ugliness anymore. But fate seemed to play a joke on her, allowing Lin Na's soul to return to a woman's body. That woman seemed to have committed suicide by slitting her wrists, soaking her body in a bathtub. Lin Na recovered for a while, feeling the water in the bathtub was already cold. After gaining full control of her limbs, she slowly stood up and looked around. The toilet with a long pull cord, a claw-foot bathtub, an antique folding screen, everything looked like it belonged in a foreign period drama. Coupled with the white coat hanging on the wall, what era's small clinic was this? Lin Na cautiously climbed out and first rushed to the mirror, seeing an exceptionally haggard, but delicately beautiful woman. Her skin was unnaturally pale, as if she hadn't seen the sun in years, and her dark brown hair made her look somewhat dull and depressed, which didn't quite fit her temperament. She had to admit that the owner of her current body was an out-and-out beauty, but perhaps she was overly worried about some things, which was why she looked so haggard. If she could change to a lighter hair color, get some good rest, and apply some lipstick, she dared to guarantee that she could conquer all the men in this world. Men? Lin Na's forehead throbbed, her enchanting peach blossom eyes smiled, and she even laughed self-deprecatingly. She hadn't expected that thinking of men would still give her a headache. It seemed like a love-related injury. She looked down at the name tag on her body. Trainee nurse, Selina Lestrange. It was strange, she seemed to have heard that surname somewhere before. She walked out of the peculiar bathroom and only then realized she was in a dormitory. It was a medical workers' dormitory, with her white coat still hanging on the wall. The style was very much like a World War Roman II field medic's uniform, with a large white skirt and a big pocket that could hold many medicines. Had she traveled to a wartime era? Lin Na began frantically searching the room for clues. The woman's treatment manual mentioned potion, hemostatic potion, blood replenishing potion. Lin Na was confused. What kind of prescriptions were these? Was this era so old-fashioned? She looked around, and indeed, there was even a kerosene lamp lit. The quill and ink on the table and a wand, all reminded her that she had transmigrated and into a world of magic. So how old was Harry Potter now? Or had he not even been born yet? Lin Na quickly pulled open the drawer, hoping to find some clues. Sure enough, she found the locked diary. This was very simple for someone accustomed to scalpels. She split the lock in 3 quick moves. It was filled with a young girl's thoughts. The name Sirius Black appeared frequently, along with some images cut from newspapers. The most recent one showed him as a prison guard, holding a board, looking deranged. Although his face was ferocious and he was disheveled, his handsome, heroic appearance was still clearly visible. What a pity! She hadn't appeared before things happened, otherwise, she might have been able to help him. Lin Na still liked the character of Sirius, even if he was a bit adorably foolish. But now, he probably wouldn't want to see her, right? That's right, Lin Na's current identity should be his ardent fan. From her school days and even now, touching the diary, countless fragments flashed through Lin Na's mind. These were Selina Lestrange's memories. She saw the 4 of them, splendid and magnificent, with 2 black-haired boys at the center. Whenever they passed through the corridor, the dark, brown-haired girl would deliberately walk in front of them, dropping the books she was carrying. Her large black-rimmed glasses hid anxious and shy eyes, hoping to speak to Sirius, even if he just looked at her one more time. The boy seemed to have seen through her trick long ago, casually resting his arms behind his head, leaning against the wall, becoming the only one who didn't help her pick up her books. Even the timid and ordinary Peter was excitedly helping. Hurry up and finish picking them up. We still have training at the Quidditch pitch. His indifferent and unconcerned attitude left the girl utterly disappointed, but she became even more determined. The scene shifted again, showing the boy lying in a medical wing bed, attacked and extremely disheveled, with his feet propped up high. Although his face was still bandaged, his eyes remained resolute. "I'll definitely make that Snivelus pay next time." He completely ignored Serena, who had guarded him all night. "Oh, you can go now." He had never asked her to do this. He also didn't want any contact with the Lestrange family, even though her brother was technically his brother-in-law. Earlier memories even traced back to when Serena was a 6-year-old child, already tugging at Sirius's sleeve at a ball at the Black family ancestral home. But even then, she was pushed down by Sirius, who was a year older. "I don't play with girls." The latest memory still lingered on Sirius's imprisonment. She moved back and forth for him, using her last connections, finally getting into Mungos so she could be qualified to go to Azkaban. That's right, she even went to Azkaban to work for Sirius, but he still ignored her. Sirius was completely immersed in the deaths of James Potter and Lily at this time, unable to attend to other matters, living through hatred in Azkaban, ignoring everything else. Seeing this, Lin-Na roughly guessed why Sirius disliked Serena so much. It wasn't because she was bad, but because old Mrs. Black liked her very much. She had even personally designated her as Sirius's fiancée. So, how could Sirius, who desperately wanted to escape the House of Black and his mother, possibly like Serena? Even if her surname was Goyle, it would be better than Lestrange. Thinking of this, Lin-Na couldn't help but feel sorry for Serena. What a pity, you two had no fate. But now that I've taken over your body, let me live a wonderful life for you. Most importantly, she was going to get revenge for the love struck Serena. With that thought, Lin-Na was filled with fighting spirit. Although she had long given up on love, and her daily work in andrology even made her somewhat misandrist, she would still help her and make Sirius regret it. From now on, she was Serena. Chapter 2, Azkaban. Serena snapped out of her recollections, disturbed by a rapid knocking. It wasn't her imagination. Someone was indeed banging on her door very rudely. "Are you going or not? Aren't you afraid your little lover boy will get impatient?" The door was directly broken open, and in walked a limping fellow leaning on a cane, with disheveled hair and a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Even more terrifying was his artificial eye, which swiveled around, making him look utterly mad. It was Moody. It was strange, but he who was always a lone wolf was very attentive to Serena. Every time she had to visit or was on duty for Sirius in Azkaban, he would conveniently give her a ride. Serena's apparition wasn't very good, and Lin-Na didn't know how she had charmed Moody into dutifully taking her. "Oh, and don't forget that man." I pointed his cane at the packed lunchbox on the table. Mystery solved. It seemed Serena's culinary skills were indeed exquisite. Even I had been bought over. It turned out that when Lin-Na transmigrated, Serena was in the midst of bathing and changing, preparing to take the meal she had personally cooked to Sirius. And so, Lin-Na, still in a daze, carried a large lunchbox and followed Mad-Eye to the legendary Azkaban. Lin-Na hadn't expected Mad-Eye to be quite the gentleman. He proactively took the heavy lunchbox and awkwardly bent his other arm, saying, "Hold on tight." Lin-Na quickly clutched his arm, feeling his increased, unnatural stiffness. From this angle, Moody's nose was very prominent. Although his features looked fierce, he wasn't ugly. One could only say that the wrinkles made him look a bit tired, but in fairness, he still possessed a certain domineering presence and authority. As if noticing the young girl looking at him, Moody unconsciously straightened his back. "Save your energy to look at your great hero." Oh no, he couldn't help but say something so foolish again. He hadn't intended to make her angry. At this moment, Moody could only steal glances at her, afraid she might be upset. Unfortunately, Lin-Na was constantly worried about encountering Dementors, completely unaware that Dementors avoided Mad-Eye. Therefore, they arrived unhindered. Lin-Na, experiencing apparition for the first time, was a bit nervous. She couldn't help but grip Mad-Eye's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly. Moody keenly sensed all of this. He teased, "This is the first time I've seen you so timid a mess, Lestrange," while simultaneously casting a warming charm on her. Lin-Na felt a slight warmth. This old man was quite something, a charismatic fellow. She just didn't know why everyone said he had an eccentric personality. Wasn't he a perfectly good person? Soon, they arrived at the legendary Azkaban, an isolated island in the North Sea, dotted with stone prisons. There was no life around, except for Dementors. Lin Na didn't know if it was her imagination, but she even felt that the nearby sea was black. Even though it was daytime, it was still chillingly cold and oppressive. Not to mention the Dementors. She watched the black entities floating in midair, faceless and ghost-like, making rustling sounds amidst their high-pitched, painful wails. She wondered if they were communicating. Lin Na swallowed. Her mind, surprisingly optimistic, wondered if the ghosts people saw in her previous world were these very things. Another thought surfaced, a familiar incantation. Expecto Patronum. Lin Na was 90% sure that Serena's patroness was definitely a black dog, but now that the inner self of this body had changed, it was no longer certain. Therefore, although she held her wand in her hand, she was still extremely apprehensive. Upon arrival, Moody immediately distanced himself from her and handed her the bento package. Lin Na was initially surprised, as he had said see you in a bit, so why wasn't he leaving? It wasn't until he impatiently tapped his cane on the ground and pointed at the package that Lin Na remembered she hadn't paid yet. Lin Na fumbled to open the package and felt a bit awkward. Inside was a 3-tiered, luxurious bento box, with a somewhat simple-looking small bento customized on top. If there were no surprises, that was for Mad-Eye Moody, and the difference was quite significant. Lin Na awkwardly handed it to Moody, but fortunately, Moody showed no particular reaction, seemingly already accustomed to it. As he turned to leave, he waved the lunchbox he was carrying, signaling goodbye. Lin Na was about to call out to him. How was she supposed to know where Sirius was imprisoned? Before she could ask, her body had already turned in another direction and was quickly walking down a small path. It seemed that this body's memory had already formed a conditioned reflex. The path to see her beloved was still remembered, even if the soul was no longer present. There were many deranged people on this path. Some, upon seeing her, rushed over as if she were the savior wanting to grab her hand. Come play, little beauty. Others constantly wailed and sang eerie tunes. Still others, wrapped in tattered cloth, squatted in sunless, dark corners, swaying back and forth. This place didn't much resemble a prison. It was more like a madhouse. Thinking this, a favored son of heaven, full of injustice and the pain of losing his closest friend, trapped here for nearly a decade in the prime of his life, Lin Na couldn't help but sympathize with Sirius and feel sorry for his plight. However, with every step closer, this body's memories of Sirius became more profound, and Lin Na felt increasingly sad, wanting to cry. She saw how, in the past, Serena had toiled day and night for him, cooking for him, treating him, staying by his side, counseling him, comforting him, and so on. But what about Sirius? He ignored her, even cursed at her, and now completely disregarded her. This made Lin Na feel a strong sense of vicarious indignation. Now, she finally stood before Sirius's cell. She only saw a large black dog, huddled in a corner, wrapped in a tattered cloth, its eyes emitting a yellowish, green glow in the dimness. This left Lin Na feeling somewhat at a loss. How was she supposed to communicate with a dog? Could he speak human language? Lin Na could only cautiously observe. His condition seemed to have no visible injuries. She quietly relaxed a little. Hi, I'm here. Are you okay? Looks pretty good. Do you want to eat? Okay, I know you don't eat, I'll take it away now. Lin Na's rapid-fire monologue was like lightning. The black dog in the corner finally showed some movement, wagging its tail and twitching its ears. Chapter 3. Mysterious Boy. Lin Na had not wanted to come, and wasn't mentally prepared to face Sirius. Fearing she would be exposed and locked up in Azkaban as a monster, she somewhat avoided Sirius, exchanging only a brief glance before leaving. The black dog in the corner originally had no intention of acknowledging that woman. He was long accustomed to her arrival and her incessant chatter. He deeply detested everything her brothers and sister-in-law Bellatrix's husband and brother-in-law had done, so he would never be pleasant to her. However, her cooking was indeed good. Occasionally, after she left, he would selectively eat some of the things she made. It was only then that Sirius felt alive. More often, the food would remind him of his student days, and the happy scenes of him and James dining together. But this time, the woman actually left in less than 5 minutes. She used to report to him for an hour, like she was giving a work briefing. She really left, without leaving the bento she made herself, and without taking away the leftover meal container from last time. This made Sirius somewhat curious. For the first time, he shifted his body, wanting to see what new trick she was up to. Although he hated her by association, because of her family, he had to admit she was now his only source of outside information. But before he could even get close, the woman actually ran. It could truly be described as fleeing. With Sirius's current hearing as a black dog, he could even tell her footsteps were a bit disheveled, and she almost tripped. Today that woman was very strange. She didn't shamelessly stand before him as usual, constantly recounting her recent happenings and information about Harry that he wanted to know. Instead, she just left. Previously, she would only reluctantly leave when Moody came for her. This was too strange. Sirius even walked to the railing and peered out, but the woman's figure had long since vanished. Sirius curled back into his original position, but this time was different. For the first time, his mind began to ponder matters concerning Selina Lestrange. Lin-Na stumbled and jogged aimlessly for a while, finally stopping because she slightly twisted her ankle, still clutching the high-quality insulated lunchbox. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck, where had she run off to? Looking up, she faced a man. No, he should be a boy. Although he appeared full of worries, his handsome features, though stern, also held a hint of childishness. It was truly bizarre. Among so many ragged madmen, he still managed to maintain a fresh and neat appearance, his hair meticulously groomed. Was he the maddest of the mad, or was this his way of going mad? He was quietly reading a book, completely unaffected even by her arrival. Only when her figure blocked some of his precious light did he frown slightly, a melancholic and gloomy expression settling in his deep-set eyes. Lin-Na actually found him very beautiful. As if possessed, Lin-Na couldn't help but interrupt him. Do you want to eat? Upon hearing the sound, the man finally stirred, his firm jaw lifted, his pupils dilating slightly, seemingly in disbelief. He closed his book and rushed to the edge of the railing. As Lin-Na had expected, a magnetic voice, tinged with uncertainty, appeared above her head. Senior Sister Tilda. Senior Sister? Lin-Na was slightly taken aback. It was an acquaintance, but then again, this body was a descendant of an ancient pure-blood family, a pillar among the Death Eaters. Anyone she stepped on could potentially be a relative, but he called her Senior Sister, so he should just be a friend from their student days. It's me. So, do you want to eat? Lin-Na had long become a seasoned veteran in male clinics. Even the most handsome men were naked before her. She had honed her skills to the point where even if Johnny Depp stood in front of her, she could calmly ask him to take off his pants for an examination. Now, the gloomy young man's enthusiasm caused no ripples in her, apart from a guilty conscience. On the contrary, the boy person opposite seemed very surprised by her arrival and the bento she brought. Is it for me? The gloomy man's good mood was visibly apparent, though not outwardly expressed. It was quite startling. He gripped the railing tightly, pressing his face between the bars, seemingly wanting to get closer to her. Lin-Na even felt his heavy breath for a second. I guess so. Lin-Na uncomfortably took 2 steps back to maintain distance. The boy licked his lips, revealing an amiable smile. I'm very happy, Senior Sist. You finally remembered me. Lin-Na didn't respond, unsure of the entanglement between Selina and the boy, but it was clear that being involved with him was not a good thing. So, she handed over the lunchbox, wanting to leave quickly. Thank you, Senior Sister. The boy reached out and took the package from Lin-Na's hand. With a serious face, he subtly and intentionally brushed her hand. If it had been anyone else, Lin-Na would have found it disgusting, but facing this seemingly refined yet actually mad person, she even felt a slight tingle of being flirted with. Her accursed obsession with good looks. She quickly withdrew her hand, turning and leaving without looking back, completely missing the boy's fleeting expression of longing and reluctance. He savored the moment, rubbing the fingers that had touched the woman's, and smiled. The man held the lunchbox, like a treasure, made the cloth wrapping it into a handkerchief which he tucked into his pocket. The bento was preserved with a charm, and lasted him over a month. He meticulously cleaned the lunchbox, awaiting Selina Lestrange's return, intending to personally return it to her and express his gratitude. Can you guess who this person is? It's quite simple, Tilda. Chapter 4. Elder Brother. Lin-Na pressed her heart, which had been stirred by the mysterious boy, and sighed, wondering why she had suddenly lost her composure. Could it be that she hadn't been interested in them before, because she preferred gentlemen with an English style? However, he did have some capital. She tried to comfort herself, telling herself to just treat him as a patient. While searching for Moody, she needed to ask him to take her back. But just as she was looking around, she heard someone calling her, or more precisely, calling Selina Lestrange. She was meeting an acquaintance again so soon? Lin Na slowly turned her head and saw the gaunt but energetic man. His eyes were dark and deep, and though he wasn't tall, he carried a powerful aura. The arrogance of an old pure-blood family could still be seen in him. "Serena, you shouldn't be here." The man's tone wasn't warm, it was more like a senior giving advice to a junior. When Lin Na saw this person, many fragments flashed through her mind. He was one of Selina Lestrange's brothers, Bellatrix's husband, Rodolphus Lestrange. They were cousins, but because Serena's branch only had her left, she was adopted into the main family and grew up under the watchful eyes of Rodolphus Lestrange and Rabastien Lestrange. They were truly good to her, even when she brought shame to the Lestrange family for a pure-blood traitor Sirius. When Lord Voldemort fell, they did their best to push their little sister out of harm's way, ensuring she wasn't implicated. Even when Sirius was imprisoned, they used their connections to have the Malfoy family help preside over the dissolution of her engagement with Sirius. Lin Na understood this man's responsibility as a brother, but because he was not good with words, the original owner had always been very afraid of this brother. Her relationship with her second brother was better, but it seemed her second brother's feelings for her were somewhat complex, so she had always avoided them, even though she frequently visited Azkaban. "I'm working." Brother Lin Na's feelings for this man were a bit complex. He was a bad person who had once tortured the Longbottom couple, but he was very good to her in this identity. Some details showed that he might even be better to her than to his wife, Bellatrix. The mistress of the Lestrange family doesn't need to work, that's right. Ever since they entered Azkaban, the heir status had fallen to Serena. She only needed to enjoy life and pass on the surname. But I don't. No, Lin Na hesitated, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. If he knew his sister was gone, he would probably be very sad. Although he seemed like a detached person, when she called him brother, his eyes seemed a little moist. Perhaps she should visit him more often and bring them something good to eat. "You must be." Rodolphus became stern. He wasn't sure when he and his brother would be able to leave this damned Azkaban, and he had no hope of having a child with Bellatrix. He only wanted to bear the Master's child, and he only wanted to follow the Master forever. As for his brother's thoughts, as an elder brother, he couldn't control them. He could only hope that Serena would quickly find a reliable pure-blood family for marriage, bear an heir soon, and continue the Lestrange family. "Lucius will help you if necessary." Rodolphus Lestrange mysteriously handed Lin Na something in a brocade pouch. At that time, Lin Na didn't know that her kind elder brother had long been planning to use the power of the Malfoy family. How? Before Lin Na could figure out the situation, footsteps and the sound of a cane appeared behind her. Rodolphus Lestrange, of course, wouldn't let his sister, who had finally escaped Azkaban, get involved with him again. He said no more and silently disappeared into the dark corner. Moody returned, leaning on his cane, a cleaned lunchbox in his hand. To avoid awkwardness, he shouted to Lin Na from a distance, "Today's chicken leg was a bit salty." "Miss Lestrange." Moody had originally gone to Sirius's cell as usual to find her, but he uncharacteristically didn't see her. He didn't know why he felt quite a bit lighter inside. "Ready to go back?" Yes." "Okay." Lin Na seemed to have found her savior and ran towards Man, Moody, holding up her skirt. Man, I thought he had drunk too much again. He, who was always unapproachable, had a woman actively running towards him. Moody swallowed, shifting his gaze away from the woman who looked much brighter. "Let's go." He walked ahead stiffly, but his steps had slowed considerably. And so, Lin Na followed Moody, using apparition again to return to St. Mungos. "Darlings, I occasionally write about less popular characters. Is I too unpopular, haha? This time it's mostly handsome guys from the previous generation. The current time period is shortly after the end of the war. Harry is 2 or 3 years old, Snape is 22, the female lead is 20, Barty is 19, Lucius is 28. Some darlings want to see Lucius's CP, so I might break up some pairings. Darlings who mind, please leave quickly. Tilda, love you all." Chapter 5. Change. Lin Na returned to St. Mungos, but before she could thank Man, Moody, he had already turned and left. "What an eccentric old man," Tilda Lin Na muttered, then began searching for usable information, as if playing an escape room, and she actually found several antique brass keys locked in boxes. Could they be from Gringotts? Lin Na carefully put the keys away. Then, from under the bed, she pulled out a large number of posters and photos of Sirius, and even newspapers. Some were interviews from his Quidditch matches, some were photos taken when he officially became the Black family heir, and many more were just everyday snapshots. What a vibrant young man he was. His slightly curly black hair partially covered his full forehead, and his sharp features appeared somewhat softened, but his eyes, when looking at the camera, mostly held a melancholic gaze. Only when his friends appeared in the frame with him was he truly carefree. He was like a born nobleman, truly the most beautiful young man in Rowling's books. His handsome looks were unforgettable. He wondered what kind of mature man he would become after enduring the hardships of time. More images showed him at pure blood family balls and reluctant family photos at home. A boy about his age stood prominently beside him, apparently his younger brother, Regulus. That boy seemed much shyer, with somewhat similar features, but he was more naive than serious, not quite like a Death Eater, though his smile also carried a lot of helplessness. His brother didn't even want to stand next to him for the photo, deliberately avoiding him, showing how poor their relationship was. Lin Na collected all these items and tossed them into a corner of the storage room. She didn't want this body to stir up those bitter memories again. While bathing that evening, Lin Na felt a hard object in her pocket, suddenly remembering the item Rodolphus Lestrange had given her. She quickly opened it to find a finely engraved black metal seal. It didn't look like iron, and she couldn't tell its material. She would just assume it was a product of alchemy. It had an interesting totem on it. But what's the point of giving me this? Lin Na's mind was a mess. She needed a bath to calm down. As she thought this, a magic flashed through her mind. Her body automatically summoned her wand, and she clearly uttered a magic spell. 2 streams of water appeared in the bathtub, one dispensing hot water and the other bubble bath. Lin Na was overjoyed. It seemed she could still use magic. Her first glance was at herself in the mirror. She had long wanted to change that dull black hair. Perhaps lighter hair would highlight her delicate, cool face more. So, a new spell popped into her mind. Trusting Selina Lestrange, Lin Na immediately used it, and in the blink of an eye, Serena's black hair transformed into light golden, almost silvery, hair. Oh my, Lin Na couldn't help but rush to the mirror, examining the beauty reflected there, touching it again and again. Wasn't this like a Korean girl group idol, a human Barbie? A delicate, upturned nose, cherry lips, revealing a slightly surprised expression that made her look a little charmingly naive. She blinked, and the beauty in the mirror did too. She closed her mouth, narrowed her eyes, and instantly returned to her cool demeanor. But now with her light hair, she looked ethereal and fresh, like a fairy. Lin Na was very satisfied with her current appearance. Yes, all you stinky men, stay far away from me. I might just be a top pick in the lesbian circle. Haha, because of her previous profession, it was hard to fuss with her hair. He couldn't possibly go to work at the hospital with such an exaggerated hairstyle. She'd be complained about and fired. She could imagine how they'd talk about her, surely saying she dressed like that to seduce her husband. They wouldn't even consider why their husbands were there. What could she possibly be interested in? Now, Lin Na finally got her wish, and then she slowly fell asleep in the constantly warm bath. In her dream, Lin Na vaguely dreamed about Selina Lestrange again, unsure if it was real or just a dream of hers. Lin Na dreamed she had a pen pal, likely from the same house, as the stationery's color scheme was clearly Slytherin. In her dream, she eagerly anticipated his letters. He was so witty and humorous in his letters. Serena seemed to treat this pen pal like a confidant, freely sharing her deepest thoughts with him without reservation. After all, her feelings for Sirius Black were common knowledge, and many Slytherins openly and secretly mocked her for throwing herself at him. But that person would always gently express understanding and offer appropriate advice, comforting her sensitive and complex teenage heart. Lin Na observed carefully. If not for the strong, flowing script, she would truly have thought it was a thoughtful girl, because he was genuinely so gentle and spoke with such poetic grace. Serena really wanted to meet him in person, but he always put her off, saying he was too scary, looking and worried she'd be disappointed. But how could she be disappointed? They were the best of friends. Unfortunately, their letter suddenly stopped one day. The last letter from Mr. R was like a farewell note, and then he completely disappeared. She wrote countless letters to him, but they all vanished without a trace. She would never forget that line, "I will always protect you from where you cannot see me. Your most loyal companion." Serena was jolted awake by a harsh alarm clock, still captivated by the reluctance and sorrow of the dream. She must have been moved by such genuine emotion, but sadly, she might never know who that pen pal was. Lin Na got up groggily, then heard urgent knocking outside. "Serena, we need backup. Come help quickly." The sound of hurried footsteps, leaving caused Serena's body to move on its own. Following that inner force, She quickly got out of bed, gathered her hair into a bun as fast as possible, put on the shoes on the floor, without even time for socks, and hastily grabbed a stethoscope to hang around her neck, then put on a nurse's cap. Luckily, the white medical robe was already waiting in midair. She just needed to move her arm. Guess who this pen pal is? Haha. It's easy to guess, Tilda. Finally, I can't wait for Sirius's wife, chasing crematorium scene. But what exactly she was supposed to do, she had no idea. There was just a force within her leading her towards the most bustling area. Chapter 6. Emergency. So she stopped a kind-looking fat lady, breathlessly asking her to help out on the 4th floor at the potions and plant poisoning department. What exactly happened? Someone, I don't know if it was a remnant Death Eater, legally used a potion during a Muggle event, poisoning them all. Hurry, we're short-staffed. The fat lady ran off before she even finished speaking. She needed to write to Severus Snape, needing his potion help. Oh, all right. Lin-Na didn't know what was happening, but her body reacted instinctively, quickly climbing to the 4th floor. Sure enough, it was chaos there. A group of Muggles, dressed in various clothes, looked like boiled crabs, writhing on the floor on beds, and in front of her, constantly scratching due to the unbearable itch. Their faces and bodies were covered in various ulcerations from their own scratching, some bleeding profusely, looking terrifying. A few healers stood in front of the most severe-looking Muggles, holding them down, trying to apply medicine. Unfortunately, after the war, countless healers lost their lives and St. Mungos was in a difficult transitional period, severely lacking healers. Quickly, help me hold her down. Ms. Lestrange. A more authoritative lady saw the dazed Lin-Na and shouted at her with some displeasure. Lin-Na remembered that person, who had appeared in her mind many times. It was Ms. Mary Jane, the head healer of this department and the one responsible for mentoring her. Unfortunately, she seemed to have a strong prejudice against Serena, a member of the Slytherin family. Of course, Serena, as a member of a Death Eater family, was feared and isolated wherever she went. That's why she was assigned to Azkaban for duty. But ironically, Serena felt at ease in Azkaban, as many people who watched her grow up were there. Mary Jane saw the girl's completely unresponsive look and grew even more frustrated. In such a chaotic situation, she was still daydreaming? Lin-Na was certainly not daydreaming. She was using Serena's mind to think of a solution to the problem. She preferred to use her brain rather than act impulsively. So, under Mary Jane's louder calls, Lin-Na pulled out her wand. Petrificus totalis. Instantly, the entire ward fell silent, and all the Muggles were frozen. Also frozen was the head healer. You used magic on Muggles without permission? Mary Jane stated that while it was effective, according to the Muggle protection law, even healers couldn't use magic on them freely, especially since she was just a junior intern healer. I apologize, but I believe this is more beneficial for the Muggles' condition. I can take responsibility if anything goes wrong. If it doesn't work out, she just won't be a healer. Tilda Lin-Na was speechless at the wizarding world's rigid dogma. She recalled that in the urology hospital, she was also a maverick, a troublemaker, and one that the dean couldn't do anything about. Who told her she was too famous? A large portion of the hospital's business relied on her medical skills. So, she was somewhat used to it. This won't do. Lin-Na warned herself to be low-key. She couldn't be targeted. While thinking about healing magic, she used the levitation charm to move the Muggles on the floor onto the hospital beds. Because the antidote hadn't been made yet, everyone could only apply anti-itch cream, but it had to be said that this way, everyone's efficiency increased. There was no need to hold down the struggling Muggles. They just needed to be brushed like a Peking duck. Although everyone had a very poor impression of Selina Lestrange, at this critical juncture, it made everyone look at her with a bit more respect, thinking, she's quite decisive when things happen. Lin-Na, of course, didn't know the women's intricate thoughts. She just knew to complete the task at hand. You, go get some more bandages. This time even a mess. Mary Jane's tone softened considerably. Although she still gave her the errand, it was also an opportunity to catch her breath. After all, constantly being in a bloody environment, even experienced old healers would feel uncomfortable, let alone an intern healer. All right, Lin-Na breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to go out and catch her breath. But she hadn't walked far when she encountered the fat lady who had called her earlier. She was also supporting a scruffy, bearded man with slightly curly brown hair, who looked a bit haggard. It was thanks to the fat lady's good physique. Otherwise, supporting such an adult man would have been quite difficult. Serena, you've come at just the right time. Do me a small favor and let him lie down in my room. The fat lady seemed very busy. Without explanation, she directly pushed the tall man over, not considering whether Lin Na could bear the weight. But I still need to get bandages. Before Lin Na could finish speaking, she was pressed against the wall by the crushing weight. The man's stubble rubbed against her sensitive neck, making her feel particularly uncomfortable, so she pushed him away. The weak man fell straight to the ground, revealing a disheveled but very refined face. Although there were dark circles under his eyes and a messy hairstyle, he still exuded a warm and approachable feeling. From afar, the fat lady didn't look back. He had anticipated what would happen, and was certain that Serena would not stand idly by. She had always known that Selina Lestrange had a soft heart, just hidden away. That lady was probably the only person in all of St. Mungos who could talk to Serena. Serena didn't dislike her deep down, and sometimes even appreciated her enthusiasm, so she was a friend. Of course, compared to others, she could be considered a friend, but they weren't friends who would deliberately keep in touch normally. Therefore, Lin Na hesitated whether to help, but her body once again made the choice for her, using the levitation charm to pick up the unconscious man. Your room, where is it? Only after picking him up did she realize that Serena had no idea where her kind-hearted friend lived. There was no choice but to take him back to her own room first. She hurriedly dumped him onto the sofa in her room, and used several cleaning charms to make him look much tidier. However, she didn't have time to stay long and turned to go back, remembering her task. Although a mess, Mary Jane didn't say anything. Someone had already brought the bandages. It seemed she had messed up another thing, but it didn't matter. She wasn't the real Selina Lestrange anyway. Oh, look ahead. Guess who this handsome guy is? I'll arrange for him this time too. Chapter 7. Remus Lupin. After Lin Na left, she was called away to be busy for a while, and it wasn't until evening that she realized there was still a living person lying in her room. She was so tired and hungry that she even forgot she hadn't eaten, so she quickly went to the staff cafeteria and brought back some sandwiches and milk. Back in her room, the man still hadn't woken up. He was curled up under her quilt, only his painfully furrowed brow and high nose bridge visible. His hair was messy, covering his forehead, a wildness in its disarray, truly a contradictory combination. How did he manage to turn a man who should have been gentle and refined into a vagrant? His clothes looked faded from washing, so he probably couldn't afford St. Mungo's medical fees, which is why Fat Lady secretly put him in her room. Could they be having an affair? Lin Na shook her head. Although Fat Lady was well preserved, and this man looked a bit disheveled, they were at least 20 years apart. He was only in his 20s. Lin Na sat down in a chair and ate her share first, then took a shower and changed out of her blood-stained clothes. After tidying herself up, she found the dirtiest thing in the room still lying on her sofa, which annoyed her greatly. So she decided to treat him, for the sake of her Hippocratic oath, to get him out of her room sooner. Although he didn't look like he was going to die, having such a man in her room made her feel a bit anxious. So she thought for a moment and used all the spells that came to her mind. Although she didn't understand what these spells were, she knew that Selina Lestrange's solid knowledge base was helping her. Although Selina Lestrange was a loner, she was an excellent student with outstanding academic performance, an academic ace who aced all her wizarding level exams. Now Lin Na tried them one by one, but she didn't realize that this spell was so thoroughly healing. With the first spell, the man's quilt, along with his clothes, instantly vanished. Lin Na's eyes widened instantly. A naked man curled up? Lin Na swore she didn't mean to look, but her damned occupational habit made her immediately focus on, well, from a professional perspective, he was very healthy. Lin Na quickly covered her eyes, and at the same time, the image of the man's firm muscles appeared in her mind. Who knew such a seemingly weak guy was quite impressive? Another spell appeared in her mind, and Lin Na quickly used it. Nothing could be worse than this, right? As expected, it was a reversal charm as useful as an undo button. Everything returned to how it was a minute ago. Lin Na swore to engrave this spell firmly in her mind. Following spells were very normal. One that made him much cleaner was probably Scourgify. Lin Na used quite a few, and then a few more spells to make him look much better. Finally, there were some small, stubborn scratches, like animal claw marks. Lin Na had no choice but to take out cotton swabs and apply potion to the man's wounds little by little. Although her movements were not gentle at all, they were effective, and his wounds began to heal visibly. Just as Lin Na was about to stand up and rest, The man beneath her instantly opened his eyes, abruptly sat up, grabbed her collar with one hand, threw her onto the sofa, and pinned her down. Lin Na's wrist was seized, and her neck was pressed by a cold wand. The man was panting, his eyes shifting from vigilant and sharp to bewildered, then shocked. He quickly scrambled off her, coughed a few times, almost choking on his own saliva. How was he here with her? This person was Remus Lupin, a werewolf who had just endured a full moon. Ever since his good brother died, he had become somewhat dejected. After graduation, it was difficult for him to find a stable, decent job. He could only take on dangerous tasks in Nocturne Alley that no one else wanted to do, just to make ends meet. More often, Dumbledore would help him out, giving him tasks to earn compensation. However, he still didn't have money to see a doctor at St. Mungo's. Fortunately, he had once helped a lady who happened to work at St. Mungo's. Whenever he needed help, she would lend a hand. She would give him some potions or simple treatments. Lupin trusted her greatly. This time, he also felt a tingling sensation in his wounds in his sleep, knowing that she had saved his life once again. He was very grateful, but soon he noticed something was slightly off. That lady was always gentle, but this person's methods were very barbaric. So Lupin struggled to resist. His body was still in the stage of fighting Lord Voldemort, constantly tense and ready for combat. Thus, it seemed he had hurt his benefactor. Very. Cough. Sorry. I'm so embarrassed. Thank you for your help. Lin Na frowned, not expecting her kindness to be misunderstood. She patted the dust off herself, not wanting to talk to him at all. It was then that she realized the man was really tall. She had to crane her neck to look at him. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Na's presence instantly felt much smaller. So Lin Na stood up. Are you all right? You can go. Lin Na tossed the remaining potion to the man opposite her. Don't tell me his movements were still agile. He leaned forward and caught it with both hands. Thank you. Lupin didn't know how to apologize. He was so guilty right now he felt like casting a spell on himself. You should thank Fat Lady. Lin Na mercilessly pushed the man. Damn it, why was she so much shorter than him? Of course, and thank you too. Do you still remember me? Miss Lestrange. Lupin didn't recognize her at first, but now he remembered completely. She was Sirius's never acknowledged fiancée. Her hair color had changed, and her whole demeanor seemed different, with a touch of etherealness. You are. Lin Na's pushing hand retracted, feeling like she had run into trouble. Her body involuntarily retreated a few steps. I am a Sirius Black's friend. We met in the school library. Before speaking of his betrayed best friend, Lupin paused, explaining his identity even more awkwardly. They didn't just meet in the library. More accurately, they only met alone in the library. More often, she would quietly follow behind Sirius, so the awkward encounters were numerous. But it was clearly unwise for him to bring it up in this situation. Oh, I see. You can go. Lin Na feigned calmness on the surface, even a little cold, but inwardly she was shouting, isn't this the werewolf from the Marauders? Remus Lupin! Considering today's date, the second day after the full moon, the day he was weak from transforming. Oh, okay. I'll leave now. Please say hello to her for me. And, thank you again. Lupin was forced back to the door by the woman's aura. It was strange. She was clearly half a head shorter than him, but in front of her, he seemed to have a weaker aura than her. Lin Na didn't know that this was just the beginning. Her relationship with him would become increasingly close in the future. Chapter 8. Lupin in his dream. After Remus Lupin left, Lin Na quickly tidied up her sofa and quilt, finally able to lie down and rest. A tiring and busy day had passed, and she didn't dare to sleep too soundly, as this was St. Mungo's, and she could be called upon at any moment to attend to an injured patient's condition. But Lin Na was too tired. She collapsed and fell asleep, and in her daze, she once again dreamt of Selina Lestrange's past. Perhaps encountering Remus Lupin during the day gave her a hint at night. She saw the four students in their prime, never properly wearing their school uniforms, teenagers with their arms around each other, talking loudly, and walking ahead with their flying brooms. Selina followed silently far behind them, clutching a thick notebook. The scruffy boy had black, slightly curly, medium-length hair and wore gold-rimmed glasses, a very British-looking teenager who also exuded a scholarly air. But with a mischievous grin, he suddenly pushed a short boy next to him into a thick pile of fallen leaves. Go to sleep, Peter! Ha 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 ha! The boy's laughter infected everyone, especially the cloaked teenager beside him. The large cloak didn't make the teenager look bulky. Instead, Its tailored cut accentuated his figure, making him seem like a knight stirring up wind with every step. In fairness, that person's features were the most outstanding among the four, with a superior nose bridge as if crafted by the creator's own hand, and thin lips that lightly said, "James, that's so like you." His deep eyes naturally carried a hint of melancholy. When he wasn't speaking, there was an indescribable sense of brokenness, but standing beside James and the others, he would become the most dazzling star. Linna desperately wanted to wake up from this dream. She had a strong premonition that this was definitely not a good dream, but Serena seemed to really want her to know, and she couldn't exit. Linna couldn't stand bullying, even though the boy on the ground was also laughing, even a little fawning. She knew that must be Peter Pettigrew. He truly was a character unrecognizable in a crowd. He wasn't ugly, just unremarkable. The small freckles on his face were still flushed, and he cautiously observed James and their expressions, making sure they had no further actions before he awkwardly scrambled to his feet. Fortunately, the boy next to him, who had been silent, stepped forward and helped him up. "Are you all right, Peter?" "Thanks." Brother Peter used his strength to get up and caught up with James and Sirius's pace. Lupin smiled, shook his head and followed. Just as Linna had expected, he was indeed a gentle person, his soft features making him very approachable, like a class monitor in school, always able to provide help at just the right moment. Linna felt pity for him in his later years. He should have been a vibrant and spirited youth, but now he was impoverished and disheartened. Suddenly, they huddled together, saying something unknown. Sirius indignantly pushed James, leading to a shove between the two, but the next second, the four, as if by prior agreement, mounted their brooms and flew into the sky. They then turned around, flew back, and swooped low over Selina Lestrange's head. Clearly, someone among them had noticed her presence and was deliberately teasing Sirius, or perhaps they all knew of Sirius's fervent admirer and were intentionally playing a prank on her. The four, like a flash of lightning, laughing and cursing, rushed into the distant forest, leaving Serena behind. The girl couldn't keep up with their speed, so it seemed she wouldn't get to speak to them today. She turned around and walked back alone, her slender figure appearing incredibly lonely. But she didn't notice that Lupin, who was flying the slowest above, had flown back, wanting to give her a hint. The scene shifted to a library which, if not for any surprise, should be the Hogwarts school library. Among the towering bookshelves, books occasionally flew back and forth by themselves. In a corner, Serena was doing her homework, completely unnoticed. No one paid attention to her, nor would anyone voluntarily sit with her. She was always alone. Linna even clearly heard people discussing her, saying she came from the terrifying Lestrange family, that everyone in their family was a Death Eater, and she must be one too, so no one should ever provoke her, and the best way was to stay away from her. "She's even Sirius's fiancée." "Her? I've never seen Sirius say more than a few words to her." "I'm better than her." "You? I was his desk mate." "Wasn't that when he was punished by Professor McGonagall to sit there? Otherwise would it have been your turn?" "That's still better than you appercent." The girls' voices involuntarily grew much louder, and then they were chased out by the librarian. But Linna was sure that Serena must have heard quite a bit of that. Her finger, turning a page, paused there for a long time. It seemed she wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. Linna felt a little sorry for this girl. She wasn't naturally an effusive person, yet she was willing to make some changes for Sirius, only to be unaccepted and even treated as an outcast. But Linna saw that after the two Gryffindor students who had been chased out left, a boy from behind the bookshelf also followed them. This person was Remus Lupin, who had also been studying in the library. He caught up with the two girls and, in a joking tone, said Sirius wouldn't like girls who talk behind people's backs. "If you have any complaints, you can tell me, and I can pass them on to him, Tilda." Lupin's smiling face showed no hint of sharpness, yet it made the two girls blush and turn to run away. Linna also blushed a little at this point, not expecting Lupin to be so kind to the original owner. At least he didn't make things difficult for her or embarrass her. Perhaps Lupin was good to everyone, like a central air conditioner, except for Snape, of course. He didn't want to be isolated by his brothers. The final fragment was only half complete, just before a Christmas ball, when Professor McGonagall announced that everyone should choose partners. At the same time, she had prepared free ballroom dancing lessons for everyone, and a lead dancer would be chosen in class. At that moment, the entire school, students and teachers alike, erupted. Couples embraced intimately, those with mutual crushes exchanged glances, and the instigators shouted Serena and Sirius's names. It wasn't concern that they were rooting for, rather it was a taunt, wanting to see her make a fool of herself. Serena bit her lip and left her seat without a word, not seeing that someone in the crowd was desperately trying to quell the jeering. James even found it strange. "Remus, you seem to be helping that fan a lot, Tilda." "No, I just don't want Sirius to be embarrassed." Lupin still didn't have the courage to speak his true feelings. "Exactly, look at Remus." Sirius, however, was very touched and patted Lupin's shoulder, then turned to joke about James and Lily. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the ball. Serena, wearing her most luxurious gown, anxiously waited by the door. Lin-Na desperately wanted to know who her dance partner would be. It couldn't really be Remus Lupin, could it? Lin-Na suddenly woke up, just as she was about to push open the door. Lin-Na felt an intense sense of loss, like watching a very interesting TV series, and just at a critical moment, an advertisement suddenly pops up, making her grit her teeth in frustration, even punching her pillow 3 times. So who was her dance partner after all? Selina Lestrange's memories might be interspersed at any time during this period. "I can't wait to see Sirius's wife chasing crematorium, ha 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 ha. So can you guess who her dance partner will be? I'll write about it if I get the chance later." Chapter 9. Professor Snape. Lin-Na felt a sense of loss due to the abrupt end of her dream, and just then, her door was knocked on again. She impatiently raised her hand, using a spell to open the door, completely oblivious that she had used a non-verbal spell and didn't have her wand in hand. This time it was the fat lady again who burst in frantically. "Serena, you're awake! That's wonderful. How did you get prettier?" In the early hours of yesterday, due to the urgency of the situation, the fat lady hadn't noticed the change in Selina Lestrange's hair. But this morning, with the first ray of sunlight hitting her slightly wavy golden long hair, it shimmered with a faint silver glow, highlighting her delicate, palm-sized face, full of spiritual energy. It left the fat lady speechless for a long time, as beautiful as a Viola. The original Serena was also beautiful, but she had no memorable features, like an old wizard with 1,000 years of cultivation inhabiting a new body, old-fashioned to the core. But now, she exuded an endless vitality, like a young deer in the forest, so fresh and ethereal that people couldn't take their eyes off her. "What is it again?" Lin-Na rubbed her eyes, looking particularly innocent and charming at this moment. The fat lady couldn't help but hold her breath, lowering her loud voice, afraid of disturbing the beauty. Madame Mary Jane needs to see you. Or maybe not, I'll go for you." In front of a beauty, no matter how bad her temper, countless people would be willing to treat her favorably, not to mention the fat lady, who was quite fond of Serena. She was inherently a girl with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have immediately agreed when she was asked to look after Lupin. Mistake. "Wait, that's right, where is Lupin?" That is my friend?" The fat lady felt a pang of guilt. How could she have forgotten about Lupin? He left. Lin-Na also recalled her poor treatment of him. He was such a good person. She couldn't help but feel guilty and averted her gaze, adding as an afterthought, "He's much better now. He could go back on his own." That's good. Merlin bless him." The fat lady clutched her chest, constantly praying for Lupin. He truly was a good child, just a bit unlucky. "Oh right, what did you say you needed me for?" Through her conversation with the fat lady, Lin-Na learned that Madame Mary Jane wanted her to liaise with the person delivering the potions. Lin-Na heard this and thought, what's so difficult about that? It sounded like a good assignment. Wasn't it just counting quantities and checking the quality of the potions? Why did the fat lady act as if she was going to war? After she learned that Lin-Na insisted on going herself, her expression became subtle, and she earnestly and seriously exhorted her to display her most professional healer skills, and never to pretend to understand if she didn't. Her demeanor, as if facing a formidable enemy, made Lin-Na nod in a half-comprehending manner. "Okay, no problem, I think I can." Lin-Na was very confident in Serena's knowledge and abilities. If it weren't for her last name being Lestrange, she always felt Serena should have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Who would install bookshelves in their bathroom? Or even not spare their own dormitory? Her portable space handbag was also full of books, Pull out any notebook, and it would be packed with reading notes and insights. She truly admired Selina Lestrange. But by the time Lin Na was dressed, had eaten breakfast in the dining hall, and arrived at the designated potion department, she pushed open the door and saw a gloomy figure with greasy, shoulder-length black hair. A low, smooth, muffled tone emanated from him, yet it clearly echoed in Lin Na's mind. "You're late. By half an hour. Perhaps I should suggest to your old director that each of you be given a watch." No wonder, no wonder. How could such a seemingly simple task have no one to do it, and then be pushed onto Selina by that old witch? It turns out the person delivering the potions was the legendary and famous potion master and double agent. No wonder she was required to display her most professional qualities. This was practically showing off in front of a master. If you were to inspect his potions, you had to ensure your professional knowledge was accurate, and you couldn't fool him. Lin Na sighed silently. She only wanted to live well for Selina. Tormenting Sirius was enough. She had no desire to get involved with the Saviors Trio or the Order of the Phoenix. She just wanted to survive Vincent. Mungos. Why were they always pushing main characters on her? Snape heard no reply, and even more annoyed, he suddenly spun around, wanting an explanation, perhaps to project his pressure onto the other person. But upon turning, "How? Is it you?" Snape looked very displeased. His tightly furrowed brows had already formed a shallow chew and character wrinkle on his forehead. He was only in his early 20s, wasn't he? Every gesture exuded a premature maturity, like a dean who had been working for many years. Dressed entirely in black, just like him, his whole demeanor was shrouded in darkness, gloomy and unyielding. His deep eyes revealed a hint of disdain and aversion. Lin Na, of course, understood. As the archenemy of the Marauders, how could Snape like one of their fervent fans? He must detest Selina as much as he detested Sirius, right? But the truth seemed to be otherwise. Snape seemed to be lost in some memory, stunned for 3 seconds. He did indeed recall the person he hated to the core, or rather, a small group, the moment he first saw her, but he didn't inherently dislike her. Perhaps he saw a reflection of himself in her pursuit of Sirius. Snape believed they were kindred spirits, and although she was blind, it didn't mean she wasn't a respectable person. Moreover, they had helped each other out several times during their school days. He genuinely believed she was a decent fellow. Unfortunately, Selina would never know this, and Lin Na wouldn't know it now. Seeing Snape's standoffishness, she decided to speak first. "Let's begin, isn't it already late?" She really was a tough nut to crack. Snape and Selina had quite a history during their school days, and could even be considered friends, though Selina didn't think so, and Snape didn't think they were. However, Snape will come to like the current Lin Na, so no worries. Chapter 10. Handover Work. Snape was quite surprised that she was so unsparing. Upon closer inspection, he realized she seemed a little different, more beautiful. Snape quickly averted his gaze. It was better, much better, that she didn't want to reminisce. He had nothing to say to her anyway. Snape began to act impartially. He had initially intended to offer his help if she encountered any problems, which was rare for the usually aloof Snape. But recalling their student days, he wouldn't mind helping her a little. Now, however, it was better this way. They owed each other nothing, and she was still infatuated with that person, blind and deaf. "Let's begin. These are the potions that can cure the poisoning of those fragile muggles, 100 bottles in total." As he spoke, Snape waved his wand, opening the leather case he carried. Groups of potion bottles flew out, 10 bottles per group. "These are the blood-replenishing potions your dean requested, 20 groups in total. You can check them." Snape spoke very quickly. He admitted he was doing it on purpose, watching the woman fumbling through the pages on the clipboard, her quill flying up and down in her hand. Snape's mood lightened somewhat. He wanted to see if she could become a competent healer. If her abilities weren't up to par, he would not protect her out of past sentimentality. Those who lacked ability would not earn his approval. It would be best to have someone else handle the handover with him. Snape was always meticulous in his work. He couldn't tolerate errors or delays in his precious time. He had already pushed his scheduled time back by half an hour. He had no time to waste with her here. Although Lin Na seemed a bit flustered, every word Snape said was deeply imprinted in her mind. Selina's mind was not to be underestimated. Comparing the data in her head, Lin Na filled out the necessary forms. 100 bottles of antidote, 200 bottles of blood-replenishing potion, 100 bottles of burn salve, 20 bottles of skill, row, 3 types of mental strength potion, 60 bottles in total, 300 bottles of pain relief potion, 30 bottles of flesh regenerating potion. Is that 1,150 bottles in total? Lin Na quickly counted, adding the data from her memory, and clearly reported the total number, which made Snape look at her with renewed respect. It was a deep gaze, and Lin Na felt a little intimidated by it. What? Was he still not satisfied even though she performed too well? Did she need to act dumber to be safe? Am I not too sure, right? Snape finally withdrew his gaze and clapped his hands together 3 times, dryly. You are absolutely right. Now, let's begin checking the quality, starting with the blood replenishing potion. This was a small test Snape gave Lin Na. Blood replenishing potion and bruise healing potion looked so similar. They only differed by 1 step, so few people could distinguish them at once. Usually, people would taste them personally before making a decision. Snape simply sat down, crossing his arms, waiting to see her make a mistake. But Lin Na was spot on every time, directly selecting the correct potion for inspection. Lin Na had great faith in Serena's abilities. Snape was also slightly surprised, finally showing a hint of looking at her in a new light. He remembered Selina Lestrange was indeed excellent academically, but that didn't mean she was equally skilled in potions. He recalled she used to come to him for help with her homework. If her abilities were truly like this, then she might have been purely toying with him before. As he thought of this, Snape pressed his thin lips together, a taste of blood on his dry, cracked lips. What's next? You need to verify their quality. His voice grew even deeper, making Lin Na feel as if her throat was being choked, unable to breathe. No need to test them, I trust your abilities. Absolutely not. I hope Miss Lestrange will trust her own abilities just as much when she encounters an injured person. I think I should mention your excellence to your dean. Snape meant she wasn't professional enough, and he was going to report her? No, Lin Na would never allow anyone to question her professionalism. Wait, I'll check right now. Lin Na performed the inspection based on the images that appeared in her mind. First, she took a cup and a small white mouse from the table, emotionlessly made a cut on its body, then took out a hemostatic potion to try, and the effect was immediate. Lin Na sighed in relief, then continued to try every potion she could, but Snape's expression seemed to worsen with each of her successes. It was so strange. Why did he seem so angry? Shouldn't he be happy that the potions were of good quality? Of course, Snape was finally 100% certain that he had been played by the woman in front of him in the past. The thought of the nights he had stayed up for her made him realize he shouldn't have meddled. The potions are perfect, Professor Snape. Lin Na didn't care why he was unhappy. She was proud of herself and Serena's excellence, and at the same time, she felt it was unfair to her past self. What was there to be infatuated with about that silly dog besides being handsome and talented? You can sign now, right here. Hubich. Snape crooked his finger, and a quill elegantly sketched his florid signature in the signature box, both flowing and stern. Then he slammed the door and left without looking back. Lin Na was left bewildered, but she shrugged. She had finally gotten through this, and now she could go deliver the task to that old hag. When Lin Na appeared before the healers with a calm expression, everyone looked at her as if they were seeing her for the first time, struck by her beauty. Someone even circled her several times. Is that still you, Lestrange? You weren't scared to tears by that Snape fellow? He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? No, he was quite nice. He even wanted to praise her to the dean. He tilde. Excellent. From now on, the work of liaising with Professor Snape will be yours. Today, Mrs. Mary Jane couldn't be more satisfied with Serena. Even the usually picky Snape hadn't come to her with complaints, making her feel it was the best day ever. Who knew she was already extremely busy and still had to listen to Snape complain about her healers being unprofessional, lacking professional knowledge, and needing systematic training, otherwise he would find it difficult to entrust his life to them for treatment. Mrs. Mary Jane had to spend a lot of time explaining to him, and eventually got so exasperated by his gloomy face that she took over all subsequent liaison work herself. But who wanted to deal with Snape's perpetually ill-tempered face? And this time, he just left so easily, an hour earlier than she expected. Mrs. Mary Jane felt she could live another 20 years. Chapter 11. Pack. Because Mary Jane was so happy, she decided to write to her other good friends to share the joy, and also to Professor Snape to finalize the implementation of the matter. So she left first. When Mary Jane left, The other healers surrounded Lin Na, asking her a flurry of concerned questions. Mostly, they just wanted to know how she managed to survive under the venom-tongued Snape. Of course, some people also asked why she looked prettier, so much more beautiful than before. Did she secretly use some potion or spell? Lin Na answered truthfully. There was nothing to hide. Your hair? I used a color-changing spell. It lasts 3 to 5 days, Tilda. Didn't Snape call you stupid? No, at most he'd sarcastically say I was excellent. That's true. Wait, I haven't finished asking. You've asked a lot already, it's my turn. Amidst the pushing and shoving, Lin Na had completely run out of patience. If the seniors have nothing else, I'll go on my rounds first. Before they could answer, Lin Na had already left the room. She remembered that it was her day for rounds on her schedule, which meant she needed to check on patients until late at night. Well, she had to hurry and fill her stomach first. Just battling wits with Snape was too draining on her brain power. When her head was empty, her stomach was empty too. During dinner, the fat lady also came over to ask her about things. Lin Na wasn't very interested, but the fat lady brought her a package. This was really strange. Lin Na remembered Serena didn't have many friends, so who would send her a package? Could it be that mysterious Mr. R had reappeared? Lin Na automatically blocked out the fat lady's excited gossip. She thought it might be a suitor, but who would want to associate with someone from a Death Eater family? They should be avoiding her, right? She first felt a hard object. The feel and size were so familiar. She quickly tore it open and saw that it was her own lunchbox. There was a card inside, written in a very elegant script. Very delicious, looking forward to our next meeting. Sincerely, your most loyal junior. Lin Na could even imagine the person's roguish, smirking look, that gloomy, gothic pretty boy from Azkaban. How did he send the things over? Logically, they shouldn't be able to contact the outside world, right? The fat lady beside her had already shrieked, excitedly shaking Lin Na's body, tearing a large rip in her uniform, revealing her delicate collarbone. He's asking you out on a date next time. When did you two get together? How come I didn't know? Congratulations. Hurry and open it. He definitely wouldn't just send an empty box. The fat lady's excitement had caused the remaining people in the dining room to turn their heads towards them. Everyone was dying of curiosity. Had the Star Chaser become obsessed with a new person? Was it because Sirius went to Azkaban that she switched targets? Lin Na rubbed her ears, almost deafened. No, I don't know who sent it. It might have been sent to the wrong person. I'll go ask. Then she left the fat lady and returned to her dormitory. No way was she going to let others know her private matters. Another very important point was that the box was heavy. There was indeed something inside. Lin Na opened it and was stunned. It was such a grand gesture, all exquisitely crafted jewelry with food as the theme. For example, a small cherry hair clip inlaid with rubies, a grape brooch made of smooth Cabochon amethysts, an orange tree made of cat's eye and yellow sapphires, and so on. Although each piece wasn't large, they excelled in their clever and exquisite design, definitely worth a fortune, and could be treated as heirlooms. These should be little trinkets, passed down to granddaughters in the family. Such precious items felt like hot potatoes in Lin Na's hands. She had only treated him to one meal, it shouldn't warrant giving her so much. Lin Na felt like she had gotten herself into another big trouble. The more she tried not to associate with Death Eaters, the more closely intertwined she became. Although she found it very troublesome, these things still had to be returned. She thought that if Moody came to find her again next time, she would return them and also send some food to her body's brother, as a thank you. She always clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment and disliked owing others. The Lestrange brothers desperately protected her and left all their inheritance to her, so of course, she had to show her gratitude. Lin Na's mouth seemed to be cursed. She had just mentioned Moody's name, and he quickly reported back. That night, he was injured and hospitalized again while chasing an escaped Death Eater. This time, Mary Jane seemed to have a change of heart and didn't call Lin Na to help. It was very likely due to Lin Na's excellent performance during the day, which helped Mary Jane regain face in front of Snape, proving that her subordinates weren't all incompetent. Mary Jane even thought that she might be able to focus on cultivating Lin Na. But that eccentric fellow, even when so severely ill, still wouldn't let anyone near him, stubbornly insisting, "Get that Lestrange woman over here. All of you scram!" Moody's injury, this time was a bit awkward, right at the base of his thigh, and on his bad leg. He didn't want other women looking at him with pity, or even touching his bad leg. He would rather bleed to death. But why would he accept Serena's help? Perhaps it was because they were quite familiar with each other, and she never treated him as a cripple, even using him as a tool, he explained to himself. So, there was no choice. To prevent this excellent warrior from bleeding to death, they still called Serena over. Welcome everyone to join my new project. Please help by commenting and rating. A rating can only be generated after 50 valid comments. Many thanks, ha 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 ha. You can tell me your favorite male leads. This project will mostly feature handsome men from the Marauders generation. There won't be anyone from Draco, Harry, or the twins generation. Tilda, welcome to comment. Chapter 12. Awkward Old Man. When Lin Na rushed over in a hurry, Mad-Eye Moody was still acting crazy, waving his wand, trying to use spells to throw any healer who tried to approach him out of his safe zone, even though he was incredibly weak at this point and about to run out of his magic. Finally, he saw Lin Na, and his clouded eye finally cleared a bit, while his fake eye spun even more intensely. Seeing Lin Na was like seeing a patron, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. There was even a hint of grievance in his trembling voice, though no one could hear it because his words were too blunt. You finally decided to show up. I thought you died on the way. Then just assume I'm dead. Lin Na immediately turned around upon hearing this. She wasn't obligated to serve him. She was on duty for rounds, not emergency first aid. Wait. Moody instantly regretted his recklessness and called out to her. She couldn't leave. He hammered an explanation, his tone dropping below the normal range. I was injured. Because I was chasing a damned Death Eater who escaped. Oh, Tilda, what did that have to do with her? But he didn't intend to stop telling his story. To outsiders, this Mad-Eye was describing his symptoms, but Lin Na felt like he was complaining to her. It couldn't be him acting spoiled, could it? Acting spoiled? Lin Na glanced at him again, seeing his disheveled state, his beard unshaven. It was a bit of a disgusting thought, but if it weren't for those terrifying scars, he'd probably be a handsome British Uncle Tilda. If you don't take action soon, I might sacrifice myself today. Then you'll have to beg someone else to take you to see your lover. Although these words were unpleasant to hear and sounded more like jealousy, it was undeniably true. Where would she find someone to accompany her to continue their act without revealing her identity? You can rest now, Mr. Moody. Lin Na pouted, accepting this hot potato. The other healers looked at her as if she were Merlin. She had become their savior. No one wanted to deal with this master. I'll leave him to you, Miss Lestrange. Thank you for your hard work. If necessary, you can make him. The person made a gesture for unconsciousness. Lin Na nodded her thanks, taking the bandages and potion bottles from their hands. Let's begin, sir. Lin Na rolled up her sleeves, looking at his blood-stained leg, frowning. How could he endure such pain, such a severe injury? But in Mad-Eye Moody's eyes, she had truly changed. What's wrong with your hair? Cursed. Mad-Eye struggled to prop up his upper body, expressing his shock. You just noticed? Annoyed by him, Lin Na had no choice but to look up at him. The old man was startled and leaned back. Don't get so close, woman. She smelled too good, and being so close made him uncomfortable. I'm truly sorry. I have to get even closer. Lin Na mischievously moved closer. She actually saw panic on Mad-Eye Moody's face. At the same time, Lin Na gave a strong tug with her wrist, tearing Mad-Eye's pants. Hey, you're a woman. Feeling a chill below, Moody instantly covered himself with his hands, his eyes not knowing where to look. That's right, your eyes are quite good. Lin Na retracted her smirk and stepped back, beginning to focus on cleaning the wound on his inner thigh. Don't even mention how white a white person's leg is. It was completely bloodless and pale. Of course, it could also be because he had lost too much blood, and he never exposed his thighs. But now he really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Why wasn't that woman a bit shy? Shouldn't she feel ashamed? He was a genuine man. Lin Na really wanted to tell him that she had seen this situation many times. There was no need to be shy. She looked at them all as if she were looking at potatoes, sweet potatoes and cabbage. What? Only just realized I'm pretty? To make the man in front of her feel more at ease, Lin Na made a joke. The old one was better. Moody was very unaccustomed to her change. That's right, the old one was better looking, and no one would see her like this. Your aesthetics. Lin Na's gaze returned from the wound to Moody's face. His aesthetics were truly indescribable. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. Forget it. I think it's beautiful, and that's all that matters. Finally, she slapped a piece of gauze onto his wound. Hissed Tilda, be gentle. Finally the eagle, like man, the stubborn donkey of a man, let out a pained groan for the first time. Lin Na's smile widened. Next time you'll know to be careful. Seech. Feeling that he had lost face in front of a woman, Mad Dai immediately pulled the blanket over himself. He said very unnaturally, "You can go." He turned his head to the potion on the side. He would just drink the blood-replenishing potion himself. He was already well versed in it. Hey, the wound on your face hasn't been treated yet, and neither has the one on your chest. Lin Na grabbed his blanket again, wanting to pull it open, but Moody held it down tightly. No need for it. His eyes darted around, making Lin Na want to laugh. Who exactly is the healer here? But never mind, as long as you're happy. Lin Na spread her hands and shrugged, reminding him to drink all the potions, and then picked up her rounds clipboard to continue her work. What a strange old man, Lin Na mumbled, but teasing him was quite fun. This seemed to have become one of Lin Na's mischievous habits. Ah ha ha ha, please consciously imagine a handsome, strong, and tragic Uncle Tilda. Sometimes I don't even know what kind of twisted I'm writing. Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 13. The Weasleys. That night, Lin Na strolled around St. Mungo's several times and thought it was really nice. For example, on the 6th floor, there were special tea rooms and gift shops for patients and visiting family members, as well as a garden where people could sunbathe. In the center was a fountain, and she always had a feeling that the water in the fountain might have some magic, otherwise why would everyone be willing to go up and wash their hands and wipe their faces? Also, her favorite restaurant, though not large, always supplied delicious food 24 hours a day. If she said a few nice words, she could even get items not on the menu. She tried ordering Chinese food a few times, but it never tasted quite right. It seemed that no matter how powerful a house elf's abilities were, Chinese food was still a bit difficult. After her night shift, she slept until noon, stretched lazily, and walked to the mirror to check her face. Luckily, she was still young and staying up late had no effect, but she couldn't let her guard down. It would be great if she could brew some beauty potions. Lin Na thought of someone, so she quickly sat down to write a letter to Snape, hoping to get his help. She could pay, no matter how much it cost. She was a bona fide rich woman now. After finishing the letter, she prepared to go to the restaurant for a meal. On the way, she saw a large family pass by her as if they were going to war. They were all dressed very simply, even crudely, and uniformly had red hair. The boisterous boys were constantly arguing, especially the two identical red-haired boys, who looked about 5 or 6 years old. The freckles on their faces gave them the rustic charm of farm boys, and their cleverness made passers-by stop to let them pass. Let's see who finds man. I'm Moody first, Fred. It's definitely me, George. You've never beaten your brother. That's you, loser. It's you. The two boys simultaneously pointed at each other, as if in a mirror image, then simultaneously accelerated and ran off. Fred Weasley. George Weasley. You stop right there. How many times have I told you St. Mungo's is not a place for you to play? Come back. I'm counting to 3. 1. The lady, whose figure could rival the fat lady's, held a little girl in her arms. The cute girl with elf-like ears and big eyes showed no fear of strangers, as if she had long been immune to their loud voices. All right, Molly, calm down. They know what they're doing. I'll go get them. Don't be angry. Don't scare the children. The mature man gently placed the little boy in his arms on the ground. He looked about 2 or 3 years old, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he started crying uncontrollably. Daddy. Hoo-hoo. A sturdy boy next to him, as strong as a calf, had no choice but to bend down and pick him up. Mom, Ron is crying again. If nothing unexpected happened, these people were the famous Dumbledore loyalists, the Weasley family, VIP members of the Order of the Phoenix, and mentors in the field of reproduction. Lin Na, in that moment, really wanted to rush up and ask Mr. Weasley how he managed it. Perhaps researching it could elevate her professional skills, though she might also be arrested as a pervert. Looking at their ages, the youngest cute girl was Ginny, and the boy who cried upon landing was Ron. The boy standing by, holding a book with a precocious look, was Percy. The Weasley twins were easy to recognize, and the dark-skinned, sturdy child was Charlie. Lin Na observed them for a moment, and then left. So they were all still so young, the youngest only 2, the oldest no more than 10, and the Weasley twins only about 5 years old. It was still a long way from the start of the story. But that was good. She still had plenty of time to experience the peace and stability of the wizarding world, and to learn more spells to arm herself. Lin Na thought her encounter with the Weasley family would end there, but she soon ran into them again. The fat lady once again found her for an emergency. "Quick, Serena. Mad Dai is calling you again to change his dressing." As soon as she entered the ward, Lin Na saw it. It was packed with red heads, and there were people constantly circling the bed and others scared to tears by Mad Dai. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stood awkwardly by Moody's bed, making it seem as if they were responsible for Mad Dai's injuries. They were indeed somewhat involved in Moody's injury, because while Moody was chasing a fugitive, he happened to run into the mischievous Weasley twins. Their excessive naughtiness not only hindered Moody but also almost got their heads lopped off by a Death Eater. Luckily, Moody intervened in time and saved them. They had come with their children to express their gratitude, but Moody was very unaccustomed to such an atmosphere and felt very uncomfortable. He would rather go catch a few more Death Eaters for Azkaban than endure this moment of social awkwardness, and he was about to be annoyed to death by these little brats. Why hadn't that woman arrived yet? Finally, Lin Na's figure appeared at the doorway. Mad Dai had never been so eager to see her. So, with a sigh of relief, he said to the Weasley family, "See, I'm about to change my dressing, you can go now." His forceful manner of driving people away made Lin Na really think he was a prison guard. Great, he had scared Ginny, who was standing nearby, into tears again. "It's all right. I can come back after you're done." Lin Na wanted to tease him again, and turned to leave. "No." Moody sat up abruptly, his movements so violent that he pulled his wound, then fell back down. "His Tilda, I demand. To have it changed now." His eyes were practically bulging out. "Then we won't disturb you. Fred, George, hurry up and thank Uncle again." Mrs. Molly was flustered, trying to soothe Ginny in her arms, while Mr. Weasley couldn't put down Ron and couldn't catch Fred and George. "You two stop right now." Mr. Weasley, holding Ron, reached out to grab Fred and George. Who would have thought they would be as slippery as eels, dodging so flexibly that Mr. Weasley accidentally missed, and he was about to fall onto the cold concrete floor with 3-year-old Ron. Ron's loud voice triggered a magic outburst, and Lin Na, who could just see his little tongue, was still marveling at how big his mouth could be when a flash of white light passed, and everything in front of her slowed down. She watched Mr. Weasley fall towards her. Lin Na instinctively reached out to catch him, but her hand passed through his ethereal body, like scooping fine sand in the wind. She looked down and then up in surprise, and the ward in front of her was now only an empty bed. "Where did you all go, Moody?" Chapter 14. Back in Time. By the time Lin Na reacted, she realized she seemed to have traveled through time again, returning to a more distant past. This was evident from the antique style of the hospital beds and the surrounding decor. Of course, it wasn't too bad, as the wizarding world rarely undergoes major changes. Although she seemed to have arrived in an unfamiliar era, Lin Na wasn't too flustered. She believed that with her excellent urological medical skills, coupled with Serena's textbook-like mind, she would surely be able to establish herself at St. Mungo's in any period. Moreover, she was confident that someone would rescue her soon. So, Lin Na patted the dust off herself, picked up the clipboard from a nearby table, and looked at the records. It seemed she needed a new identity. Lin Na walked out of the empty ward, intending to find someone for an interview. She firmly believed that a place like St. Mungo's would always be short-staffed, no matter the era. After all, the wizarding world never truly had peaceful times. As she walked down the corridor, she happened to encounter a small, thin girl at the stairwell. Her trembling back suggested she was crying. Perfect. She was wearing a healer's uniform, so she should have useful information. "Excuse me. I'm sorry to bother you. Do you know where the dean's office is?" "I'm fine, thank you. Are you new too?" The girl sniffled and turned around, revealing a familiar face. Was this a younger Mary Jane? "Yes, I'm here to report in, but I don't know the way." Lin Na found it hard to associate the stern old-fashioned woman with the delicate young girl in front of her. Could she be her mother? Or grandmother? "I advise you not to go to the 3rd floor right now. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. The dean is angry right now. You can." "Hey, where are you going?" "To see the dean." Lin Na went upstairs without looking back. She needed to quickly find an identity for herself and stay. "But, aren't you scared?" The girl looked at Lin Na's determined back, somewhat touched. What was going on? She looked about the same age as herself, but her gaze was fearless and incredibly resolute. The girl thought for a moment and then followed her. She wanted to give her some hints before she was scolded by the dean. She had just been severely reprimanded for not answering well. "My name is Mary Jane Rosier, what's yours?" It really was her, Serena's future mentor, the one known as the Iron-faced female healer. Lin-Na felt she shouldn't use Serena's name. Who knew if she would be recognized later, and that would be trouble. "Lin-Na? Which family are you from?" "We should be almost there." Lin-Na hadn't decided which surname to use, so she just brushed it off. Mary Jane was quite clever and guessed that Lin-Na didn't want her identity known. So, Mary Jane speculated that she was a half-blood or came from the Muggle world, which made her courage even more admirable. At this moment, the atmosphere in the dean's office was awkward. The head of the Malfoy family, Abraxas Malfoy, stood by the bed with a summer expression, arms crossed. His wife had passed away during childbirth, leaving behind a frail baby boy, Lucius Malfoy. For the safety of his only heir, he had specifically come to St. Mungos to select a healer to exclusively look after Lucius's health. But now it seemed he had interviewed 5 healers, and none of them satisfied him. He deeply suspected what kind of things his sponsorship money was supporting. The old director's face was also very grim. He had clearly warned them to select some highly skilled people to send in, but the result was all newcomers who couldn't even brew potions, and some women who were desperately trying to become stepmothers. But now he could only put on a brave face and politely persuade them, assuring them that the next one would surely be satisfactory. If they couldn't satisfy the Malfoy family today, their funding might become severely lacking in the future. Just then, Lin-Na knocked on the door. She didn't even wait for a response, and simply pushed the door open. Then she saw such an awkward scene. The handsome middle-aged man with neat, short golden hair slowly turned his head, exuding the aura of a superior. Lin-Na was momentarily stunned. Were there such good-looking men in this era? Broad shoulders, narrow hips, a perfect inverted triangle physique. Exaggerated yet elegant epaulets adorned both shoulders. The entire formal robe had a somewhat courtly style, with each brass button engraved with their family crest, some even embellished with gems. A pair of long legs was hidden beneath his cloak. His entire appearance was proper and dashing. "Are you the new interviewee?" Abraxas slightly frowned. Another woman who wanted to join the Malfoy family. Although she was indeed to his liking, his Malfoy family was not a place just anyone could enter. The old director couldn't fully match the new recruits to their names, so when he saw this unfamiliar face, a wave of desolation washed over him. Another cannon fodder. His position was likely to be lost soon. Poor him at his age, he couldn't even hold on until the end. He had wanted to sacrifice himself gloriously at his post, like the previous dean, holding on until the very end, and then becoming a ghost guarding St. Mungos, living there forever. The old director was on the verge of tears, wishing that woman would say no. Unfortunately, she was about to disappoint him. Lin-Na still thought that working here required the investor's consent, because the golden-haired man's posture was too similar. "That's right. Please begin." Her cold attitude made her seem very confident. "If a child cries at night, what should you do?" Abraxas finally lowered his chin slightly, which had been raised, meeting Lin-Na's gaze directly. He once again marveled at how beautiful this girl's eyes were, with a stubborn clarity. Lin-Na frowned. Did this have anything to do with becoming a healer? She was displeased internally, and had no intention of answering properly. Take him to his mother? This answer was tantamount to rubbing salt in Abraxas's wounds. Although he didn't have any particular feelings for his deceased wife, she was, after all, the woman he married. Her response was equivalent to completely disrespecting him. "What did you say?" Abraxas's brows furrowed tightly. Lin-Na instantly sensed the man's anger. Before he could erupt, she preemptively accused him. "Please respect my profession. Please ask professional questions. I am not a nanny." Lin-Na's words made everyone present and not present gasp, praising her audacity. She dared to challenge the patron in front of him. She was truly bold. But this piqued Abraxas's interest. It didn't seem like she genuinely wanted to be Lucius's stepmother. Of course, he couldn't rule out that she was doing it on purpose, so he continued to test Lin-Na. "Very well, let me see your professionalism, madam. What do you do if you see someone bleeding profusely? Show me." His perpetually upward, inflected tone made Lin-Na dislike him even more, and her face grew even grimmer. "There's no one bleeding profusely here, sir." Her somewhat sarcastic tone made Abraxas find her even more amusing. With a flick of his hand, the old director's leg was struck by a spell, as if a large gash had been brutally carved into it with a knife. Now there is Abraxas made an elegant gesture, which in every way seemed to be a response to Lin Na's provocation. For those darlings who wanted to see Abraxas, he's here now. Young Riddle and baby Lucius will be making an appearance soon too. Chapter 15, Malfoy Manor. Now there is. Oh my leg. Abraxas smiled faintly and calmly, a stark contrast to the old director who had fallen to the ground clutching his old leg. Lin Na rolled her eyes speechlessly, but still knelt on one knee and, with professional dedication, resolved the man-made accident. She quickly, accurately, and precisely cast a blood-stanching charm, gradually restoring the bleeding wound to perfect condition and even cleaned up, removing all traces of blood from the floor. The old director, who had been on the verge of collapsing, suddenly looked spirited. Good, very good. That's it. He climbed to his feet, leaning on the table, as if he had found a treasure. If it could be combined with a blood-replenishing potion, it would be even more perfect. Lin Na ignored the old director's expectant gaze, instead staring intently at Abraxas, awaiting his next challenge. Very perfect. I apologize, I don't yet know this lady's name. Abraxas finally seemed to somewhat acknowledge Lin Na, and introduced himself to her. I am Abraxas Malfoy, the current head of the Malfoy family, and also St. Mungo's largest benefactor. The man leaned forward slightly, a rare show of respect to a strange young woman. Although his posture was grand, there was no real sincerity in his eyes. Hello, Lin Na Potter. Lin Na wanted to bite off her tongue. There were so many surnames in the wizarding world, yet she had chosen the most dangerous one to impersonate. But then again, in that instant, only the name Harry Potter popped into her mind. She couldn't possibly be a Weasley, she didn't even have red hair. Potter? As far as I know, the Potter family residing in London doesn't have a daughter your age. Abraxas's gaze was scrutinizing, scanning Lin Na up and down like an X-ray, wanting to see her clearly. However, Lin Na had long cultivated the habit of remaining expressionless in front of anyone, and she calmly said, You also said, within London. That's true, it's said they have many relatives in the United States, but I remember they all have black hair. Just like the Black family. Abraxas pressed on, giving Lin Na no chance to breathe. Lin Na sighed, grateful she had chosen the name Potter. That's magic, Sir. She raised her hand, changing her golden hair back to a dark color. I knew it. Very beautiful hair, Miss Potter. Then please demonstrate the making of a blood-replenishing potion for us again. Lin Na herself thought it sounded fake. His hair, when grown long, was much better looking than hers. Recalling Serena's memory of Lucius's appearance, it was indeed so. Abraxas snapped his fingers, and several house elves suddenly appeared, carrying a table, a cauldron, and some ingredients into the dean's office. When had they arrived? Lin Na shook her head, dismissing her doubts, and focused on brewing a pot of excellent quality blood-replenishing potion. It was a joke. As a student with all outstanding marks in potions, how could she not know how to brew a blood-replenishing potion? Lin Na felt that the man opposite her was looking down on her, or perhaps going easy on her. Why? Could it be to curry favor with the Potter family? Clap, clap, clap. Abraxas clapped his hands, looking very satisfied, and then asked several more profound questions. Lin Na easily answered them all perfectly, relying on Serena as a cheat, and even the dean looked at her with new respect. After several rounds of trouble, Lin Na felt it was enough. So, can I stay? Of course. Congratulations on getting the job of first healer for the Malfoy family. I look forward to your performance. Abraxas's words made Lin Na's expression freeze. What? First healer for the Malfoy family? I only want to stay at St. Mungo's. She now completely understood why the head of the Malfoy family was here. Damn it. Who would want to be a Death Eater, an Azkaban inmate candidate? Then why did you come for the interview? Even the dean was stunned. She came without even knowing? Ha ha, very interesting, but I've decided on her. I'll go back to see Lucius now. Dean, I await your good news. Abraxas was even more curious about this woman now. She actually refused him? Or was she still playing a long game? He wanted to see what she was truly up to. After putting pressure on the old director, Abraxas left a bag of galleons and departed, leaving behind the fawning old director and a bewildered and regretful Lin Na. Lin Na didn't want to leave St. Mungo's at all. At least it was absolutely safe here. Although she had roughly determined the time now, Lucius was just 1 year old, the Dark Lord was not yet the Dark Lord, but rather the excellent young Riddle, traveling around and exerting his influence, striving to gain more prestige. However, she also didn't know how long she would stay in this time period, fearing getting into trouble. But when the old director handed her an entire bag of galleons, Lin Na wavered again. Her greatest hobby in this life was making money. Wasn't this firmly grasping her? Moreover, after hearing about the benefits at Malfoy Manor, Lin Na was even more tempted. She thought, it's still early before the plot begins anyway. It wouldn't hurt to save some money for now, right? After all, the old director said it was just to look after a child, not constantly watch him. There would be specialized maids watching him, and she only needed to ensure he didn't get sick or treat him when he did. While comforting herself, Lin Na stepped onto the carriage bound for Malfoy Manor, completely unaware that her brilliant performance just now had been witnessed by a young Mary Jane hiding by the door. She became her role model, gradually becoming her in the years to come. Welcome everyone to join this new story and grow with me. You are also welcome to check out my other Harry Potter fanfics on my bookshelf and please, with your lucky hands, help me rate 5 stars and leave a comment. Love you all, I will work hard to update. Chapter 16. Cub Lucius. Lin Na stepped into a well-decorated carriage. Although it looked like an ordinary carriage on the outside, perhaps with a few more ribbons and badges as decoration than other carriages of that era, upon opening the door, Lin Na discovered a hidden world inside. It had been expanded into a small room by magic. There were not only sofas and beds, but also tables and chairs, and a restroom large enough for 4 people to move around simultaneously. Lin Na could only say that it was truly the Malfoy family, spending so lavishly even on a carriage for guests. Under the carriage's rapid speed, she soon arrived at the entrance of Malfoy Manor. It was a very magnificent manor. As soon as she entered, she saw peacocks roaming freely in the garden, and a vast maze made of rose walls. A majestic fountain stood in the center of the manor, and they had to circle quite a bit to see the full face of the sculpture. It was probably a great figure of the Malfoy family. Lin Na pressed her aching waist, hoping that the young master would be gentle later. Her old bones couldn't take much. However, it turned out that no matter what kind of person a child would become in the future, the current child was absolutely adorable. Lin Na rarely showed such joy towards a male. The little boy sitting in the cradle before her was simply too cute. His soft golden hair lay gently on his forehead, looking very touchable. His chubby little face made one want to take a bite, and his big blue eyes gazed innocently at her, babbling and waving his chubby hands, asking to be held. He's really too cute. Lucius, Lin Na thought, if she had known infant Lucius was this adorable, why would she have hesitated? He quickly picked up Lucius from the cradle, spun him around, and made him giggle with delight. Servants around them nervously held their breath for her. Where did their master find such a daring woman? They knew they would never pick up the young master, unless absolutely necessary, fearing any mishap for which they could not bear responsibility. This was the Malfoy family's sole heir. Only the straightforward house elf Dobby jumped around. Put down the young master. The young master will fall. Dobby does not allow you to touch the young master. Lin Na then noticed the subtle expressions of everyone, seemingly worried sick by her actions. So that's how it was. Lin Na felt a touch more pity for Lucius, and in the days that followed, she doted on him even more. Because Abraxas seemed to care about Lucius, but it was the affection for his identity as the sole heir of the Malfoy family. It didn't matter if the child wasn't Lucius, but Tony, Sam, or Andy, as long as he carried his bloodline and the Malfoy name. Therefore, she had been at Malfoy Manor for a week, and had never seen Abraxas actively visit Lucius once. At most, before dinner in the evening, he would have a house elf bring him over for a look, and he would be sent back within 5 minutes. This made Lin Na angry and helpless. She couldn't change the mind of a father unwilling to care for his child, so she could only look after Lucius more. Although they would be enemies in the future, she truly liked him as an infant now. Lin Na now understood that in the vast manor, she was probably the only one willing to carry Lucius outside for a stroll, because they all feared touching Lucius. Even tasks like changing diapers and bathing could be done with magic, avoiding physical contact to reduce the chance of him getting hurt or sick, let alone taking him to the garden outside. As a result, Lucius, now 1 year old, still couldn't walk, though he crawled quite fast. Perhaps he didn't have many opportunities to crawl, so Lin Na would take him to the garden every day for a stroll. Lucius also grew more dependent on her, sometimes even calling her mommy. Thankfully, Abraxas couldn't hear it, or he would probably suspect her motives were impure again. This was what the old butler told her on her first day, to be well behaved. The Malfoy family would never treat her unfairly, but if she, like those restless women, always thought of climbing into bed, she wouldn't survive the day. This bothered Lin Na. Why would she be interested in an old child-rearing, arrogant man? His face suggested he was overindulgent. Why would she care for a rotten cucumber? She remembered he supposedly died of syphilis, didn't he? No thank you. This day, she carried Lucius to the garden once again. She had recently discovered that Lucius loved chasing peacocks. This greatly inspired Lin Na, thinking that perhaps by chasing, he would eventually learn to walk on his own. So every day they came here to chase peacocks. Sometimes, Lucius would chase the peacocks until they squawked, and he would even pull out their feathers. At this point, his sneaky, mischievous Slytherin trait became apparent. Lin Na stayed by his side, worried he might be pecked by a peacock, yet also somewhat hopeful that if his magic flared up, it might send her back. Although her living conditions differed between these two periods in her past life, she had status and money. Here, she was merely an unregistered person, always at risk of being exposed. Lin Na's attention wandered for a moment. Oh no! That brat Lucius had crawled into the rose bushes. This was a maze, finding him would be difficult. So Lin Na quickly lifted her skirt and ran through the maze, constantly calling out Luke, Lucius's nickname. She finally found him in a Roman-style pavilion in the middle of the rose maze. He was at the feet of a black-haired man. His luxurious baby-crawling suit was covered in dirt, and he was leaning against the table leg, trying to pull himself up by the man's long leg. If Lin Na hadn't been mistaken, she saw a fleeting look of disdain and disgust in the man's eyes. He disliked children. Guessing this, Lin Na quickly stepped forward and picked up Lucius. At the same time, she got a clear look at the man's face, another rare handsome man, just transitioning from youthful immaturity to mature charm. He had black hair and black eyes, his neat hair meticulously styled, and a pair of eyes that seemed to see through people, gazing at Lin Na without a ripple. In the moment their eyes met, a slight smile appeared, but it didn't reach his eyes, a very good disguise. If Lin Na hadn't seen the disgust in his eyes earlier, she would have thought he was a gentle and amiable person. But now, she only found him very dangerous. Even though he was smiling, Lin Na felt a chilling coldness to her bones, yet she was involuntarily drawn to his appearance, stepping forward a few more steps in a daze. Was he a Vila? Had he used a mental attack? Fortunately, Lucius's cries brought Lin Na's attention back. Even a child could sense it. This man's danger? Lin Na quickly averted her gaze, not giving the other party a chance to use legilimency on her. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you. We'll leave now. The man watched her hurried departure. His long fingers tapped lightly on the marble tabletop, a habit he had when thinking. He recognized the child. It was definitely Abraxas's offspring. But what about that woman? She could sense his true self. Interesting. Chapter 17. Tom Riddle. In the days that followed, Lin Na would always run into that dark-haired man in the garden. Even though Lin Na had deliberately avoided such a large manor, he always managed to find her with the child. She didn't know if this guy had a dog's nose or some kind of magic for finding people. How could Lin Na not guess this person's identity? With his dark hair, outstanding aura, and exquisite appearance, a man who wouldn't be overshadowed even standing next to the head of the Malfoy family. Who else could it be but the future Dark Lord, Tom Riddle? She intentionally tried to avoid him, but she couldn't let him see that she was staying indoors to escape him. She really hadn't intended to deliberately attract his attention, or perhaps they truly had a special destiny that always led them to meet. Seeing the increasing scrutiny and interest in his eyes as he looked at her, Lin Na felt she should arm herself with knowledge. So when she wasn't busy, she dedicated herself to studying the dark arts. Sure enough, while she was telling Lucius a story on a bench in the conservatory, she encountered him again, the elegant and intellectual Dark Lord. However, his state today was strange. His scarlet eyes were fixed intently on Lucius in her arms. His usually meticulously groomed hair was a little disheveled. Was he going crazy? Lin Na slowly put down her book, hugged Lucius tightly, and slowly stood up, not wanting her sudden movement to provoke him. Good morning, sir. This spot is all yours. She didn't even bother with a proper farewell before slipping away. As she stood up, she was once again enveloped by the man's tall figure. Looking up at him made Lin Na's neck ache. These damned giants. But at that moment, she caught a whiff of something different. Although it was dried and congealed blood, it couldn't escape her nose. You are injured? The girl calmly turned the question into a statement, her tone very certain. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Na regretted it. Why was she getting involved? But Riddle's eyes, as deep and serene as a dark pool, turned back to meet hers, and he said something that didn't answer her question, leaving Lin Na completely bewildered. Why are you so caring towards him? He's Malfoy's spawn, isn't he? Yes, that's right. Riddle had observed them for so many days, and his feelings were truly complex. Initially, he thought she was a woman trying to seduce someone, then he suspected she was a spy sent by an opposing family. But now, she was simply being unilaterally good to the little Malfoy brat. Whenever he saw her maternal gaze, gently telling Lucius stories, holding him under his armpits and guiding his hands as he learned to walk, or calmly cleaning him up without getting angry even when Lucius was mischievous, the scene truly infuriated him. While he scorned their fake mother-son affection, his heart was always drawn, wanting to take another look. He didn't know that the emotion stirring within him was called jealousy, because he was a product of a love potion, and his reception and expression of various emotions were very weak. His woman's emotional output was too strong. He genuinely felt it. Riddle didn't realize this was the maternal love he subconsciously longed for. There was a compensatory psychology at play. If only his mother had been like this to him. Unfortunately, he only had a foolish mother who only cared about men. Or, if he had met a woman like this in the orphanage, Riddle might not have been so reclusive. But Riddle didn't know any of this. He only knew that this scene made him feel uncomfortable. However, when she actively showed concern for him, Riddle felt a slight sense of ease in his chest. She still knew her place, it seemed. Riddle then snatched the child from Lin Na's arms, tossed him aside, sat down himself, and slowly began to take off his clothes, indicating that he wanted Lin Na to heal him. But why did he have to throw Lucius? Lucius was a sturdy child. He didn't cry even when he was thrown to the ground, quickly crawling to Lin Na's feet. At that moment, Riddle squinted down at him again, and little Lucius, feeling wronged, let go of Lin Na's leg, sat on the spot with tears in his eyes, sucking his hand to comfort himself, hoping Lin Na would pick him up. How could Lin Na dare to pick him up? She was afraid Riddle might accidentally finish him off. Lin Na had no choice but to pull out her wand. Then, sir, forgive my impertinence. But just as she took out her wand, Riddle silently took it away. Use your hands. That steady voice, full of magnetism, struck Lin Na's ears. She could only see the man's lowered head. The lines of his face beneath his disheveled hair were particularly firm. The whole person was like a sleeping lion or a snake poised to strike. He couldn't possibly want her dead and deliberately make up an excuse, could he? This was not like Riddle's usual style. Riddle noticed that the woman had actually zoned out. Riddle unhappily gripped her wrist, making a biting sound to bring Lin Na back to reality. Healing without a wand might be difficult. According to my investigation, there isn't a healer named Lin Na Potteretson. Mungos. So who exactly are you? Riddle suddenly looked up, his scrutinizing gaze fiercely pressuring Lin Na to tell the truth. He wouldn't be so foolish as to let her point a wand at him. I am Lin Na. I wanted to interview at St. Mungo's, but by a twist of fate, I was chosen for Malfoy Manor. If you doubt my motives, you can certainly have Malfoy dismiss me. Lin Na also really wanted to know who she was, and why such unlucky things were happening to her. But her unyielding demeanor indeed left Riddle speechless. The most important point was that when he used legilimency on Lin Na, he saw nothing at all, only a vast expanse of white mist. Riddle temporarily let her go, releasing Lin Na's hand, but still admonished her. Don't harbor any improper thoughts, remember your place. Of course, sir, you can rest assured. Lin Na massaged her reddened wrist. Indeed, accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. She decided she would only come to the garden at night from now on, otherwise her life might be over at any moment. Lin Na rummaged through Lucius's mommy bag she carried with her and found some gauze wipes, which were for wiping Lucius's mouth. Although they weren't as good as the silk ones he used to have, they had the advantage of not wasting resources. Now, they were perfectly suitable for bandaging this Dark Lord. Fortunately, as a pureblood, Selina's magic was powerful, and using wandless magic was effortless. It was then that Lin Na noticed a thumb-length cut on Riddle's shoulder. It was healing very fragilely. With a slight movement, blood would gush out again. Lin Na greatly admired his self-control. With such a painful wound, he acted as if nothing was wrong, truly extraordinary. She quickly bandaged him with the gauze, which still carried a milky scent. Well, she had deliberately not cleaned it thoroughly. Riddle sniffed his shoulder, frowned, but said nothing, instead getting up and leaving. As he left, he didn't forget to step over Lucius's head. Lin Na quickly ran to pick up Lucius. Back in her familiar embrace, the little one finally dared to cry out in distress. Lin Na patted Lucius's back apologetically, vowing that he would never encounter him again. But very soon he came knocking again. Chapter 18. Malfoy, Family Party. Because Riddle bullied him last time, Lucius had nightmares and cried out in his sleep for the next few nights, keeping the maid, who was looking after him, from getting proper rest. Lin-Na also felt very sorry for Lucius. He was so young and already had to endure Riddle's torment. No, it would be like this for the next few decades of his life. Even his son wasn't spared. But it was quite miraculous. No matter how much Lucius cried, he would quickly calm down once Lin-Na returned, hooking his arms around her neck and smiling. This fellow was truly cunning. He knew who would tell him stories and who would take him out to play, so he would act sweet towards them. He was also a bully who picked on the weak. The house elves and servants were very humble in front of him. With the slightest carelessness, he would grab their hair or poke their eyes, but he became much more well-behaved in Lin-Na's arms. Lin-Na didn't know what was going on. Did these human infants recognize their family so quickly? Fortunately, Abraxas would never know that his son had recognized a thief as his father. Chinese letter. No. He had recognized a fairy as his mother. These days, Lin-Na no longer took Lucius out, avoiding any encounters with the Dark Lord. As a result, the Dark Lord was in an unstable mood when he went to the discussion meeting these past few days, and the area around him seemed shrouded in dark clouds. Abraxas didn't even dare to speak to him first. "Has it been a long time since we've held a banquet?" Riddle suddenly blurted out this question during the meeting. Just a minute ago, weren't they discussing how he could get into the Ministry of Magic? Now, why was he talking about a banquet? Did Riddle need a banquet to make more connections with powerful figures? That's right, you are correct. I will organize it. Let's arrange it for this weekend. I will find an opportunity to use my connections to invite the Minister of Magic. Abraxas pondered Riddle's thoughts, unsure if he had guessed correctly. Riddle didn't look overtly satisfied but also didn't seem displeased. Riddle even asked him to bring his son. Since when did Riddle care so much about his son? Was he planning to train him now? But Lucius was only a little over 1 year old, wasn't he? Of course, no problem. Abraxas certainly had no reason to refuse. His son appearing at his own ball was, of course, no problem. But the pressure was now on Lin-Na. She was also asked to attend the dinner. He was speechless. Could Lucius get sick just by attending a banquet? However, thinking about the delicious food, she felt a little happy. Fine, she would go and just be part of the background. The grand ballroom was filled with an air of extravagance, with crystal chandeliers hanging down, gilded copper handles, and a pure gold statue with a fountain in the center of the hall. Wizards who looked formidable moved to and fro. Lin-Na didn't know anyone, nor did she want to. She glanced at Lucius, who was surrounded by women. He truly lived up to his name. Even at such a young age, he was popular with girls and young women. It was likely that some wanted to be his stepmother or have a family member become his stepmother. Others wanted to form an alliance with the Malfoy family. Of course, there were also a very small number of people who pitied him for losing his mother at such a young age. Lucius was dressed exceptionally smartly today, his soft golden hair combed to one side. Wearing a mini-sized haute couture suit with a small bow tie at his neck, he was still an infant, yet he already possessed the composure of someone who had seen the world. She was quite impressed that he hadn't cried out despite being handled by all those women. He just wrinkled his features, looking like a serious little old man, which was very funny. But with his good looks, he looked cute no matter what. Lin-Na began her buffet time with peace of mind, not noticing that her white healer's uniform stood out prominently among the various haute couture gowns. People were already whispering behind her back, "Who is that woman? How rude! Shouldn't she be waiting to the side? Why does she look like a starving ghost reincarnated?" The sarcastic remarks went in Lin-Na's left ear and out her right. She didn't bother with the gossip of those busybodies. After all, they weren't the ones who hired her. The more she ignored them, the more they would get angry. Getting people angry, that was a job she loved to do. Finally, Abraxas, as the host, remembered that there was such a woman in his manor. He had been too busy with his great cause with Riddle to remember this matter. But now that he thought about it, for more than 2 months, Lucius hadn't had any headaches, fevers, or even coughs, which was quite miraculous. It seemed this woman truly had some skills. Abraxas had a little more expectation of her. What other surprises would she bring him? If she could continue like this, he wouldn't mind giving her more benefits. Abraxas hadn't even decided what benefits to give her when he had already moved in front of her. "Why aren't you dancing?" Of course, this was just another test. Lin-Na was startled by the man who suddenly appeared. Why did he walk without a sound? "Ah, it's you." The slippery pudding on Lin-Na's plate flew off with a asterisk whoosh asterisk as she turned, landing on Abraxas's expensive haute couture suit. To make matters worse, it was right on his chest. Abraxas's formal smile instantly froze. Both of them watched as the pudding slid directly down his chest and landed on the floor. "I'm so sorry," Lin-Na patted Abraxas's shoulder, speechless, while simultaneously using wandless magic, sending dozens of cleaning charms at him. His clothes gradually became clean, though his flamboyant white suit was indeed a bit difficult to manage. However, her wandless magic necessarily involved patting and touching his chest to implement, which, to outsiders, looked like that presumptuous servant is seducing the head of the Malfoy family in front of everyone. If Abraxas hadn't known the full story, he would have misunderstood that this fellow was seducing him. Abraxas grabbed Lin-Na's wrist. "Be careful, not everyone is as easygoing as your master me." Abraxas glared fiercely at Lin-Na. Lin-Na was too lazy to explain that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have done that. There was no need to explain. She knew how to treat him like air and dismiss him. She turned her head and continued her meal. This made Abraxas feel humiliated. She had ignored him again. No woman had ever ignored him like this. Could he, the dignified head of the Malfoy family, be less important than a plate of donuts on that table? As an elegant gentleman, Abraxas would of course not choose to get angry in front of the guests, which would only make people laugh at his poor discipline. He suddenly thought of a better way to make her look foolish. "Come here and dance with me." "That's an order." Chapter 19, Dance. "Come here and dance with me." "That's an order." Abraxas deliberately lowered his voice, not wanting outsiders to hear that his command might be ineffective, which would truly disgrace the Malfoy family. "I don't know how to dance, Mr. Malfoy." Lin-Na refused without a second thought. Dance with him? Wouldn't that confirm the rumors spread by those gossips just now, that she was trying to hook up with Malfoy to climb the social ladder? But Abraxas had long anticipated this and immediately threatened her with her wages. Employment Contract, Article 3. Disobeying the master's orders will result in the deduction of this month's salary. These were words Abraxas made up on the spot, and they sounded quite ridiculous. But Lin-Na still believed him. She had indeed signed a contract, but whether St. Mungos had signed one with him, she didn't know because the contract was enhanced with magic, so Lin-Na compromised. "If you want to dance with me dressed like this, it would be my honor." Even though he had succeeded, Lin-Na couldn't let him feel smug, so she sarcastically jabbed at him. "Aren't you ashamed?" Abraxas's handsome face twisted slightly, but he was an old fox after all. He picked up the conversation. "It is my honor to dance with the great healer. I eagerly await Miss Potter's magnificent dance moves." Abraxas narrowed his eyes, filled with danger and provocation. He was about to touch his bottom line. "Potter!" Abraxas made a gentleman's gesture of invitation, just waiting to lead her out and make a fool of her. He really wanted to see her disheveled, to tear apart that always calm face. Although Lin-Na liked to stay in inconspicuous corners, Selina Lestrange was a proper young lady of high standing. She had received top-tier etiquette training since childhood, and the Lestrange family had long prepared her as someone who could be sent for an arranged marriage at any time. Whatever a pure-blood family needed to train, Selina responded with double excellence. Therefore, at this moment, Lin-Na untied the lace apron from her body. With an air of neither subservience nor arrogance, and with gentle movements, Lin-Na seemed like a changed person in their eyes. She actually avoided Abraxas's palm-up hand, and instead directly and proactively linked her arm with his. "Please." In that instant, Abraxas was somewhat stunned. What was happening? He actually felt that the woman was indescribably beautiful. As she walked towards him with her head held high and chest out, he saw a noble woman who had stepped out of a painting. Very good. Abraxas suddenly became irritated by Lin-Na's assertiveness. How was this different from what he had imagined? She had such a powerful aura, like a hostess. No, he couldn't lose face. Abraxas regained the initiative, refusing to be led in a dance by a woman. His large hand suddenly clasped her waist, pulling her into his embrace, their fingers tightly intertwined. He lowered his head, anticipating the panic in her eyes and the shyness of a woman. But he was to be disappointed again. The woman in his arms was not startled by him, and she mechanically placed her hand on his shoulder. She looked straight at the brooch on his chest, a frown appearing. "What is this design?" Abraxas was again thrown off by her jumping thoughts. Was he getting old? Did he no longer understand what young people were thinking? But he still kindly replied, "This is the Malfoy family crest." "How is it different from what I've seen?" Lin-Na suddenly recalled the sealed token her cheap older brother had given her. It looked just like this. But if it was the Malfoy family crest, then it was different from all the others she had seen. The markings on carriages and throughout the manor were clearly not the same as hers. "This is my personal crest." A hint of joy suddenly surfaced in Abraxas's heart. Beach, she really did show her true colors, starting to inquire about his situation, didn't she? He knew it. What? Lin Na's face showed a hint of paleness. Why did Rodolphus Lestrange give her Abraxas's personal seal? What did that mean? Was she supposed to dominate the Malfoy family, claiming to be a lost Malfoy descendant? Seeing her expression, Abraxas's recently upturned lips drooped again. "Don't ask about things you shouldn't inquire about." He took her hand and gave Lin Na a tug, signaling that she could begin. Lin Na was speechless. She wasn't some innocent maiden. What was the point of being so secretive? "All right, Mr. Malfoy." Her body reflexively entered dance mode, and she spontaneously tightened her grip around Abraxas's neck. Every one of her movements was precise, her steps light, and her coordination with Abraxas was seamless. Even Abraxas hadn't expected that someone of her unknown and questionable background could dance ballroom dance with such elegance and rhythm. Although the surrounding noblewomen still looked at her with hostility and sarcasm, many eyes were still drawn to her dancing. Abraxas held Lin Na's slender waist, his throat tightening. He really did need a woman. Otherwise, why couldn't he take his eyes off this young girl? Compared to her dance partner, Lin Na's mind was constantly counting ducks. Finally, when she counted to 1,000 ducks, Lucius's sharp cry came from afar. Lin Na reflexively pushed away Abraxas, who was gradually getting into the swing of things, lifted her skirt, and rushed over, snatching Lucius from the noblewoman's arms. Abraxas was stunned. She just left him and ran off like that, making him lose so much face? Or was his face not even as important as his son, that little brat? "What did you do to him?" Lin Na didn't believe Lucius would cry for no reason. He had just been fed and had his diaper changed. He wasn't a crybaby. So there was only one reason. He wasn't feeling well. What could I do to young Master Malfoy? The woman's eyes flickered for a moment, which Lin Na caught. This was a sign of her guilt and lying, and Lin Na was all too familiar with it. Her male patients were quite good at lying. Lin Na remembered the one-click clothing removal spell and immediately used it. Sure enough, on Lucius's bare little bottom were 4 deep nail marks. Did she think no one would notice? The woman had finally managed to snatch a moment to hold Lucius, hoping to use the child to attract Abraxas's attention. But he had been dancing with that unknown brat the whole time, so she resorted to this desperate measure. She wanted Lucius's cries to draw him over, and then she would display her tenderness and maternal instincts. But the one who rushed over was that brat, and she immediately exposed her trick, embarrassing her. "Don't you dare slander me. Who knows if you just pinched him?" Chapter 20. Awkward. "You're slandering me. Who knows if you just pinched him?" the woman retorted, her hairpins shaking wildly as she pointed at Lin Na's nose and cursed. "Otherwise, how would you know where the injury is?" Lin Na didn't want to waste words with her. She focused on comforting Lucius herself, eliminating the marks on his bottom, and then used a reversal charm to change his clothes back. But the woman thought Lin Na was scared and continued to raise her voice. "Look, she's clearly feeling guilty." Just as Lin Na was about to bypass her and leave, Abraxas arrived. The woman's eyes lit up, practically screaming, "You're finally here. Mr. Malfoy, look, your servant actually dared to harm young Master Malfoy. He even slandered me. It's truly too impolite. You'd best right now." Her pitiful acting was truly superb. "Enough, I believe Miss Potter. She's a very loyal member of the Malfoy family. Someone, please escort this woman, who is full of nonsense, out. The Malfoy family does not welcome such guests." Abraxas took Lucius from Lin Na's hands and quietly whispered to her, "You may go now." "Yes, Sir." Lin Na felt a sense of relief. She couldn't understand why Abraxas was so supportive. Had he noticed her dutiful and diligent work? Abraxas easily guessed what had happened. After all, it wasn't the first time that woman had attracted his attention. Although her family background was decent, he wouldn't mind dealing with her to gain some benefits, but when it involved Lucius, it was a different story. Especially when he saw the healer in the crowd standing there, isolated and helpless, yet still wanting to give Lucius warmth, he felt a little moved. What was going on? So he intervened, but to silence the gossip, she couldn't stay at this banquet. Sending her away first. Perhaps this dance could continue next time. Abraxas admitted that he had developed a slight interest in that woman. Although it was only a little, it was quite rare in his busy and mundane life, far removed from his student days. Lin Na, who left in a hurry, didn't expect to be so unlucky. As soon as she reached the door, she heard the grand and intense entrance music from outside. That must be Riddle and the Minister of Magic making their appearance. She quickly stood to the side of the red carpet, but the crowd that had gathered still pushed her to the very front. Why wasn't she at the very back? That's because no one wanted to touch her, so they could only verbally chase her away until she automatically left their sight. So Lin Na could only dodge left and right in the front row, and finally, when Riddle appeared, they came face to face. It's Utilda. Riddle was dressed more formally than usual, in a full black evening robe, with subtle shimmering gold thread embroidery, making him look dazzling. The Minister of Magic beside him looked like his secretary. Riddle didn't seem to find the situation awkward, or angry about being blocked by a casually dressed servant. Lin Na didn't know if he was pretending to be approachable for his public image, or if he was being merciful to her because of the previous incident. "Sir, we meet again." Lin Na forced an awkward smile, wishing there was a hole in the ground to crawl into and disappear. And she actually did it. She gradually disappeared under everyone's gaze, having unconsciously used an invisibility charm. Everyone present thought this servant was ignorant and incredibly rude. Not only did she brazenly push her way onto the red carpet to entice the most promising male magic user at this stage when important guests arrived, but she also disappeared without bowing, which was an even greater offense. They could only lament where this wild girl came from, unfit for such an occasion. Abraxas, who rushed over, coincidentally stepped on her while she was invisible. Abraxas's mouth twitched awkwardly. Was she not leaving, staying here to embarrass him? He now deeply regretted letting her attend the ball. He also regretted thinking she was a smart woman and changing his mind. She was definitely a Gryffindor. However, he didn't expose her. Instead, he pretended to open his arms to welcome Riddle, but in reality, he pushed the invisible Lin Na behind him. "You finally arrived? And Minister, please come this way. I apologize for not greeting you sooner." Abraxas, who her servant is quite interesting. Riddle cast a deep glance in Lin Na's direction, then turned to lead the Minister of Magic into the banquet hall, not continuing the topic. Abraxas, seeing that Riddle didn't pursue it, also didn't respond. He had brought his son over, thinking that Riddle wanted to see his son, and that this banquet was held to show outsiders his importance. But now it seemed he was wrong. Riddle didn't even hold Lucius, only casually saying, "She takes very good care of him." Of course, Abraxas definitely understood who she in Riddle's words referred to, but he was very surprised why Riddle knew that woman when he didn't. This made Abraxas feel as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. She hadn't even mentioned it to him, that Riddle knew her, but what happened next surprised him even more. Riddle actually sought him out for a private conversation after the banquet, asking for that woman of unknown origin. Thanks again to Lost Child, Dujaru Du Si, and Huey Mu Kai Kai who loves P for the item rewards. Also, thank you all for the 5-star reviews, ha 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 ha, continuing to work hard on writing. Chapter 21, Treat. At night, Lin Na sheepishly returned to her bedroom in Malfoy Manor, the maid's room next to Lucius's bedroom, which was similar to Serena's memory of the Hogwarts dormitory, so the space was very ample. She prepared to tidy up a bit and go to sleep, in case Lucius came back and needed her, he would call her. So she changed her clothes and went to sleep, ready to open the door to comfort Lucius at any time, but when the door was knocked, who barged in but a disheveled Abraxas? The moment Lin Na opened the door, she was pinned down by the blonde man. Because she had experience dealing with Lupin, she quickly and accurately used the levitation charm to move him to the sofa on the side. Heavens, her underwear was still there. She could only quickly walk over and toss it behind the sofa. "Miss, what's the matter?" Coming to a lady's room so late is not gentlemanly. Lin Na turned her head to the side, because at this time Abraxas's hair was messy, and the buttons on his chest were wide open due to external force, revealing some beautiful chest muscles. He covered his chest, panting slightly with unsteady breath, somehow giving off a messy and fragile beauty. Heavens, she's not good at proctology. Was he loved by Riddle? But when Abraxas saw her indifferent attitude, he couldn't help but feel irritated. So he had been mistaken about her all along. Her purpose was not to get close to him, but to use his power to seduce Riddle. After the banquet ended tonight, Riddle called him aside alone and asked him for Lucius's personal healer. Because she had treated Riddle well last time, Riddle decided to keep her by his side in case of need. At that time, he suddenly realized why that woman was so indifferent to him. So her ambition was not here. Although he didn't really fall in love with her, at most he was a little interested, but her behavior was tantamount to slapping him in the face. He remembered how he had confidently taught her not to think about climbing into bed when she first came. Now it seems that he is really embarrassed. So if it were another woman, a shop, a position, he would easily give it away, but now, he wants to fight for some pride. He wants that woman to fall deeply in love with him, and then he will offer her to Riddle with both hands. Because of his tactful refusal, Riddle became angry. They are still considered partners at this time, but Abraxas's attitude is very respectful, and Riddle is not good at directly using curses on him to vent his anger. So he challenged Abraxas to a duel. Abraxas was seriously injured in this duel. Tonight was Riddle's true strength. He had indeed been holding back against him before. Why, can you treat him but not me? Abraxas casually smoothed his hair with his hand. He didn't know why he cared so much. He sat up with difficulty and questioned Lin-Na with a frown. Lucius is my responsibility. I'm not talking about him, but that lord. Don't play dumb. Abraxas waved his wand, and Lin-Na felt a force tightening her legs. So she sat back unsteadily, just sitting on the flying chair, facing him. Ouch, then I'm not good at treating your injuries. Lin-Na looked at the exasperated man, not knowing where she had offended him, but she really didn't want to treat him. What are you good at treating? Abraxas's eyes narrowed, revealing some danger. Was she playing him again? I'm good at treating prostates. What gland? Is it caused by a magic creature? Abraxas had never heard of this kind of thing before. It's just Lin-Na stammered, sliding her gaze down from his handsome face to his legs. Abraxas was very uncomfortable with her strange gaze. It shouldn't be what he thought. This woman is strange, but not so bold. So he simply stood up, pinched her chin and threatened her. You better not make me angry, or the consequences will be serious, not to mention looking at her unyielding little face from this angle. Why is he a little excited? Got it. Lin-Na was speechless. Fortunately, it's not about deducting money. Lin-Na silently released her restraint, and, turning the tables, pushed the struggling Abraxas onto the sofa. The speed was so fast that Abraxas didn't even react before he fell down. Her wandless magic is pretty good. No, to be precise, it seems that her spells are pretty good at any time. You! Excuse me. Lin-Na imagined herself as a veterinarian, turning a comb on hand into a 15-centimeter long knife. Then I'll remove Mr. Malfoy's clothes first. Abraxas looked at the cold knife, grabbed her slender but absolutely neat wrist. What are you doing? His eyes were half horrified and half annoyed. Did she want to kill him? Clothes will stick to the wound, making it difficult to operate, Lin-Na said blankly and sincerely. Use magic for me. Okay, sir. 1. Lick elimination. Under Lin-Na's spell, Cannabidiol and little Malfoy became naked handsome guys. Potter. Abraxas was about to be driven crazy by this woman. He quickly pulled over a blanket to cover his body. Did she treat Riddle like this too? Thinking of this, he felt like he couldn't sit still. That slutty woman. Damn it. You wait for me. Abraxas, wrapped in a blanket, did have some wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were not very deep. Riddle would not really let him be injured on the surface, which would be too embarrassing. Maybe there is some internal deficiency that requires some potion. But at this time, Abraxas could no longer deal with her. Even if his injuries were healed, he would be angered to death by her, so he left wrapped in a blanket, even faster than when he came. Lin-Na was a little sorry that she liked that blanket very much. Watching the man's fleeing back, she had already prepared to be fired from the Malfoy family, packed a few sets of tea sets and tableware, which were all pure gold or pure silver, and could be sold for money. But by the next day, it was as if nothing had happened last night, which made Lin-Na feel amazed. Abraxas didn't expect to be so generous. However, she didn't care. She could be anywhere, but she didn't expect Riddle to come to her soon, although it wasn't just her. Welcome new babies to check out other Harry Potter fanfics on my bookshelf. Chapter 22. Get on board. Lin-Na had been waiting for the old butler to tell her to pack her things and leave, but instead of receiving such a notice, she was told to quickly pack her belongings because the master was taking Lucius on a long journey, and she also needed to follow along to look after him at all times. Huh? A long journey? Lin-Na didn't know if this was a new conspiracy waiting for her, but there was no other option for now. The other servants seemed to look at her with envy. What did that mean? Were they not going? Later, it turned out that they were indeed on a private visit, taking Lucius by boat to the United States. What were they taking such a small child to the United States for? It turned out that Riddle had sent Abraxas to the United States to handle some matters for him, but Abraxas was worried that while he was away from home, someone else would undermine him. So, he simply brought Lin Na and Lucius along. This way, no one would suspect his motives were impure. As for why he only brought her and the old butler, the reason was simple. He still wanted to display his masculine charm during the journey. Why would he let other superfluous servants watch the show? So Lin Na, holding Lucius, got into the carriage she had arrived in, with the old butler behind her, carrying all of her and Lucius's luggage. Were we going to the United States for this time? Surely it wasn't to investigate her own background, was it? Thought made Lin Na's head ache. Could she switch shifts with someone else? But it seemed she was the only one with healing abilities in the entire Malfoy manor. Lin Na sighed resignedly, and even put on the clothes specified by the old butler. How did this look? So grand and valuable? Lin Na didn't think too much of it. Perhaps servants in wealthy families dressed like young ladies from smaller households. She was ready to return to St. Mungo's after this month. Now, even if she wasn't a thorn in Abraxas's side, she would eventually be one in the Dark Lord's eyes. But heaven knows, she truly didn't want to seduce any of them. Carriage swayed leisurely to the port. She thought only Abraxas would be waiting there, or perhaps he would be waiting on the ship. But when she got out of the carriage with Lucius, she found a group of black-robed wizards gathered together, surrounding two familiar faces. One was Riddle with a social smirk on his lips, and the other was Abraxas, with a stiff, forced smile. Why were they all here? Now that group of people all turned their heads to look at her. The gazes directed at Lin Na were very complex, some disdainful, some ambiguous, and some simply watching a show. It seemed they had mistaken her for a woman who had successfully climbed into bed with someone Abraxas's mistress. Abraxas was also very surprised. He had initially thought Riddle wanted to transfer him away, but he didn't expect Riddle himself to lead the team personally. Therefore he had dressed up a bit today, wearing a striking robe, but now it stood out particularly among these uniformly black-clad people. "You're late, you know?" Abraxas stepped forward to meet her, took Lucius into his arms, and deliberately scolded her to divert everyone's attention to him. "Hurry up and get inside." Then he lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, "Go through the small door." Lin Na knew he didn't want her to embarrass him in front of his colleagues, but didn't this action make it even more ambiguous? She didn't think much of it anyway. The master could handle things however he wanted, and she would just follow the butler onto the ship first. But even after Lin Na walked quite a distance, she could still feel Riddle's burning gaze fixed on her back. He couldn't have been waiting for her all this time, could he? And with some people? Lin Na boarded the huge steamship, initially thinking it was a Muggle ship and they would have to squeeze in with Muggles. But the old butler led her directly below the ship's deck, through a wall. Inside was a hidden wonder, as luxurious as Malfoy Manor, with marble double staircases, crystal chandeliers, and even a stage for performances. Was this a secret luxury cruise ship built beneath a Muggle ship? Wizards came and went, many of them familiar with each other, greeting each other warmly. She thought they were at a ball again. To be honest, Lin Na already had a phobia, so she quickly darted into a corner, not wanting to be noticed. "This way, please, Miss Potter." The old butler personally led her into a private compartment. The nameplate clearly read Abraxas Malfoy, indicating it was his exclusive compartment. So why did she have to stay with him? "Can I stay by myself?" Lin Na turned around again, and the old butler had already disappeared. Lin Na had no choice but to push the door open and enter. It turned out to be a family compartment. She chose the smallest room and slipped inside, praying that Riddle and Abraxas wouldn't disturb her. She looked out through the room's window and indeed, she could see a very beautiful underwater view, which made her feel much better. She just waited for Lucius to need her, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. A house elf appeared before her in a hurry, asking her to take care of Lucius. What happened? It's quite complicated. The house elf hesitated, finding it hard to describe the scene. It was simply that Abraxas, along with Lucius, was dining with Riddle and his confidants when someone who was unhappy with the Malfoy family teased Lucius, "Do you know your father is getting you a stepmother?" This immediately angered Abraxas. But Abraxas was no fool. He didn't easily fall for the man's provocation. Instead, during the meal, he deliberately feigned Lucius's magic acting up and struck the man. For the sake of a complete act, Abraxas had no choice but to call Lin Na to examine Lucius. He hoped that foolish woman would be clever enough to understand his intentions and not expose him. Lin Na rushed over with her medical kit and saw a scene of chaos. They had been sitting at a long table in a private dining hall, and the surroundings were splattered with an unknown liquid. It was yellowish and seemed to be very thick pumpkin juice. Almost everyone present had been accidentally injured, with pumpkin juice on their bodies or faces. Riddle, however, remained radiant, though his expression was somewhat awkward. He probably hadn't expected his meal to be so eventful. As he lowered his head to clean the stains on his body, the culprit under the table was defending his innocence, blaming Malfoy for framing him. "What's going on? Do you like slandering people just like you're good for nothing, sister?" Abraxas, unable to pick up his son, prayed for Lin Na to come quickly and clean up the mess. Why wasn't his cleaning charm as effective as hers? The fellow opposite was the brother of the woman who had slandered Lin Na and bullied Lucius that night. This time, he was indeed deliberately looking for trouble with Malfoy, but he didn't expect Malfoy to disrespect him so much. And while Riddle was inclined to favor Malfoy, he couldn't be too direct, so he temporarily watched with cold eyes. He truly disliked the infighting among his subordinates. Chapter 23 Chaotic Scene. When Lin Na arrived, half of the gruesome scene had already been dealt with. As for why Abraxas might have added some magical power, making the pumpkin juice no longer ordinary pumpkin juice, it had become stubborn and foul, smelling much like vomit. So Lin Na almost gagged. Her clear and bright face finally showed some expression as she covered her nose and accurately located Lucius, who was still sitting at the dining table playing with not playing, but playing with pumpkin juice. What happened? From a distance, Lin Na cast several improved versions of Renovate on Lucius, cleaning the pumpkin juice from his head, body and legs. She then began to check his little arms and legs for injuries and examined his pupils. The moment Abraxas saw Lin Na, it was as if he had seen a relative. He waved vigorously at her, but she barely spared him a glance. "It's nothing. Just a magical outburst, very normal." As he spoke, he snatched Lucius from Lin Na's arms. She finally seemed willing to look at him. Abraxas gave her a meaningful look. "Why don't you go quickly and check Lord Riddle's body to see if he's harmed?" Abraxas's intention was to win Riddle over to his side, claiming that Lucius's outburst was indeed a magical one. But Lin Na was completely unmoved. "He's fine. Shouldn't your son be the one who needs checking the most?" She met Abraxas's eyes, intending to snatch Lucius back. "This is an order. Go check Lord Riddle first." Abraxas held onto the child's leg tightly, glaring at Lin Na, angry at her stubbornness. He was doing this for all of them. Wasn't it all because of her in the end? Otherwise, would his son have been targeted? "Got it." Lin Na relented verbally, but her hands did not. She shouldn't have expected a man to babysit. He still had pumpkin juice on him. He shouldn't get it on Lucius. So Lin Na, holding Lucius, darted in front of Riddle as if avoiding a plague. Abraxas, unable to grab Lucius's leg, clenched his fist in the air, warning her from a distance, "Don't disturb the Lord. He should have just punched that man in the face. Why make such a big mess?" Abraxas glared again at the man who was still trying to explain himself nearby, grabbed a handful of pumpkin juice, and threw it over, sulking to himself about the uncooperative woman. Disobedient. "My lord," Lin Na looked at the man sitting in the high-backed chair, watching the scene with an amused expression, and felt a surge of anger. Was he watching a monkey show? So, she thought of a solution. "My lord, please help me hold the child." Without waiting for Riddle to react, Lin Na shoved Lucius into his arms. At that moment, he was still sitting with his legs crossed, arms folded, exuding an air of dominance. Now, he stiffly caught Lucius, and his usual formal smile cracked. "All right." The low reply carried a hint of danger. Everyone else was stunned. Lin Na later realized that she had actually made the Dark Lord hold a child, and could only lament that Riddle, at the time, must have disguised his cruelty very well. At least he didn't throw the child away directly. Abraxas was worried for his son, secretly praying to Merlin that Lucius absolutely must not cry or have any bodily excretions, not even drool. Riddle hated it when anyone dirtied his hands or clothes. Abraxas nervously followed. Riddle seized the opportunity. "Abraxas, you can go take a shower first. You all too." He was clearly very bothered by their more or less foul smell. "Yes, my lord. Then I shall take Lucius down first." Abraxas picked up the child, bowed slightly, and retreated, warning Lin Na with his eyes to mind her manners as he left. The others also retreated with a sigh of relief, finally able to take a shower and get rid of the disgusting liquid. Only the troublemaker still harbored resentment, wanting a resolution, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Riddle called him out by name. He was to go too. The moment the door closed, Abraxas, holding his son, felt an emptiness in his heart. He had pushed that woman to Riddle again? How could this be? Abraxas suddenly felt as though he had fallen into Riddle's scheme. He did hear someone tell him to quickly call someone to check Lucius's body at the moment of the explosion. Was it his hallucination? Now, only Lin Na and Riddle were left in the private room. Lin Na opened her medical kit and took out a stethoscope. Of course, this was to appear professional. She could press it to Lucius's chest to listen to his heart rate, but she couldn't very well lean on the Dark Lord, could she? Pardon my intrusion. Lin Na placed the end of the stethoscope on the man's lean, prominent pectoral muscle. A very strong and powerful heartbeat accompanied his muffled voice as he spoke. Has anyone ever told you, you're very bold? Yes, Lin Na recalled what her old professor said when she, as the only female student specializing in urology, appeared in the classroom. You are the first female student I've had in 40 years of practice. Riddle wasn't a very good conversationalist with women, except when he wanted to gain something from them. But now, he only felt that this woman was unyielding, making him feel tricky. Are you avoiding me? Heart rate is normal. Let me see your pupils. Lumos. A strong beam of light shone into Riddle's eyes, almost blinding him. Enough, get out. Riddle's newly formed good mood vanished. He abruptly pushed Lin Na away. Lin Na, as if receiving a great pardon, grabbed her box and ran out. That was the desired effect. As she stepped out, she encountered Abraxas leaning against the wall. That fast, he stared at her up and down with a surprised expression, realizing he might have overthought things. It seemed Riddle hadn't done anything when he called her in alone. Suddenly, a wild grin spread across his face. Well, I don't know what you're thinking, please forget it all. That old pervert must have thought of something naughty. Lin Na took Lucius and left without acknowledging him, but the fellow gentlemanly took the medical kit from her hands. I wasn't thinking anything, and your medical skills are truly remarkable. Abraxas followed behind Lin Na like a little minion. Inside the room, Riddle covered his eyes, taking a moment to recover. She actually got away? He had been too careless. No matter, there was still plenty of time. It wasn't easy to find such an interesting person. He couldn't just play with her to death. A vote is needed. Do you all wish to continue clashing with Abraxas and Riddle here, or go back to develop feelings with Snape and Sirius? There will be opportunities to travel back, but Lucius will be older then, making it easier to develop feelings. Chapter 24. The Warmth of the Cabin. Lin Na held Lucius, and Abraxas followed behind her as they returned to Malfoy family. Looking at Abraxas's gentlemanly demeanor, it felt so much like a family of three. Abraxas even took a few steps forward very proactively to help her open the door. This made her very uncomfortable. She always felt like he had some ulterior motive. Mr. Malfoy, is there something you need? Lin Na placed Lucius on the sofa and changed his clothes. Throughout the entire process, Abraxas sat opposite her, holding a glass of red wine, with one leg crossed over the other, as if admiring a beautiful oil painting. Nothing. You continue. Abraxas raised his glass to her. Lin Na was speechless, feeling how greasy he was, or perhaps he truly possessed the domineering CEO persona, though she turned away, presenting her back to him, out of sight, out of mind. All right. But Abraxas seemed to have no intention of letting her off the hook. He now wanted to display his mature charm, to make this woman fall madly in love with him. So he got up and sat on the sofa next to Lin Na, leaning his head lazily, with his low, sexy voice, once again entering Lin Na's line of sight. Has anyone ever complimented you on how meticulous you are, Tilda? Yes. Lin Na watched the man, whose eyes were full of flirtation, acting lecherously, and threw Lucius into his arms. If there's nothing else, I'll go rest, sir. Abraxas caught Lucius with one hand and grabbed Lin Na's wrist, which she hadn't yet pulled back, with the other. He gazed at her affectionately. You still owe me a dance, how about? How about Lucius dances for me instead? Tilda. Lin Na knew this was all his pretense. Although she didn't know why, she still felt disgusted and wanted to go back and shower. She quickly pulled her hand back, picked up the medical kit from the table and returned to her small room, locking the door. This left Abraxas looking utterly stunned and confused, replaying in his mind what problem his charm had. That country bumpkin was actually unmoved? He sniffed himself. Right, it must be because he hadn't had time to shower yet. Damn it. He quickly summoned the house elf to look after Lucius and went into the washroom himself. Abraxas had no idea that Lin Na was not those innocent girls from a bygone era, who loved only one person their entire lives. She was a woman from the 21st century, corrupted by numerous romance, novels, V-dramas and movies. She had seen it all. Moreover, there were many patients in her department, who at an old age would still declare, "Woman, you've made me remember you." His tricks might work on the noble women of this era, but not on Lin Na. Early the next morning, Lin Na heard some noise outside. She asked the old butler who brought her meal and learned that someone had gotten drunk last night, went up on deck to get some air, accidentally fell into the sea, and disappeared. Coincidentally, it was the man who had caused trouble yesterday. This was too much of a coincidence. She left her room and found Abraxas whispering to another person. His demeanor was completely different from yesterday's greasiness. Calm, insidious, and cunning weren't enough to describe the aura he projected to Lin Na. It was then that Lin Na realized that everything Abraxas showed her was the image he wanted her to see. But everyone knew he was a Malfoy, always prioritizing maximum benefit. Was he flattering her because of her medical skills? But then she remembered. She seemed to recall Rowling saying that Abraxas was the last Malfoy. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but Abraxas seemed somewhat pleased the moment he saw her appear. He exchanged a complex look with the man opposite him, who seemed to be saying, "Look, your little lover is out, Tilda." Abraxas also proudly raised his chin. It was precisely this demeanor that elevated Lin Na's ambiguous relationship with him to another level. "Then I won't disturb you, Brother Malfoy. You two take care of the child first, Tilda. I'll see you out." The two men humbly escorted each other out. Lin Na went to the adjacent room to find Lucius and began his daily routine checkup. Lucius, with his beautiful big eyes, kept hugging Lin Na's neck and kissing her. "You're just like your dad." Lecherous, but much cuter than Abraxas. Who could refuse a kiss from a soft, cute little darling? Lin Na couldn't help but hug Lucius tightly and roll around on the bed. He was simply too adorable. If she returned to the future, she would be a little reluctant to part with this baby. How could she skip pregnancy and childbirth and directly have such a cute child? When Abraxas returned after seeing off his colleague, he happened to witness this heartwarming scene. To be honest, he had never felt such an atmosphere in Malfoy family. He had grown up with house elves, nannies, and a butler, and so had his son. His deceased ex-wife had never treated Lucius this way. She was a woman who disliked children, preferring to attend various balls and socialite gatherings rather than spend time with Lucius. Abraxas didn't know that Lucius could laugh so happily, nor did he realize their relationship looked just like that of a mother and son. The scene was so warm that it was difficult for him to intrude. He stood there like an outsider, which made Lucius, who always disliked being out of control, a little annoyed. He knocked loudly on the door. "Good morning, Ms. Potter." Lin Na sprang up from the bed, like a startled bird. Oh no, what was she doing? How long had he been watching? She quickly smoothed her skirt and hair, preparing to leave. "Sorry, Mr. Malfoy." "No, you've done very well. Lucius likes you very much." Abraxas walked into the room and picked up Lucius, finally feeling like he had joined them. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, likely the woman's scent, very elegant and unlike the pungent smells of other women. "Thank you, sir. Young Master Lucius is as healthy as ever today. I'll be going now." Lin Na just wanted to get away from this guy as quickly as possible. She was too embarrassed. How was this different from pooping in the street? She had just called Lucius little rascal in a cutesy voice. She didn't know if he heard it. How mortifying. "Have you eaten? How about?" Bang! The door slammed shut. That woman, as always, gave him no chance. As soon as she gets home, she changes her. Damn it. But Abraxas's great ambition instantly made Lucius cry. He started wailing, and Abraxas, flustered, had to call for a house elf to comfort him, secretly sighing, wondering what charm that woman possessed to captivate his son like this. Chapter 25. Interrogation. Lin Na had thought the matter was over, but Riddle seemed to believe it wasn't an accident, or perhaps to give that family an explanation. He began an investigation. Lin Na was also called in by him for questioning. On the way there, Lin Na's mind raced. Was someone deliberately trying to frame her? Did someone give that unfortunate person a potion that only healers use? Or did someone just want to make her, a nobody, a scapegoat? Abraxas accompanied her on the way to Riddle's room. He kept reminding her, "Just answer what you know, don't say anything random." Lin Na rolled her eyes. "Didn't Mr. Malfoy do it? Are you doubting me?" Abraxas suddenly stopped, making Lin Na, unable to dodge in time, bump into his broad back. From her tone, Abraxas understood that she actually suspected him of making her a scapegoat. It was true, though, she was a very good candidate, but he hadn't. Abraxas couldn't be bothered to argue with her, nor would he say anything in such an environment where walls had ears. He slowly turned around. "I wouldn't do something so foolish." His eyes didn't seem to be lying, though it was also possible he was just very good at disguising himself. She had indeed suspected that Abraxas was being so nice to her only to make her a scapegoat, but now she hesitated. But it didn't matter, she hadn't done anything. Even if he used legilimency, her mind would only show Abraxas's lustful appearance from last night. At the doorway, Abraxas again held her shoulder and carefully reminded her once more. "Look into my eyes, you must not say anything random, understand?" Lin Na was a bit dazed by his intense gaze. He was indeed a handsome man, but the next second, her nose was flicked by him. Ugh, she took back what she had just said praising him. "Go." Abraxas gently pushed her in by her back. Lin Na thought he was her boxing coach, and she was about to enter a match. However, Lin Na was still a bit nervous. She worried that she really had been framed. "Good morning, Miss Potter." A clear, low male voice came from behind the newspaper on the desk opposite, falling distinctly on Lin Na's heart, making her instinctively straighten up. Truth be told, even when the Dark Lord feigned gentleness, his aura was still astonishing, sending shivers down her spine. "Good morning, Mr. Riddle. Please sit." Lin Na looked around at the chairs and sofas, finally choosing the sofa closest to the door and sitting down. Riddle didn't lower the newspaper, but it was as if he had X-ray vision. "Why are you so far from me? Come sit in front of me." The newspaper trembled slightly, instinctively making Lin Na feel that he was angry, so she had no choice but to drag her heavy footsteps and sit on the high-backed chair opposite Riddle's desk. "Miss Potter knows what happened this morning, right?" "Yes, Mr. Malfoy told me." Finally, the newspaper was put down, and Lin Na met that sharp gaze again. He was indeed probing her. "So, Miss Potter, do you have any insights?" "No, I'm just a small healer. I don't know that person and I don't know why he died." Under Riddle's gaze, Lin Na tried her best to control herself, not to look away, and to maintain a frank gaze with him, even though his oppressive presence was astonishing. Coincidentally, traces of an anesthetic potion were found on his body, but this type of potion is not usually carried by people, Riddle said, idly tapping the table with his fingers, each tap like a knock on Lin Na's chest. Aha, so he was waiting for her here. She was indeed framed. Her first thought was of last night. No wonder Abraxas had offered to carry her medical kit. Did he take her potion then? But Lin Na couldn't be sure, because she hadn't checked if any of her potions were missing. If she falsely accused Malfoy, it could lead to another troublesome situation. She could only stick to the truth. She met Riddle's eyes again. "Sorry, I never use anesthetics." This was true. Serena's spells were very solid. For something that could be handled with a full-body spell, she never followed procedures to use potions, which wasted time and energy. Riddle seemed very surprised to hear her answer, and he raised an eyebrow slightly, as expected of the healer chosen by the Malfoy family. Truly excellent. Riddle even clapped, though with a hint of nonchalance that was annoying. But looking at his face, she could completely forgive him. "It's nothing." Lin Na didn't know what he was up to, but she felt that Riddle was temperamental and couldn't accept others' kindness. If anyone got too close, he would immediately turn hostile. Right now he should still be in a good mood, but in a moment who knew? But his next words caught Lin Na off guard. "So, how about working for me?" Riddle sat up straight, making Lin Na also involuntarily become serious. "You can still live at Malfoy Manor. You only need to appear when I call you. Salary and everything else are negotiable." Riddle continued to tempt Lin Na. "I need to follow St. Mungo's arrangements, Tilda. I'm still just an intern healer." "St. Mungo's never signed an agreement with you. You are a free agent." Riddle bluntly exposed her lie, and Lin Na finally panicked. "Then I also need to discuss it with the Malfoy family." Riddle had long suspected Lin Na's questionable identity and strange attitude. He was going to have a good game with her. "Oh, did Abu tell you that I invited your relatives from the United States to the party?" Riddle intertwined his fingers, half smiling, covering his face. "What? He actually found the unfortunate children of the Potter family to meet in person? How could she maintain her disguise?" Lin Na suddenly thought. Tonight, there would be one more missing person on the deck. Should she try jumping into the sea? Would she be able to transmigrate back again? "You look very happy," Riddle laughed mischievously. He finally saw a different side of her. He was looking forward to seeing her reaction when she met her relatives. Would she still be so cold, or would she reveal her true colors? Riddle thus let go of Lin Na. It wasn't until Lin Na left his room that she realized he hadn't actually called her to question her about that person's death, but rather to scare her. No way, is the Dark Lord really that bored? Chapter 26, Magic Riot. As Lin Na stepped out, Abraxas, who had been waiting outside, approached her, eagerly asking, "How did it go? What did he ask you?" "Mr. Malfoy, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I wasn't suspected." Lin Na was now certain that the man opposite her had framed her. He wanted to kill that man, but ended up pinning it on her. "He didn't ask you anything?" "Let me say it again, this has nothing to do with me." He almost blurted out, "If it weren't for you, he wouldn't be so concerned." But he managed to control himself. "Is our Malfoy family so despicable in your eyes?" Lin Na couldn't answer that, and could only stare at him silently. Who doesn't know that Malfoy has always been cunning? Did she need to say it? Lin Na's silent treatment hurt Abraxas deeply. He was fuming but didn't know how to vent. He could only wave his hand. "In that case, the Malfoy family doesn't welcome you. Get out. I'll leave on my own once the ship docks, and never come back." Lin Na had already figured out that Riddle must have seen through her lie, and was preparing to corner her, to see how she would squirm in his hands in the end. Hearing Lin Na's words, Abraxas angrily slammed the cabin, "Suit yourself," and left. He hadn't expected her departure to be so sudden. At least she could have given him some time to prepare. Lin Na had originally planned to spend her remaining time with Lucius, and once the ship docked, she would use apparition to leave. Although she wasn't very skilled with the spell, she had no other choice. Who would have thought that Lucius was also a clever one? When she told him that she was going to leave and that he needed to be a good boy, Lucius burst into astonishing wails, which actually triggered a genuine magical outburst. "Lucius, don't cry. You'll grow up healthy." Lin Na had a premonition that she was about to return, because the scene before her was the same as last time. She wanted to engrave Lucius's infancy deeply into her mind, as she might never get to hold such an adorable little one again. Time before her eyes accelerated as if on fast forward. Reaching out, she grasped only a handful of scattered sand drifting in the air. The scene before her blurred. She was lying on a pristine white hospital bed, her hand raised, and above her was the pointed ceiling characteristic of St. Mungo's. You're finally awake. One wouldn't know. They'd think you were the one attacked by Death Eaters." A teasing voice came from the foot of the bed. Lin Na glanced over. Was it Mad Eye Moody? He was back. Lin Na shot up from the bed in excitement, but having been lying down for too long, she had no strength and immediately fell back. Mad Eye instantly dropped his cane and rushed over to catch her. "Are you complaining that you're getting better too quickly, Ms. Lestrange?" "Sorry. I was just too excited to wake up." Lin Na was happy to finally return to normalcy, no longer having to constantly battle wits with those two old foxes. But then she thought of her adorable little one. Oh well, she'd adopt one herself if she had the chance in the future. Tilda. She just hadn't expected Man I to be watching over her. "Thank you for caring so much about Serena." "It's only because of your lunchbox." Mad Eye raised his hand, and his cane and bag simultaneously flew into it. He shook the bag, and the clanging sound inside was his broken lunchbox. "By the way, how long have I been unconscious?" "A week." "Am I supposed to go to Azkaban now? Is it time to torment Sirius and consolidate her cover while she's at it? With that broken body of yours?" Next time, Mad Eye no longer mentioned his lunchbox. He seemed afraid that Lin Na would chase after him, asking him to take her there, as he disappeared out the door, leaning on his cane. Lin Na had already decided that the next time he came, she would prepare a luxurious Chinese meal for him. As for Sirius, she would prepare an extremely spicy meal, to let him experience the joy of a burning backside. The more Lin Na thought about it, the happier she became. She lay back down to continue resting. She was indeed a bit tired, constantly on edge, caring for the child and guarding against the two old foxes. It was good that she was back. Just as Lin Na was about to fall asleep, she was woken up again. The fat lady cried her name as she pounced on her, almost knocking the wind out of her. "I'm fine. You get up first." "Wah wah wah. You're finally awake. I thought you. Wah wah wah." The fat lady, with snot and tears, recounted how during her unconscious days, Mad Eye would daily point his finger and scold them as useless and incompetent, almost tearing St. Mungos apart. What she hadn't expected was that even the current head of the Malfoy family had come several times within a week to exert pressure. The fat lady was no longer crying. She started to gossip, clutching her handkerchief. "Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with that head of the Malfoy family?" "Huh? Which head of the family?" Lin Na was like a startled bird. Now hearing the name Malfoy made her want to sit up and bow. Which head of the family could it be? Lucius Malfoy, of course. The fat lady thought Lin Na was trying to change the subject and playfully pushed her, feigning anger. Ha! Oh right, the current head of the family is Lucius. What a pity for her chubby baby. He already had a child. What about the old head of the family? Abraxas Malfoy? I really don't know about that. I heard he later immigrated to the United States to find a woman named Potter. Everyone thinks he's gone mad. He didn't get syphilis? What syphilis? He doesn't even like women. The fat lady had a look of sudden realization. You're right, maybe he doesn't look for women because he likes men. He doesn't look for women? How could that be? That pervert. Lin Na would never believe it. Was it because of her? Let's not talk about that. Oh right, I have something good for you. In a daze, Lin Na found a large bouquet of fresh flowers in her arms. They didn't look store-bought but rather home-grown, as they still had their pots. Thank you. Any woman would smile at the sight of fresh flowers, but the fat lady's next, more ambiguous words made her choke up. Don't thank me, thank Lupin. Lupin? Lin Na was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected him to still remember her. That's right, Lupin is truly a good boy. It's just, alas, what a pity. It was a pity that the child was a werewolf, which made her unable to suggest setting them up. Everything was up to fate. Oh right, let's not talk about those things. You have many more packages. I've put them in your room, don't worry. Thanks. Lin Na showed a genuine smile. It really was good to have friends. You're truly so beautiful, darling. The more the fat lady looked at Lin Na, the more she liked her. It was a pity she didn't have a son of suitable age, otherwise, she would definitely marry her into the family as a daughter-in-law. She held Lin Na's head, passionately kissed her forehead twice, and exhorted her to rest well before leaving. Chapter 27. Purchase. Lin Na simply rested in bed for a while, and unexpectedly a mess. Mary Jane even brought gifts to visit her several times. Even more strangely, each time she looked at her, her gaze became increasingly loving, perhaps seeing someone else through Lin Na. Did she do something earth-shattering while she was unconscious? Or did a mess, Mary Jane suddenly realize, Serena's excellence? A bewildered Lin Na was forcibly given a week off by her, with instructions to rest well. This left Lin Na feeling a bit at a loss. She really didn't know what to do. Then, I'll go to Azkaban to deliver warmth, especially since, while I was unconscious, my cheap brothers went to great lengths to send me letters and medicine, which touched me deeply. I really don't know how they managed it. But she still needed to do some shopping. A clever witch can't cook without ingredients, so she could only call upon one of the few people she knew in the wizarding world, Lupin. There was no other way. The only person she could think of was the fat lady, but she had to be on duty. Snape was even more impossible, so Lupin was the better choice. And when Lin Na mentioned it to him, Lupin quickly agreed, setting a meeting time for the next day at the Leaky Cauldron. He could take her. Lin Na was very happy and went without thinking, but the fat lady's gaze before she left was somehow strange, and she even sprayed some perfume on her head. Have fun, Tilda, darling Tilda. Huh? I wasn't thinking of a date. Lin Na was truly bewildered. Why, no matter the era, were they all so enthusiastic about setting people up? Lin Na felt a little sad. She remembered the old director insisting on introducing his grandson to her, arranging for his dark-skinned athletic grandson to come to her for checkups every day. Didn't he consider whether a blind date under those circumstances could possibly work out? Now, as agreed, she arrived at the legendary Leaky Cauldron. Lupin was already sitting near the entrance, waiting for her, and rose to greet her the moment he saw her enter. This time, he looked much better, even having specifically shaved and styled his hair. He resembled the good boy from Serena's memories. Good morning, Ms. Lestrange. May I be so bold as to call you Serena? Lupin very gentlemanly guided Lin Na to sit down. 2 drinks were already ordered on the table, and Lin Na felt a little embarrassed. She didn't want him to pay, and she hadn't even planned to check her assets at Gringotts today. Good morning, Remus. Tilda, of course you can call me Serena. Anyway, it's all the same. They're not calling her. That's great. Have you had breakfast yet? Do you need some more? There's not much to eat here, but I can take you to get something later. Lupin handed the tea, enchanted with a warming spell, to Lin Na. He was in a very good mood today, and even the quiet whispers around them couldn't dampen his spirits. I've eaten, but I can eat a little more. Lin Na had indeed eaten a lot, but she was worried Lupin might be hungry and pretending to be fine. He didn't like owing favors. He treated her to tea, she would treat him to a meal, and considering he was also taking her shopping, she'd have to treat him to one of her packed lunchboxes too. That's wonderful. I know a very good little restaurant. Lupin enthusiastically introduced it to her, quietly using a silencing charm to block out the whispers around them. Lin Na knew without thinking what those people were discussing. It was nothing more than star chasers changing their tastes, no longer chasing Sirius Black, but now chasing his good brother, or wanting to team up with Lupin to rescue him from Azkaban. She didn't pay it any mind, she wasn't Serena, so they weren't talking about her. However, during their conversation, they both tacitly avoided mentioning Sirius. Lupin was probably genuinely hurt by Sirius's betrayal, but also felt it wasn't right to badmouth him in front of Serena. Fortunately, Lupin was very talkative. She only needed to listen and give simple replies. It was very comfortable to be with him. He would never make you feel awkward or embarrassed, always keeping the conversation flowing. She just hadn't expected him to take her shopping in Nocturne Alley. Lupin seemed to notice her surprise and thoughtfully explained, "If you want to buy the freshest and most affordable ingredients, trust me, you can't go wrong. Of course we need to make some preparations, Serena Tilda, excuse me." As Lupin spoke, he dusted off his hat, transforming it into a wide-brimmed hat, and carefully placed it on Lin Na's head, then used his handkerchief to create a veil and tied it for her. Thank you. Lin Na now felt she owed him even more. You're welcome. It looks much safer now. A girl needs to be careful outside, but I'm always happy to be your knight. Lupin smiled gently and extended his arm, inviting her to take it. Under his gentle and gentlemanly demeanor, it wasn't awkward or abrupt at all. They were as natural as familiar friends. Of course, Lupin's flushed earlobes still betrayed his nervousness, even though he had been navigating society for years and seen all sorts of darkness. But when he met a girl, he still couldn't help but feel shy. Of course, Lin Na couldn't ask for more. She couldn't find any other tools. Thus, Lin Na, feeling a little apprehensive, entered the legendary Nocturne Alley under Lupin's escort. It was indeed as gloomy as she had imagined. Narrow, confined passages, black magic visible everywhere, and an old witch in a corner with bulging eyes and pustules, her cargo box neatly filled with severed fingers, eyeballs, and the like. Whenever they encountered such a situation, Lupin would pull her to his other side, using his broad shoulders to shield her from those ill-intentioned glances and stares. When necessary, he would even let out a few forceful "get out." Chapter 28. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Lin Na happily picked out a lot of vegetables and some daily necessities. Thankfully, one of the conveniences of being a wizard was the ability to use the shrinking charm, putting everything into her portable trunk. She planned to find a way to get a space bag like Hermione's when she returned, which would be even more convenient. She also took Lupin's advice and bought some seasonings she hadn't tried before. Although they had undergone some compression, they were still packed full. Lupin carried 2 armfuls, barely managing to take her purchases out of Nocturne Alley. Lin Na was exceptionally embarrassed. Once a woman's shopping desire is unleashed, it's astonishing in any era. Lupin, on the other hand, had no complaints and would occasionally stop to wait for her. Just as they were about to completely leave Nocturne Alley, as fate would have it, they ran into Snape. Snape, seeing Lupin, should have ignored the foolish werewolf, as their relationship in the past was far from intimate. But as he turned to leave, thinking his day was unlucky, he saw Lin Na following behind him. How could she be with Remus Lupin? Wasn't she unconscious? Snape's already sour mood from seeing Lupin was compounded by a bit of anger towards her, and he exploded. He thought he woke up so quickly because someone brewed her a potion. Now, barely awake, she's following a werewolf to Nocturne Alley to risk her life? So Snape couldn't control the venomous spray of his words. Ms. Lestrange, I didn't expect you to finally get rid of the title Star Chaser. How delightful. What should I call you now? A desperado? Snape stood with Lin Na and Lupin in a 3-way standoff. Snape, you'd best show some respect to my friend. Lupin, upon seeing Snape, wasn't initially that angry. He even thought of greeting him calmly. Because he still felt a little guilty about bullying him during their school days, and during the Order of the Phoenix period, he did help Dumbledore a great deal. Thought they could be considered colleagues. But when Lupin heard Snape speaking disrespectfully to Serena, His small amount of guilt was completely replaced by rage, and he wished he could grab him by the collar and punch him. However, Lupin's reaction only confirmed Snape's suspicions. Serena had actually fallen so low as to collude with a werewolf, and such a despicable scoundrel, his nightmare from school days? He felt that, as a friend, he should warn her. "Oh, what? Have you already gotten together with your good buddy's fiancée so quickly?" Snape regretted his words the moment they left his mouth. He was so angry he'd lost his head to say something like that, and he quickly looked at Lin Na's expression, only to find her wearing a veil, unable to see any expression, which made him even more flustered. This feeling made him as flustered and regretful as when he called Lily a mud-blood back then. The next second, Lupin truly struck. "It's none of your business, Snape." He punched Snape in the right side of his face. Snape stumbled, barely dodging, but was still hit. Snape looked at Lupin with venomous resentment. He knew he had spoken out of turn, so he didn't retaliate, laughing self-deprecatingly. How could he still be so impulsive after all these years? It was all that woman's doing, of course. Snape looked at Lin Na, waiting for her reaction. He knew she would surely leave like Lily, and would no longer be his friend. They would probably see each other less at St. Mungo's in the future. She might have completely resented him, but it didn't matter. But that fellow said nothing, just walked up to Snape, waved her wand, restored Snape's face to normal, and tugged at the still angrily panting Lupin. "Let's go, Tilda." She walked past Snape very calmly. This, instead, made Snape feel even more guilty. Why wasn't she angry? Why didn't she curse him? This was harder for him to accept than being beaten. How could she forgive him? He had said such serious things to her. At that moment, Snape automatically compared it to Lily's mudblood incident. Why were they so different? Lin Na walked out of Nocturne Alley first. Lupin also picked up the things on the ground and quickly followed her. He was still angry and worried that Lin Na would be so sad she would cry. But when he caught up, he found that she was actually at a street corner, like nothing had happened, gathered with a group of children looking at animals in a shop window. Her pure and clear eyes shone like gems into Lupin's heart. So beautiful. It was good that she didn't take it to heart. She turned and spotted him, smiling and waving him over. Lupin also smiled faintly in response to Lin Na's smile, and didn't bring up the unpleasantness from earlier again. Lin Na, of course, wouldn't take this matter to heart. Clarchaser wasn't her to begin with, and she and Lupin were open and honest with no ambiguity. It was Snape who was so concerned about her that she had to wonder if he liked Serena. Perhaps he did have some kind of friendship with Serena. After all, Snape, for his friends and those he cared about, was sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, impeccably good. Just look at how he treated Dumbledore and you'd know. It's possible that Serena, as a friend, was already within his protection for a long time. Not taking it to heart, of course, meant she wouldn't feel angry. She just regretted that she had made the relationship between Lupin and Snape even worse, which was a bit of a shame. They would eventually be comrades fighting side by side, and this felt a bit unfair to them, but who could control it? She simply decided not to worry needlessly. To show her gratitude, Lin Na had lunch again at a small restaurant Lupin recommended. It had to be said that Lupin was really amazing. Serena, in her mind, had lived in the wizarding world for many years, but had never discovered such a hidden corner restaurant in Diagon Alley. Although the oil on the tables and chairs looked like it had developed a patina, the food was indeed delicious. Steak with berry bread and buttered fries, she truly loved it. It's worth mentioning that Lupin was truly thoughtful. As soon as they entered, he placed his coat on Lin Na's chair to keep it clean, winking, "Better than nothing." Moreover, when Lin Na offered to treat him, he showed no resistance and accepted it very naturally, stating that he would treat her next time. However, after the meal, that fellow still secretly paid the bill in advance, which made Lin Na so angry she didn't want to talk to him. Sorry. Treat me next time, Serena." How could a boy let a girl pay? Although he would need to work even harder to find rare herbs to earn money in the coming days. Lin Na sighed. Why does this debt keep piling up? Chapter 29. Azkaban Revisited. To repay the favor as soon as possible, Lin Na started making pies as soon as she returned to her dorm. She decided to make some long-lasting pies to send to Lupin. She accidentally made too many, which was fine. She would send them to Moody, Sirius, and her cheap brothers. With the preservation charm Serena used for her specimens, these pies could last for a week. Lin Na was very satisfied, and just waited for Moody to come find her. Moody appeared very quickly on the morning of the second day. Lin Na was glad she had made so many pies so fast, otherwise, she wouldn't have had enough time. This was all thanks to the enthusiastic house elves at St. Mungo's. But in fact, Manti wasn't in a hurry to take Serena to Azkaban. He was there to check on her recovery. So when I saw Lin Na, full of vigor, carrying a bundle and ready to go to Azkaban, Moody was so choked up his throat felt like it had a thorn in it, and he couldn't speak for a long time. You're that eager to see your little lover? It sounded sour no matter how she heard it, but Lin Na was too lazy to argue. Something like that. Let's go. She actively linked arms with Moody, making him react like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and he shook off Lin Na's hand. Lestrange, don't you want to use your brain and think? You just were unconscious for a week. You need to. Before Moody could finish Chinese letter, Lin Na took a pie from her bundle and stuffed it into his mouth. I know, here's the food I brought for you. She thought Moody was starving because he hadn't received her goodies. Moody, who seemed crazy to outsiders, finally shut his mouth. Indeed, that woman's cooking was as good as ever. No, it was even more exquisite. These British bumpkins had never eaten Chinese pies, and their taste buds were instantly conquered. After a while he asked, "Are there more?" Of course Lin Na was very pleased that her cooking was appreciated. She continued to stuff 4 or 5 oil, paper-wrapped pies into his chest and patted it. "Don't worry, I know you're good to me, Tilda, I won't shortchange you." These words made Moody hear some ambiguity. Who's good to you? Don't dream. His cheeks were already so hot, they needed ice to cool down. Just like that, Lin Na successfully tricked Moody into coming to Azkaban as usual on his day off. He had intended to follow her, as he had nothing to do on his day off anyway, and if she fell again, he could always bring her back. But Lin Na smiled and said goodbye to him as soon as she arrived. "Thanks, Moody. You go get busy. Remember to pick me up later." This bright and grand smile forced Moody to become busy. Returning here again, Lin Na was much braver. After facing Death Eaters, would she still be afraid of those locked in cages? However, there was still something strange about this place. Why did some people look at her with scrutiny and fear? She was sure she hadn't done anything. She had only been unconscious for a week, plus those few days, making it half a month she hadn't come. Were they missing her that much? But indeed, this frequency was much lower than the past Serena, who used to come 2 to 3 times a week. Now that she hadn't come for 10 or 20 days, their only fun was gone. Lin Na didn't care about those guys and went directly to find her cheap brother's cage. She happened to pass Sirius's cage. Sirius watched her appear in the distance and pass by him as if she hadn't seen him. What? Had she forgotten which cell he was in after half a month of not coming? Sirius widened his eyes, wanting to grunt a few times to attract her attention. He had to admit he was already used to that woman's attentiveness. Eating the food she brought had truly become the only thing he could look forward to now. But what was wrong with her now? Unfortunately, Lin Na was only focused on finding Rodolphus Lestrange, and had forgotten Sirius's exact cell location. So Sirius's emotions fluctuated, making him recall the appearance of that girl from the past. He had almost forgotten what their first meeting was like. Perhaps it was at a pureblood family banquet. She came in behind her brothers. Her brothers, the Lestrange brothers, were famous for being difficult to provoke, but they had always protected her very well. She was probably 10 years old then? He couldn't remember clearly, but he still had some impression of her eyes instantly lighting up when she looked at him. She pushed away the hand that was holding hers and rushed to him to bow. Mr. Black. The girl's shy and fawning face made him exceptionally annoyed. He still remembered his initial impression of her. Another woman clinging to me, because of the Black name. Sirius, of course, had no good impression of her. Even after she entered Slytherin and secretly helped him, he didn't have much of a good impression. It was only after the Dark Lord fell, when everyone thought he was a traitor, that she stood by him, and Sirius finally thought highly of her. She even risked being labeled a Death Eater and rearrested for him, abandoning her privileged life to come to St. Mungo's just to be close to him. Sirius now fully understood her feelings. She had always liked him for who he was, not because his last name was Black. But what good was understanding? He was now a prisoner in Azkaban. He couldn't even be sure of his future. Though he didn't want to change anything between them, not even becoming friends. He owed her too much, and maybe one day she would realize. But when that day truly came, and she stopped coming, Sirius instead became worried. Was she sick? Had something happened? This made him uncontrollably recall her, and the most fatal thing happened. He attracted Dementors. What did this mean? It meant that when he recalled Selina Lestrange, the Dementors considered it a happy memory, only he hadn't realized it. Now she actually treated him like air, passing by him. Sirius's heart was a mix of emotions. This was what he had hoped to see, but why was his heart so troubled? On the other side, Sang finally found Rodolphus Lestrange's cell, but she was met with a cold shoulder. "I've already said, I don't need your visits." Rodolphus sat in the innermost position, facing the wall, leaving Lin-Na only his back of the head in one sentence. Lin-Na had no choice but to put the pies she made for him inside. "Big brother, remember to eat the pies I made for you. I'll come see you next time." "Big brother?" Lin-Na suddenly woke up. Oh right, Selina also had a second brother. The Lestrange family had 2 brothers. She quickly deducted some pies from Sirius's rations to give to her second brother. She had expected to receive a cold shoulder again, but it seemed to be the opposite. Rabastin Lestrange saw her and sat up like someone on their deathbed. "Thanks to Principal for pouring me tea and water, and for the proper rewards for my darling. Love you." Chapter 30. Rabastin Lestrange. "Is that you, Lin-Na? You came to see me." A disheveled, tall, and thin man rushed out, his murky eyes suddenly gleaming. His features were very similar to Rodolphus's, just a bit softer, and the way he looked at Lin-Na could only be described as infatuated. "Second brother? Are you all right?" Lin-Na was startled, but out of respect, she didn't move away from the bars. The next second, the emaciated man cupped her face. "You've gotten thinner, Lin-Na. Did those guys at St. Mungos bully you?" With his bony hands and sharp voice, Lin-Na for a moment thought he had gone mad. Just as she was about to remove his cold hands from her face, he seemed to realize his impropriety and quickly pulled his dirty hands behind his back. "Sorry, little Lin-Na. Tilda, did I scare you? Did you come to your brother because you were wronged? Quickly tell your brother, and he'll help you figure something out." His lowered tone rose again, due to his possible associations. He couldn't tolerate anyone bullying Selina, his most precious sister, the person he loved most. All these strange actions made Lin-Na feel somewhat overwhelmed by favor, and she desperately tried to recall Selina's memories. Rabastin Lestrange was 5 years older than Selina Lestrange. In Selina's memories, Rabastin was an exceptionally good brother. But from Lin-Na's perspective, the interaction between this brother and sister was clearly a man's love for a woman. However, on closer inspection, there shouldn't have been any blood relation between them. Although Selina was adopted from a collateral branch, there was no such memory in Selina's mind. She was already 5 when she arrived, yet their family had always doted on her even more than on their 2 brothers. When she was little and cried, her 2 brothers took turns coaxing her. During Death Eater gatherings, she could play freely under the table. When she was hungry, Abraxas personally fed her. Even Riddle, in Selina's vague memories, often held her on his lap and soothed her. What did that mean? Was Selina's true identity actually Riddle's illegitimate daughter? No way. Although Selina's identity was questionable, Rodolphus Lestrange's feelings for her were undeniable. How could she be so grown up and still get a good night kiss every day? A kiss on the lips. And he would always personally help Selina wash her clothes? Every time he finished, he would lose a few items. When Selina wasn't in school, he would take leave to come home and see her. When she was in school, he would go to her grade to find her. He only reined it in when she grew up and said she hated him always following her. At that time, the family also wanted to use arranged marriages to connect the pure blood families. Rabastin Lestrange finally gave up completely, but now the way he looked at her made Lin-Na feel like she was being watched by a hawk. He wondered if she would successfully inherit the legacy with this guy's help. The chances seemed very high. No one bullied me. Lin-Na still couldn't help but step back a few paces, which made Rabastin even more furious. "Are you again here for that Black family traitor? Huh?" His wide-eyed glare was truly terrifying. "No, I'm here to bring you a pie." Lin-Na quickly pulled out the pie she had packed for him. "This is a pie Lin-Na made for me herself." Rabastin was instantly appeased, taking it with both hands full of joy. After one bite, he couldn't bear to eat more. Just as he was about to praise the girl, he realized she had already left. He watched her retreating figure with a sense of loss, comforting himself that her leaving was right. She shouldn't be here. Lin-Na had run off scared. She worried she might expose herself. That guy knew Selina so well. If there was anything different about her compared to Selina, he might expose her. Of course, Lin-Na didn't know that even if he did find her strange, he would just think Serena had grown up and wouldn't suspect her at all. Calming down, Lin Na turned back to look for Sirius, intending to make her presence known and then leave, but she couldn't find him. She hadn't realized she had already passed Sirius's cell. Well, all she could say was that he was unlucky. Turning around, she ran into that noble young master again. What a coincidence to keep encountering him. He was still neatly dressed, playing wizard's chess by himself. She really wanted to ask him how high-ranking his family was to allow him to live so comfortably in Azkaban. Before Lin Na could get close, the boy inside sniffed out Lin Na's scent like a police dog. "You're here? Senior sister." "What senior sister?" Lin Na thought her question was a bit silly. Besides Hogwarts, where else could it be? "Hogwarts," the man said as if it were obvious. It seemed he was already well acquainted with Serena. "Right, senior sister Tilda." Yes, of course. Lin Na carefully pondered in her mind about such a junior. With his looks, she should definitely have an impression. Could he really be her pen pal? "The meal senior sister made for me last time was truly delicious. I'm really looking forward to it this time too." Tilda the man greedily sniffed Lin Na's scent, wanting to get as close to her as possible. "Here!" Lin Na simply gave him the pie. "Sorry Sirius, I can't give it to you now, Tilda, it might be a bit spicy though." "It's alright, I love spicy food." Tilda, he loved anything his senior sister made. Lin Na watched him elegantly yet rakishly bite into the pie, then his eyes reddened. He was enduring the spice so bravely. The single tear that subsequently fell made him appear even more fragile. "Sorry, is it too spicy?" Lin Na had mixed a third of a spicy pie into it, and hadn't expected him to fall for it so quickly. "No, it's really delicious." He seemed to love her even more. The boy's gaze grew increasingly affectionate, making Lin Na feel somewhat at a loss. She guiltily took out a handkerchief and offered it to him to wipe his tears. The man again looked overwhelmed by favor. "For me, thank you." The man took the handkerchief from her hand, but his cold fingertips still uncontrollably brushed across the back of her hand. At this moment, he noticed the dust on Lin Na's face. Who bullied you? Was it that Black?" He gripped the bars with both hands, veins bulging on his forearms, his face pressed tightly between the bars. This scene was too familiar. Rabastin had been the same just now. Was this place a breeding ground for lunatics? The man roared like a mad dog, but gently wiped Lin Na's face with her handkerchief. Lin Na wiped her face with the back of her hand. "Oh, it was my second brother. He was just too excited to see me." The man, who had been like a mad dog just moments ago, calmed down, a handsome smile returning to his lips. So it was brother. This made Lin Na increasingly feel that Azkaban was full of lunatics. Fortunately, Moody, who had been busy for a while, really couldn't keep going, so he circled back and took Lin Na away. Lin Na finally breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as she reached her dormitory, that mad guy sat down and wouldn't leave. Chapter 31, Cooking. More precisely, he didn't leave. Instead, he took off his prosthetic leg, massaged his stump while resting, and forced himself to ask her what she wanted for lunch. It seemed he planned to stay for lunch again. "Aren't you supposed to be at work?" "I'm a person too, Miss Lestrange." If Mad Eye's other colleagues had heard him say that, they would have been shocked that Moody, a notorious workaholic who never knew what rest was, would utter such words. All right, Tilda. Lin Na finally understood. She couldn't get rid of him. So, she turned and quickly made some home-cooked dishes in the kitchen. As expected, Chinese food was the best, especially since Mad Eye nearly licked the plates clean. Lin Na felt a pang of pity. Serena never paid attention to his appetite. Judging by today's performance, he probably never ate enough. "It's okay, I'll make you some more." She secretly decided to prepare more food for him in the future. "It's okay, I'm full," Moody said, then fell silent. He seemed to have accidentally eaten too much, but it was really delicious. She wouldn't laugh at him, would she? He secretly used his magical eye to glance at the woman's face. Thankfully, she wasn't mocking him. She wouldn't dare, but the atmosphere grew even more solidified. Moody raised his hand and cleaned the plates with a spell, then began to reassemble his leg, wanting to chat. "What happened to your leg?" "Great, she's talking to me." It was because of a few Death Eater brats. What were their names? Moody regretted it as soon as he spoke. Her family besides her were all Death Eaters. Fortunately, the woman didn't react, but Moody truly couldn't continue. He got up and left. I'll come again next time." Lin Na watched his strange, fleeing back and fell into thought. What was wrong with him now? Soon, Lin Na's week-long holiday passed and she returned to her busy schedule. Madame Mary Jane became increasingly attentive to her, sometimes even inviting her to her home for dinner. It was because of this that she finally understood why Madame Mary Jane had changed so dramatically. It turned out that she resembled someone Mary Jane had once admired greatly. It was a woman named Potter. She had invented many new healing magic for the wizarding world. She had helped Madame Mary Jane during her most vulnerable moments, so for all these years, she had strived to be like Lin-Na Potter. Lin-Na Potter? Lin-Na instantly understood. She had traveled back in time due to a surge of magic. The crying little girl she met at St. Mungo's had grown up to become the current Iron Face. But those spells, she invented and improved them? How did she not know? Would she travel back in time again in the future? As soon as she thought of this, Lin-Na rushed back to her dorm and memorized all those spells. The next time she met a younger Madame Mary Jane, she couldn't show any weakness. She had to remember all those magic. She never expected that the big shot was herself. Time passed quickly. After all this commotion, it was the eve of the full moon again. This time, the fat lady had already greeted Lin-Na early and asked her to check on Lupin at his home the day after the full moon. She had duty that day and couldn't leave, and she guessed that Lupin probably wouldn't be embarrassed to ask for help this month. That guy was also stubborn. If he was too uncomfortable, what would happen if he came to see her every month? He insisted on controlling the frequency, worried about bothering her. Lin-Na wanted to refuse because she felt that the fat lady was trying to set them up, but Lupin had an official partner, didn't he? Although he was indeed nice, what about Tonks? However, when Lin-Na considered that a large part of his financial struggles this month might be due to her, as he had treated her to a meal, she couldn't sit still. She directly followed the fat lady's instructions to Lupin's current residence at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was a remote, uninhabited area. A lonely small wooden cabin, quite old, stood at the edge, like a place where a forest ranger or hunter occasionally stayed. The lights inside were off at the moment. She could even hear wolves howling in the deep distant forest. Was that the legendary werewolf tribe? Indeed, Lupin's identity was not accepted by everyone, and being alone, he had no place to stay. He had no choice but to live in an uninhabited area where he wouldn't be discovered. He was closer to the werewolf territory, although not accepted by the orthodox werewolf tribes. At least he wasn't disturbed by rogue werewolves or other creatures. Of course, cooking for himself was no problem. He lay in bed, asleep. This time he was much better. He wasn't a woman lying there weakly for a day. He also had the pies Lin-Na gave him, which gave him some energy when he was so weak. But he never thought that one day Serena would visit his cabin. Bang! The door was pushed open, and a wizard holding a lumos entered the cabin. "Who's there?" Lupin, startled, struggled to reach for his wand on the bedside table but still weakly tumbled off the bed. "Ah, what's wrong with you, Remus?" "It's me, Serena." Lupin hadn't bothered to light a fire, so the room was pitch black. She could only see a dark, human-shaped cocoon on the floor. Lupin had wrapped himself in a blanket. "Serena? I'm sorry. I scared you. Let me start a fire." Lupin's heart was a mix of ice and snow. Had something happened to her that she came to him? But his current body might not be able to help her with anything, or was she just visiting him? Lupin tried to get up and light the fire, but he overestimated his abilities. Seeing this, Lin-Na had no choice but to do it herself. She found the fireplace and lit the fire. Although the wood was pitifully scarce, it still raised the temperature in the room considerably. "Don't move, I'll do it." Lin-Na then stepped forward and used a levitation charm to get Lupin onto the bed. She touched him. The bedding beneath Lupin was cold and icy. She wondered how he had endured so many nights. "Don't move. I'll go make you some soup to warm your stomach." Lin-Na put down what she was holding and pushed the guy, who was trying to get up again, back onto the bed. This time it was very easy. Lin-Na touched Lupin's body. Great, he was starting to generate his own heat. "Your body is so hot, why is the bed still so cold?" Lin-Na knew it was because of her, but she mischievously cupped Lupin's face, watching his scruffy face rapidly warm and change color in her hands. Cough, cough. "I'm fine, you can let go." Before he could finish, Lin-Na released his head, letting him fall back. She actually saw a complete set of woodworking tools, neatly arranged on a table, taking up more space than his potion cauldron. Was he still making a living with his craftsmanship? Chapter 32. Goodbye. Lin-Na found some suitable cooking tools among the pile of implements, disinfected them over the fire, and began to chop the vegetables she had brought. A meaty stew would be perfect for his condition right now, and with Lin-Na's efforts, the small, previously crying and desolate wooden house soon filled with a fragrant aroma. Lupin gazed at the woman's figure, a warmth of home lingering in his heart. How long had it been since he had eaten a meal prepared by someone else's hands? Lupin's throat and chest felt itchy, as if a kitten was scratching there. He cleared his throat, but still managed only a choked thank you. Lin-Na turned around. If you want to thank someone, thank the fat lady. She asked me to look after you. Tilda Lin-Na didn't want to give him hope, so she poured cold water on him. But Lupin was only infatuated with the warmth of the moment and wouldn't be hurt. Then I must also thank you, Serena. I can manage the rest myself. You should go back quickly. It's dangerous late at night. Lupin guessed that the fat lady wanted to set him and Lin-Na up. But it was too ridiculous. How could he be worthy of a young lady from the Lestrange family? Lupin, wrapped in his blanket, tried to sit up again, wanting to prove he was capable, but Lin-Na felt embarrassed at the sight. Did he think she was disgusted with him? So Lin-Na went to pull his blanket, and Lupin became uncomfortable, struggling with her over the blanket. It's fine, I can get up slowly myself. You'll get it on the blanket. Now that it's warm, I'll help you clean it. Ah, no need. Then, with a ripping sound, Lin-Na actually tore his blanket. This old, dilapidated blanket was too fragile to withstand pulling, and most importantly, Lupin wasn't wearing any clothes, and now the blanket had slipped down to his lower abdomen. Alright, his clothes must have been shredded after his transformation yesterday, and he hadn't bothered to put on clothes today while at home. No wonder he had been wrapped in the blanket like a caterpillar earlier. With his broad chest exposed, and some cute curly chest hair, Lupin awkwardly covered himself with the piece of cloth in his hand. It's fine. He even tried to comfort Lin-Na. Sorry, Lin-Na, equally embarrassed, used a spell to restore the blanket to its original state. This awkwardness was finally broken when Lin-Na brought out the finished soup. Come, drink it while it's hot. Tilda Lupin, seeing this, insisted on being strong. I'll drink it myself, just drink it. But when Lin-Na brought the bowl to him, his hand trembled as he held the spoon. Both of them, with all four eyes, stared at Lupin's trembling hand, making him even more nervous. The more he tried to do well, the more his hand trembled. Eventually, most of it spilled onto his chest, making it even more awkward. Sorry, Lupin was very dejected. How could he not even do this simple thing well? Alright, open your mouth. Lin-Na simply went all the way, taking the spoon and feeding him directly. Lupin's body temperature was even higher now, and he dared not look at Lin-Na, who was feeding him soup, only opening and closing his mouth repeatedly. Finally, Lupin finished the entire pot of soup at an unprecedented speed. He dared not make a sound, and Lin-Na thought he was too hungry. Both of them, with perfect understanding, were too embarrassed to speak, and as a result, Lupin almost choked to death that night. Lin-Na then fed him the medicine she had brought and quickly found an excuse to leave. This time, her apparition was smoother than ever, and she could now basically teleport to her desired destination. This time she was teleported to the infirmary. Why was it still so lively in the infirmary so late? Looking closely, it was a sea of red hair. Good heavens, was it the divine members of the Weasley family again? Lin-Na instantly wanted to turn and leave. After all, it wasn't her shift today. There was always someone with good eyesight. Serena, you've come at just the right time. Help me hold this child. That was a female healer from another department who had spoken up for her last time, so Lin-Na reluctantly turned around. This favor was still outstanding, alas. Please, please, save my Bill, please. Mrs. Molly was crying a river of tears, occasionally glaring reproachfully at Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley guiltily rubbed the back of his head, blaming himself for carelessly leaving around dark arts alchemy items that hadn't been confiscated. Bill had seen them, and he had always been particularly interested in the curses of such things. Now he had been plagued by a curse and unconscious for 3 days. A curse? What did he touch that he shouldn't have? Yes, I brought it here. Mrs. Molly pulled out a black, gold dagger wrapped in cloth from her embrace with some intricate patterns on it. It made Lin-Na's eyes light up. Serena had seen this dagger in her mind before. The most urgent task now is to find someone who can break the curse. I'll go to the Ministry of Magic to find someone to look at it. I'll write to Headmaster Dumbledore. He must have a way. Mrs. Molly and Mr. Weasley both thought of solutions. This was their first child, and the effort they put in was extraordinary. So Mrs. Molly handed 2-year-old Ginny to 10-year-old Charlie and entrusted the other little rascals to them. What? This isn't a kindergarten. Lina wondered if she should consult the dean, but the couple was already gone. Good heavens, she had to look after a bunch of little rascals now. Why specifically during the winter break? She took Ginny. She was indeed a cute baby, with sparse red hair that reminded her of Lucius. She wondered if he was bald yet. She had often helped him comb his hair to stimulate his scalp. She asked a house elf to bring some food and arranged for them to sleep on the empty hospital beds. Fortunately, 10-year-old Charlie was already very good at managing and looking after his younger siblings, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to handle it alone, as the healer on duty had already left. However, changing 2-year-old Ginny's diaper gave her a headache. Before, house elves and maids had always helped Lucius change his, and she didn't even have to get involved, even specifically avoiding it. She wished she had learned more. The twins insisted on coming over to make their presence known. Did you succeed in meeting your idol? Idiot Fred, Sirius is in Azkaban, how could it be possible to succeed? Oh right, Tilda, if she succeeded, she'd be in there too. Are you too full again? Even Charlie, who usually had a good temper, was about to get angry, grabbing each of them by the collar and dragging them back to bed. I'm very sorry, my brothers are. The rather shy Charlie didn't know how to apologize, nervously hooking his fingers. Let me do it. She took Ginny and comforted her, finally feeling a little more at ease. May I please leave a light on? The precocious boy next to them must have been Percy. He was holding a thick book, presumably wanting to continue reading. Lina hadn't expected him to be so well behaved, quite different from how he was described in books. Of course, but not too late. Thank you, Ms. Lestrange. Percy gave a very formal bow, which at his age didn't seem greasy, but rather a bit cute. And Ron? He was already asleep in bed, a glistening liquid drooling from the corner of his mouth. His face was flushed with heat. Lina watched all the children get into bed, asked the healer on duty to check on them during rounds, and then returned to her own dormitory, ending this long day. Chapter 33. Newcomer. Lina was extremely tired, and she dreamt again of Serena's past student days. She didn't know if Serena wanted her to see it, or if it was just a simple dream. She dreamt again of Serena being all alone at Hogwarts, eating by herself, going to the library by herself, and silently chasing after Sirius and his companions by herself. At this time, she should have reached the age of first love. Her second brother, Rabastin Lestrange, had already graduated, and there was no one to share her thoughts with. But on this day, when she was once again rejected by Sirius as a dance partner, she received a letter from a stranger. At that time, she was hiding in a corner of the library, crying. There, she had to make sure her crying wasn't too loud, or she would definitely be discovered by the librarian and kicked out. So she had to force herself to cry silently, without being found out. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing than being publicly rejected by Sirius. Serena had written a letter to Sirius, but he received it at breakfast, at the dining table. After he read the letter with a frown, he told James, and the others next to him, "Wait for me, I have something to deal with." He walked straight to Slytherin. He only had to cross one aisle to reach Serena. He publicly threw the letter on her head, saying, "I'll say it again, no matter how many years pass, I will never dance with you. Stop writing to me." He then left a hurt and fragile Serena alone at the dining table. Sharp laughter erupted all around. There was nothing to be done. Rabastin Lestrange, that mad dog, had graduated, and no one would stand up for her. Serena then ran to the library. While Serena was crying sadly in the library, an owl flew in through the window. Serena didn't want to pay attention, but the owl started hooting, which wouldn't do as it would alert the librarian. It was then that she discovered the letter comforting her. Although Lina couldn't clearly see what was written in the letter, it was obvious that its content amused Serena, and she picked up a pen to write a reply to the sender. This was how Serena gained this pen pal. And inspired by this mysterious Mr. R, she found Severus Snape, who was also ostracized like herself, and invited him to be her dance partner. "Which of your eyes tells you that I would dance with you?" Snape was already quite familiar with Serena at that time, because if he wasn't in class with Gryffindor, Snape's seatmate would always be Serena, as no one wanted to be grouped with him, and similarly, Serena also happened to be sitting alone. Snape's attitude towards Serena had always been lukewarm, but thankfully, he never mocked her crush on Sirius, even though they were always sworn enemies. "Do you already have a dance partner?" Serena obviously didn't expect someone wouldn't know how to ballroom dance. No, Snape thought of Lily. She had also asked him, but he didn't know how to dance and didn't want to embarrass himself at the ball in a second-hand school uniform, so he had refused her. Then, be my dance partner. I'll teach you to dance and help you prepare your formal wear. Serena knew Snape wouldn't accept her money, but this wasn't giving money. I'll think about it. No problem. In the end, Snape still accepted Serena's invitation. He really wanted to dance one dance with Lily at the ball, and now he could achieve that, but he only promised Serena that he would dance one dance with her. Serena agreed to him. Originally, Serena's goal was just to annoy Sirius, and she really succeeded. When Sirius discovered her dancing one dance with his archenemy, the Marauders angrily came over to mock them, especially James, who stood up for Lily. Didn't you say you weren't going to the ball, and you refused Lily? Sirius even verbally humiliated Serena. I didn't expect you to be so desperate, not even letting off a greasy git. Then do you want to dance with me? Serena didn't give up her last hope, holding back tears as she asked Sirius. How could I? You forgot what I said that day. I know. Serena pulled Snape away. She knew this plan wouldn't succeed, but she was still very grateful to Snape and that mysterious pen pal for their planning. She watched Snape and Lily dance gracefully under the lights. He was smiling happily. Serena sat alone in a corner of the ball, a little envious of Snape, but her teaching was very successful. He danced very elegantly. Lupin walked over at this moment, wanting to ask her if she wanted to dance, but Serena saw him walking in her direction and got up and left. He didn't want to talk to the Marauders anymore at the moment. Snape, who had finished dancing with Lily, also noticed this. Feeling a little guilty, he wanted to find Serena and offer her another dance. After all, he was her dance partner, and thanks to her, he got to dance with Lily, who even praised his dancing. He owed it all to her. Unfortunately, Serena didn't know any of this. She returned to her dormitory dejectedly, cried, went to bed, and wrote a letter to her pen pal. She also didn't see a figure who had been watching her from a corner, hastily running back to his dormitory after receiving her letter. Lin Na, from that angle, could only see that the boy had a head of beautiful black hair, a full back of the head, and an upright posture. Even running so quickly, he didn't appear hunched. This must be a child from a pure blood family. Could it be the one in Azkaban? In her dream, Lin Na thought about getting that guy's notes to look at. No, she had that guy's notes. Lin Na sat up abruptly and pulled out the notes from the drawer that had been returned with the lunchbox last time, along with Serena's treasured letters. They were different, very different. Their handwriting was both elegant, clearly the cursive script of noble families, but the one from Azkaban was distinctly wilder, while the other was more delicate and reserved. So, who exactly was he? Lost in thought, Lin Na's door was knocked on again. That's right, the children. She still needed to go see how the little radishes of the Weasley family were doing. It turned out it wasn't a reminder to go see the children, but rather Madame Mary Jane brought a tall man to introduce to her. Are you awake, my child? This is Lester White, the new intern healer. You'll be in charge of him starting today. Madame Mary Jane proudly turned sideways, revealing the tall young man with delicate features and gold-rimmed glasses. He shyly extended his hand. Hello, Miss Lestrange, just call me Les. Please. Please guide me. The young man carefully took Lin Na's right hand and shook it. It was a gentle grip, as if he was afraid of startling her, and then he carefully let go. Hello, just call me Serena. Lin Na was currently quite annoyed by her disheveled appearance. But the young man seemed very happy to see her. Even as he left, he kept looking back. Lin Na had a terrible headache. She had one more child to look after. Guess who Lester White is? It's very easy to guess. White is just white. Chapter 34. Lethwaite. Lin Na had initially thought the new male healer would be a fresh-faced graduate. At least he looked like one, but he seemed surprisingly reliable. Early in the morning, she didn't have time to worry about Lester White. She needed to go see the children. She was very worried about those future fighters. If anything happened to them, who would stand against Lord Voldemort? However, when she arrived, she found the place empty except for Bill, who was still unconscious. The healer on duty told her that the Weasley children had been taken to the dining hall by the newcomer for a meal. He can handle children? Lin Na was genuinely skeptical, but she was a little shocked when she saw the harmonious scene in the dining hall. The boy man was very gently wiping Ron's mouth, holding Ginny's bowl in his hand, clearly feeding her, while also keeping an eye on Fred and George, telling them to sit down and eat. He would also occasionally turn around to answer Percy's endless questions. The most important thing was that he did it all with great ease and elegance, handling each task in an orderly fashion, without any impatience or harsh words. He controlled the entire scene, and when Charlie returned from the restroom, the whole picture became even more harmonious. Charlie took over the job of looking after Ron, and then Les pulled Ginny's baby high chair to sit between Fred and George, using his wand to perform some magic tricks related to food, such as turning cherry tomatoes and cucumbers into a car, and sausages and cheese slices into butterflies, which delighted them and made them happily eat everything. How did you? Lin-Na finally couldn't help but interrupt their pleasant moment. Hello, Senior. I'm sorry. Mrs. Mary Jane asked me to wait for you there, but I saw they were all hungry, so I took the liberty of bringing them here. The man smiled shyly, a little embarrassed to meet Lin-Na's eyes. It was then that Lin-Na finally saw his face, a very young life, full of vitality, with a pair of large, round eyes that seemed to speak, and 2 cute dimples on his perpetually smiling face. His black hair reminded her of someone Sirius Black. They did bear some resemblance, but how could that be? You did very well. I'll give you a tour of St. Mungo's in a bit. Lin-Na also ordered some food and sat down, directly opposite him. Les stood up again, looking flattered. Of course, no rush. You eat first. I'll get your knife and fork. Oh, Les, Lin-Na suddenly called out to him, hesitating for a moment before asking him, have we met before? At Hogwarts? No, of course not. I never had the courage to let you see me, Les said with a wry smile. Then why do you call me Senior? Why does everyone call me Senior? That guy at Hogwarts did too. Why does she just have a senior face? It's just here your seniority is higher than mine, so I call you Senior. We should be in the same year, though. Les became more and more flustered as he spoke, feeling like he might have said something wrong. He didn't expose his identity, so he simply fell silent. I see. Lin-Na finally understood. This guy must have known her when he was at Hogwarts, otherwise he wouldn't have known they were in the same year, but then again, who didn't know the famous Serena Stargazer? Lin-Na also wanted to end this topic perfect. Just as they finished eating, Mrs. Molly returned, looking haggard. She gratefully took all the children away. Lin-Na wanted to ask if she needed help sending her and the children off, but Les had already proactively picked up Ron and Ginny, offering to take them back to the burrow. Then I'll just have to trouble you, Senior, to show me around when I get back. Okay, of course. Lin-Na became busy again, but while she was busy, Mrs. Mary Jane called her over again. She thought Professor Snape had arrived again. I know Professor Snape, right? Still in the usual spot? I'm going now. No, you silly child. Mrs. Mary Jane grabbed her wrist, held her hand, and patted it like a kind elder from her own family, speaking earnestly and chatting about everyday things with her. Did you see that handsome new young man? Lester White. Yes, I saw him. He should be an alumnus from my year. Lin-Na didn't understand the winking and smiling meaning of Mrs. Mary Jane. That's great. I knew you young people would have things to talk about. Look, that young man is nice, isn't he? He's also very capable, and he completes the tasks assigned to him well. Mrs. Mary Jane became more and more excited as she spoke, wishing she were 20 years younger. I just saw it all. A man who can handle children is a good man. He even proactively asked me about you. After all these hints, Mrs. Mary Jane finally spoke her mind. Look, isn't any random young man better than that one from the Black family? Huh? So that's what she was getting at. She was rushing her into marriage. Seeing Lin-Na's lack of reaction, she asked again, and he's certainly better than that Remus Lupin introduced by that someone, isn't he? It's true that child is steady and hardworking, but there are some things I must say, even if I have to be the bad guy. Mrs. Mary Jane looked as if she had made up her mind. That child has a hidden illness, don't be fooled. Saying it out loud finally brought her some relief. She absolutely could not let her idol's child go down the wrong path and marry a werewolf. Lin-Na instantly understood that the hidden illness Mrs. Mary Jane was referring to as being a werewolf. This way of speaking was too funny. If it were a truly hidden illness, she was an expert. So she laughed out loud at a very inappropriate moment. You already know? Mrs. Mary Jane's eyes widened. unable to believe her ears, a little too fragile. No, no, I don't know anything. That's good, listen to me and get along well with White. Mrs. Mary Jane was satisfied, finally able to continue her work with peace of mind, very much looking forward to their happy ending. Kang also found it strange how Mrs. Mary Jane was so concerned about her. Did she recognize her? She had no idea she was being mistaken for her granddaughter. Give White a chance. She always felt he was strange, definitely hiding something, and choosing him might actually be worse than choosing a werewolf. Thinking of Lupin's pained expression, she couldn't help him every time, could she? So Lin Na decided to help Professor Snape improve the Wolfsbane potion ahead of time, and also help Lupin earn some money. With that thought, she needed to discuss it with her brother. Subconsciously, they would always find a way. Mrs. Mary Jane, the man I recommended to my benefactor's granddaughter is still the best. Chapter 35. Send Flowers. It was already afternoon when White returned. At noon, Mrs. Molly had very enthusiastically invited him to stay for lunch. He tried to decline for a long time but didn't succeed. To be honest, he felt very guilty being with them, because he was none other than the missing Death Eater Regulus Black. He should have guarded the secret with his life after obtaining the Horcrux from Creature, but just as he was on the verge of death, a scroll rolled out from his embrace. It was his most precious possession, always carried with him. The scroll contained a personal letter from Regulus's pen pal Serena, which he treasured. Upon seeing that scroll, Regulus remembered Serena's resilient demeanor. He endured it through sheer willpower. He couldn't die yet. That's right, he hadn't yet revealed his identity to Serena, nor had he truly gotten to know her. The immense will to live that ignited deep within him made him desperately claw at his throat, forcing himself to vomit all the corpse water he had just drunk. He then fell into a long coma, drifting with the waves out to sea, where he was rescued by a passing fishing boat. Then, he lived, but he also lost his identity, abandoning the name of Regulus Black. Later, after Lord Voldemort's downfall, he returned. He felt as if he could finally appear by Serena's side. Regulus had noticed Serena when he was just a child. She was his age, but whenever she appeared, she was always accompanied by the two terrifying Lestrange brothers. He could only watch her from afar. There were few pure-blood children, and even fewer of the same age. He really wanted to be friends with Serena. Unfortunately, his mother had, since that time, intended for Serena to be his brother's future marriage prospect. Moreover, in the days that followed, Serena indeed only had Sirius in her eyes. Although his brother disliked her greatly, they still became engaged, and Regulus lost his chance to be friends with her once more. He was the one who silently accompanied her the most, yet she never knew of his existence. Finally, one day, he couldn't bear it any longer. He wrote to her as a mysterious pen pal, comforting and guiding her. This finally opened a connection between the two of them. Silently waiting for Serena to write back was probably his happiest time. Although he couldn't be her dance partner, he could always watch her from afar, encourage her, and be her only friend. This made him very content, until he became a Death Eater, and their correspondence became much less frequent. Although someone would occasionally check their letters, no one dared to gossip, because of their identities. Who would worry about two children from Death Eater families saying anything rebellious? But he still didn't want anyone to discover his prying interest in his brother's fiancée, so their correspondence dwindled. Until he discovered the Dark Lord's secret, and he prepared to die, writing Serena one last letter. Yet he still hesitated, because he couldn't bear to die, couldn't bear to leave her. In the moments leading up to his death, the images that flashed through his mind were not of his strict parents, nor his admired brother, but of her, beautiful her. Only her, Selina Lestrange. Her focused look while studying in the library, her confident answers in Professor Horn's class, her heroic posture during the broomstick exam, and her delicate vulnerability when hurt by Sirius. Every scene was vivid, every scene was like a painting. But he wasn't in any of those scenes, and he was unwilling. He wanted to live to see her. So he returned, and even if it was just to stay by her side as a stranger, he felt happy. At this moment, he held a bouquet of sunflowers he had bought on the way. She should accept it as a gift of apology. He also carried a pie handmade by Mrs. Molly. They could have afternoon tea together later. But when Regulus hurried back, he found a man already waiting at the door. Who was it? He also held a bouquet of flowers, but they were clearly wild flowers he had picked himself from a field, looking very fresh and bright. And behind him, he was hiding 2 wild rabbits. Was he that Remus Lupin? The one from the Marauders? He didn't seem to be doing well. At this moment, Regulus felt awkward about approaching. Would taking out the flowers he bought from a florist make him feel embarrassed? And was the meaning of his flowers to pursue Serena? Did he also like Serena? Regulus stood frozen, momentarily rooted to the spot. Lupin at this moment also saw him holding the flowers. Lupin had come to express his gratitude, specifically bringing the fattest rabbit he had caught in his trap, and also picking a bunch of the freshest flowers in the morning, hoping she would like them. But when he arrived, he saw Serena was too busy, constantly tending to patients. He didn't have an opportunity to interrupt her, nor did he feel comfortable giving her a gift in front of so many patients. Seeing Regulus in plain clothes, Lupin now thought he was a visitor, and awkwardly made way at the door, smiling apologetically. Regulus knew he had misunderstood. He was now in a dilemma, a stage where embarrassment and guilt coexisted. What was his relationship with Serena? Were they already in that kind of relationship? If so, would him giving her flowers disturb her? Would she feel bothered? But if that were truly the case, wasn't this guy Sirius Black's brother? Didn't he consider Serena's reputation? At that instant, Regulus's thoughts swirled, but he couldn't block the doorway. So, are these things for Serena? I can help you give them to her, she's a bit busy right now. It must be said that as the second child in a family, he had always been better at reading people than his brother. You are? Lupin was a bit surprised and a bit embarrassed. Was he guessed so easily? There was no problem with letting him help, but he was a little concerned about his relationship with Serena, especially since he was holding a beautiful bouquet of sunflowers. I'm a new healer and Serena is my senior. Regulus acted very gentle and approachable. These things. Although Lupin disliked this side of himself, he genuinely cared. These? They were all entrusted to me by patients' families to give to Serena. Of course, not all of them were, but it wasn't a complete lie either. I see, Serena is indeed excellent. Lupin believed him, finally showing a brilliant smile. Then I'll leave it to you, Tilda. Regulus realized this guy was more handsome than he had imagined. Darlings, do you want the female lead to come out and receive the gifts, or should Regulus hand them over? Should we give our poor Professor Lupin a chance to shine? Chapter 36. Remove the Curse. The suffocating feeling in Lupin's chest instantly dissipated a lot. He was genuinely happy for Serena. Someone had already recognized her work. She was indeed very good. She deserved it. Regulus saw his relaxed brows and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, Gryffindor students were easy to fool. That's right, leave it to me. Just as he was about to receive the bouquet, Lin-Na happened to walk out. Lin-Na had been busy for an hour. If she hadn't been in a hurry to use the restroom, she wouldn't have been able to leave the emergency ward. But as soon as she stepped out, she saw 2 door gods standing guard on either side of the entrance, and they called her name with great surprise. Serena! Serena! The 2 spoke at the same time and in unison, then exchanged an awkward glance, both seemingly regretting their over-excitement. It's you too, Tilda. Lin-Na felt like killing someone at this moment. She was about to burst. Is something wrong? You first. You first. She wondered if they were cursed today. Why were the 2 of them so in sync? They exchanged even more awkward glances. Lin-Na couldn't bear to watch their idle drama anymore and pushed them aside, rushing towards the restroom. Unconsciously, they both chased after her. What's wrong? What happened? Now, the rumor of 2 handsome men chasing a fangirl spread like wildfire. Lin-Na used many ways to explain that their chasing was literally running after her, not pursuing her romantically. But no one believed her, because according to informants, they were chasing her with flowers. Everyone saw it, and they cornered her all the way to the girls' lavatory. However, Lin-Na at present didn't know that future rumors were more terrifying than tigers. She finally emerged refreshed, and as she opened the door, 2 bouquets of flowers were extended towards her, one of which immediately tried to retract. Lin-Na had no choice but to accept both. Thank you, I like them very much, Tilda. Anything else? She was very busy, but when she saw the sunflowers, she couldn't help but glance at Les. How did he know her favorite flower was sunflowers? But she quickly averted her gaze. Looking at Lupin's bouquet, it was indeed very thoughtful. She turned and gave him a brilliant smile, and then two lively wild rabbits appeared before her. The big gray rabbit almost kicked her in the face. Fortunately, Les's large hand shielded Lin Na's face. Careful! Sorry. Lupin quickly stunned the rabbits and pulled them back, looking at Lin Na with extreme guilt. Lin Na felt as if she was looking at a wronged little puppy. Lin Na's heart softened again. It's fine. So her afternoon tea turned into a Mrs. Weasley's loving apple pie tasting session between the three of them. Even stranger Mrs. That lady and Mrs. Mary Jane were also by their side, helping their respective supporters. They were usually so busy that they couldn't be found, but now they were sitting at the same table with Lin Na and the others, constantly helping these two shy boys keep the rhythm. Of course, they were each helping their own, making Lin Na briefly suspect she was at a matchmaking event. Look, these sunflowers are really nice, aren't they, Serena tilde Mrs. Mary Jane kept winking at Lin Na. I think these dewy fresh flowers are also good. If I could meet a man who would pick flowers for me at dawn, I would definitely marry him. Mrs. That lady also refused to be outdone, helping Lupin gain a sense of presence. Too bad, you're already married, Madame Pomfrey. I said if, Madame. Mrs. That lady retorted, not to be outdone. Haven't you ever fantasized about someone picking flowers for you? The two think tanks argued until they parted unhappily, leaving the three of them with awkward expressions. Lin Na was the first to speak. All in all, thank you for your gifts, tilde Remus. Please take the rabbits back for now. It's not convenient for me to handle them here. And Les, please thank Mrs. Weasley for the pie for me. It was indeed delicious. I'll teach you how to do rounds in a bit. I'm going to hand over my shift now. With that, Lin Na quickly slipped away, leaving only the two gentlemen. They exchanged a few pleasantries and then parted ways, but both were somewhat curious about the other's identity. Lin Na returned to Bill's ward and found Mr. Weasley guarding him, and by his side was that familiar figure Snape. Snape had long heard that Serena had been implicated in the magic riot of the Weasley family's little brat. He was still debating whether he should go see her when she had already woken up. Now there was even less reason to go see her. Just then, Molly Weasley asked Dumbledore for help, saying her son was cursed and needed assistance. Dumbledore assigned the task to Snape, which was probably the quickest Snape had ever agreed to something. He might as well go see how that fellow was doing. Thank you for your help. Molly told me everything. Thank you very much for taking care of the children. Mr. Weasley saw Lin Na enter and quickly walked up to thank her. It's nothing, just small matters. Lin Na had just eaten Mrs. Molly's apple pie and was already looking forward to her cooking again. Sure enough, the Weasley family was truly captivating. Peach tilde Snape deliberately made a sound to assert his presence, but he was such a large, dark figure standing there. How could Lin Na not see him? Professor Snape is here too. If I weren't here, would you come to uncurse him? Snape secretly scrutinized Lin Na from head to toe, confirming that she was indeed safe and sound. He quickly realized he shouldn't have come. That woman was always perfectly fine. How could anything happen to her? Then I'll trouble Professor Snape. Lin Na didn't want to waste her breath on him, and turned to leave. Since there was a professional here, it had nothing to do with her. Wait, I need an assistant. Huh? Lin Na was kept by Snape to copy books. That's right, copy books. Snape said that uncursing required copying a purification spell 100 times. Lin Na thought she could just use magic to copy it and agreed. As a result, it turned out that only manual copying would work, and Lin Na felt like she had been tricked. So, in the large ward, Snape focused on making a potion at the table, while Lin Na, beside him, repeatedly copied an unknown spell. She couldn't even tell what font it was. He better not be playing with her. But why wasn't Mr. Weasley copying? Because he still had work to do, and he had asked Lin Na and Snape to complete it. Lin Na felt as if she had returned to her elementary school days, constantly biting her fingers. How unlucky she was. Chapter 37. A Narrow Road Meeting. Snape, of course, was just playing a little joke. Why else would she always ask him to help her with her homework before? Even though her own potion skills were perfectly capable of completing them, Snape observed the scratching woman, while brewing the counter-curse potion, suddenly feeling a pleasant atmosphere permeate the room. He felt a certain joy in this environment, a rare instance where this feeling surpassed the happiness that the potion itself brought him. Lin Na was copying when she suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, Snape. What? Snape thought he had been discovered. He retracted the wand he was using to stir the cauldron. He almost spilled it. It's just there's a collaboration, do you want to join? Lin Na suddenly walked to Snape's side, her tone softening, hoping he would agree. She had expected a fierce battle, but why did Snape's attitude feel so kind? Tell me, let's hear it. Snape turned his head back, no longer meeting her eyes. He knew that with her intelligence, she would never uncover the secret of that spell. It's just I want to improve the Wolfsbane potion. Do you want to do it together? You want to improve the Wolfsbane potion? Snape was greatly surprised to hear this. This was something he had always wanted to do and had been trying. How could she have thought of the same thing as him? What? Am I not capable? I'll sponsor you, and if it succeeds, we can make a fortune. Sorry, Lucius, she could only persuade Snape this way. So that's it, Snape snorted, confirming it was indeed a merchant's mindset. However, what she said was not wrong. With strong financial support, it would be easier. I'll consider it. But for now, continue your work, Miss Lestrange. Snape needed some time to think. All right, Lin Na's face fell again. How many scribbles did she have to copy? Keep copying until my potion is finished. Snape immediately understood the expression written on Lin Na's face. Seeing her interesting expression, he began to consider that perhaps while he was improving the Wolfsbane potion, she could be copying books beside him, which wasn't so bad. Just then, Regulus, calculating the time, came looking for her. He figured Lin Na should have finished her work, but instead, he saw her slumped over the desk, seemingly copying something, and beside her was Severus Snape. Regulus subconsciously touched his face with one hand. Right, he was currently using Polyjuice potion. Snape wouldn't recognize him, and Snape was a favored person by the Dark Lord. How could he be familiar with an outsider like him? So Regulus secretly encouraged himself, directly ignoring Snape and greeting Lin Na. Senior, do you need help? Do you need to copy these? Yes. Lin Na saw how capable the intern was and finally understood the mentality of those old-timers when they saw fresh graduates. They were simply useful and naive. Okay. Regulus sat next to Lin Na and glanced at the spell. Senior, why are we copying so many Italian poems? You can understand it? Lin Na looked at the man beside her in surprise, not expecting him to be quite capable. Yes, the midnight bell rings, moonlight sonata, tender moments. With each line Regulus read, Lin Na's face grew darker. Snape's gaze had turned sinister the moment the man entered and called her senior. When did she get a guy like this around her? He looked repulsive, with a fawning smile, just like that Potter. Snape, aren't you going to explain? Lin Na was on the verge of an outburst, but Snape showed no sign of guilt from being exposed, still concentrating on brewing the potion. He merely withdrew his gaze from Regulus. If you believe him, then let him cast the counter curse. Snape finished speaking and stopped what he was doing, which left Lin Na a bit confused. Was this Italian poetry really useful for counter curses? Had she wronged him? Who is this? Regulus pretended not to know this famous potion master. Lin Na, of course, introduced him. This is Severus Snape, a professor at Hogwarts, here to help with the counter curse. Pleased to meet you, I'm Lester White. It's a pleasure to know you. Regulus enthusiastically extended his right hand to shake hands, but Snape raised an eyebrow. This is your junior? From Hogwarts? His eyes were full of jest and provocation, as if mocking his naivety. That's right, Lin Na couldn't stand Snape's arrogant attitude and pressed Regulus's hand down. Don't mind him. A wave of sweetness welled up in Regulus's heart. She was standing up for him. Hamtilda standing behind Lin Na, his throat felt itchy, and he could only manage a single sound for a long time. Looking at her full head of hair, he really wanted to kiss her. What? That's strange. Why don't I know of a student named Lester White at Hogwarts? Snape was truly angered by that woman. He had graded all the school's assignments for Professor Horn and knew very well that he had never seen that name. Did she really not trust him? Perhaps you misremembered. Regulus didn't know if Snape truly knew or was just bluffing. Regardless, he couldn't admit it, so he offered a very confident and sincere smile. Perhaps Snape decided it was pointless to dwell on this. Since she didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do. However, the bitterness in his heart made it difficult for him to calm down. Thankfully, the potion was almost finished. Excuse me, Snape walked straight out of the infirmary. He needed to be alone. Watching him leave, Regulus cautiously asked Lin Na if she was angry. He was worried she might grow suspicious. He had just started living the life he wanted. No, I'm angry that he looked down on you. Lin Na also sensed some issues. This Lester White indeed gave her a familiar feeling, but she couldn't place it. Serena had no friends, yet he could accurately buy her favorite flowers. Perhaps she needed to investigate. I'm so happy, Senior. Thank you. Hearing Serena say she valued him so much, rather than just implying it, made Regulus even more satisfied. He felt like he was about to fly. Then I'll teach you how to do rounds, Tilda, and then she would find Snape alone to get a clear understanding. Without evidence, she couldn't accuse him, could she? Okay, but what about these? Regulus pointed awkwardly at the Italian text. Don't worry about them for now. Lin Na found them annoying just looking at them. Then, can I stay? These were love poems written by Serena herself. Suit yourself anyway, they gave her a headache. Ah ha ha ha, if you've read this far, won't you give me a rating and leave a comment, darling? Chapter 38, Spider's Tale. With Snape's help, Bill quickly sobered up. As for whether the Italian poems Lin Na copied by hand were put to use, she didn't know and couldn't be bothered to know. Anyway, Snape had agreed to her request to improve the Wolfsbane potion with her, but the prerequisite was that she needed to help him process materials and so on. So Lin Na had to go find him on weekends, because that was his time off. He would choose to do the improvement work at Spinner's End. Of course, he would also work hard privately at other times, but his time with her was scheduled for fixed weekends. Snape even gave Lin Na the key to his house. If I haven't arrived yet, Miss Lestrange can start on her own. Snape was afraid of trouble and of being seen, which would cause more rumors. It was easy to be seen at St. Mungo's and Hogwarts, but his own home at Spinner's End was different. However, the first time Lin Na arrived at his house, the legendary place where the story began, she was almost sent away. How could a place be so dirty and messy? Although she was fine, Serena was somewhat of a pampered young lady and had never been to such a dusty place, causing her to sneeze incessantly. Now Lin Na finally understood why his hair was always so greasy. With such dirty air, how could it not be greasy? She quickly pulled out her wand and used her improved version of Scourgify. She cleaned the cobwebs on the ceiling, the dust on the sofa, and the crooked tables and chairs. There was also the bathroom she might use. Well, Snape's faded underwear was still hanging there, and she thoughtfully threw it away for him. As a male doctor, how could she tolerate something that endangered male health? If he asked her, she would give him a few new pairs of loose, comfortable boxer briefs. After cleaning the bathroom and tidying up the kitchen's grease and smoke, Lin Na looked at the clean room and felt much more at ease. She then transformed Snape's test tubes into fresh flowers and his beakers into vases. The entire house instantly became cozy. So cozy that Lin Na was a little worried Snape might not adapt to it. Should she leave some dust for him to add to his food? Now Lin Na suddenly felt like she might have accidentally overdone it a bit. Just then, there was a commotion in the fireplace. Lin Na, feeling guilty, quickly stood up from the sofa, clutching the corner of her clothes, and nervously waited by the fireplace, feeling like she was waiting for a teacher's home visit. As Snape entered his fireplace, he felt something was different. The sound was too faint this time, and there was no dust. He lowered the cloak covering his face and looked at his house. What have you done to my house? The man could barely control the anger in his voice, looking at the clean and bright room, the sofa covered with a strange lace, trimmed cloth, and red flowers appearing on his workbench. A sickly sweet scent permeated the entire space. He glared at Lin Na as he stepped out of the fireplace, stumbling as his foot slipped. What is this again? The wooden floor, once covered in dust and grime, was now sparkling clean. Waxed. Don't you think it looks much better this way? Lin Na slowly sat down, revealing a formal smile. You don't hit a smiling person. I'm smiling, so you can't hit me. No, Snape roared, striding towards the other rooms, bursting through each door to look inside. His imposing aura, with his robes swirling behind him like waves, struck Lin Na's face, like his dry palm brushing her cheek. To be honest, it really had a certain sexy feeling, especially when she made him angry. He pursed his thin lips, that ascetic old, caught her image, truly wonderful Tilda. Fortunately, Snape found that she hadn't extended her claws into his bedroom. The box containing his cherished items was also perfectly intact. Inside, he opened it to find letters he and Lily had once written, as well as her childhood photos and her adult photos, half of which were torn, the other half presumably James Potter. How about I help you frame them? Lin Na hadn't dared to enter Snape's bedroom just now. Now that she finally had the chance to come in, how could she not lean in to take a look? What did you see? Who let you in? Don't come into my room, get out. Snape waved his hand, pushing Lin Na out of the room, and then slammed the door shut in front of her. Seriously, hanging them up and sealing them will preserve them better, you know. I have experience. Serena had many of Sirius Black's manuscripts preserved this way, in Lestrange's underground vault. I understand you, we're all the same. Lin Na was a little angry at his rudeness. They were friends, weren't they? At the very least, she was his patron. She deliberately said this for him to hear. No need. Get out now. When Snape thought of the experience she mentioned, he thought of Sirius and their four-person group. How could she fancy such a tasteless, stupid dog? At this moment, Snape didn't know the reason for his inner irritation. Then, what about our experiment today? Ahem, I mean the wolfsbane potion improvement. Next time. Snape didn't know what kind of face to show her now. You called me here. Are you going to make me have a nasal allergy attack at your house? I'm angry, Snape. You can research it yourself. Lin Na dropped this sentence and returned to St. Mungo's. It was ridiculous. She was very busy, okay? She turned down two handsome guys' dates to come to this bat cave. It was a waste. I'm going to find Remus now, to take her to eat something delicious. You're doing it for him? His moment, Snape, hearing that name, felt his anger, which had somewhat subsided, suddenly reach its peak. No wonder she suddenly sought his cooperation to improve the wolfsbane potion. So that was it. The bitterness in his heart surged again. Who said that? Looking at the door that had suddenly opened again, Lin Na was speechless. Why did she suddenly blurt out Lupin's name? Damn it. I was deliberately trying to annoy you, you know. I can not only ask you to improve it, but I can also ask others to improve it. Oh, is that so? Then I'd like to see if that Remus Lupin has the ability ha. Snape guessed that she didn't know Lupin's true identity, and suddenly he wasn't so angry anymore. It was good that it wasn't for him. Instead, he began to mock Lupin's capabilities. The two ultimately parted ways unhappily, but Snape was no longer angry. He didn't realize that after Serena had intruded and disrupted his territory, he wasn't as angry as he had imagined. He cursed under his breath again when he couldn't find his underwear while showering. Everyone, don't worry, Snape will also experience the wife-chasing crematorium. He hasn't realized yet that his affection for Lily has long become an obsession, and he doesn't like Lily that much anymore. But it will still be a long time before he realizes he has fallen for Lin Na. Chapter 39. Brave. Lin Na patted her chest. That was close. Snape almost found out. If he knew it was for Lupin, he definitely wouldn't have agreed so easily. Returning to her office using the Flu network, she was surprised to find Lester White at her desk. What is he doing? He can't be a spy, can he? But I don't really have anything worth stealing, do I? Serena? Regulus was startled for a moment, but quickly composed himself, flashing his most sincere smile. I was helping to clean up. You finished so quickly? He showed no embarrassment at being caught snooping. Cleaning up? Lin Na looked him up and down and indeed saw a broom beside him and a rag in his hand, along with a much tidier desk. Sorry, I didn't get your permission, senior sister. It's fine, thank you Tilda. What else could Lin Na say? Although she was still a little suspicious, his unguarded smile really made her think he was like a clumsy little bear. With his fluffy head, he tried to hide his small thoughts, but his eyes wouldn't lie. She decided he must adore her. Perhaps he had liked Serena since their school days. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so clearly that her favorite flower was the sunflower. Wait, that's strange, both Serena and she liked sunflowers? This was a bit magical, as girls usually liked roses, daisies, or lilies, and sunflowers weren't that common. Did she and Serena have some other connection? While Lin Na was pondering, the boy opposite had quickly tidied everything up. He glanced timidly at Lin Na, then looked away, occasionally peeking again. It was hard to tell that this was a 20-year-old lad. Indeed, those in the wizarding world were so innocent. Is there anything else? It's just, if senior sister Serena is done with her work, could you go on a date with me? No, just a casual stroll. It was great, he finally said it. Although he had done a lot of mental preparation, he was still a bit nervous. A date? Lin Na blurted out. She did have a bit of a mischievous streak watching the man's embarrassed yet trying to be calm expression. It was more shocking to her that he knew her little secret than her finding out his. He pressed his thin lips together, his ears and cheeks flushed. He clutched the broom tightly and slowly nodded. Yes, please go on a date with me. As if gathering his greatest courage, he stood ramrod straight with his hands by his sides and bowed, formally to the point of being a little frightening. No. Why? Although Regulus had considered he might be rejected, hearing it still made him uncontrollably sad. His nose tingled. Was it really impossible if he wasn't his brother? His eyes also became a little moist. Lin Na had meant to tease him, but she didn't expect him to look like he was about to cry, on the verge of tears with a red nose. He was truly endearing. Ahem. Don't cry, Tilda, I'm a bit tired. How about next time? Lin Na, of course, said this to comfort him. But Regulus instantly looked as if he had grasped a life raft, his gaze fixed on her. He even tugged at her sleeve. Then, next week on my day off, would that be okay? Could I invite senior sister for a walk in Diagon Alley? Huh? Lin Na hadn't expected him to be so persistent. Senior sister just promised me. Regulus, with a hint of grievance and an unprecedented determination, directly cornered Lin Na, leaving her no way to refuse. All right, I understand. Okay, Lin Na could only agree under his searchlight-like gaze. Really? That's great, thank you. I'll prepare well. No, I mean I won't disappoint you. Regulus was already incoherent with excitement. He was really going on a date with Serena. She had agreed. That feeling of happiness was overflowing, even giving him the illusion that he was going to marry her. Of course, if that were truly the case, he might faint from joy. That feeling of happiness was overflowing, even giving him the illusion that he was going to marry her. Of course, if that were truly the case, he might faint from joy. Okay. Lin Na didn't know how to respond to him anymore. She watched as the fellow tripped over the broom in his hand on his way out. When he turned back to signal to Lin Na that he was fine, he accidentally bumped into a table leg. I'm fine, don't worry. Regulus felt he had embarrassed himself again and left as quickly as possible. Lin Na waited until he was far away before she couldn't hold back her laughter. Young people are truly adorable, Tilda. After seeing Regulus off, Lin Na sat back in her office and found several exquisite envelopes. The very thick and high-quality envelopes had a gilded wax seal, an imprint. She least wanted to see Lucius Malfoy's private seal. When had Malfoy sent her letters to the office? She was always too busy and hadn't noticed that there were so many letters on her seldom-used desk. Thanks to Regulus's cleaning, she might still not have seen them. So with trepidation, she opened the first one. There were no greetings or lengthy discourses, just a very short sentence. Draco misses you. The elegant cursive script must have been from Lucius's hand. She couldn't imagine a house elf writing in such a style. Why is the tone so familiar? It didn't feel like a letter conveying instructions, but rather a very natural and intimate message. Did Lucius know that she had once been his nanny, and so he treated her as an elder? Respect for an elder? Lin Na quickly opened the other envelopes. Draco has a fever, probably because he misses you. I do too. This kind of statement seemed too ambiguous. Did he miss her, or did he also have a fever? What kind of word games was Lucius playing with her here? Why was it so ambiguous? Didn't Lucius have a steady partner, Narcissa? Looking at the other letters, without exception, they all expressed deep longing. The more Lin Na thought about it, the more something felt wrong. He couldn't sit still and went to the information exchange area at St. Mungo's, located in the restaurant and gift shop on the 6th floor. For the first time, she joined their conversation, and the fat lady in particular welcomed her to their little group. Lin Na received shocking news. Narcissa passed away. Why would she die? She should have been alive at that time, even at the stage, so what exactly went wrong? Was it a butterfly effect caused by her own appearance? With this question in mind, she felt she had to visit Malfoy family to find out. While she was thinking about how to get to Malfoy Manor, Dobby, the Malfoy family's house elf, had already been waiting in Lin Na's bedroom for a long time. That Dobby was as startling as she remembered, but he was undoubtedly the kindest house elf. He kept bowing and saluting Lin Na repeatedly, his words a bit jumbled. Mistress Serena, no, Miss Potter. No, madame. It's madame, long time no see. Dobby's eyes were full of Lin Na, making Lin Na's heart clench. He actually knew her identity. Could he sense that her inner self was the same? How much did he really know? Lucius will also have an affair. Tilda, did you see the foreshadowing in the last chapter? Both Serena and Lin Na's favorite flower is the sunflower. Tilda, Lucius will also know this. Chapter 40. I am Narcissa. Lin Na was a bit bewildered, completely unaware of what Dobby had learned. But when she tried to ask Dobby, he wouldn't say anything, as if the previous events had been corrupted and then reset. Lin Na remembered that Dobby had helped her take care of Lucius before, and he must have known her then, but she should have never met Draco. Before Lin Na could ask more questions, Dobby grabbed her hand. "Hold on, Serena!" In a classic scene, Dobby snapped his fingers and both Lin Na and Dobby entered hyperspace, vanishing from her office. That feeling was similar to apparition, only it made Lin Na even more nauseous. Perhaps it was faster and more agile than apparition? After a lightning-fast journey, Lin Na appeared in a very elegant room, landing heavily on a soft bed. It was a bed with high, draped canopies, all made of silk. He could only see Dobby's face gradually disappearing from the top of the canopy. "Hey, where are you going?" Lin Na wanted to stop Dobby to ask what she should do now, but the spot beside her sank down. Was someone in the bed? Before she could react, she was pulled into the covers by that person, and a scorching chest pressed against her. "Him? Who?" "You finally came to see me." The man's sexy voice had a slight nasal quality, sounding quite ill, but his strong arms powerfully trapped her in his embrace. Golden hair fell to her ear. It wasn't hers. His chest, already bare from the feverish heat, pressed tightly against her ear. She heard his strong heartbeat and an unclear voice. Lin Na unexpectedly felt like crying, and she blurted out, "Luke." The man let out a nasal sound, part petulant, part dissatisfied, but mostly content. Lin Na was even more confused. Why did she call him Luke? Was she treating him like a baby? That couldn't be right, could it? Why didn't she remember ever calling him that nickname? Wasn't that the pet name between Narcissa and him? Not hearing Lin Na's response, Lucius felt even more wronged. Did she not want Draco or him anymore? He tightened his arms even more, and Lin Na cried out in pain, Lucius Malfoy? Yes, and your Luke. Lucius cupped Lin Na's face. Finally, she could see his face. His features were soft, almost androgynous, yet his innate regal aura made him appear strikingly handsome. Although he looked somewhat weak now with a fever, there was a hint of fragility about him. "We shouldn't know each other, right?" Lin Na still hoped to hide her identity as a private healer, but the next second, the man kissed her as if declaring ownership. Lucius was a bit muddled from the fever, but he still knew this was his wife. How dare she say she didn't know him? He had searched for her for so long. Lucius propped himself up, cupped Lin Na's face, and kissed her deeply, like a fish finding water, surging into the deepest part. It had to be said, an older man's technique was good. Lin Na actually felt a little overwhelmed, immersed in the soft net he wove. Finally, just as Lin Na was about to run out of breath, her eyes glazed over as she gasped for fresh air. She panicked even more. She actually didn't dislike it, but guilt and a guilty conscience still left her breathless. I'm not Narcissa, Tilda. You are Tilda. How could Lucius control his long-held longing, especially when his beloved had returned from the dead and was gasping in his arms? He hugged Lin Na tightly again, lovingly taking her lips. I'm sick, Nana Tilda. Huh? When Lin Na heard that call, full of love and desire, something she had forgotten broke through in her mind. Her head was throbbing now, and suddenly fragments of memories that weren't hers flooded her mind. A slender, tall, blonde girl, with the same hair color as her altered one, standing proudly. A familiar blonde man was always by her side. That was Narcissa and Lucius in their student days. Why did she have such memory fragments? Could she really have some connection to Narcissa? The fragments flashed quickly. She saw herself embracing Lucius, them attending classes together, his hand always holding hers under the table, them attending balls, both of them dazzling like a golden couple. Their wedding, so grand and spectacular, and her pregnancy and childbirth, all were beautiful, until the black and white image of her death after giving birth to Draco froze. Finally, Lucius's cry of Nana was clearly etched in her mind like a brand. Why did he call her Nana, and not Sissy? A terrifying thought arose from the bottom of her heart. She had a memory erased. Or perhaps she hadn't just traveled once. She might have once been Narcissa Malfoy, or traveled into her body. Then, was Draco really her son? This premonition grew stronger when she held the adorable little blonde boy. But that was for the next day. Under Lin Na's healer magic, Lucius finally shed his feverish heat, and no longer had a splitting headache. Now, he was peacefully asleep, but his arm, holding Lin Na, had not loosened. Deep in sleep, he would still murmur Nana Tilda come back, and unconsciously tilt his head to kiss the top of her hair. Lin Na also found it difficult to pull away from his embrace. She seemed very familiar with his arms. Damn it, who exactly was she? Finally, waiting for Lucius to fall completely asleep, she found an opportunity to slip out, tidied her collar that he had pulled open, and then touched the clearly visible hickeys on her neck. Oh no, she had to go to work tomorrow. Or was it that she subconsciously felt Lucius was like her son? That shouldn't be right, should it? She quickly got up and secretly investigated a bit, only to look up and see 4 large characters framed on the wall. Never forget your original intention. These Chinese characters, wasn't this her handwriting? But Lin Na couldn't remember ever writing these characters, yet could anyone imitate her handwriting so accurately? Impossible! Lin Na then looked at the portraits of Lucius and Narcissa next to it. The more she looked, the more that blonde woman resembled herself, even though it wasn't the same body. She went to the dressing table and carefully opened the box on top. It was filled with various jewels and accessories, all in her preferred style and piled together messily. This was also her usual habit. She couldn't imagine Narcissa arranging her jewelry like this. The more Lin Na looked, the more alarmed she became. Had she really once been Narcissa Malfoy? To show your support for me, darling's diamond suit immediately promote Lucius. Can you tell babies tilde, the female lead has transmigrated more than once tilde. Chapter 41. Happy and Harmonious. Lin Na became even more disoriented after seeing more of Lucius's treasured letters. The replies between them were indeed in her own handwriting, but she had absolutely no memory of them. Perhaps they had appeared in her strange fragmented memories. So Lin Na, somewhat dazed, went to Draco's room. Draco was still living in the room Lucius had lived in according to her memory, with the same crib, the same wooden rocking horse, and the flying broomstick. Had Lucius preserved these so well? Judging by their condition, they could easily be passed down to Draco's great-grandson. She slowly approached the child, who bore a 7/10 resemblance to Lucius when he was young, with round, big eyes and soft, golden fuzz. Lin Na couldn't take her eyes off him. Isn't this her favorite baby look? Over 2 years old, he looked much more clever than his father. Seeing Lin Na, he was also very happy, and the sense of familiarity in her heart grew stronger. This is great, he's really too cute. Indeed, she felt an inexplicable connection with Draco in the dark. Draco smiled the moment he saw her, revealing a row of tiny baby teeth. Lin Na, finding him adorable, immediately picked him up. Lin Na poked Draco's bouncy little cheek, and Draco's small hand gripped her finger and gnawed on it. Lucius stood quietly at the doorway, looking at this harmonious scene, his eyes moist. He finally saw this moment. Although she now looked like someone else, she was still his familiar wife. If he hadn't seen that familiar handwriting, he wouldn't have dared to confirm it. But now it seems, no wonder she always refused to let him call her Sissy, always saying her name was Lin Na. So that was it. Now she had become Selina Lestrange. This must be her true name, right? Lucius slowly moved in. He once again marveled at how excellent Lin Na's healing magic always was. He opened his arms and hugged his wife and child from behind. "Marry me again, Nana." Huh? This sentence truly terrified Lin Na. He actually proposed? It was maddening. Even if she might have had something with him in the past, now she only remembered him crying like a piglet when she changed his diapers. You've mistaken me for someone else, Mr. Malfoy. I am not Narcissa Malfoy. Yes, you are Lin Na and you are Selina Lestrange. Lucius wouldn't let go easily. He had finally caught her. Ah, who is Lin Na? Lin Na was already starting to deny herself. I still need to go back to work. If Mr. Malfoy is all right now, I'll take my leave. Lin Na didn't want to look at the man's gaze, so deep it could drown a person. Lucius Malfoy held her for a long time. The two remained in a standoff for a minute, and finally he compromised, quickly planting a kiss on her head. Understood. I'll send you back. Thank you for visiting us, Tilda. If his voice could be lowered now, it would be right in Lin Na's ear. Lucius took Draco, and mischievously whispered in his ear, "Draco, Mommy doesn't want you anymore, Tilda." This immediately made Draco cry. Nearly 3-year-old Draco already understood the power of such words. Lin Na, of course, couldn't take it. She glared at him fiercely. "How do you talk to a child?" She snatched Draco back and began to comfort him. Lucius revealed a triumphant, elegant smile. "It seems I misspoke, Draco. Tilda, Mommy loves us very much." It was hard to believe that the head of the Malfoy family, nearly 28, could be so childish and shameless, forcing Lin Na to comfort the child and engage with him until after dinner. Only then, under the joint protection of Lucius and Draco, did she return to St. Mungo's. Lin Na was the first to jump off the carriage, just like the carriage she remembered from her first visit to Malfoy Manor, though the one for the head of the Malfoy family was more luxurious and grand. "You don't need to get off and see me out goodbye." Lin Na quickly fled from their sight. She had been on that carriage, practically dying of heat in that happy family of three scene. Lucius was indeed an old fox. He knew exactly what she was interested in and kept leading her, until he steered the conversation to himself and Draco. Damn it, she almost absent-mindedly agreed to marry him. Sure enough, it wasn't that she was too lustful, it was that the enemy was too powerful. Lucius, holding Draco, stood by the carriage, holding his hand and saying goodbye to Lin Na, but his words, through magic, followed her into her mind. "Then we'll come to see you next time, Tilda." "Don't come." Lin Na slammed on the brakes, wanting to tell him not to let others misunderstand. But it was too late. Lucius had already left, holding the crying Draco, who was calling for mommy. Lin Na deeply regretted not saying a proper goodbye and clarifying things with him. Now the rumors surrounding the Star Chaser might increase even more. Lin Na was exceptionally depressed now. Why did she follow Dobby to Malfoy Manor? If she hadn't gone, she might have been able to pretend not to know about this matter, but now the moment they met she was seen through. After returning to her room, she was bewildered again. When had so many gifts piled up, she even thought she had entered the wrong room. The room was crammed with gaudy gifts, from her feet all the way to her bed and finally to her desk, some even 2 meters high. Dobby and the other house elves were still diligently moving things, until they saw Lin Na enter and then retreat from the door. Then they all vanished with a whoosh. Lin Na went out again to confirm her room, seemingly making some noise, and then a cheerful Regulus rushed out from the room diagonally across from hers. "Serena, you're back. Do you need help?" Regulus had been waiting by the door for a chance encounter for a long time. He kept hearing noises from inside and thought it was mice. He was waiting to show off his skills. He also froze. The smile on Regulus's face stiffened, and he felt his eyes redden. His hand gripping the door frame also whitened from the effort. "Senior, are you moving?" "Huh? Which part of your brain circuit sees these as moving boxes?" "No." "Phew, Tilda, that's great." Regulus let out a long sigh of relief, amused by his own overreaction. "How could those be moving boxes? They clearly looked like gifts, Tilda." "Gifts?" His mood, which had just cleared a little, clouded over again. Regulus started to overthink again. Does Serena have a crazy suitor? How come he didn't know? It definitely wouldn't be that Remus Lupin, but who could it be? Such a grand gesture. This made his sunflowers and baked pies seem a bit shabby. He suddenly understood how Lupin must have felt at the time, and his lips never curved upwards again. Chapter 42. Daily Work. Lin Na saw the room full of gifts, and finding it difficult to explain their origin, could only prevaricate with, "They were sent over from home." She then quickly closed the door and used a shrinking charm and a levitation charm to tidy everything up herself. Regulus, of course, knew she was lying to him. Everyone in the Lestrange family except her was in Azkaban, so there was no one to help her pack and send things over. Regulus felt a dull ache in his heart, like a piece of paper had been pasted over it. Lin Na really wanted to return these things untouched, but she clearly didn't have the means to find so many owls to send them, nor did she have the time. So with a what's done is done attitude, she started unwrapping them. They were all dresses personally selected by Lucius Malfoy, packaged and sent with an entire wardrobe, along with boxes and boxes of jewelry and accessories, and a human skeleton she genuinely liked. The funny thing was, the skeleton could talk, and it seemed to recognize her. "Woo-woo-hoo, Tilda, madame. I see you again, Tilda." The skeleton was clearly fake crying, which was truly hilarious. "You know me?" Lin Na couldn't imagine her past self having such unique tastes. "Of course, Tilda, I am the crystallization of your love." The great head of the Malfoy family and madame, and the story of the previous head. "Oh no, I've spoken too much. Oh ho ho ho, Tilda." The skeleton shamelessly wiggled its hips and covered its mouth. He was doing it on purpose. Oh, Lin Na immediately used a levitation charm to lock it in the wardrobe and added a silencing charm. Did it think she would beg it? Don't even think about it. "Madame, madame, listen to me. Chinese, letter Chinese, letter Chinese, letter." The little skeleton's regretful cries gradually faded. "It was wrong, don't lock it up." "How would it help Lucius, its master? Whisper sweet nothings then." Lucius Malfoy had promised that if the mission succeeded, he would get new thigh bones. Lin Na was incredibly exhausted and finally collapsed onto the bed to rest. The next day, she got up for work as usual. While washing up, she saw the clear hickey on her neck that even magic couldn't remove. Did Lucius cast a spell? Was he a stapler reincarnated? It wouldn't come off. Lin Na scratched her head in frustration. How was she supposed to go to work like this? The fat lady and Madame Mary Jane would definitely ask who had scored, but who could she say? The widowed, single, dad, but handsome and wealthy current head of the Malfoy family? The biggest sponsor of St. Mungos? She really couldn't bring herself to say it. Should she pretend to be sick today? But then, urgent knocking came from outside. The fat lady was looking for her help again. I'm terribly sorry, that madman is here again. We need you. This time, the fat lady had learned her lesson. The moment she saw Mad Eye hobbling in, she immediately had the receptionist notify Serena. Who? Mad Eye? We're getting better at this, darling. The fat lady nodded with satisfaction. Lin Na moved a bit faster. That guy was always fighting on despite minor injuries, so if he was here, it must be serious. She just casually wrapped a scarf around her neck and ran out. Sure enough, Moody's ward was in chaos again. His blood was splattered everywhere from the floor at the doorway. How badly was he hurt? Lin Na's heart tightened, but then she saw the guy sitting on the bed, casually smoking. You're okay? Lin Na didn't understand. Wasn't he badly injured? Moody, seeing her, reflexively dropped the cigar from his mouth. He remembered she hated the smell of smoke, a quirk of medical professionals. Humph tilde. What, are you disappointed I'm not dead? Moody subconsciously used harsh words to cover his guilt, because this time his injuries were truly minor, something he could resolve with a single spell himself. But he still wanted an excuse to come to St. Mungos. It's good that you're fine, then I'll go back to work. Lin Na really wanted to complain that he wouldn't have any friends like this. But then she thought, this old guy didn't have any friends anyway, so never mind tilde. The blood wasn't his, so there was no need to worry. Hey wait, I have something. The man, exasperated, called out to her and showed Lin Na a foot-long scar on his arm. It looked intimidating, but was actually just a graze from a spell. Lin Na finished it with just one spell, and his skin was even brighter than before. You're fine now. Lin Na turned to leave again, but Moody seemed to have more to say. Wait, and he blocked her path. Is there anything else? Lin Na knew he hadn't just come for treatment. She watched him, arms crossed, with some curiosity, wanting to hear what he would say. As expected, under her gaze, Moody's expression became dazed again. No, nothing. It's just that next week is Christmas. I'll be on a business trip, so I won't be able to take you to give Sirius a gift. Moody carefully chose his words. But it was a revelation to Lin Na. What did you say? Next week is Christmas? No wonder Regulus asked her to go shopping in Diagon Alley next week. Wasn't it to celebrate the holiday? And Lucius, that guy, sent her so many gifts just to remind her not to forget to give him and Draco gifts for Christmas. So now, was this guy also indirectly reminding her to prepare a gift for him? Oh no, she was the worst at preparing gifts. How many gifts did she need to prepare? And for whom? Lin Na's brain crashed for a moment. Mad Eye thought she was sad about not being able to spend Christmas with her little lover, and though he didn't want to say it, he still offered advice. Perhaps I can ask a colleague, Weasley, to help you, to take you to Azkaban tilde. No need. Lin Na snapped back to reality, surprised that he was still thinking of her. This guy was indeed a bit special to her. Thinking of Sirius, Serena's mind started to recall past scenes. A girl carefully knitting a Gryffindor-colored scarf stitch by stitch, without using any magic, and because she wasn't satisfied with her technique, she kept re-knitting it until the 10th one was finally satisfactory. But what happened? Her gift was rejected before it was even sent. The owl that delivered it returned it. Wait, that scarf looked familiar. Isn't it the one she's wearing around her neck right now? No wonder this memory came back. Lin Na felt a bit disgusted and immediately took off the scarf from her neck. What's wrong? Moody reacted quickly and took the scarf from her neck. Is there potion on it? Thought someone had tampered with it. No, this is for you. Merry Christmas in advance. Lin Na suddenly had this great idea. Good, one less gift to send. He helped Moody wrap it around his neck, not even knowing if he was a Gryffindor student. For me? Feeling the woman's scent still on the scarf, Moody's heart started to pound again. Yes, I knitted it myself. She was giving him a gift, and it was handmade. Moody felt an unprecedented joy. What was happening to him? I didn't force you to give. I know I did it voluntarily. Lin Na ignored that guy. She had to get busy. Thanks again to Pear Juice Fish and the darlings who love stir-fried sweet potato leaves for their prop rewards. Chapter 43. Think. When Lin Na left, she completely forgot why that scarf was around her neck, and she forgot about the hickey on her neck. So, she appeared before Mrs. Mary Jane and the others with that mark clearly visible. The fat lady, holding a test tube, gasped in surprise. Merlin. It's true! It's wonderful! The fat lady, blushing coyly, covered her mouth and probed ambiguously. Which one is it, oh Tilda? It's a mosquito. Mosquitoes in this weather? The fat lady didn't believe her and wanted to press her for details, but Lin Na disappeared very quickly. She had perfected the skill of turning invisible instantly around corners. Temporarily busy, Lin Na put the Christmas matters out of her mind, but when she finished her work, the fat lady and Mrs. Mary Jane were already at her dormitory door, ready to offer her advice. Good evening, Tilda. Serena. What a coincidence. The two women had already engaged in a battle of wits before Lin Na appeared. They both believed that the man behind Lin Na was the one they supported. Les told me that Serena is going on a date with him for Christmas. Christmas is so busy he must be joking. That doesn't matter, they can spend it in the office. That Lupin is a bit inconvenient, isn't he? Ah ha 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 ha, Mrs. Mary Jane grew more and more proud as she spoke, unable to help but laugh. Lin Na saw their hesitant expressions and guessed what they were thinking, so she decided to ask them directly. Ladies, what gifts are you planning to give your relatives and friends for Christmas? Only friends? The two women instantly chimed in, a mix of excitement at being needed and gossip surging in their hearts. I think we should go inside to talk, Tilda. Mary Jane and the fat lady ushered Lin Na into the room. Then they were shocked by the gifts piled up in the house. You've already prepared so many? The fat lady truly couldn't imagine anyone giving gifts like this, so she didn't think Serena had received them. Haha, yes, Tilda. Lin Na could only go along with it. She couldn't possibly say these were gifts she had received, could she? That would only lead to a more complicated situation. Lin Na conjured two chairs and invited them to sit down. The two ladies had barely settled in before they launched into their advice mode. I think it's better to give things the other person likes. Tilda, for example, handmade items show a lot of sincerity. I think less. I mean your friend should want a unique gift from you. As Lin Na listened, memories of Serena's past flashed through her mind. One Christmas, she had specifically hosted a party for Sirius, because normally pure blood families would organize them, especially the large families. And everyone was eager to attend the parties organized by the Malfoy family, and considered it an honor to be invited. Even if they weren't invited, they would try every possible connection to get in and observe. At that time, Sirius had completely broken away from the Black family, so he naturally couldn't attend the Malfoy family's banquet. So Serena asked her brothers to organize a Christmas dinner themselves. Rodolphus Lestrange and Rabastin Lestrange, to show their support, invited their good friends. Sirius and his friends did not appear. Instead, Snape came. Snape even brought his Christmas gift, a bottle of Felix Felicis. He stood in the wind and snow, appearing at the door, but not stepping into the warm hall. Serena had thought it was Sirius and happily opened the door, only to be startled to find Snape standing there covered in snow. What? Disappointed to see me? Snape wouldn't say how long it took him without using magic, or how far he walked to get there. He just didn't want to owe her after all. What she sent had solved his urgent problem. No, thank you. Serena, who had been feeling low, finally showed her first smile of the evening. Snape pursed his frozen purple lips. Merry Christmas! He thrust the Felix Felicis into her hand and turned to disappear back into the snowy night. No matter how Serena called for him to stay, he turned a deaf ear. Lin Na felt a pang of heartache seeing this. They really were friends. Then a fox fur cape appeared on Serena's shoulders. Rabastin Lestrange forcefully pulled her inside, wrapping her small hands in his. It's too cold outside, you'll catch a cold. Those who don't want to come won't come. The Lestrange brothers' gentleness was reserved for their sister. Their coldness and cruelty were directed at outsiders. Sirius's life became even harder after that day. Lin Na looked back at everything her two brothers had done for her in the warm hall. She deeply empathized with Serena. She felt as if she was her. Then Serena perked up again, linked arms with her second brother, and began to dance gracefully. Before going to bed at midnight, she received another letter from her mysterious pen pal. You were very dazzling at the ball tonight. He came too? That handwriting, in Lin Na's mind, went from clear to gradually forgotten. Oh right, she should also prepare a Christmas gift for this pen pal, at least a greeting card. Now Lin Na was very serious about giving them gifts. She wanted to give gifts to the people who had always looked after her, such as her two convenient brothers and Snape and Lupin and so on. So she stood up with a swish, startling the two ladies. I know. They looked at Lin Na's determined gaze, felt that their words had been useful, and were overjoyed, dispersing to attend to their own matters. Lin Na also began preparing gifts for them, and she even made a trip to Diagon Alley herself. She truly put a lot of effort into these gifts, borrowing all the idle owls from St. Mungo's to deliver her presents one by one. However, she could only personally deliver the gifts to Azkaban, so she followed Mad Eye's advice, and with the help of Mr. Weasley, went to Azkaban on Christmas Eve. Of course, she also gave gifts to the future warriors such as candies, books and clothes. Mr. Weasley was so touched he almost wanted to become sworn brothers with her. However, Lin Na assured him it might be because she specifically catered to his preferences by giving him a set of Muggle mahjong, which he particularly loved, and he stated that he would always be available for such matters in the future. This was Lin Na's third visit to Azkaban. This time, she was smarter, and first went to Sirius's cell. There, unless you remained constantly awake, people had no sense of the repetitive daily life, so they didn't realize Christmas was approaching. This time, Sirius caught Lin Na's scent, a long-lost feeling. In the past, he had never felt her arrival was a good thing, but now his heart truly experienced a huge ripple because of her presence. The black dog even actively approached the cage. Chapter 44. Someone is happy. Sirius didn't know what his current restlessness was, he only knew that he was a little excited when he felt Selina Lestrange coming. Sirius Black. This was Lin Na's first time clearly seeing Sirius's animagus. Before, he always cowered in a corner, hiding under a tattered cloth. Looking at him now, he was indeed a very large black dog, though his fur was somewhat grayish-white due to malnutrition. It was strange. Selina hadn't given him any less food, so why was he so emaciated? You look like you have a skin condition tilde as a medical scholar, Lin Na stated truthfully. This, however, bewildered Sirius, who had approached. He had expected Selina to express immense remorse for not having come for so long, and to once again convey her longing for him. But now what was she telling him? That he had a skin condition? Woof! Lin Na actually saw confusion on the face of a black dog. The black dog sniffed his own leg. It did indeed have a bit of an odor, but everyone in Azkaban was like this, tilde no one could take a bath. Just as the black dog was doubting his life, his face was sprayed with clear water. You need a good bath. Lin Na unceremoniously gave him a gush of clear water, then conjured some bubbles, and used magic to wash him clean. Finally, he looked much better, though the black dog's barks echoed in the cell, and then he transformed into a human. Tisk tisk, tilde, this was Lin Na's, and also Selina's, first time seeing Sirius's human form in Azkaban. Stop! That's enough, Lestrange. What exactly do you want to do? Sirius's hair was still dripping water at this moment, sliding down his chiseled jaw and dripping onto his tattered prison uniform. That handsome face appeared so clearly before Lin Na's eyes in her mind, she only wanted to say, your zipper is open. What? Sirius, whose anger had reached its peak, instantly looked down, his imposing aura deflating. He quickly turned around to show his attitude, not to hide anything, but to tell her that he still hated her as much as before. None of your business. I mean, your crotch is also torn. Lin Na was truly toying with him this time. Who told him to be so bad? His tilde Sirius instinctively reached for his backside, but found no damage. Realizing she was playing a trick on him, shame and disbelief made him turn back around. You're toying with me? This time Lin Na saw his face clearly. A pair of naturally electrifying eyes, glaring at her, looked particularly imposing. I wanted to give you some new clothes. Tilde Lin Na took out a set of clothes from her spatial bag that she had originally intended for her brothers. Anyway, she had prepared many sets, so giving him one was fine. She then placed the chili, flavored pie she had made herself on the ground in front of him. Merry Christmas, Sirius Black. Sirius looked at those things, slightly stunned. Was she still bringing him things as always? He could smell the aroma from inside the lunchbox even through it. Had she still not given up on him, this traitor, whom everyone reviled? Sirius suddenly wasn't angry anymore. Looking at the woman, he suddenly felt very unfamiliar. Her demeanor was different, her hair had changed. Why had he never thought she was good looking before? She was indeed somewhat beautiful, unlike anyone he had ever known. Thank you. This was the first time ever he had said thank you to Serena, and he even felt a little embarrassed. Why had he always taken it for granted before? Only now did he see her efforts? You're welcome. Tilda Lin-Na showed a beautiful smile, making Sirius stare blankly for a few more seconds. She couldn't wait to see him suffer from the chilly. I won't bother you anymore. I'll be leaving now, Tilda. She didn't want to spend her time here. Wait. Sirius hadn't expected her to leave so quickly. Before, she would always stay until Moody came to call her. Did she think he was angry? Lin-Na did stop. Sirius really wanted to ask at this moment, are you doing well lately? Just like always, she would confide in him about her life and troubles, though he had never responded. But now he wanted to thank her, so listening was only right. But he felt a bit at a loss under Serena's puzzled gaze. Merry Christmas. He could only utter these words. Thank you. Lin-Na also wondered if today's Sirius had taken the wrong medicine. Why was he so proactive today? Had he heard some crazy rumors? Then she went to find her brothers. Sirius watched Serena's departing back for the first time, falling into complex and tangled emotions again. He actually felt a sense of reluctance at her leaving. Was he crazy? How could he have such an illusion? He transformed back into a black dog and gnawed at his paws repeatedly, trying to calm down. Lin-Na happily arrived at Rodolphus Lestrange's cell, and sure enough, she was still met with a cold shoulder. She could only place the gift at his door, and say, Brother, Merry Christmas, Tilda, before going to find Rabastien Lestrange. This time, Lin-Na had learned her lesson. When Rabastien Lestrange saw her and rushed over, she kept her distance, and as he reached out to pat her head, she slipped the gift into his hand. Nana, Tilda, you've come to see me again, Tilda. Brother, how did you know I came to bring you a gift? Although Rabastien was a little disappointed that he didn't get to touch Serena, he was quickly amused by his sister's gift. A scarf? Did you make it yourself? My darling can knit scarves. The dark blue neck warmer was woven by Lin-Na using magic. With Serena's skills, she could be said to have made it in one go. She still remembered that in Serena's memories, she had never personally made anything for her brothers, because they lacked nothing. These things could be bought or ordered from servants. Rabastien lovingly put the scarf back into the box. He was too dirty now. He would wait until it rained when he could clean himself up a bit before wearing it. Of course, whether he would be willing to wear it then was another matter. Lin-Na also brought them some clothes and food, but Rabastien only glanced at them before setting them aside. He only wanted to look at his beloved sister more, feeling as if every glance was one less. Lin-Na felt uneasy under his gaze. She always felt that this brother's love was becoming somewhat distorted. Rabastien Lestrange asked Lin-Na many questions. She should have tried to avoid answering, as she wasn't the real Serena, but she seemed to be able to answer every question easily, as if they were things she had experienced and would do. Her way of thinking and speaking were surprisingly similar to Serena's. Chapter 45. Portkey. Finally, Lin-Na was rescued by Mr. Weasley. Otherwise, Rabastien Lestrange could have held her hand and talked for 5 hours without getting tired. Under Mr. Weasley's urging, Rabastien finally let go of Lin-Na's hand, not forgetting to bring it to his lips for 2 kisses. See you next time. Merry Christmas, Nana. He gazed reluctantly as Lin-Na disappeared from sight. Back in her own room, Lin-Na immediately ran to wash her hands. Really, that guy was too clingy to his sister. Images of Serena's past interactions with her 2 brothers flashed through her mind. Rodolphus seemed stricter, seriously monitoring Serena's ice cream and dessert intake to prevent cavities, a form of caring. But Rabastien Lestrange's doting was such that he wished he could pluck the stars from the sky to be Serena's ornaments. If his elder brother didn't let Serena eat something, he would secretly buy it for her. Fortunately, Serena was not someone who became arrogant from being pampered. Otherwise, she might have been spoiled long ago, but it must be said that the relationship between the 3 siblings was excellent. Lin-Na was now a bit more relaxed. She just needed to organize the gifts she had received, and that would be it. The others could be sent by Owl in order. As she started organizing, there was an urgent knock on the door again. Lin-Na thought it was another emergency needing staff, so she grabbed her lab coat and rushed out, only to find nothing. At the door was an enormous eagle, standing a meter tall on the ground. Lin-Na immediately recognized the family crest on the eagle's neck. It was the same crest as on Lucius's personal seal. Heavens, had he received her gift so quickly? To avoid trouble, she quickly opened the door and let the eagle into the room. How did you get in? She wasn't seen, was she? Lin Na was very worried about this point. She absolutely could not expose the fact that she and Lucius might have had an affair and had a child. Although it wasn't a child born from this body, no one would believe it if she said so. Now, Lin Na opened the box tied to the eagle's talons. Inside was an exquisite silver teapot. It had very beautiful and intricate patterns. Lin Na didn't notice the letter that said, "Please open me first, Tilda." So, when Lin Na touched the teapot's handle, her hand stuck firmly to it. She was dragged by the teapot into a spatial tunnel. Damn it, it was a portkey? Lucius's Christmas gift to her was a portkey to his house? That was quite a well-played scheme. Lin Na screamed as she fell out of the spatial tunnel, appearing out of thin air in the middle of Malfoy Manor. With her scream, she suddenly appeared in the Malfoy family's study. Lucius, wearing a silk dressing gown with his chest wide open, was working, wearing a monocle with a gold frame and holding last month's ledger. When Lin Na appeared, he put down the ledger, took off his glasses, and a barely suppressed smile spread across his face. "You came a little earlier than I expected, Tilda, but it's all right, I can do these things later." With that, he dropped his quill, pushed the ledger aside, stood up, and walked straight towards Lin Na. "Didn't you do that on purpose?" Lin Na retreated behind Lucius's sofa, already guessing his trick, deliberately not writing clearly to trick her into coming over. Didn't you read that letter first?" Lucius saw Lin Na's resistance and simply changed his route, sitting on the sofa opposite her. Although he currently wanted to just carry her back to the bedroom, she needed time, and he was very good at waiting. "That letter?" Lin Na remembered that there seemed to be such a thing, but she was curious what was inside the box, so she opened it. "That was my invitation to you, inviting you to the Christmas ball. I didn't expect Nana to be so impatient." Tilda. Lucius crossed his legs, slowly enjoying the girl's face as it went from anger to doubt, then to realization and embarrassment, and finally back to guilt. "Then, you didn't write clearly." Lin Na knew she might have been too rash, so she was going to leave, to get away from this awkward atmosphere. But since she had already come, how could Lucius let her leave so easily? "Then I'll go back first. I'll just use your fireplace." Bang! Tilda. Lucius flicked his hand and lit the fire in the fireplace. With incendio, no one could enter. "It seems to be broken, the fireplace." Lucius looked at the back of Lin Na's head with a mischievous smile. "Then apparition is not allowed here." He had just set up a new restriction. "Then I'll walk to the bus stop." Lin Na refused to believe she couldn't go back. "It should take 2 hours to walk from Malfoy Manor. The security here has always been good, you know, Tilda." Now Lucius comfortably raised his wine glass and toasted her, seeming very pleased with his little snack before bed tonight. Lin Na could only stay for one night now. Actually, she could ask Lucius to have someone send her back, but he would definitely take the opportunity to propose unequal terms, such as attending his Christmas dinner or waiting for her to beg him. She didn't want to do that. "Then I'll trouble the head of the Malfoy family to arrange a guest room for me." Lin Na avoided looking at his deliberately provocative gaze. The moment she turned around, he was right behind her. "What did you call me, Nana?" "Mr. Malfoy." "Not that." Lucius directly trapped her against the bookshelf, one hand intertwined with hers above her head, the other arm around her waist. He used his body as a wall, and his face leaned in. Lin Na was very uncomfortable sharing a breath with him, and his legs were pressed tightly against hers. "What did you call me, Tilda?" That trembling sound vibrated from Lin Na's eardrums to her heart, even giving her goosebumps. She didn't expect the dignified head of the Malfoy family to have such a sexy side. "Lucius." "All right, Luke, can you let me go now?" Lin Na didn't want to think about what was pressed against her. She just wanted to quickly hide in her room. She compromised. "Good girl, Tilda." Lucius tightened his breath, slowly dropped a kiss on Lin Na's forehead, and finally released her waist, but did not let go of her hand. What does this mean?" Lin Na shook her held hand. "Draco has been looking for you every day recently. He's grown quite a bit taller." Lucius completely ignored Lin Na's question and continued to hold her hand, talking about Draco. "And he happened to pass by Draco's room, deliberately tempting her to go in and see Draco." Lin Na, as expected, couldn't resist the allure of the cute child and stepped inside, playing with a just woken up Draco. "Thanks again to Lunana, my dear, for the prop reward." Chapter 46. Gift. Lin Na and Draco were having a great time, deliberately ignoring Lucius, who was silently watching them from the sofa. "Didn't that guy have work to do?" Why was he staring at her? But then, something even more embarrassing happened. Her gift arrived, and Lucius Malfoy was even excitedly preparing to open it in front of her. "Look, Draco, Mama's gift has arrived. Let's see what she received." Lucius even ceremoniously rolled up his sleeves. "Don't we open gifts on Christmas? At least wait until she left, right? It's really embarrassing to open it in front of me, isn't it?" Lin-Na excitedly stood up, holding Draco, and walked in front of him, pressing one hand on the gift box. "Is there a difference? Or, did Nana forget to prepare something for me?" Lucius raised an eyebrow. How could he look so pitiful? How did he manage that on his imposing face? Lin-Na swallowed. "No, that's not it. She just picked something casual for his gift." "Excellent, I'm really looking forward to it." Lucius held the gift, but his gaze seemed to linger on Lin-Na's face, unable to pull away. That doting, almost suffocating look made Lin-Na feel a little guilty. He had indeed picked out many toys and books for Draco. But when it came to Lucius Malfoy, she really couldn't think of anything to buy, so she just casually picked out an exquisite pocket watch from a second-hand antique stall for him. He definitely wouldn't wear it, he wasn't lacking one, and it wouldn't cause any unnecessary trouble. But when Lucius saw the pocket watch, he held it in his palm and carefully caressed it with his thumb. "It's a pocket watch. How did Nana know I needed one? We can put our photo in it." He probably guessed her perfunctoriness, but he was still very happy. At least he received something. What photo? Lin-Na didn't dare to look into his eyes. Why was she worried he would be sad? Fortunately, Lucius became even more excited. "Of course, it's our photo. Their family of three's photo." Lucius took advantage of Lin-Na's guilt to kidnap her and Draco, and the three of them took a family photo. Lin-Na originally thought it would just be a quick shot, enough to fit into that damned pocket watch, but later they shot from indoors to outdoors, from morning till night. However, now she could only watch Lucius carefully tuck the second-hand pocket watch into his arms, completely unbothered. He sat back on the sofa, playing with the toys Lin-Na had given Draco, gesturing with them on Draco, looking very pleased. What a stable adult. Lin-Na began to wonder if she should give Lucius something else. Watching the father and son play with the magic toys she had given them, Draco occasionally turned his head to give her the toy in his hand, calling out, "Mommy, hug." Lucius rested his head on his hand, looking at them with such loving eyes. How enviable Tilda. Oh no, that harmonious family of three atmosphere permeated the air again. This atmosphere was so warm that Lin-Na, being swayed, actually fell asleep holding Draco. As night deepened, Lucius watched the young woman who had long since fallen asleep on his shoulder, his son sleeping sweetly in her arms. He didn't dare to move, reaching out his one free arm to tuck Lin-Na's stray hair behind her ear, carefully leaving tiny kisses on her forehead and by her ear. The woman grumbled softly twice and hugged the little one in her arms tighter, unconsciously nuzzling his soft hair, unaware that she was completely teasing him, and what she was actually nuzzling was Lucius's broad chest. Lucius sighed, gently tucked his wife and son into the covers he held, smoothed the bed sheets, and lingered by the bed for a long time before turning to leave to deal with the rest of his work. In her sleep, Lin-Na felt incredibly peaceful until dawn, when she woke up in her own room. When did she get back? Lin-Na sat up in bed in horror, thinking she had transmigrated again, but she rushed out, disheveled, and the first person she saw was Les. The moment he saw her, his eyes lit up. Lin-Na touched her messy hair, shrieked, and retreated. It seemed it was still the same time period, she had just been sent back. It was probably thanks to a house elf actually, someone had carried her back personally, just using a confundo. When Lin-Na was tidied up and stepped out the door again, she found that Les was still there. Needless to say, he must have done it on purpose, but now that she was presentable, she had nothing to worry about. "What is it again?" Lin-Na put on her senior sister demeanor, hoping to wash away the previous embarrassment. "Senior sister, good morning. I wanted to say, thank you for your Christmas gift. I really like it, thank you." Regulus recalled what Lin-Na had given him, filled with ecstasy, but he was very confused about what that stick was for. Was it for drying quilts? Lin-Na also had no idea. He had given Regulus the back massager she intended for Mrs. Molly, as Mrs. Molly was overworked every day and really needed a reliable massager. That stick was perfect for pounding backs. So, facing the eager-to-learn Regulus, Lin-Na could only brace herself and demonstrate how to use the massage hammer. As she demonstrated, she frantically wondered, what on earth did she give Mrs. Molly then? Regulus, kept in the dark, felt a huge wave of emotion surge within him because Serena was personally massaging his back. He could only clench his fists to keep from laughing out loud. The girl he had liked for so long was massaging his back. But from Lin Na's perspective, that guy was being vibrated by her. He was stifling laughter. Oh, was her strength really that great? Are you alright, Les? I'm fine. I'm good. Thank you. I'll make good use of this massager. Regulus took the massager, his face flushed. Lin Na really found it hard not to think dirty thoughts. This conversation was too awful. Fortunately, the fat lady came to find Lin Na to thank her for her gift. She was very happy. She was just surprised why it was sent today, as she had to be on duty for Christmas. Lin Na then realized that Christmas gifts here needed to be sent on the day itself, except for gifts crossing countries. Otherwise, they would all arrive on the same day. This led to Lin Na's blunder. She had thought it didn't matter whether they were sent early or late, they would just sit under the Christmas tree. Now wouldn't they all have opened them? Lin Na no longer wanted to think about whether she needed to send anything else on the day. She was already mentally exhausted. Maybe she should just work on Christmas. During the day, she would fulfill her agreement with Les to visit Diagon Alley, and then at night, she would be on duty at St. Mungo's. Thinking this, she went to apply to the dean. This way, she wouldn't have to attend any Christmas dinner at Malfoy Manor. However, her St. Mungo's duty caused even more trouble. Those men, as if by agreement, all came to visit her, the lonely and solitary one, leaving her unable to cope, and even more incredible things happened, too difficult to explain in a single sentence. Chapter 47. Meet in Diagon Alley. Because Lin Na proactively applied to stay and work at St. Mungo's on Christmas Eve and Christmas, Dean and Mary Jane's affection and pity for her reached an all-time high. Mary Jane even excitedly said that she had originally planned to invite Lin Na to her home for the holidays, but didn't because she thought Lin Na would spend it with Les. She never thought of having Serena stay here for duty, but Lin Na was very insistent on staying at her post. After all, there was no one waiting for her at home to celebrate the holidays. It was fine for her to be all alone. Mary Jane was so moved she was about to cry, and Fat Lady was already crying. Upon hearing that Lin Na had no family, she hugged her tightly while crying and gave her a big embrace. I am your family. You can call me Mommy Tilda. Haha, that's probably not a good idea. Lin Na was only about 17 or 18 years older than her, which was a bit awkward. Lin Na genuinely didn't mind, and she wasn't the only one on duty. Other single healers, just like her, stayed behind, though they would go home for dinner and then return. Lin Na even had the day off. Oh, and her date with Les. She didn't pay too much attention to it, her mind filled with instructions for her colleagues, asking them to write down what needed to be handed over before they left, so they could understand the work faster after she left. She just wanted to take Les to Diagon Alley for a casual stroll, and then come back to work. She even wore her work uniform underneath, with a coat over it. In contrast, Regulus, who had prepared his outfit a week in advance, wore a handsome British-style trench coat and cloak, along with a gentleman's hat and cane, standing as straight as a boy band member. Lin Na stood beside him like his attendant. Fortunately, her face could carry it off. Even when Serena's face was covered by a sack, it still exuded an aura of spirit, making people uncontrollably cast their gaze upon her. Regulus, of course, saw her St. Mungo's uniform underneath, but he didn't perceive her casualness. Instead, he admired her effort and pitied her strength. Why are you wearing so little, Senior? You'll catch a cold, Regulus whispered softly and took off his cloak, tying it around Lin Na. He magically produced a white fluffy hat from somewhere and personally placed it on her head. What is this? Why did he bring equipment for her? Were they not going skiing? Just consider it a thank you gift. Regulus didn't specify what it was a thank you for. If she asked again, it would be for accompanying him shopping. His Christmas gift, of course, would be something even better tomorrow. Oh Tilda, it's quite nice. Lin Na didn't dwell on it. She trusted Les's aesthetic sense. At least his outfits were always handsome and appropriate, like a young master from a good upbringing. Come to think of it, his demeanor was also like that. He must definitely be a young master. Les, don't you need to go home? Lin Na hadn't heard that he was staying for duty, but she also hadn't heard that he was going home. Oh, there's no one left in my family either, just a brother who's still out of town. Regulus recalled his broken home and gave a bitter smile. However, when he thought of the girl in front of him, whose situation was even more tragic than his own. Yet, she remained strong as if nothing had happened. He felt his own predicament was nothing. He had a slight fantasy that one day they could form a family. That would be wonderful. He would definitely celebrate this holiday every year as an anniversary with a ball. He would never forget how she looked in a formal gown, dancing gracefully during their student days. It was deeply etched into his heart. He hoped that one day, such beauty and dance would belong only to him. Lin Na saw him staring at her, entranced, and uncomfortably wiggled her fingers in front of him. Regulus awoke from his dream, abruptly grabbing her hand and warming it. "I'm here." He was surprised at how cold Lin Na's hand was. He gave up on his fantasy of her taking his arm and instead warmed her hand with his own, tucking it into his pocket, quietly lacing their fingers together. "This way it'll be warm." Lin Na looked at his pure, boyish trick and tried to pull her hand out but couldn't. He directly pulled her and apparated. They arrived in a corner of Diagon Alley, giving Lin Na no chance to refuse. "Look, there's a performance." His hand was large and warm, and Lin Na indeed felt her body warming up, so she just let him be her hand warmer. Her attention was completely drawn to the house elves' Christmas performance. They were dressed like Christmas elves, some playing flutes, some saxophones, others drumming, and some even singing Christmas carols while performing acrobatics. Lin Na was amazed by the performance. It was really good. Could it be that all house elves were multi-talented? This reminded her of Professor Flitwick, who also seemed to be a symphony orchestra conductor. After one song, Lin Na had no chance to pull out her hand to applaud, because Regulus pulled out a handful of galleons for her to give as a tip. Lin Na was further convinced that he was from a wealthy family. Was he always so generous with tips? However, it was true that this seemed to please the house elves more than applause. The house elves, who had been scattered and bowing, all crowded around them. Lin Na had no choice but to put a good number of galleons into their hats, which even led to a fight among them. Regulus frowned, put his arm around Lin Na's shoulder, and quickly led her out of the encirclement, seemingly angry that they had disturbed Lin Na's enjoyment. "Are we being too wasteful?" Regulus was charmed by Lin Na and stammered, "No, it's not that. I have a lot more." "Spend as much as you like, Tilda," she said. "We." Did that mean he and she were together? Happily, he handed his heavy money pouch to Lin Na, and the consequence was that his money pouch was snatched by a stray werewolf. Lin Na wanted to chase after him, but Regulus seemed completely unconcerned. "It's fine, it'll be found." He valued Lin Na's safety more than money, and he also didn't want to get entangled with those guys and expose his identity. He could hire people to find the thief sooner or later. Lin Na regretted it for a while, but also believed that he must have connections to get the money back. Seeing how calm he was, she stopped worrying. However, when she offered to treat him to dinner, he reacted strongly. How can a lady pay? He insisted on pawning his pocket watch for the meal. After dinner, they took a short walk. Regulus felt a little regretful that he couldn't buy many things she picked up today. He secretly memorized everything, resolving to get money and buy them for her when he returned. He escorted Lin Na all the way back to St. Mungo's. She wished him a Merry Christmas and told him to go home. But Regulus smiled without a word and continued to follow her into St. Mungo's. "You don't have to work, do you?" "That's right. I'm on holiday," Regulus continued like a little bear full of honey, sitting contentedly in the chair next to her, with his arms crossed. He followed wherever she went, his eyes curved into crescents. "Then, what are you doing here?" Staring at her lecherously. "Misconception. I want to learn from Senior. If I were on duty, I wouldn't be able to follow Senior all the time." Regulus spoke very sincerely, but to Lin Na, it was a bolt from the blue. He planned to follow her all night. At the same time, someone called her name. "Lestrange, your family is here to see you." Lin Na had an ominous premonition. What family members? Weren't all her family members imprisoned? Chapter 48. The Nightmare Before Christmas. Regulus, who was well aware of Serena's situation, also became tense and cautious. Serena's family? There must be a trick. His expression hardened. He drew his wand and extended his arm to shield Serena. "Beware of a trick." In that moment, Lin Na was touched. She hadn't expected him to be so manly. Although he was roughly the same age as her, his broad shoulders looked incredibly reliable. Having someone with her made her feel a bit more at ease, but as she walked into the office and saw Lucius Malfoy, with his distinguished demeanor and silver-reflecting robes, her uneasy heart became even more anxious and depressed. He was even holding little Draco, who was dressed in a red Christmas outfit. Draco wore a mini Christmas hat, a Christmas suit, and a pair of Christmas socks with pom-poms. His big eyes looked at Lin Na, Mommy Tilda, who could resist that. Lucius also had a bottle of red wine wrapped in Christmas paper in his arms. He slowly placed it on the table, but the crisp sound was like an alarm bell for Lin Na. Just got back, Tilda. Strangely, his calm tone made Lin Na feel as if a husband had brought his child to visit, but it had turned into a scene of catching a cheating spouse. Lin Na unconsciously swallowed. My working hours are from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, Tilda. Though it wasn't an intentional excuse to avoid the Malfoy family's banquet. Regulus was also very surprised at how close Serena was to the head of the Malfoy family. He was displeased with Lucius's attitude towards Lin Na, but because it was Lucius who might see through his identity, he couldn't even make eye contact. He could only find an excuse to leave for now. As he left, he kept hinting to Lin Na that if she needed help, she should call him, and he would be in his dormitory. Now there were only the family of 3 left in the room, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Lin Na wanted to resolve this quickly and send this important figure away, so she spoke first. Shouldn't there be a banquet at Malfoy Manor tonight? Don't you need to be busy with that? Lucius glanced indifferently at Lin Na, and pinched Draco's chubby little cheek. Draco, do you know? Your mommy is going to have a boyfriend. The jealousy and sourness in his tone were truly potent. It was as if he had angry, "Come coax me," written on his back. Don't teach children strange things. Lin Na didn't stand on ceremony, picked up Draco and kissed him. She deliberately avoided Lucius's gaze, which was seeking an explanation. Draco was truly a cute little fellow, Tilda. All right, Tilda. Lucius didn't argue. He opened the bottle of wine he had brought, conjured a random glass, and leaned by the window, quietly watching the mother and son. In reality, he was sulking. He, Lucius Malfoy, had actually fallen to the point where he had to rely on his son to gain her favor. He gave a bitter smile, but couldn't help but want to get closer to her. So Lin Na, who was happily playing with Draco, suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. That guy had actually rested his head on her shoulder. It was quite a challenge for such a tall man, but Lucius didn't feel it was difficult. His upper body was propped on either side of Lin Na's body. Hey Tilda, you're too close. Lin Na tried to move her head away, but she couldn't escape his embrace. Lucius tightened his arm, silently exerting force, causing Lin Na to lose her balance and lie directly on his abdomen. Above her, Lucius's elfin face somehow managed to endure this challenging angle. Draco happily thought his mommy and daddy were playing a game. He climbed onto Lin Na's stomach, hooked his arms around their necks, and the 3 of their heads were squeezed together. Mommy, Daddy. I'm not. Lin Na wanted to explain something, but she was kissed on the cheek and forehead by these 2 handsome men, one big and one small. This was quite the treatment. In a daze, Lucius had already embraced both her and Draco, enjoying the warm Christmas Eve moment. But beautiful scenes are always so fleeting. Another alarm blared loudly. Lin Na instantly stood up from Lucius's embrace, pushed Draco into the arms of the bewildered man, and rushed to the wardrobe to change. She thought, no way? No way it's this accurate in the wizarding world, too. Lin Na looked at Draco, who was dressed in festive and adorable attire, with a complicated expression. In the past, even in a men's clinic, if someone sent something red or even sent Wang's eye milk, the hospital would become lively and bustling that day. If she was on duty, she usually wasn't busy because most people came during the day, but if she received something red, she would become extremely busy. For example, someone in the neighboring proctology department accidentally sat on something oddly shaped and needed her help. She would even be called to help with situations where a couple had an emotional outburst and the man had self-castrated. She had to run between several hospitals, and she couldn't afford to lose face. Now, with Draco dressed like Santa Claus, could it be that the god of wealth had come to bring her business? She put on her white coat, and already saw crowds moving through the normally empty corridor, searching for healers. Healers are here. Hurry up, someone. Save my child. Where are the healers? Hurry, hurry! Help is needed here. Lin Na was bewildered. Why were everyone sick on a day meant for family reunions? Were they celebrating the holiday at St. Mungo's? But tonight, including her, there were only 5 people on duty, and all of them were intern healers similar to Les. Oh right, Les was still here, that's great. Lin Na was extremely grateful that Les was still here. Need help? Speak of the devil, Les had already arrived. Yes, help me write a letter to Professor Snape at Hogwarts. We might need his potions. Lin Na, having learned from her previous experience, already had a plan in mind. This time, everyone seemed to be sick from eating something unclean. It sounded like apples, but it wasn't clear if the apples were deliberately poisoned or bitten by magical creatures. Although Regulus didn't want any contact with Snape, he still followed Lin Na's instructions and went to write a letter to Snape. Lin Na looked back at Lucius on the sofa, not knowing what to say except perhaps "I'm sorry," but the words on her lips turned into help, and she disappeared through the doorway, surrounded by the crowd heading to the ward. Lucius slammed his fist on the sofa in frustration. He had specifically found someone to use Polyjuice potion to cover for him at tonight's banquet, and she just abandoned him and his son and ran off? However, not long after, Lucius sat up and snapped his fingers, summoning Dobby. Take young Master Draco back to rest, and also inform the Ministry of Magic about this matter. Tell them to hurry over and provide support. And what about you, Master Malfoy? Dobby noted everything down. I'll go back later. Lucius furiously tore open his collar, revealing his prominent Adam's apple. He had done so much, he had to get something in return, right? Malfoy never did business without profit. Welcome, darlings, to Follow Me Tilda. I'll continue to update HP fanfiction, and in the future, there will be other anime fanfiction and original autumn novels. You're also welcome to rate and leave comments for me Tilda. Let me see your name. Chapter 49. The Nightmare Before Christmas Part Roman 2. Not long after Lin Na entered the ward, she became busy, settling all the patients onto their beds, then distributing potions to temporarily stabilize their conditions, before Lin Na went around to help treat each one individually. Although her treatment approach was correct, there were simply too many people. Now, those sitting on the floor, lying on beds, and even those being supported by family members, were all crowding towards the healer. Lin Na could only shout to reassure the families to come one by one. Just then, a few-year-old child scratched by a werewolf arrived, covered in blood. Fortunately, it wasn't a full moon, but his parents were pulling at Lin Na like mad. In the eyes of the child's mother, Lin Na was like a lifeline. Only she could save her child. Lin Na was currently feeding medicine to a 3-year-old child, who was also poisoned by an unknown cause, and that child's parents were also somewhat unconscious. At this moment, Les arrived, rushing in. Everyone, make way. The healer threw. Lin Na, holding the child, was so moved she was almost crying. He was indeed still here. In that moment, he seemed to emanate an aura of a hero. Regulus had barely returned to his dormitory when he heard the alarm. He knew Lin Na must need him, so he rushed to her side as quickly as possible, treating several urgent patients along the way. Leave this to me. You go attend to that child first. Regulus took the child from Lin Na's arms. Lin Na was a little worried if he would be able to feed the child medicine, but there wasn't much time for such concerns now. Don't let him choke, his mother is in the next room. If anyone else vomits, drink the green potion. If they have hallucinations, drink the blue one. Wait for me to come back. Lin Na quickly gave instructions, then took the child scratched by the werewolf to the operating room. She didn't dare to stop for a moment. The child's face was pale, and she had to use several spells to barely stop the bleeding. The child's mother was already kneeling before her. Do you need help? Remus Lupin appeared at the end of the corridor, holding a bouquet of roses. He came too? Lin Na suddenly felt like she had a backbone. Remus, help! I'm here. Don't worry, I know a bit about this. We'd best replace all his blood. Remus took the child and carried him, continuing to run with Lin Na towards the operating room. It's great that you're here. Lin Na now felt much more confident. Lupin was very familiar with this place, and she hadn't expected his stamina to be so good. Carrying a 9-year-old child, he could still run faster than Lin Na, and even had time to quickly say, although it's not quite the right time, I still want to say, Merry Christmas. I hope I'm not the last one. You, be careful not to bite your tongue. Lin Na also admired that he could still think of that. No wonder a guy as steady as he was could hang out with James and the others. Okay, Tilda. Lupin was the first to put the child in the operating room, then turned and ran back. Excuse me. What? Lin Na didn't know what was happening when she was lifted onto Remus's shoulder, and he continued to run towards the operating room. Huh? Lin Na was shocked. Chinese letter on Lupin's broad shoulders. It's that easy? Sorry, this should be faster, Lupin explained briefly, and Lin Na didn't have time to worry about it. Immediately entering the operating state, help me meet Snape. He'll be bringing the potion. Lin Na finished speaking and directly shut Lupin out of the door. Although Lupin was worried about Lin Na, he knew it was best to follow her instructions now. So he immediately went to meet Snape, though he was a bit uncertain about Snape coming. In his impression, Snape was not a helpful guy. He would stand by and watch, uninvolved, and it would be good if he didn't make a few sarcastic remarks. On the other side, Snape hated holidays like Christmas. His only Christmas celebration was probably the year Selina Lestrange invited him to her ball. To return her favor, he walked for 3 hours in the snow and gave her a bottle of Felix Felicis. This time he received a gift from her again, a scarf. She sent him a scarf? It was originally for Regulus, but there were too many gifts, and it was sent to the wrong person, but it looked like she had knitted it herself. Snape repeatedly held it in his hand, trying to find fault, but found no flaws at all. Finally he wrapped it around his neck, feeling a bit warm and soft. Snape couldn't sit still. He had to return this gift. What should he send? Snape's face was stern. He would just send her a few more bottles of Felix Felicis. So Snape, who deliberately wanted to return the gift on Christmas Eve, did not receive Regulus's plea for help and had already arrived at St. Mungo's. As Snape entered, he saw the annoying werewolf. Why was he here? Lupin's face also clearly froze when he saw him. What happened? You don't know? Did you bring the potion? Lupin no longer cared about past grievances. Potion? In just 3 seconds, Snape had already guessed what he had missed. Follow me. I need a cauldron and potions. Just like that, two people who were originally at odds suddenly stopped arguing in tacit understanding, and both threw themselves into brewing potions. Snape asked Lupin about the patient's symptoms. Lupin helped cut potion ingredients, and Snape brewed. The two had no unnecessary words, making things get done incredibly quickly. Lin Na also completed the child's wound healing in the fastest time. Now, a blood transfusion was needed. She tried her own blood, but there was some rejection. So she opened the door to find someone. At this time, direct relatives were useless. Then she saw Man, I'm Moody, in the corner. Moody, you came too? That's great. Come quickly. Although Lin Na didn't know why they all came, she thanked Merlin. Cough, cough, cough. What's up? Moody awkwardly emerged from the corner. He was originally on a business trip, but he could rush back. When he came back, he was alone with nowhere to go. By the time he realized it, he was already at St. Mungo's, seeing this chaotic scene, and she seemed to need him. Lin Na was also not polite. No time to explain, I need your blood. She pulled his arm and directly dragged him into the operating room. Oh okay Tilda, he didn't ask why. Just Chinese letter watched Lin Na actively unbutton his clothes, completely without any resistance, letting her do as she pleased. Then he saw her happily tell him, it worked, your blood can save this child. Couldn't help but feel happy with her. It was great that he could help her. The needle entered his skin, and he didn't feel a thing, just quietly gazed at her, making Lin Na think she had made him stupid. She just drew a little blood from him, didn't she? And Lucius, after waiting for a while, still hadn't heard from Lin Na, so he also stepped out of the door. Chapter 50. The Nightmare Before Christmas. Roman 3. After Lin Na injected Moody's blood into the child, she turned and returned to the ward to continue treating the poisoned patients. By the time she returned, Les, with the assistance of another healer, had already stabilized the patients and the entire ward to the maximum extent. Lin Na breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Les holding a small child and coaxing him, while also explaining the cause of illness to a patient. Behind that patient, a long queue had spontaneously formed, all waiting for his treatment. His focused expression looked very professional as he methodically checked each of their conditions one by one. I'm back, you've worked hard. Not at all, why don't you rest for a bit? Regulus saw that the woman still had bloodstains on her face that she hadn't had time to wipe off, and she hadn't eaten dinner. Her slightly disheveled hair made him particularly distressed. I'm fine, the antidote should be here soon. Lin Na had great faith in Snape. Okay, if you can't hold on, you must tell me, all right? Regulus gazed deeply at Lin Na and pressed her shoulder when they exchanged positions, but he did not leave. After entrusting the child to his mother in the next room, he returned to help. After being busy for a while, Lin Na suddenly found herself with a moment of leisure. She looked up and saw Snape, not far away, coldly feeding a potion to a child. The child was so scared by Snape that he dared not cry, "Don't spill it." The child obediently drank the potion, not making a sound. Not far away, Lupin was helping a patient come in and line up at the very end of the queue, thoughtfully using his own coat to conjure a chair for the person. However, he didn't part with his scarf, because Lin Na had knitted it for him herself, so he didn't take it off even though he was sweating profusely. Closest to her was Les, who, like her, had a queue in front of him, and he was examining them one by one. Mad-Eye Moody was now like a peddler, with a medicine box hanging on his chest. Who else hasn't gotten their potion? Quickly give me a shout. His demeanor was like a bandit, but the effect was good. A woman tremblingly raised her hand, not daring to speak. Mad-Eye, like a whirlwind, dragged his crippled leg and rushed to her front. Did that Snape fellow give you a number? What number potion? The entire ward was being supported by them. Just as Lin Na was lost in thought, a flurry of footsteps, the familiar sound of dragonhide shoes, crisply reached Lin Na's ears. Lucius had actually arrived with people from the Ministry of Magic. Those Ministry of Magic members poured in from behind him. He walked into the ward with steady steps, looked around at the men who shouldn't have been there and snorted coldly. Had he still arrived late? But it didn't matter, she only needed to remember who could help her settle things. My apologies everyone, I'm late. I need to speak with the person in charge here. Is it you? Lucius asked pompously, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Na's face. Currently it seems to be me. Lin Na stood up, unsure of what Lucius intended to do, yet she couldn't stop worrying about the patients, looking back every few steps. Don't worry, they will cover everything. Lucius saw her concern. I need to understand the specific situation, as a sponsor. Okay. Lin Na then put down her work and handed it over to a Ministry of Magic member next to her. She also saw Mr. Weasley in the crowd, and she felt a little relieved, thinking it should be fine. Lupin chased after them. I've been on site the whole time, you can ask me. Lucius, blocked by a werewolf, showed displeasure. He wanted to take his wife to rest. What was this fellow to him? But Lucius did not get angry. Instead, he retorted in his low, melodious tone, "Can you represent St. Mungos? Are you a healer here?" Lupin was speechless, looking worriedly at Lin Na. Lin Na waved her hand at him. "I'll be right back." Following behind Lucius, he deliberately slowed his steps, not only to wait for her but also to reassure her. Indeed, on the way back to the office, there were no more cries or hurried footsteps. All the patients were orderly receiving medical attention with the help of Ministry of Magic members. The ward was also full of people, and their conditions had improved greatly, with laughter occasionally heard. And the figures of healers who should have been on leave. Had Lucius used his authority to call them all back? Lin Na then realized that she didn't seem to need to be so busy anymore. As soon as she followed him into the office door, she was met with a fragrant aroma. Her desk had been transformed into a banquet table, laden with various delicious foods. When had he arranged for someone to prepare this? Lin Na saw double, and the bloodstains on her cheek were wiped away by Lucius himself with his fingertip. You need to rest now, Tilda. His tone was not to be refused, and he pressed Lin Na's shoulders, seating her in the dining chair. But you saw it, they don't need you there anymore. Lucius helped her tie on a napkin, leaning over her from behind to cut her steak, deliberately lowering himself to whisper in her ear, "And I need you, Tilda." Lin Na shivered at his sexy, magnetic voice. Why was he seducing her? Lin Na pushed his chest. "Okay, I'll eat by myself. You don't need to go back to Malfoy Manor, do you?" Lucius smoothly sat in the chair opposite her. "Why do you want to go back?" He also began to eat elegantly, occasionally cutting meat and placing it on Lin Na's plate. Lin Na knew that one should not speak while eating or sleeping, so she simply seized the time to eat something. She was indeed hungry, but Lin Na kept wondering if those guys had eaten yet. As she was thinking, their door was knocked on again, It was the fat lady. Serena, you, hurry. There's another tricky problem. The fat lady's urgent knocking made Lucius Chinese letter use a silencing charm, but it was too late. Lin Na had already heard it. She stood up to look sorry. I need to go now, thank you, Mr. Malfoy. Hissed Lucius dropped his knife and fork, his eyes freezing to ice. Why were there always insensitive people interrupting them? He still chose to follow her. He had done so much already. What was a little more time? What happened, Madame Pomfrey? Well, you remember the Longbottoms here who were, well, crazy? Their son, that slightly foolish boy, went into the water naked and his little pepper got bitten off by a fish. Why would he go into the water this season? Who knows? The worst part is that it happened in our garden pond. Quickly come and think of a solution. That old woman is not easy to deal with. The fat lady recalled the woman's maddened appearance and couldn't help but shiver. But her identity was a bit awkward, wasn't it? Although she was indeed an expert in this area. Chapter 51. The Nightmare Before Christmas Part Roman 4. Lin Na hesitated, but the situation was urgent, and the fat lady directly pulled her away, explaining as they went. Although many healers had returned, Dean Mary Sue and other highly respected individuals were on holiday in other countries and couldn't be reached for a while. Even if they could be contacted, they wouldn't be able to rush back. So all healers, except interns, were called to an emergency meeting. Of course, Lin Na was an exception, because the fat lady always felt that Lin Na's healing skills were superior to many older healers, so she also called her to help. Before she even reached the meeting room, she already heard the old lady next door screaming, "Why aren't you coming to save my grandson? Listen up, all of you. If Neville can't have children in the future and the Longbottom family ends here, I'll guard this place every day. No one will be able to see a doctor." The penetrating power of that voice was so strong that it could still be heard even with a silencing charm, and through Mungo's thick brick walls, making Lin Na swallow. She wondered if the debt for the Longbottom couple being tortured by the Lestrange brothers would be laid at her feet. Lin Na felt that if she went, she might be torn apart by Mrs. Longbottom with her bare hands, but with the compassion of a healer and the duty to save lives, she decided to try. After she briefly explained her treatment method, everyone initially disagreed. After all, Lin Na was only considered an intern healer. If any problems arose during the procedure, she would not be able to take responsibility, especially since her surname was Lestrange, and she was a sworn enemy of the Longbottom family. If the stalemate continued, Lin Na would be helpless. She could help little Neville with a combination of Western and Chinese medicine, but without surgery, it wouldn't be successful. She was also very frustrated. Just then, Lucius walked in, holding a rolled-up parchment. "She can do it. I have an appointment letter from your dean here. From now on, she is no longer an intern healer, but a full-fledged one." Heaven knows how shocked Lin Na was when she saw him step through the door. She finally felt the charm of a Malfoy heir. His naturally distinct aura instantly attracted the attention of all the healers. There was no dissent, no refutation, as if he was meant to be there, giving orders. "Since Mr. Malfoy says it's fine, then there's no problem. I trust Mr. Malfoy, and I also trust Serena's abilities. She's the only one Madame Mary Jane personally appointed to liaise with Professor Snape." The fat lady actively assisted. "I'll go hold off old Mrs. Longbottom. Then we'll go too. As long as it's successful, Mrs. Longbottom probably won't say anything." Another healer, who was on good terms with the Malfoy family, naturally sided with Malfoy. Seeing someone express their stance, the others also quickly followed suit, deliberately trying to curry favor with Lucius, although they didn't know why the head of the Malfoy family would favor and help Lestrange, whose family was in decline. "Time waits for no one, let's begin." That lady pushed Lin Na towards the operating room. As Lin Na passed Lucius, she whispered, in a voice only they could hear, "Thank you." Lucius turned his head slightly, giving her a half-smile, half-scowl glance like an old fox. Lin Na suddenly wondered if she had been tricked by him. He wouldn't try to negotiate terms with her afterwards, would he? But there was no time to think about it. Lin Na rushed into the operating room and began her specialty trade after all these days. Her title as the Sacred Hand of Andrology was not for show. Thus, Lin Na became famous overnight, not only becoming a formal healer but also earning a new title, Goddess of Birds. This gave Lin Na a huge headache, and gradually some strange yet reasonable rumors began to appear, even Dumbledore was cured by her. Lucius Malfoy takes special care of her because she cured his hidden ailment. You know man, I'm Moody, he's also her patient. He goes for follow-ups almost every week. Lin Na found it very hard to understand how they spread such rumors, but that was a story for another time. What Lin Na had to deal with now were the men who had come to spend Christmas Eve with her but ended up as volunteers, working all night long 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. None of them were willing to leave, all gathered around the long table and chairs in Serena's office, quietly waiting for her to return. Occasionally, a few awkward pleasantries floated across the table. Tilda. Snape, once the potion is finished, you can leave. Moody threw his prosthetic leg onto the table, indicating that he was a patient and needed that woman's examination. How come I didn't find you so fragile when we were catching Death Eaters? Snape retorted unceremoniously, not even looking up, always reading the book in his hand, and the scarf around the stupid wolf's neck. Damn, how many did that woman wholesale? Lupin, thank you for your help last night. You'd best go back and get some sleep. I see your eyes are bloodshot. Tilda Regulus also wanted to persuade Lupin to leave and rest, privately hoping to have more time alone with Lin Na. Thank you, I'm fine. I just want to personally thank Serena for the gift. Tilda. Lupin proudly and deliberately adjusted the scarf around his neck. For a moment, a low pressure filled the air, which even Lupin himself didn't understand. She knitted this herself? Regulus couldn't control his emotions, his voice actually rising several octaves. But he quickly calmed down, smiling a bit sourly as he replied, "It's really beautiful. Unfortunately, I only have this massage equipment, but my senior sister even demonstrated it for me herself." Tilda Moody scoffed disdainfully. Senior sister sounded disgusting, making Regulus's mouth twitch in displeasure, but he didn't retort because their identities were at odds. Lucius arrived late, not expecting it to be so lively. He consciously sat in the main seat, which they had reserved for Serena. He felt that given his rightful status and the great favor he had done for Serena, what was wrong with him sitting there? Everyone has worked hard. He had the air of a victorious superior. Meanwhile, Lin Na, exhausted from working all night, returned to her office, drowsily wanting to change her clothes and go to sleep. She had already unbuttoned her chest on the way back, but the moment she entered the door, she sobered up. 10 pairs of eyes, plus one, all stared at her, seemingly waiting for an explanation. Lin Na's breathing hitched. How were they all here? Didn't they need to rest? Hi Tilda everyone. Good morning. Lin Na weakly buttoned up her chest. Chapter 52. Lively Dinner Party. How could Lin Na have known they were all waiting for her there? If she had known earlier, she would have gone straight to her dorm and fallen asleep. Why bother changing clothes? Now, she was sitting opposite Lucius, with Moody and Lupin on her left, and Snape and Les on her right. How can you work all night and not even get a sip of water? Moody fired the first shot, making Lin Na instantly stand up to pour water. Lucius waved his hand, and a teapot and teacup floated in front of him. Here you go. You can leave once you've finished drinking. Moody stared at Lucius in disbelief, then turned back to Lin Na, unable to believe she was involved with Malfoy again. He also wanted to see her attitude. Was she really so dismissive of him? Lin Na covered her head, feeling a headache coming on. Why did Lucius have to get involved? She quickly went to retrieve the copper pot she had finally found last time. Don't leave everyone, stay. To show my gratitude, I'm treating everyone to hot pot. Lin Na gritted her teeth and brought out all the ingredients she had stocked up for Christmas. Hot pot? Lucius raised an eyebrow, not knowing what it was, but he was surprised that she was going to cook for him. He clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them, looking somewhat expectant. Lupin thought Malfoy was disdainful of Lin Na's hot pot and wouldn't deign to eat it, so he couldn't help but smooth things over for Lin Na. It's a traditional Chinese delicacy and a cooking method. I tried it last time, and it was delicious. Everyone should give it a try. Tilda. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but once he did, the others felt uneasy, especially Lucius, who had just been so enthusiastic, let out a tusk. Tilda with a hint of disdain and scrutiny. This is a copper cauldron? Snape noticed it and couldn't help but find fault. Indeed, you can't trust a vagrant's standards. He didn't know why he was angry. When she needed a cauldron, she asked that idiotic wolf for help instead of consulting him, her friend. You don't want to eat, you can leave now. Lin Na wasn't going to humor them. It wasn't like she asked them to help, Snape excluded. He had brought out all her delicious food, and some of the Chinese baby bok choy was very hard to get. Even better if they don't eat it, she'll have more. As soon as Lin Na spoke, The men became obedient again. I need to discuss the cost of the potions consumed. Some of them came from my personal collection. Cough, cough, cough. I need you to look at my useless leg. It needs some magic to maintain. Senior, I'll help you chop vegetables. Brown, noser. Moody couldn't help but scoff at Les's enthusiasm, but he couldn't stop his determination to dine with her. And so, surrounded by a group of excellent men and boys, Lin Na had her first Chinese meal since coming to the wizarding world, so delicious that she almost cried. She even specially prepared chopsticks for them. Lin Na deliberately demonstrated how to use them, as if watching a show. You would not know how to use chopsticks, would you? The result utterly surprised Lin Na. Snape directly transformed his chopsticks back into a knife and fork, acting as if he hadn't heard anything. Lucius and Les quickly mastered the use of chopsticks. They must have used them before. It made sense. They probably often ate Chinese or Japanese food at home and knew how to use them. And the rudest fellow was none other than Moody. He actually just grabbed with his hands. Too much trouble. As long as it gets into my mouth, that's all that matters. It perfectly fit his image, scaring Lin Na, who quickly handed him a fork. Are you kidding me? If his hand went into the pot, how was she supposed to eat? Lupin, however, was a clever fellow. Although he couldn't use chopsticks well, he would stab the food, which was fine. When Lin Na gave Moody a fork, she gave him one too. And so, Lin Na had the most filling hot pot meal ever. When she looked up, someone would put food into her bowl. Here, Senior, this potato is especially delicious. Try it quickly. Serena, eat some greens. Didn't you say you liked Chinese leafy greens when we were buying groceries? I can help you plant some outside your door next time. Lupin forked a large portion of leafy greens into Lin Na's bowl, and Lin Na was so touched she almost cried. Thank you, Remus. Humpies, I don't like this. Moody also grumbled and put meat into Lin Na's bowl, which made Lin Na laugh in exasperation. Wasn't he the one who had just eaten 2 bowls of fatty beef? Lucius ate with exceptional elegance, chewing slowly. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Na, and that half-smile made Lin Na feel uneasy, as if he was blaming her for not enjoying this feast with him alone. What a pity. Draco isn't here. What a lovely Christmas morning, Tilda, don't you agree, Nana? Ha ha ha. Lin Na now understood. He was complaining that she was taking up his time with his child misunderstanding. Once you've finished eating, you can go back and see your child. Regulus directly spoke for Lin Na, and Lin Na wanted to hug him and dance for joy. But Lucius wasn't someone with a thin skin. Ha 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 ha, no rush. I'll wait until Nana is done with all this. He implied that he would wait for her to go home with him, which was incredibly suggestive. Lin Na remained silent, quietly eating her hot pot. Once she finished, she was going to sleep and no one would disturb her. She was so sleepy that she actually fell asleep while eating, almost face planting into her bowl. Luckily, Lupin, who was next to her, quickly supported her head with his hand, letting her rest on his palm. This created a new scene of rivalry. Excuse me, everyone, I'll take her back to her dorm first. Tilda. Lupin reached out to pick up Lin Na, but Les held his arm. No need to worry, I'm just heading back to my dorm, which is right across from Senior's. I'll take her, Tilda. While Les and Lupin were locked in a staring contest, Lucius snapped his fingers and called Dobby. Take the mistress back to rest. He didn't specify where, and Dobby, understanding perfectly, apparated Lin Na back to Malfoy Manor. Master will praise Dobby again. The others couldn't possibly go to Lin Na's dorm to verify if she was sleeping there, nor did they want to disturb her. They all left. Snape, however, took the copper hot pot with him when he left. He wouldn't pay for it. He'd keep it for now until she came to him for it. Moody also wanted to take some food, so he would have an excuse to come back for the pot, but he hadn't had time to put on his prosthetic leg, and Snape had stolen a march on him. He spat out a paw, and left. Only Les sat back down, feeling a sense of loss, regretting his missed opportunity, but he didn't give up and returned to Lin Na's dorm door, gently knocking with a volume that wouldn't scare her even if it woke her up, asking, "Senior, are you all right?" Ahem. A strange sound came from inside the door, but Les finally relaxed and returned to his own dorm. Okay, you rest well. I just wanted to confirm your condition. Guess what that strange sound was? Haha. Chapter 53. Official Member. Lin Na was probably too tired. Even the moving of the house elf didn't elicit any reaction from her. Lucius stood by the bed holding Draco. Draco kept opening his arms and murmuring, "Mommy, Tilda, Mommy, Tilda." Lucius sat down on the bed indulgently, touching Draco's head. "Good, Tilda let mommy sleep a little longer, she was too tired last night. Draco, very sensible, no longer cried out, eating his little hand, obediently lying next to Lin Na, pouting his butt and burrowing into her quilt, lying in Lin Na's elbow, closing his eyes and pretending he was still sleeping. Lucius originally had a lot of things to deal with, such as how he, who should have been at the banquet last night, suddenly appeared at St. Mungo's. He needed to take action, but seeing this warm scene, he couldn't help but climb onto the bed, hugged his wife and children for a nap, and then left slowly. And Lin Na in her sleep dreamed of some scenes she had never seen before. She was like a few years old child, probably only as tall as the table leg. She was holding hands with a boy who was a head taller than her, walking through a long corridor. Soon she got lost in a very gorgeous room. That boy was the young Selina Lestrange. Lin Na knew very well where this was. It was a room in Malfoy Manor. She lost herself playing hide and seek. She saw a painting. Shockingly, the appearance on the painting was somewhat similar to her own, her current appearance, the kind with blonde hair. The little girl in the dream was very shocked. She seemed to think she had encountered a portrait of her mommy, but she was not sure. When she retreated, she bumped into two strong legs. Looking up, it was a blonde, handsome uncle. "What are you doing here? That lord is waiting for you." "Abrexis?" The man bent down and picked up the little girl, affectionately rubbing her cheek with his beard, seemingly very familiar with her. How could he be so affectionate with the childhood Serena? At this time, Abrexis gently helped her tidy her hair, always looking at the girl's face, his eyes sometimes a little deep, as if looking through her at another person, holding her to another room. "Riddle?" Lin Na was stunned to find that Abrexis had brought her to Riddle. He was sitting on the sofa listening to the report of a nearby Death Eater, sitting upright like a decisive demon lord, with a chilling aura on his body. But after seeing the girl, he restrained those miasmas, even showing a subtle smile. He waved his hand and told the people around him to go down, reaching out to take the girl from Abrexis' arms. "Here you are." Tilda the man was more calm and domineering than the one in Lin Na's memory. She hardly noticed any changes in his appearance, still young and promising and extremely charming. From the tone, Lin Na could hear his doting on the girl. The Dark Lord dotes on a few years old girl. His action of holding her in his arms was extremely skilled. The same black hair and the girl's lovely but indifferent temperament seemed to be exactly the same. This wouldn't really be Riddle's daughter as rumored. Lin Na, who was terrified, woke up from her sleep. Maybe it was just a dream. She suddenly opened her eyes and found a round head on her chest. Lifting the quilt to see, it was the cute Draco sleeping on her chest. Because the quilt covered his face, his little face was red and plump like a peach. So cute. Lin Na didn't investigate why she would appear in Malfoy Manor, picked up the cute little guy and kissed him hard. Now it can be determined that she is definitely Selina Lestrange. While Lucius hadn't returned, she quietly left and returned to St. Mungo's. She always felt that her own bed was more comfortable to sleep on. As soon as she entered St. Mungo's, she received applause from everyone. Fat Lady even sent a bouquet of flowers. "Congratulations, Serena, you are now a real healer." The excited Fat Lady almost shed tears on the spot. Lin Na was a little puzzled. Wasn't that night fake? Lucius's notice she had secretly read. There were no words, it was completely bluffing. But now it seems that everyone's reaction is so intense. "Congratulations, Senior." Les also brought a bouquet of roses. Every time he recalled Serena's excellent performance that night, he found it increasingly difficult to take his eyes off her. Lin Na hugged the two bouquets of flowers, revealing a smile. She really didn't expect that just one night would change her fate. She did coordinate the overall situation at a critical moment. But more was the help of those men, especially Lucius Malfoy. The dean, who had already rushed back, kept patting her shoulder and praising her bravery. It is said that there will also be a newspaper coming to interview her, but she refused. She doesn't like to be in the limelight, and it's in front of so many people. The most important thing is that she doesn't want her identity to be exposed, because she is not sure if she has other identities besides being Serena. So Lin Na returned to her dormitory under the crowd's embrace. Les had not left, as if he had something to say to her alone. He did persist until the end. When the dean drove the others out of Serena's dormitory, Mary Jane helped him. So there were only the two of them in the room. Lin Na sighed, looking at the gift boxes that had appeared on the ground. "That's right, there are more gifts. I wonder if there will be one from Snape." "That, you," Senior, when did you go out? Regulus first started the topic with his own question. It was in the morning. She couldn't possibly say that she spent the night at Malfoy Manor. Is there anything else? Lin Na squatted on the ground preparing to start unwrapping the gifts. The gift Lin Na chose happened to be sent by Regulus. He ran away in a panic. That's right, he really ran away. It's okay. I suddenly remembered I had something to do and left first. He would be shy to death if Serena unwrapped that gift in front of him. So Regulus fled in panic. He was originally prepared to express his praise, but now he couldn't say it. Huh? Lin Na had a head full of question marks, but was too lazy to delve into it and continued to unwrap the gifts, and then found what? Les's handwriting was a bit familiar? This is her mysterious pen pal? He is Serena's former pen pal? He has already met her, but why doesn't he recognize her? Or does he have some unspeakable secrets, so he is not less white at all? Answer. What's in the cabinet is that skeleton tilde, because the silencing charm failed. He has been chattering tilde. Chapter 54. Opening Gifts. Lin Na could now be certain that Les was definitely a schoolmate of hers, and he had paid a lot of attention to Serena before, but for some reason, he hadn't dared to approach her in his true identity. Curious about what gift Les would give her, Lin Na quickened her pace. It was an exquisitely wrapped gift in a very classical wooden box, beautifully carved and polished to a smooth finish. Inside the box was a crystal ball. Lin Na carefully took it out and was surprised to find a tiny dancing figure inside, with golden hair, slender limbs, and a gorgeous skirt that twirled as it moved. It looked exactly like Lin Na, especially a certain outfit from a ball she remembered. The little figure wasn't rotating mechanically, but truly danced like a living miniature person. It was so magical. How did he do it? Snowflakes were also drifting inside the crystal ball, making it look even more beautiful. Lin Na loved such delicate things and placed it by her bedside so she could see it as soon as she opened her eyes. Then, she successively opened the other gifts. She hadn't expected Snape to actually send her a gift. Although it was inconspicuous and crudely wrapped, the contents pleased her greatly. Felix Felicis. This was truly a famous potion, and it might even save a life in a critical moment. Lin Na immediately put it into her spatial bag to carry with her. There was more than one bottle. Snape was really generous. Lupin also sent a large bag of homemade dried fruit, likely gathered from the Forbidden Forest and prepared by him. They were in different colors and looked deliciously sweet and sour. She wondered how he managed to find so much in winter. Wasn't he worried about the centaurs getting wind of it? Later, she learned that he grew them himself for Lin Na. To Lin Na's surprise, Mad-Eye also sent a gift. Mad-Eye's gift was indeed unusual, a two-way mirror. He only left a Chinese letter message. If you need help, call me, but he completely forgot to leave instructions on how to use it, so Lin Na could only set it aside for now. And Lucius? Hadn't he already sent so many gifts? Why did he send Christmas gifts again? And there were quite a few. She hadn't even finished unwrapping the previous ones. However, besides the elaborate sets of jewelry, she did discover Draco's gift. It was an oil painting, of course, just a child's random doodle, but didn't Picasso also pursue painting like a child in his later years? So, the simple colors and lines looked quite artistic, with a naive charm. Lin Na imagined little Draco with paint all over his face, sitting on a stool with a big paintbrush, doodling and drawing. The thought made her smile. She hung the painting on the wall. Of course, if Lin Na knew that Draco had painted their family of 3, she might not have done so. The Weasleys also sent a pile of delicious food, including the pie Lin Na loved, and she also received a large sweater with the letter S in very Gryffindor colors. It was quite magical, an ancestral Gryffindor sending a Christmas sweater to an ancestral Slytherin. Lin Na still liked it very much and put the sweater into her wardrobe. Finally, there was one box left, and she couldn't tell who sent it. She thought, since it's the last one, I might as well open it. Although the packaging didn't look like the Malfoy family's style, perhaps she had missed it earlier. As a result, she pulled out a stiff battery. No, it felt strange to the touch. Lin Na brought it closer to her eyes for a careful look. Oh my god, it was a severed pinky finger. That pervert sent his own pinky finger? And he used Petrificus Totalis. Just as Lin Na was disdainfully tossing the finger back into the box, the fat lady appeared at her door again. This time the knocking was still urgent but with a hint of reserve. Serena? Are you there? Someone is looking for you. A gentleman is eagerly trying to find you. Lin Na was very curious which gentleman was so eager to find her. Was she really that popular? Lin Na waved her hand, and the door opened automatically. She only caught a glimpse of the fat lady before another man directly pushed his way in. He wore a hat and had a small mustache, with an imposing aura in his eyes and brows. He was clearly someone who had been in officialdom for a long time. Most importantly, she should have seen him before, or rather, someone very similar to him. The man walked in and looked Lin Na up and down. "You are Selina Lestrange?" The man's demeanor was as natural as Emperor Qianlong on a private visit, forgetting to conceal his imperial aura. "That's right. May I ask who you are?" He wasn't one of her paramours, was he? She couldn't handle that shock. He must be in his 40s, right? At this moment, the fat lady squeezed over and quietly pulled Lin Na's shoulder, whispering in her ear, "This is Mr. Barty Crouch, the most likely candidate to become Minister of Magic in the future." Huh? In that instant, Lin Na connected everything. Barty Crouch, that name was too familiar. Wasn't that the Dark Lord's most loyal subordinate, the one who was always in Azkaban? And that, the guy in Azkaban who called her senior sister was precisely his son, Barty Crouch Jr. That Death Eater, she never expected him to be so obsessed with her. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't strange for that lunatic to do something like severing his own finger as a gift. "Is there something, Mr. Crouch?" He didn't think about his severed finger, but the man, eager for his son, had no time to explain much to her, only saying, "The prisoner in Azkaban needs you." "What?" Lin Na was directly taken away by old Barty Crouch, straight to Azkaban. The fat lady immediately informed the dean. That old Barty Crouch, although he would be the Minister of Magic in the future, wasn't it a bit inappropriate to just take someone away? But the dean said that Serena was indeed the healer responsible for Azkaban, and if the patients there had problems, it was perfectly fine for her to resolve them. The problem was that Barty Crouch Jr. was too crazy to see Lin Na. He would hurt himself almost every day. Serena had completely forgotten that there was such a person in Azkaban. They shouldn't be close, right? They had only met twice in total, and he was already so extreme. And this was just the beginning. "My dears, did you guess that the handsome young man in Azkaban is Barty Crouch Jr.? A crazy young man, but I really like him, ha ha ha, a rogue." Chapter 55, House Calls. Barty Crouch Jr. had been quietly waiting for Selina Lestrange to appear. He had even bribed the Ministry of Magic guard to inform him, in advance, when she came to Azkaban for her routine inspections. That day, she really did come, bringing Christmas gifts for the detestable Sirius, and of course, for her two older brothers. This was a bit earlier than he expected, but it didn't matter. He had already prepared, putting on the new clothes the woman had sent him. He sat reading a book, as usual, waiting for her to bring him something delicious or a Christmas gift. He hadn't absorbed a single word from the book, because his mind was racing uncontrollably. What would she bring this time? Would it be those spicy biscuits, or the bento box with everything, or would there be candy for him? Perhaps even a scarf she had knitted herself. Alas, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Barty heard that she had already left, without coming to see him or bringing anything. His heart grew cold, and the book in his hand spontaneously combusted in his fist. Even though it was burning his hand, he couldn't even feel it. It wasn't even a fifth of the pain in his heart. He waited a few more days, thinking perhaps she would come on Christmas, but alas, she still didn't. Instead, he saw a report about her. Although there was no photo of her, the reporters had gathered many eyewitness testimonies from that night, piecing together an image of a calm, life-saving and highly skilled healer. A glint of light flashed in Barty Crouch Jr.'s eyes. Yes, she was a healer, and his healer too. He had a way to see her now. She would even come to him willingly. His lips were cracked and bleeding. He licked the corners of his mouth. The strong taste of blood only made him more excited. He extended his hand and used wandless magic to petrify it, then slammed it against the rock wall, breaking his little finger. He picked it up, blew on it, and slowly kissed it a few times. "Go bring her here, Tilda." Then he called the guard he had bribed, his gaze fixed forward. "I want to see her." Old Barty never expected his son's first request to see him would be for a woman. Ever since he had righteously sent his own son to Azkaban, his son had resented him and hadn't spoken a single word to him. Although he had secretly used his position to allow his mother to visit and care for him, his son had remained unresponsive, at most telling his mother what he needed. But now, he had actually contacted him on his own initiative. And it was for a woman? The sole heir of the Lestrange family, the only girl who had never joined the Death Eaters. He had investigated her many times because it was too suspicious. Her 2 older brothers had performed great deeds for you-know-who, yet her background was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. So he always suspected that something unusual was definitely amiss. He hadn't made a move, still observing, and now his son had fallen in love with that girl? Regardless, as a father he still came, and he brought her with him. Lin Na and Barty Crouch Asar stood at the door of his cell. Barty Jr. inside was indeed much livelier, though his gaze towards old Barty remained cold. "You've come to visit me, senior sister?" Barty Jr. ignored his father, leaning casually against the bars, a charming smile playing on his lips. Old Barty was stunned. Did his son really have such a normal side? This was highly unusual. "Let me see your hand." Lin Na didn't want to reminisce, she just wanted to get straight to business. "All right." Barty Jr. generously extended his petrified hand. Although a finger was missing, it shouldn't hurt, unless the spell was broken and the hand returned to its original state. Only then would he feel the pain of a broken finger. But now Barty Crouch Asar seemed more anxious than both of them, forcefully interjecting, "Where is his finger? Where is it?" Barty Crouch Jr. was truly not in a hurry. The longer this took, the more time he would have to spend with Serena. He understood that very well. Lin Na really disliked the Minister of Magic's impetuous personality and attitude. He wasn't her boss, she could just quit. She could still go into business and open her own shop. She wasn't short on money now. Was he trying to throw his weight around with her here? Even though she had the severed finger with her, she deliberately said she didn't. She made that fellow send someone to retrieve it, making him wait a while. But Barty Crouch Asar was not at ease leaving this matter to others. He personally made a trip and brought the box from Lin Na's room. Before that, only Lin Na and Barty Crouch Jr. remained, along with the bribed guard, and under Barty's deadly gaze, the guard very consciously retreated. Lin Na also noticed this. What exactly do you want to do? She wasn't worried he would harm her, as there was still a fence between them, but she couldn't understand why he would self-mutilate. What I want, Barty Crouch Jr. leaned close to the bars, slowly uttering in his deep, sexy voice, "Doesn't senior sister know?" Lin Na actually detected a hint of grievance. Her first thought was that he wanted Serena, but was he really that bold? Under Lin Na's astonished and resistant gaze, Barty smiled, realizing he couldn't be too hasty. "I want senior sister's Christmas gift, Tilda." He also stepped back, walking to the inner wall. "Because I also prepared a gift for senior sister Tilda." Following Barty's tall, straight back, she saw a painting on the wall in front of him, made with some unknown pigment. This is her portrait? This person was definitely a pervert. He had actually used blood to outline her face on the wall. "How is it? Do you like it?" Barty, who suddenly turned around, made Lin Na shiver. His face, illuminated by the painting, appeared somewhat demonic. This was truly a pure madman. "Are you sure you're not cursing me?" Hearing Lin Na's words, Barty Crouch Jr. froze for a few seconds, then burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, how could I be? Ha 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 ha, senior sister thinks I want to curse you?" Barty was very happy. He was happy that Serena wasn't afraid of him, nor did she fear him. Instead, she was joking with him. As expected of his senior sister, always so elegant and composed mistakenly, he really wanted to completely possess her, or be possessed by her. "This isn't funny." Lin Na was annoyed by his laughter and prepared to take out the finger to quickly reattach it for him. But after picking it up from her spatial bag, the original finger had turned into a piece of chocolate. So, was she still in the trap she had set? The real finger. "That's right, it's right here." Barty pulled his finger out of his pocket. Let that old man search a little longer. He could spend more time with Serena. Lin Na felt this boy was a bit scary, very extreme yet very clear-headed. In short, she didn't want to get into trouble. "I think you should be able to reattach it yourself. If you want to see me, you don't need to self-mutilate. I will come to Azkaban, and then you'll ignore me and walk past me?" Barty walked back into the light, to the closest position he could get to Lin Na, and extended his hand. Lin Na leaned in to look, and indeed his hand was already reattached. What terrifying ability and endurance, because the moment of transformation back was extremely painful, yet he didn't even blink. "No, I'll stop and talk to you, all right?" Lin Na didn't know what else he wanted. Did he want her to marry him on the spot? "And you have to bring me gifts." Barty instantly reached out and grabbed Lin Na's hand, his eyes sharpening, terrifyingly serious. Okay, let go of me." Every time Lin-Na had originally intended to just placate him, but it turned out that guy wasn't so easily dealt with. If senior sister doesn't say anything, I'll take it as agreement. Thank you. Tilda. Barty licked the corner of his mouth, flashing a brilliant smile. Lin-Na was speechless. Chapter 56, Repentance. Under Barty Crouch Jr. persistent schemes, Lin-Na agreed that she would bring him a gift every time she came to Azkaban. That guy even pushed his luck and asked her for today's gift. So what Christmas gift will you give me this time, senior sister? Barty intentionally emphasized the word Christmas. He genuinely cared about this point. Why was he the only one without a gift? Even that old man Dai got one, though he deliberately used magic to burn off a corner of it. He himself had been punched by man, but he still cared. I'll give you. Lin-Na instinctively reached into her pocket. Thank goodness, she always had her spatial bag on her. She grabbed a book without looking to see what it was and handed it over. This. Merry Christmas. She looked down and thought, oh my god, 300 tips for postpartum care for pregnant women? Why is it such a specialized book? This is too embarrassing. Barty whistled, his gaze becoming ambiguous, almost as if it could stretch, and he took the book before Lin-Na could retract it. I will study it carefully, Tilda. I believe it will definitely come in handy. Every word seemed specifically aimed at Serena. Lin-Na was terrified that the pervert would misunderstand this as her unique confession, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's not what you think. I accidentally grabbed the wrong one. But Barty turned a deaf ear, his knowing smile making Lin-Na uneasy, and then he added, no, I like it very much. He even immediately opened it, preparing to study it carefully. Did he misunderstand something? Lin-Na couldn't stay any longer. Since you're fine, I'll leave now. He walked away without looking back, and she could even hear Barty's hearty laughter. That pervert was truly happy in body and mind. Lin-Na was annoyed. Why hadn't she looked closely? Unknowingly, she passed Sirius's cage. This time, Sirius smelled her from afar and waited by the bars. Seeing that the woman actually walked past him, without a word, for the first time ever, he called out to her, hey. Seeing that she still didn't respond, he shouted louder, stop. Lin-Na finally snapped out of her thoughts about Barty this time and saw Sirius, who looked much cleaner than the last time she saw him. Not bad, although he still had a scruffy beard. He must have tidied himself up, revealing his true unpolished self. His long, fragmented bangs half concealed his melancholic eyes, like a pipa player hiding her face, and his hands, with veins bulging, gripped the bars. Seeing he was very eager to talk to her. Tilda, how could she have forgotten Sirius's cage again? Under the woman's undisguised scrutiny, Sirius felt as though he had been stripped bare and stood in the sunlight. He tried hard to control his gaze, making it as cold and firm as it once was. But he couldn't, and he explained, very uncomfortably, it's been snowing recently, so he had cleaned himself up and put on the clothes she had sent. It wasn't because of her that he deliberately tidied himself up. Oh, Tilda. Lin-Na only then noticed he was wearing the clothes she had sent. It really goes to show that clothes make the man. Even with this outfit, despite his scruffy beard, he still looked like a fallen prince. It was just that she had given him the size based on her brother's clothes, so now it was a bit tight on him. The buttons of the white shirt were bursting open from his broad chest muscles, turning it into a deep V-neck. Cough, cough, cough. This physique was really something else. Is there something you need? Lin-Na forced herself to avert her gaze. Isn't Lucius handsome? Aren't Lupin's chest muscles big enough? Or is Les's skin not fair enough? Isn't Mad Eye rough enough? Or isn't Snape poisonous enough? Looking at it this way, Sirius was truly perfect, if only he had a little more common sense. Lin-Na's gaze became one of caring for a mentally challenged child, making Sirius even more uncomfortable. What did she mean? Did she only seek him out when she needed something? However, Sirius thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. If he ever spoke to her first, it was always to ask for something or to tell her to stop bothering him. Sirius had forgotten the harsh words he had once said, but he clearly remembered that they were all very hurtful. The more Sirius thought about it, the sadder he became, and it even made him recall the times he had initiated conversations with Serena. That was when he had just run away from home and broken ties with the Black family. He had nowhere to go. James and his family of 3 had gone on vacation abroad, and when he was penniless, he found Serena. To be precise, she had always been following him. He actively asked her to help him find Peter's house, and Serena, of course, readily agreed. On that snowy night, the two of them walked one after the other. He still clearly remembered how happy she was that night. She became very talkative. Whenever she wanted to walk beside him, he would deliberately quicken his pace, creating distance between them. After several attempts, she gave up, and finally they arrived at Peter's doorstep. He didn't even consider how she, a girl, would get home alone on such a snowy night. He just coldly told her, "I've arrived, you should go back quickly." Then he turned and went inside, arm in arm with Peter, who was waiting at the door to greet him. Now that he thought about it, he really was a jerk. Even Peter would consider her safety when she was alone. As for him, he only thought of himself, immediately complaining about his family, making Peter forget the girl's predicament too. Coming back from his memories, Sirius stared blankly at the dazzling, calm, and elegant girl who seemed out of place here. "I'm sorry, Serena," he expressed the remorse of all these years. He should have realized his scoundrel nature sooner. "Huh? Do you have a fever?" Lin-Na immediately thought of this possibility. Otherwise, how could that high and mighty god suddenly apologize to her with such a soft attitude? He must have been delirious with fever. Lin-Na reached out her hand towards Sirius's forehead, pushing aside his bangs, which made his eyes drift unsteadily. He pulled his head back. Even at this moment, she was still concerned about him? Sirius wanted to slap himself twice even more. "I'm fine, Tilda, thank you, and Merry Christmas." After saying that, Sirius retreated into the shadows like an introvert, once again falling into repentance. "All right then, I've left the potion here. You can drink it anytime." Lin-Na put down a set of potions. "Drink it casually, haha, it's so satisfying." This guy really started to regret it. Seeing Sirius in such pain, she happily went to find her brothers. Since she was already here, she might as well see her good brothers. Tilda this time was a little different. Rodolphus Lestrange actually, for the first time ever, wished her a Merry Christmas. Rabastin Lestrange, on the other hand, was quiet as a mouse. She didn't know why she had offended him. It didn't matter, she didn't care much anyway. She just needed to do her own thing well. However, it seemed fate didn't want her to live a peaceful life, as she soon received an order personally issued by the Minister for Magic. What? A physical examination for the prisoners of Azkaban? Chapter 57. Physical Examination. What? Medical check. Ups for Azkaban prisoners? The fat lady's loud voice broke the morning silence of St. Mungo's, which was also why they were gathered there so early for a morning meeting. The dean, holding the notice personally delivered by the Minister of Magic last night, informed everyone that several people must be dispatched to complete the task. As for the reason, everyone could probably guess it was old Barty Crouch doing it for his son, but to avoid gossip, he simply extended this benefit to everyone. When the dean said this, the first person he looked at was Serena. She was more familiar with the place, and the Death Eaters were more or less related to her. Her surname ensured she wouldn't be bullied. Lin-Na consciously raised her hand. "I'll go." It wasn't that she was so dedicated. She wanted to solidify her fangirl identity, then find a reasonable time to completely shed it. Now, suddenly pretending to forget Sirius was a bit difficult. She had thought Les would also volunteer, as he had been very active these days. But when the dean actually asked, Les politely declined. "I'm sorry, my abilities might not be up to par yet." That's true. The dean thought highly of Les, but he also knew that Les was still a complete novice. In comparison, Serena, who had only recently arrived, was already capable of handling things independently, which was truly extraordinary. Perhaps Mary Jane was right. Selina Lestrange was indeed worth cultivating. So, although the fat lady was still terrified of Azkaban, to accompany Lin-Na, she bravely volunteered. With Madame Mary Jane and another male healer, they became St. Mungo's Suicide Squad. No, that's not right, they were the Azkaban Medical Check-up Team. Regulus was also very conflicted. He desperately wanted to help Lin-Na and didn't want her to go alone. But he was worried that knowing too many people in Azkaban would expose his identity, especially since his older brother was there. Was he supposed to expose his inappropriate feelings for her fiancé in front of Sirius? Although Sirius might not recognize him. Regulus, in agony, kept apologizing to Lin-Na after the morning meeting, following her around. The more he explained, the more ungentlemanly he felt. He hated this about himself and worried about exposing his identity, which would make him lose his hard-won peaceful and beautiful life. Lin Na said it was no big deal. Even if she went alone, she was confident she could handle it, as she could easily step on someone she used to know there. They had watched her grow up since she was little. Compared to those guys, she was more concerned about that pervert and her two brothers, wondering if they would do anything unexpected, like a prison break. Oh, and her sister-in-law, she almost forgot. Bellatrix, she had actually forgotten about such a powerful figure. Lin Na considered teaming up with the fat lady, so they could check separately and perhaps avoid contact with them. So, Madame Mary Jane actually grouped them as she suggested, but she thoughtfully assigned the Lestrange brothers to Lin Na, so she could see her brothers. And Sirius was also assigned to their group. Lin Na looked at Madame Mary Jane in surprise, and Madame Mary Jane returned a look that said, "I understand." She had clearly believed the idea that Lin Na's efforts are all for Sirius, and, unwilling to hinder her, even facilitated it. Lin Na had a bit of a headache. She needed Madame Mary Jane to hinder her, but luckily, Bellatrix and Barty Crouch Jr. names were not on her list. She found some comfort in that. Also, Moody had arrived and became the guard for their group. He was responsible for guiding and protecting their group. Of course, Moody had earned this position with his fists. Everyone wanted to get close to the goddess of birds Lin Na. Ever since Lin Na's house call for Barty Crouch Jr. rumors had spread that someone had witnessed Serena reattaching Barty's severed little pepper. Of course, Moody wouldn't believe such absurd things. It was just a severed finger, wasn't it? And those men wanted to show their filthy bits to a young girl. The thought was nauseating. So, Moody readily prepared to keep an eye on her, lest those guys get an opportunity. But Lin Na hadn't expected Lupin to come too. However, he was assigned to Madame Mary Jane's group. He was hired as a temporary worker. It was hard to find someone with a clean background who was willing to do this job, and his potions and spells were quite good. This time, quite a few people were going to Azkaban. Moody first escorted Lin Na to the guards there, sternly warning her, "Don't move around until I get back, understand?" "Don't worry, Moody, I'm very familiar with this place." Lin Na understood he was awkwardly showing concern for her. Seeing him still wearing her scarf around his neck, his red nose made him look a bit cute. How did he always manage to dress like the leader of the beggars' sect? "Listen here, I'm the boss." Moody pouted and gestured to the guard nearby to keep an eye on Lin Na, then turned back to fetch the fat lady. Lin Na waited there with her case, and sure enough, the guard eyed her. "I hear you're quite good in that area." Although the man really wanted an answer, he was too shy to ask, especially since this was the first time he realized Selina Lestrange was a great beauty. Lin Na, of course, knew what he wanted, but didn't want to bother with him. Just then, Lupin arrived, following Madame Mary Jane. Lupin very gentlemanly helped Madame Mary Jane, who almost stumbled. Then he immediately saw Lin Na standing there with a cold expression, enthusiastically went up to greet her, and took the case from her hand. "Remus, you came too?" Lin Na was happy to see a friend. It was a relief not to have to talk to that guy. "Yes, thanks to Madame Pomfrey for finding me this job." This meant he could buy new seeds and plant Serena's favorite sunflowers. "That's great! I was just thinking of working with you." Lin Na suddenly remembered this, and was about to tell him when Moody dragged Madame Pomfrey into view. The scene was a bit comical. "You should consider eating less, madame." Moody gritted his teeth and tried to throw the woman he was holding, but because of her weight, he couldn't move her. But what he was thinking was, why couldn't that woman be a little fatter? She was as thin as a chick. "Perhaps you should consider why you're so weak. You deserve to be single." The fat lady almost fell to the ground, but luckily a male healer supported her. However, the fat lady was truly furious. Stung by the jab, Moody suddenly glanced at Lin Na, found that she wasn't looking at him, and sulked again. "Then you all pick a strong man to satisfy you." He then limped away. Everyone gathered around to comfort the fat lady, telling her not to mind the madman. He was always so venomous, but his heart wasn't bad. Lin Na looked at his departing back, a little uneasy. No way? Did he really just leave like that? And when she looked at their list again, Barty Crouch Jr. name was prominently displayed. When did that appear? Chapter 58, Little Tricks. "Then let's begin and make it quick." Madame Mary Jane stood out in this chaotic environment. St. Mungos and Azkaban didn't have a close relationship, but they still had to respect the Ministry of Magic. What was the point of gathering here and making noise? Under Madame Mary Jane's control, Fat Lady stopped complaining and clung tightly to Lin Na. She hoped Lupin could be with them, but that would leave Madame Mary Jane in a group by herself. Lupin was originally her assistant. That's too dangerous, leaving Madame Mary Jane to inspect alone. Lin Na didn't agree, even if Madame Mary Jane thought so too. That lady suddenly realized she had almost forgotten about the lack of manpower and rejected Madame Mary Jane's suggestion. I can run between both sides, Tilda Lupin suggested, but Lin Na rejected it. That would be meaningless, danger could come at any time. Lin Na firmly believed that Moody wouldn't just leave like that and might sneak back later. So, to be safe, she should start with someone she knew. So, Lin Na decided to deal with that troublemaker first, so that everyone wouldn't be panicking. Therefore, she skillfully took Madame Pomfrey to Barty Crouch Jr.'s cell, hoping he would be normal today. Little Serena, do you always come to this ghostly place alone? Madame Pomfrey hugged herself, cautiously twisting her head, as if afraid someone would suddenly rush out. She was as cautious as if she were in a haunted house. Yes, Tilda, everyone here is quite nice. Indeed, every time Lin Na appeared, some Death Eater would come out to welcome her and greet her, even tipping their hats. Of course, there were also lunatics singing love songs to her. Those people, having been locked up for so long, could do anything. For example, that one, "Ah, you old pervert, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Madame Pomfrey picked up her shoe and threw it at the man in the cell, then summoned the shoe back with a spell. "Oh, why is it little Lin Na? Ah, ha ha ha. Uncle was just exercising and got a little hot. Ha 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 ha, don't tell your brother." The man quickly covered his lower body, turned his back, and hid in the shadows. It seemed he also knew her. Tilda, why didn't Lin Na remember? Did he know that healer from St. Mungos was coming for a check-up today, so he let himself go? She prayed his name wasn't on Madame Mary Jane's list, otherwise, good luck to him. But when they arrived at Barty Crouch Jr.'s door, Madame Pomfrey seemed like a different person. Ahem, there are such young, beautiful, ahem, no matter what, he is still a Death Eater, too inappropriate at such a young age. That lady changed her previous timidity and adopted her most elegant and intellectual attitude, calmly walking in, which stunned Lin Na. Would she not be scared if she knew what that thing on the other side was? The man was still dressed as flamboyantly as usual today, at least that's how Lin Na saw it. Madame Pomfrey was still deceived by his natural beauty and awe-inspiring aura, her voice even becoming high-pitched. "How loving. You are Barty Crouch Jr. We represent St. Mungos to give you a physical examination." Hearing Madame Pomfrey's voice, Barty, who had taken off his shirt, paused and slowly turned his body. He was right at the intersection of shadow and sunlight, his excellent profile hidden in the darkness, his upper body exposed to the light below his neck, his white, reflective body like a sculpture in the light. Like a work of art, it had a kind of broken beauty, with some gloomy tones. Lin Na couldn't help but hold her breath and concentrate to appreciate it. Barty glanced imperceptibly at the guard hiding in the corner, who disappeared into the corner the moment Barty looked at him. He didn't expect to be assigned an old woman. "I am Tilda." Barty walked out of the shadows slowly, with bloodthirsty eyes. Lin Na saw his malice. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" She stepped forward to stop his violence. "Senior?" Barty quietly put away the mirror fragment in his hand and casually stuffed it into his pocket. "Physical examination, isn't it always like this, Tilda? What? Are you shy?" Barty licked his lips, feeling happy again, and walked towards Lin Na, continuing to take off his clothes. "Serena, you are still a young girl. Step aside first. Let me do it. I have seen everything," that lady said, excitedly, and inserted herself between them. This time her approach completely angered Barty. "You are in the way." Barty frowned and pushed fat lady away, and at the same time snatched the wand from her hand and petrified fat lady. Lin Na also admired fat lady's double standards. Just now he was a pervert, and now she was going to personally help him. Lin Na quickly raised her wand and pointed it at Barty. "You better be honest or be careful with your head. How dare he be so bold? Isn't this the same as attacking a police officer?" "Senior Tilda, okay, I'll listen to you." Barty threw away fat lady's wand in a ruffian manner and kicked it away. He raised his hands over his head, completely exposing his lean waist, but his 8-pack abs were clearly defined. He didn't look like he was surrendering, but rather like he was showing off his body. "Can we continue the physical examination?" Lin Na thought it was better to make it quick. Fat lady would be in danger if she was on the side, but now it was safe, so she could just complete it herself. "Turn around and take it off." If she had to take it all off, this was her limit. Of course, this was Serena's Lester limit, not her own limit. She had to protect Serena's innocence, but hearing Lin Na's words, Barty turned around obediently, elegantly and full of sexual tension, untied his belt, hid in the shadows, his mouth turned up frantically, and he took off the last piece of clothing on his body with ease and met her frankly. Lin Na looked at his round, upturned buttocks and slender, strong legs and swallowed her saliva. Very good, he should be a very fertile man. He didn't know that this physical examination didn't need to be stripped naked at all, it was completely someone's wishful thinking. I'm ready, Tilda, Barty said temptingly, turning his head to see the girl's reaction, revealing his clear jawline and handsome profile. The faint excitement made him unable to help but pant slightly. Pervert! Lin Na scolded him while directing the tape measure to measure him. The tape measure was similar to Madame Malkin's, and they both had a bit of a lustful attribute, always wrapping around some unexpected positions. Tilda, Barty made an ambiguous sound. Hey, be serious! Lin Na was about to collapse. How could she use it for others if it measured like that? How could she hold it in her hand? Chapter 59, in progress. You are quite naughty, aren't you? Barty teased Lin Na again in that tone, grasping the ruler in his hand. Soon Lin Na found she couldn't make the ruler move anymore. So, she had to go herself. Damn it, that cowardly ruler! It was so scared by the little pervert that it played dead. Lin Na snatched the ruler from Barty's hand and started measuring. Barty crouched. Jr. was so happy he almost whistled. Do I need to squat down? Barty tilted his head again, trying to see Lin Na's cute little face, and indeed saw her angry expression, only to be mercilessly pushed back by her palm. Stand still! Barty obediently followed Lin Na's instructions, raising his arm when told to, lifting his leg when told to. Senior, you smell so good, Tilda. Barty crouched. Jr. suddenly blurted out, earning another slap on the back of his head from Lin Na. Barty lowered his head, smiling even more happily. If anyone else had hit him, that person would have been tortured to death, but if it was Senior, he only wanted to hold her small hand to his lips and cherish it. I'm sorry, Senior. Tilda. There was no sincerity, only teasing, and he dared to do it again next time. Looking at the clearly defined back muscles in front of her, trembling as he stretched his arms, Lin Na felt a little thirsty. I hope you remember your words. Lin Na quickly finished measuring his body. You can put your clothes on. Is that all? Barty stroked his smooth chin, thinking he could have gotten closer. You could check a bit more. He then turned around. The moment Lin Na noticed his intention, she used a levitation charm to float his clothes from the floor, blocking his exposed form. Don't make me repeat myself. Lin Na pointed her wand at his clothes. Barty took them, shook them, and then, with a flourish, twirled them in the air like a male model showcasing garment details, draping them over his shoulders before slowly putting them on, as if trying to engage every single muscle. Lin Na watched him put on his clothes, speechless, then gritted her teeth and cast several detection spells on him. Barty was, to say the least, extremely healthy enough to live to 150 years old in one go. Barty probably realized that the girl he cherished was angry, and he became unusually well behaved, or at least, he appeared to be. His gaze remained fixed on Lin Na, trying to commit her every expression to memory. Lin Na finished the inspection as quickly as possible. Barty also picked up the wand from the floor at the appropriate time, used a levitation charm to move the fat lady outside the bars, and woke her up, then slipped the wand into Lin Na's hand before she could get angry. Remember to think of me, okay? Barty passionately reached out to caress her face, but Lin Na dodged him. He didn't give up, however, and pursued, touching the back of Lin Na's head, intentionally ruffling her hair. Lin Na used Incendio to force him away. Barty shook his burned hand. All right, I'll take that as a yes. Lin Na was fuming. How could that guy be such a pervert? Couldn't he see her resistance? Then Lin Na quickly helped up the dazed fat lady, who seemed to be stuck in her memory before losing consciousness. What happened to me? Is the inspection over? Her voice carried endless regret. Yes, perhaps you can inspect Sirius in a bit, he should be fine too. Really? Madame Pomfrey's eyes lit up, and she instantly perked up, immediately grabbing Lin Na's arm to go to Sirius. They happened to pass by the male healer and another Ministry of Magic official who were conducting physicals, and they hadn't stripped naked at all. Lin Na finally realized she had been tricked. Damn that guy. This time, Lin Na moved even faster, sweeping through Sirius's examination with Madame Pomfrey like a whirlwind. Sirius was also puzzled why Serena wouldn't even look at him. Was it because he had become ugly? Sirius touched his scruffy chin. Perhaps next time he should clean up more thoroughly. He even tried to initiate conversation a few times, but Lin Na completely ignored him. What did that mean? Did she need to maintain composure and modesty in front of colleagues? Was it because those guys always gossiped behind her back? Was that why she didn't want to talk to him? Sirius considered every possibility, except that the woman in front of him didn't love him at all. You saw Lupin, right? Sirius racked his brain trying to communicate with her, but clearly the lady closest to him was more willing to share. Of course Lupin is a good boy. When I asked him to do this kind of work, he immediately agreed and completed it perfectly. Even that picky woman praised him endlessly. The fat lady was full of praise when she spoke of Lupin. Yes, Remus is indeed a good man. Sirius didn't get the answer he wanted, and could only stare blankly at Lin Na, who was busy taking notes. Did she also think so? The more Sirius failed to get Lin Na's attention, the more uncomfortable he felt. Why did he feel so out of sorts? Until Serena only said one thing to him before leaving: "You are a bit malnourished." Then she left, leaving Sirius to gaze at the back of her head, still deep in thought, already looking forward to her next visit of private exchange, just the two of them. Next, Lin Na pulled the still wanting more fat lady to Rodolphus Lestrange's cell. Rodolphus sat there solemnly today, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lin Na, he stood up to greet her. One could say he was the most cooperative person they had encountered so far. The moment Lin Na entered the cell, her body reacted before her mind, and she directly rushed into his embrace. The man steadily caught the girl, lovingly stroking the back of her head, once again smoothing down her ruffled hair. Na tilde. Rodolphus Lestrange's thin lips parted slightly, uttering the name he thought of day and night, his dearest sister, the sole hope for their family's revival. Seeing this, the fat lady quietly slipped outside to wait for her, leaving this rare opportunity to Lin Na. Lin Na knew this was Serena acting spoiled with him. Their sibling bond had always been strong. "Didn't you say you weren't talking to me anymore?" Halfway through her sentence, large tears began to roll down, causing Rodolphus to pick Lin Na up onto his lap, just like when she was a child, comforting her with tenderness and guilt. Don't cry. Chapter 60, Brothers. Lin Na nuzzled Rodolphus Lestrange's chest just like she did as a child, finding the sensation as familiar as ever, as if she had indeed made this gesture in his arms many times. Lin Na suppressed the Chinese letter in her heart, and the unstoppable tears. She could no longer tell whose tears they were, hers, Serena's, or both of theirs. But at this moment, she truly felt herself embraced by her dear brother, a long-lost feeling of being pampered. She missed it and was deeply moved. Rodolphus Lestrange should have been a stern man, but in front of Serena, he was always an amiable brother. Even after he married Bellatrix, his first thought was still his sister. Thus, he often only remembered to buy jewelry and gifts for his sister, sometimes forgetting or just incidentally buying something for his wife. Fortunately, Bellatrix never cared about such things. Her heart only held their great master. Under Rodolphus Lestrange's soothing presence, Lin Na finished examining his body. The good news was that he was as robust as an ox. The bad news was that his robustness would make him Harry Potter's most formidable enemy in the future. Finally, she bid farewell to her elder brother with a hug, making him promise that next time, he couldn't ignore her arrival. Rodolphus Lestrange was very proud to see his sister grow into an independent woman. He nodded stoically, watching her leave. Lin Na breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this brother and Serena truly had only a close sibling relationship, but her second brother was not so normal. She needed to be hypervigilant. Lin Na opened the cell, slipped inside, and immediately closed the door. The fat lady was still waiting outside for her. He was tempted to ask her to come in, but Lin Na couldn't guarantee that Rabastan Lestrange wouldn't do anything out of line. She didn't want any incest rumors spreading. She already had too many rumors. The moment she entered, Lin Na didn't see him anywhere. "Second brother? Where are you?" Suddenly, a tall man appeared behind her, embracing her back and whispering close to Lin Na's ear, "I'm here, Tilda." "That's not funny," Lin Na said, truly startled. She had thought he'd escaped Azkaban, and if so, he would surely come for her to restore the Lestrange family. If that were the case, she might have to go to Azkaban early. "Sorry, Tilda, little Na Tilda brother is just too happy. Finally I can hug you without reservation." Rabastan Lestrange was so excited he was incoherent, constantly caressing her face, then her shoulders, then her back with his hands. Second brother, let's start the physical examination," Lin Na tried to escape his tight embrace, but he clearly wouldn't let her. He took another step, pulling her back into his arms. "No need for any examination, you can just write me off as dead. Let me hug my darling a little longer." Rodolphus Lestrange could no longer suppress his feelings for his sister. He only wanted to spend more time close to his lovely sister, wishing he could examine her thoroughly from head to toe. Lin Na now couldn't tell whether she was examining him or he was examining her. "You're delaying my work," Lin Na deliberately spoke coldly to make him back off, but Sebastian Lestrange didn't get angry at all. Instead, he settled down. "You're right, little Na Tilda. I'll just look at you like this, Tilda," but he didn't let go of Lin Na's hand. Lin Na had no choice but to hold his hand as they conducted the examination, occasionally needing to remind him not to put his hand on her head. Lin Na's examination speed was getting faster and faster now, but when she examined him, her fingers inexplicably intertwined with his, she inexplicably fell into his arms, or he simply kissed her on the cheek. Finally, Lin Na finished. Only after repeatedly promising to visit him earlier next time was she able to leave the cell. As soon as she stepped out, she encountered Moody, who stood there with a furious expression, his hands trembling with anger. Lin Na was terrified. Had Sebastian Lestrange hugging her and kissing her cheek been seen? But brothers and sisters usually do that, don't they? He shouldn't be that angry. What's wrong? Lin Na's mind had already prepared 100 ways to explain. Why did that fat lady just leave you alone? Where is she slacking off? Mad I couldn't control his temper whenever he thought of Lin Na being bullied by others in the workplace. It was the same for him at the Ministry of Magic. Dangerous and difficult tasks were usually pushed onto him. He didn't care, he was a lone wolf anyway. If he died and no one would grieve for him. Well now, there might be one. But she couldn't. How could a young girl just starting out be subjected to such bullying? At this moment, Mad Dai was already thinking of taking her to St. Mungo's to demand justice for her. "No, you're overthinking it. Madame Pomfrey deliberately gave me a chance to be alone with my brother. She didn't bully me. She's very kind and even intentionally accompanied me here for the physical examination." Lin Na's comforting words did not calm Moody down. Instead, he became more fixated on one point. "What? They all didn't want to come, so they sent you? Then I need to ask your dean." Lin Na didn't know how to communicate with him anymore, so she directly poked him in the chest. "What about you? Shouldn't you be protecting me? Where did you run off to?" This aggressive questioning left Moody speechless. He opened and closed his mouth for a long time, unable to speak. He had indeed run off. Seeing him stunned, Lin Na began to wonder if her words had been a bit ambiguous. No other meaning." "Sorry." Moody was the first to show weakness. If other Ministry of Magic members saw this, they would be greatly astonished. Would that madman actually show weakness and apologize? Lin Na also fell silent. This outcome was very unexpected. In the time that followed, Moody followed her like a bodyguard, never leaving her side, examining one cell after another. Perhaps because Moody was there, those guys were basically very calm, and because of Lin Na, they were all very cooperative, afraid that if they said one more word, Lin Na would be implicated and arrested by Moody. So their speed was very fast, more than twice as fast as other groups, because those guys completely ignored Madame Mary Jane and her team, so things progressed very slowly, and there were even fights. A Death Eater recognized Lupin. They had fought before. This time he directly fought with Lupin. Lin Na, having completed her task, quickly went to the scene to help, and Moody's eyes never left Lin Na. Seeing her run, he chased after her asking, "What's wrong?" Chapter 61. Being a Guest. When Lin Na rushed over, Lupin was wrestling with a black-haired man. She was surprised why they weren't using magic, so she drew her wand and indiscriminately attacked them, separating them. Lupin and the man were both sent flying and landed on the ground. Before Lin Na could make another move, Moody was already propping himself up with his cane, using the bottom of his cane to pin the man's neck. Lin Na looked at Moody with appreciation, and Moody awkwardly touched his nose. It turned out that the man had been shouting that he wanted to see Serena, and everyone was worried he might be Serena's relative, which was why they hadn't used magic to attack. Lupin was actually trying to calm him down. Now Lin Na was also bewildered. When had she ever provoked such a man? She had no recollection at all. However, after she and Lupin met up, things became simpler. Moody didn't care if he was someone's relative. He punched him, knocking him unconscious. "Don't you just love fighting? You weakling!" Moody cursed with satisfaction. How dare he even fantasize about that woman? Why did every Tom, Dick, and Harry think they could get involved? Then Moody was stopped by Lupin, who was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist beating the prisoner, which would invite more criticism. His reputation at the Ministry of Magic and Azkaban was not good, all because of his temper. Seeing this, a thought suddenly popped into Lin Na's mind. Perhaps she could calm Moody down, though she walked over, intending to pull him away, but before she could get close, Moody had already come up to her, spreading his arms. "Don't come over. This scumbag will attack you." He grabbed Lin Na by the collar and led her out, saying as he walked, "You have no obligation to help them do their work. You need to rest." "Absolutely." Lin Na almost lost her footing. Why was he suddenly so concerned about her? Before she could react, he had already dragged her away via apparition. He led her into an old house, which, if she wasn't mistaken, must be his cottage. Cobwebs and mouse holes were everywhere, the windows creaked, there was a cold iron stand for his prosthetic leg, and in front of the dusty fireplace stood a dirty, high-backed sofa. Judging by the indentation, he must have spent a lot of time sitting there. What a chance! The level of mess here could compete with Snape's house. No wonder he always dressed like the leader of the beggars' sect. Maybe he really was? Lin Na looked at these things with a slight headache, unsure where she should sit. Moody felt he must have been crazy to bring that woman back to his home. Why did he subconsciously think of this place? To let her rest for a bit? This incredibly dirty environment must have scared her, right? "I'll take you now." Cough cough. Back to St. Mungo's. Just as Moody was filled with regret and shame over his home, Lin Na had already begun waving her wand, starting to clean up for him. Lin Na always felt that this lonely old man was a bit pitiful. Perhaps there were no women in his life to remind him how to live. Lin Na always felt that this lonely old man was a bit pitiful. Perhaps there were no women in his life to remind him how to live, so she would help him, to thank him for always helping her. Moreover, as a doctor with a cleanliness obsession, she really couldn't stand this environment. So her wand began to fly up and down, and this dilapidated house suddenly came to life. In the sink, the brush and soap worked in perfect harmony, all the brooms were busy, and the entire room was filled with dust. Moody, clutching the scarf he had just taken off, felt like he had nowhere to stand. What are you doing?" Moody was a bit bewildered. Why was she starting to clean up his house? Didn't she find him dirty? Did you think he was dirty? Don't just stand there getting in the way. Oh, and take off the one you're wearing too. I'll wash it for you. Lin Na immediately threw herself into this major project. Being a workaholic, she meticulously cleaned every detail. Then she discovered some little treasures, like a well-worn book, with a bit of color. Oh, Tilda, they looked really traditional. She didn't expect Moody to read such things, but then again, he was a single old man. Moody, who found his book in the woman's hand, rushed over like a madman, even forgetting he was limping. He snatched the book and hid it in his arms, then cast a memory charm. "This is not a book for you to read." So Lin Na suddenly found herself feeling a bit dazed for a while. Seeing the panicked expression on Moody's old face, she didn't know what had happened. Perhaps she had inhaled too much of the foul air here. "I might need to rest for a bit." "Certainly should." Moody pushed a chair over, wiped the dust off it, and had her sit down, his eyes still not daring to look at her. Lin Na suddenly felt this guy was quite cute, at least he wasn't always that stubborn and grumpy. She just wondered why he suddenly became so busy. Moody, of course, was busy hiding things in his room that a young girl shouldn't see, such as her lunchbox he had secretly kept, or the gift wrapping from her present, or his unwashed underwear. He was really afraid she would do it for him. Lin Na, sitting there, did indeed discover some things. Above the fireplace, where the clock usually hung, there was a Christmas card she had written to Moody. She didn't expect him to put it in a photo frame and hang it there. Whenever he sat there smoking, he could look up and see it. Knowing how intense that guy's reaction was, she didn't say anything. Instead, she got up, took out vegetables from her spatial bag, cooked a meal, wrote a note reminding him to eat, and then left, not disturbing his spring cleaning in the room. Tilda. When Moody came out of the room, his house was completely transformed. He even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Serena?" Not getting a response made Moody's heart sink. She must be angry, right? But his keen sense of smell instantly lightened his heart again. "Food?" His mood brightened, the corners of his mouth turned up, and his eyes narrowed. She had cooked for him before leaving. What a woman who loves to take matters into her own hands. More novel feelings surged in Moody's heart. He was a bit at a loss, but undoubtedly, he liked it very much. Lin Na, carrying the food she had made, originally planned to go back to St. Mungos to eat and then rest, but as soon as she entered, she found Regulus waiting for her there, looking a bit cautious, as if he was very worried that she was angry. "Senior Sist, did it go well?" Regulus had been anxious all day because he hadn't helped Serena, so much so that he accidentally injured his hand with a potion. Such a tall man, with his head bowed, still managed to give the impression of looking up at her, which Lin Na found incredible. But why did he have a feeling of being abandoned by her? "Ah, it went well. What happened to your hand?" Chapter 62 Snape, Fire. No, nothing. Regulus, secretly delighted that Lin Na was concerned about him, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his cautious demeanor. He tried to keep his bandaged arm as visible as possible without making it seem too deliberate. Lin Na understood that he needed her to heal him. She took Regulus's arm, swiftly removed the bandage, and with a few spells, healed his arm completely, restoring it to its original state, even whiter. Regulus was a bit dejected. Now he had no reason to complain to Lin Na, but right now, her small hand was holding his arm and Regulus felt his hand was about to get burned. Why were her hands so delicate? Bidding farewell to Les, who still looked a bit foolish, or rather, her pen pal, and sharing some of her bento with him, Lin Na returned to her dormitory. As soon as she entered, she felt something was off, very off. Had she forgotten something important? What could it be? Lin Na pondered while eating until she saw a red circle drawn on the calendar. Today was Saturday? That's right. She had asked Snape to research something with her at Spinner's End on Saturday. She had forgotten to tell him she was going to Azkaban this week. Snape would eat her alive. Although she wasn't afraid of Snape, if he really got angry and abandoned their collaboration, her plan would fall through. And she had already spent the money on the medicinal ingredients. So, Lin Na very quickly pulled out her pot and spatula, and made 3 dishes and 1 soup for Snape. Thanks to magic, she could make them all simultaneously. Carrying an extra-large lunchbox, she arrived at Spinner's End. Worried the soup would spill, she didn't use a flying charm. Lin Na's fingers ached from holding the 4-tiered lunchbox, but the guy didn't respond even after she knocked 3 times, forcing her to start banging on the door vigorously. Today, either her hand would be dislocated, or the door would be broken. Just then, the door was suddenly pulled open a crack, revealing half of Snape's face, hidden in shadow. Lin Na's fist nearly hit his chest. With only half his face and one eye showing, Snape spoke with a death-like disgust. "I wonder a mess. Selina Lestrange, what brings you here at this hour? If your mind is hazy, perhaps your head of house can give you a discount, Tilda." Snape never would have thought he would be waiting at home so early for today, even tidying up a bit with a spell, of course, just a bit. It was as casual as him using a scouring charm. But he had waited from morning until evening. Soon he realized he had been fooled. But why was he expecting her arrival anyway? He was supposed to be at home researching potions, which had nothing to do with her. When he succeeded, he would absolutely not mention her name in his report, never. But when Lin Na appeared at the door, he still opened it. Perhaps he could have pretended he wasn't home, but he still opened the door. He comforted himself that it was to prevent the troll from breaking his door. Hi. Is there anything else amiss, Lestrange? Lin Na had long expected to be treated this way. She sincerely held up her luxurious gift box, and before she could even apologize, Snape opened the door and snatched it away. "You may leave." Snape quickly closed the door. He had thought Lin Na was here to deliver potion ingredients, but when he turned around and felt the warmth in his hand and the fragrant scent of food wafting up, Snape understood. "She's here to bring me food?" So, Lin Na, who was about to leave, heard the creak of the door opening behind her. Had Snape forgotten to close the door? As Lin Na pondered, Snape's impatient roar came from inside, "Come in." Lin Na readily accepted. It seemed Snape had forgiven her. As soon as she entered, she smelled the faint, slightly bitter fragrance of potions. She was very familiar with this scent. It seemed to have permeated everything about him since his student days. She remembered at the ball that year, their only dance, she had smelled the scent on him. If one were to identify people by scent, then Snape would embody this aroma. Initially, it was a bit sweet and bitter, but upon closer inspection, the aftertaste carried a hint of sweetness. Snape wasn't a bad person, just had a terrible temper. Lin Na was pleasantly surprised to find that Snape hadn't stagnated in her absence. Instead, he had made a major breakthrough. Lin Na couldn't help but exclaim, "You succeeded again." Snape, who was about to start eating, frowned and began packing up the lunchbox. "Take your things and get out." "No, don't. I won't ask any more. Please continue your meal, Potion Master." Lin Na probably guessed he was being tsundere again, so she simply didn't bother him and started studying the potion recipe on the draft paper. And to think, with Serena's brain, she actually understood it. Lin Na increasingly felt that Snape was truly a genius. He had completed the concept of 1 + 1 = field purely by intuition. And he clearly laid out different approaches, anticipating different results for each. Lin Na's gaze, as she occasionally looked at Snape, was filled with admiration. "You're amazing, Snape." Snape, of course, knew how she looked, and his posture straightened even further. You already knew, Miss Lestrange." There he was. That confident and tsundere half-blood prince. In that moment, Snape, with his head held high and chest puffed out, was no longer the pitiful wretch with his head down and back hunched, but a king bearing the title of the most excellent potion master. Lin Na couldn't help but applaud him, but Snape suddenly felt he had said too much and calmed down again, continuing to eat the dishes that woman had made with her own hands. He considered it forgiving her for standing him up, but he still didn't know the reason. So what? Lin Na was confused by his sudden question. "Oh, I was assigned to St. Mungos to conduct physical examinations for the prisoners." She remembered the reason. "Physical examinations? St. Mungos has never had physical examinations." Snape put down his fork, treating the matter very seriously. He strongly suspected that foolish woman had been bullied. He needed to go to the Ministry of Magic. They said it was the first time. Thankfully, there weren't any major issues, and it went very smoothly till Lin Na noticed Snape's tone was off. So she explained, "And the fat lady and others were with me, no need to worry." "Oh, you had accomplices. Right, that place must be much like your home." Snape was angry at her weakness. Why would they send only her, a newcomer, to such a place? Wasn't it because she had no one to back her up? However, Snape didn't know that things were different now. Standing behind her was, sob, "The ratings are out, only 7.1, and the data isn't good, so heartbroken. Today there's only one update." Chapter 63, Ministry of Magic. Lin Na and Snape felt that it was impossible to explain, so their conversation ended unhappily, and Snape's heart, which had already calmed down after eating a meal made by someone's own hands, became complicated again. So who was he complaining to the Ministry of Magic for? She still thought he was harming her. In his anger, Snape even knocked over the half-eaten lunchbox on the table. Lin Na also knew that this stubborn guy wasn't easily swayed. Though she left with a single sentence, "You don't need to be angry. I'm really not as weak as you think. I'll come see you again next week." She didn't want to look at Snape's face. Lin Na rushed back to St. Mungos. Because she had gone to Azkaban today, she didn't need to work the night shift, but she would need to work the morning shift tomorrow. To ensure she got enough sleep, she went to bed early. But the next morning, her alarm didn't go off. She was woken up by saliva. Who was it? So early in the morning, Lin Na, full of morning grumpiness, opened her eyes dimly and found it was little Angel Draco, trying hard to hug her neck and kiss her cheeks and lips, leaving half her face covered in drool. Because of working too hard, Draco's small face was flushed red, and his hair was messy from rubbing in her quilt. "Mommy, morning Tilda." "Draco? Wait, how are you here?" At the same time, Lin Na felt as if someone else was sitting by her bed. Wait, since when was Lucius sitting at her bedside, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, holding a book, and in such a good mood? His somewhat soft and beautiful hair was loosely tied over his shoulder, exuding an exquisite laziness. Seeing that Lin Na had noticed him, he very gently closed the book, and slowly leaned in, preparing to give her his morning kiss. Lin Na held up Draco, using his small face to block the head of the Malfoy family's enthusiasm. "Wait, how did you get in?" Lucius, who hadn't succeeded, wasn't flustered. He picked up Draco. "It's time to go, Draco, time to say goodbye to Mommy." It was the familiar routine again. He grabbed Draco's little paws and waved them, then handed him to Dobby to take back to Malfoy Manor. Lucius, on the other hand, personally began to help Lin Na get dressed. Seeing that her buttons were about to be undone, Lin Na's wand extended to Lucius's sexy Adam's apple. Well, he cooperatively let out an ambiguous tilde. Be serious. How did you get in? Answer me. It seemed Lin Na needed to put some pressure on him. I don't mind writing to the newspaper right now and letting them know that the esteemed head of the Malfoy family is a peeping Tom who likes to break into single women's bedrooms. Lucius used his long fingers to push away the wand and began to arrange the clothes he had prepared for Lin Na. Are you proposing to me? Or do you like to announce our relationship in the newspaper? How romantic, I love it. Is 20 newspapers enough? Lucius very seriously began to adjust his tie, then pulled out a mirror engraved with Selina Lestrange, and looked at his radiant reflection. I'm ready. We can contact the newspaper reporters anytime. Coincidentally, the Malfoy family already cooperates with. Stop! Don't say another word. Lin Na saw him getting more and more outrageous and quickly stopped him. All right then, Tildo, we don't have time, Madame Tilde. Lucius put away his casual attitude from just now, adopted his businesslike demeanor, and began to use magic to help Lin Na change clothes and wash up. Of course, during this time, he didn't miss opportunities to gain some benefits for himself. Lin Na kept trying to find out what he was going to do, but everything happened too quickly. By the time she reacted, she was already arm in arm with Lucius, appearing at a certain place, the Ministry of Magic. Everyone here wore uniform black cloaks, and people hurried to and fro, seemingly all in a rush. Overhead, flying paper cranes flew back and forth, and the sounds of people greeting each other occasionally reached their ears. The entire hall was like an ancient subway station, with light, patterned marble floors and some areas with mosaic designs. Lin Na really liked the fountain design in the middle. The people standing there would even move, raising the water bottles above their heads or placing them at their waists, depending on their mood. Lin Na's appearance attracted a lot of attention, perhaps because Malfoy was too dazzling and conspicuous. Everyone who approached him would exchange greetings several times, and her reputation was also considerable. After a brief visit with Malfoy, they would nod to her as a sign of respect. And Lucius's introduction was also ambiguous. His female companion, who didn't know that Selina Lestrange was a famous star chaser. Some people thought he was crazy, while others said he was after Selina Lestrange's substantial family fortune. Of course, some also believed this was a manipulation, using her to win over people's hearts. Why did you bring me to the Ministry of Magic? I still have to go on my morning rounds. Don't worry about them, they should be worried about themselves. Lucius helped Lin Na adjust her hat and smooth her cloak. What do you mean? What did you do to them? Lin Na had a bad feeling. You'll know when we get there. Lucius smiled mysteriously, holding his scepter in one hand and Lin Na's arm in the other. Are you ready? Lucius, with an arrogant stride and his head held high, led Lin Na to the hearing. This place was very similar to the hearings Lin Na remembered, arranged in a tiered fashion, with the positions closer to the center being lower, creating a top-down pressure on the defendant. From Serena's memories, she was very afraid of and resistant to this place. It was here that she watched her two most beloved relatives in this world being sentenced and imprisoned, and it was also here that she went through round after round of trials before being granted bail. That memory was not pleasant, so Lin Na shivered involuntarily. Lucius pulled her into his cloak to keep her warm. Lin Na was still a bit unaccustomed. Sitting in the very center was the Minister for Magic, with neatly dressed jury members beside him. And sitting at the very bottom was her Dean from St. Mungo's? And how was Madame Mary Jane also in the defendant's seat? She even had tears in her eyes. What was worse was that this wasn't the beginning of the hearing, it was right in the middle. Their sudden intrusion was simply too arrogant, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Lin Na truly felt a moment of social death, wanting to pull her hand away and run, but Lucius held her hand tightly. Keep smiling. Tomorrow, we can be on the front page of the newspaper. Lucius revealed 8 perfectly aligned teeth, a smile of impeccable etiquette, and nodded to the Minister for Magic to acknowledge his arrival, then swaggered to his seat. So you admit that Selina Lestrange, as a newcomer at St. Mungo's, received inhumane and unfair treatment? The Minister for Magic solemnly asked from the stage. This was actually about her? Chapter 64. Negotiation. Lin Na was a little speechless. How did she suddenly become a bullied weakling just because she was assigned to Azkaban? And how would Lucius know she was assigned there for a physical examination? But the problem now was, he wanted to avenge her, and his confident attitude showed he was very sure of victory. and things really were as she had guessed. Lady Mary Jane, who was always strong and unyielding, actually admitted she had bullied Lin Na. How was this possible? How could someone so proud admit her mistakes? Lin Na felt a little sad seeing this. Mary Jane might have initially been a bit discriminatory towards Serena, but ever since she accidentally traveled back in time and became her idol, it changed her completely, making her like a close aunt who was always on her side. So Lin Na tugged on his sleeve. Lucius was secretly delighted. Was she going to thank him? No need at all. Providing help for his wife was a husband's essential duty. He cleared his throat, secretly bent down, and leaned his ear over, ready to hear Lin Na's soft words. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lady Mary Jane didn't bully me, and she even helped me a lot. The happy little man in Lucius's heart was shot down. He frowned, a cloud of gloom hanging over him. If that was the case, it meant she deliberately went there, so she was there for. You were there for Sirius Black. That traitor? Lucius straightened up expressionlessly. What could be more painful than hearing the woman he loved go to such dangerous lengths for another man? Lin Na didn't know how to respond at the moment. She really couldn't bear to hurt him. Was it because in the past, she really did have something with Lucius? So, what do you want? Lin Na's words made Lucius laugh out loud. Yes, what he wanted. How could she not know? However, Lucius knew that Lin Na had completely forgotten their past, so he couldn't bear to force her. It's simple to let them go. Go on a date with me. All right, it's a deal, Tilda, but only once. Lin Na kept a wary mind. It couldn't be every day, could it? Good, Lucius agreed. He wasn't at all worried about this one date. As long as he didn't admit it was a date, there would be many more legitimate dates in the future. So, with Lin Na's efforts, the Dean and Lady Mary Jane were not punished and retained their original positions, only needing to apologize to Lin Na in public. Watching the crowd disperse, Lin Na's heart finally settled. She could face Lady Mary Jane with dignity. She really wanted to rush over and explain that this wasn't her intention, but Lucius was pestering her relentlessly. I have already met your expectations. Lucius blocked her in the corridor. She would have to climb over chairs to pass. Lucius was still hoping she would thank him for his leniency. One must know this was his first time being so merciful, and the money spent on bribes was not insignificant. That's right, but now I think things are over and I don't need to stay here anymore, do I? The unspoken meaning was, you can get lost. Well said, Tilda. So, are you going to start our da? Lucius deliberately spoke loudly, causing Lin Na to jump up and cover his mouth. Was he crazy? People hadn't all left yet. Wouldn't this be announcing their improper relationship? Sage. Lin Na wished she could find a crack in the ground to stuff Lucius into, but this guy was a born spotlight, shining everywhere and attracting attention. Sure enough, a lady from the jury, with eyes full of desire, swayed with alluring steps, deliberately revealing her seemingly accidentally exposed chest, and approached shyly yet seductively. Mr. Malfoy, tilde long tilde time no see tilde. That delicate, high-pitched voice almost made Lin Na pass out. She hadn't expected it. No, she should have expected it. Lucius was definitely a diamond bachelor. He could attract bees and butterflies everywhere, with people flocking to him. Seeing this as a good opportunity, Lin Na pushed Lucius forward. This lady is looking for you, Mr. Malfoy. How could Lucius not see through her little trick? He turned sideways, raised his hand, and put his arm around Lin Na's slender shoulder, pulling her close to him. Ah, it's you, Ms. Rocher. It's been a while. You've become even more dignified and solemn, Tilda. This compliment was indeed good for a jury member, but in front of a woman in her courting phase, these words were a bit harsh. Was he saying she was old? But looking closely, the woman in Lucius Malfoy's arms clearly looked like she had never given birth. How could she not be tender? Wasn't she just 10 years older than her? But only 2 years older than Lucius. Was she that old? The woman's face alternated between green and pale, and after a few perfunctory replies, she left, her retreating figure looking somewhat huffy. Lin Na finally broke free from his embrace. Why are you so disrespectful to women? Lucius shrugged indifferently. Didn't I respect her by praising her for being serious and dignified? Besides, she came to ruin my marriage without knowing any better. Such people don't need respect. As Lucius spoke, he once again put his hand back on Lin Na's shoulder. It really was more comfortable to hold his own wife. Lin Na shook her head. This guy was hopeless, and now she couldn't catch up with Lady Mary Jane, which made her a bit irritable. Lucius wouldn't let her be annoyed. He took her back to Malfoy Manor, continuing the Malfoy family feast, filling her unsatisfied heart with various delicacies. This trick always worked. Lin Na sat at the Malfoy dining table, with Draco clinging to her, refusing to let go. Even though he had long been able to eat strictly according to table etiquette by himself, he still showed his dependent side towards his mother. Lin Na was so charmed by Draco that she easily agreed to all his requests. Lucius watched them, twirling the red wine glass in his hand, and casually mentioned, "I heard you can help me have a daughter." Pfft tilde Lin Na, who was drinking pumpkin juice, spat it out, almost dirtying Draco's little face. She looked at Lucius in shock. "You said what? How did he know? Was he talking about in vitro fertilization or surrogacy?" Theoretically, she could do it, but in this world, this technology hadn't been invented yet, had it? So what on earth was he thinking? Where did he hear such a bizarre rumor? Everyone says so. Lucius was very happy that he had captured the woman's attention, even if it was from his own son, but he succeeded. Thank you, darlings, for rating and commenting. I read every single one. Thank you for your support. Chapter 65, Scandal. Lin Na's jaw dropped when she heard Lucius's exaggerated statement. How did her legendary medical skills go from reattaching a severed thing to controlling whether one had a boy or a girl? You'd best forget about that. I don't have such great abilities. Lin Na wiped her mouth and uncomfortably took a sip of the clear water in her cup to moisten her throat. What a ridiculous rumor. Lucius stood up and personally refilled her water and pumpkin juice. As he leaned in, he deliberately whispered in Lin Na's ear, "It's all right, we can try it, Tilda." Seeing Lin Na's expression twist adorably, Lucius seemed like a peacock that had won a battle, just about to fan its tail. Lin Na didn't want to talk to him anymore. She kissed Draco goodbye and returned to St. Mungo's, of course, not without Lucius and his family giving her an elaborate send-off, as if he wished to deliver her directly to her bed in her dorm. But Lin Na firmly refused. That place might transmit viruses to Draco. Hurry and take him back. This reason was very reasonable. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Of course, you are his mommy, you are right. This time, he picked up Draco and brought him closer. Draco cooperatively pouted his little lips and kissed Lin Na's cheek. Lin Na didn't refuse, and then she let Lucius seize the opportunity to take Draco away, while he himself quickly leaned in and left a kiss on Lin Na's face. "You fellow!" Lin Na quickly pulled her face back, but it was already too late. That fellow Lucius had once again transformed into an arrogant gentleman of impeccable manners. He held Draco's hand and waved, "Draco, say goodbye to your mommy, she's going to work and abandoning us." Lucius showed a triumphant smile as he watched Lin Na walk away. Lin Na didn't have time to argue with him. If she didn't leave now, many more onlookers would soon arrive to admire the head of the Malfoy family and the young master, and then she would continue to encounter trouble. Now that Lin Na was back at St. Mungo's, she suddenly felt as if their gazes were different again. What was going on? Why were some people looking at her ambiguously, some with disdain and others with gossip? Lin Na had no idea that even before the next day, the rumors about her and Lucius Malfoy had already become everyone's topic of conversation. After all, the protagonists of this incident were the Dean and Madame Mary Jane. It was unrealistic for the people of St. Mungo's not to know. As soon as the fat lady knew Lin Na was back, she ran out excitedly and pulled Lin Na into an empty ward, eager to know what exactly had happened. "Serena? Is it true? About you and the head of the Malfoy family?" The fat lady took several deep breaths before she managed to articulate the sentence clearly. "What are you talking about?" Lin Na didn't dare to answer directly, wanting to probe further. "It's about him causing a scene at the Ministry of Magic for you," Madame Pomfrey said, her voice filled with excitement, almost biting her tongue. She thought to herself, how could such a wonderful girl like Serena not have anyone pursuing her? Look, even the Diamond Bachelor Malfoy would go to such lengths for her. But wait, wasn't she rooting for Lupin? How could she abandon a friend for a pretty face? Madame Pomfrey blinked guiltily and added, "Although I'm very fond of Lupin, of course, I hope you find happiness." Serena. "Ah ha ha, it's not what you think." Lin Na's mind raced, trying to figure out how to brush it off when Lucius's smug expression appeared in her mind. "So sorry, Lucius. Ahem, actually, the head of the Malfoy family was consulting me about a medical condition, but for confidentiality I can't say what exactly. He acted that way to curry favor with me." "What?" Madame Pomfrey instantly covered her mouth, realizing she had been too loud. Her face unnaturally flushed as she lowered her voice and reconfirmed, "So that aspect of him isn't quite working, is it?" Lin Na looked at Madame Pomfrey's sincere gaze and nodded reluctantly. Sorry, Lucius, I'll have to let you suffer for a bit. And so, under Madame Pomfrey's disbelieving yet secretly thrilled expression from knowing exclusive gossip, Lin Na finally returned to her dormitory. Although Madame Pomfrey was temporarily satisfied, the overwhelming newspaper headlines the next day still made everyone aware of this scandalous rumor. All of a sudden, Selina Lestrange once again became the most famous star. Even Selina, who hadn't subscribed to any newspapers, received dozens of papers stuffed under her door. She picked them up and looked. It was truly exaggerated, with headlines like "New Target for Stargazers," "The Love Protection of an Industry Giant Elite." Each newspaper had one or more photos, all first-hand resources sent from the scene. Selina Lestrange was arm-in-arm with Lucius Malfoy, both of them grandly and suddenly bursting into the Ministry of Magic hearing, garnering astonished looks from everyone. Other photos showed Lucius Malfoy's tall figure, leaning in to quietly listen to her speak, his expression focused, and a mysterious smile on his lips. When did they take these? From what angle? Lin Na had no recollection at all. This series of photos completely portrayed a deeply affectionate couple. Even Lin Na found it ambiguous. No wonder that flirtatious man insisted she dress like that. Damn it. He had made preparations long ago to solidify the rumors about them, to establish a proper status for himself. Now, Lin Na finally understood why those scoundrels were so resistant to their girlfriends exposing things like this. Indeed, it would cause a commotion. Wait, no, she wasn't a scoundrel, nor was she a bad woman. Lin Na collected all those newspapers and put them under her bed, along with Sirius's. She secretly prayed that the big shots in Azkaban wouldn't see those papers. She went to work, feeling conflicted, and before she had walked a few steps, she was surrounded and questioned. She expressionlessly pushed Lucius forward. This involves patient confidentiality agreements. Tilda, I hope you won't interfere too much. Now, that was it. The rumor of Lucius Malfoy being impotent had spread completely. Leaving behind her colleagues, who were both reasonably imagining the gossip and still wanting more, she was then immediately called to the dean's office. She didn't expect that the dean would actually apologize to her in person. Madame Mary Jane still had teary eyes, which really put Lin Na in a difficult spot. She repeatedly explained that it was all a misunderstanding, and by the time she knew, Malfoy had already done it. Upon hearing this, the old director immediately beamed with joy. That's good, it's good that Mr. Malfoy isn't angry. He was their big sponsor and he had been so worried. Madame Mary Jane also finally showed a relieved smile. She just knew Selina wouldn't think that of her. That's right, she was just wronged, not blaming Lin Na at all. Chapter 66. The misunderstanding deepens. After resolving the misunderstandings with the dean and Mrs. Mary Jane, Lin Na felt completely at ease. Even the rumors Lucius had spread couldn't dampen her good mood, so she decided to go shopping. As soon as she stepped out, she bumped into her colleagues, who scattered like frightened birds. Some gave Lin Na an awkward smile, others left with their heads down, almost hitting a pillar, and some pretended to chat, but their conversation was completely nonsensical. Lin Na now somewhat understood the saying, where there are people, there is conflict. It seemed her colleagues here were all gossip-loving individuals. Lin Na maintained her usual indifferent expression to counter their gossip. In their eyes, if the former star chaser had stood there, they would have certainly thought she was moving on and starting a new bout of madness. But with Selina Lestrange standing there now, she exuded a cool aloofness, as if untouched by worldly concerns. It was truly possible that the head of the Malfoy family had taken a liking to her uniqueness. But after they all dispersed, only Les remained, looking at her with that same pitiful expression. Lin Na found it hard to be cold towards her pen pal. He was like a little pet she had raised, loyal and considerate to her. He always couldn't resist teasing him a little. What's wrong, Les? Selina. You. That Lucius. Is it true? Regulus had thought he was the one with the most opportunity now, but it seemed he was truly a failure. Not only did he lack status and position, but she didn't even know who he truly was. Perhaps, in her eyes, he was even less significant than that werewolf. The more Regulus thought about it, the more his mood sank, and he became cowardly once again, not wanting to hear her answer. He was afraid of hearing her say it was true. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. As he spoke, he started to leave, but Lin Na grabbed his hand, feeling him tremble as if he had been startled. Selina? The head of the Malfoy family and I. Never mind, it's not what you think. Lin Na didn't know how to explain it. Her lie seemed to make her feel ashamed in front of this innocent fellow. But Regulus easily believed her, grabbing her hand back. "Are you serious? Serena? You're not a couple?" As the words came out, he felt embarrassed, scratching the back of his head and smiling foolishly. "Ah ha ha ha, I knew it. It must be fake." Regulus held Lin Na's hand, reluctant to let go for a while, until he noticed Lin Na's gaze was fixed on his hand, and he finally let go belatedly. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." "It's fine, as long as you understand." Tilda, seeing that he was no longer troubled, Lin Na prepared to begin her shopping trip. But there was always someone to cause her trouble. For example, she was in her dormitory getting ready to change clothes to go out when a fellow, covered in blood, burst in furiously and slapped a large sticker poster of her and Lucius onto the table. "What's going on?" Mad Dai's eyeball rolled upwards, and he bared his teeth, questioning Lin Na. Lin Na was speechless. Why did he look like he'd been cheated on? "What's going on? Can't you see I'm getting ready to change? Or is barging into a ladies' dormitory what you Aurors are supposed to do? Did I break the law?" Lin Na felt like she was starting to be assimilated by Snape. "You are changing clothes?" It was then that Moody seemed to notice the woman with a piece of clothing held against her chest, revealing two fair arms protecting her front. Cough, cough. His fake eye seemed to have spun dozens of times, and he muttered to himself, leaning on his cane as he obediently retreated outside the room. He knocked on the door again. Thump, thump, thump. "Come in." Lin Na really didn't want him to come in, but she knew he wouldn't leave. Once allowed in, Moody seemed much more relaxed, his attitude much better than his earlier fiery demeanor, and he wasn't as unyielding. He had also tidied up his bloody clothes a bit. "Next time, remember to lock the door." The fine wrinkles on his face smoothed out a little, and his old face flushed. He hadn't seen anything. "Yes, only you would just barge in." Lin Na, now fully dressed, could finally stand tall and speak to Moody. "Humpies, then you haven't met." Moody recalled the alluring scene from earlier, his old face burning. Since entering, his neck had been twisted to one side, too guilty to look at her face. "Right, and now I have," Lin Na said, walking forward to examine his injuries, but after several spells, there was no change, so she simply used her hands to pull at the torn rags on him. Moody was even more flustered now, starting to stutter. Don't touch me randomly." He reached out to block the woman's misunderstanding on his chest, but seeing his rough, blood-stained hands, he changed his mind. "Don't dirty her." "I'm not hurt. It's the blood of those scoundrels." Moody got excited as he said this, wishing he could describe in detail to Lin Na how they died, especially because the woman was actively showing concern for him. "That's good, Tilda, if you're okay. I'll go now." Lin Na picked up her spatial bag and was about to leave, but Moody grabbed her bag strap. "Wait, you haven't." Without another word, a summoning charm brought forth the poster. Lin Na finally understood. He was waiting for her here. "Yes, we went to the Ministry of Magic together. Is that not allowed?" She wanted to tease Moody again. Sure enough, she saw his fake eye and eyebrows fly up. "Selina Lestrange. Lucius Malfoy is not a good person, a treacherous and cunning fellow. Sooner or later, he'll trick you out of your very last pair of underpants." Moody really wanted to pry open Lin Na's head to see what she was thinking. "Huh? You know him well, do you?" Lin Na hadn't expected Moody to have such strong opinions about Lucius. Moody tapped his cane on the floor. "Of course. He's the only Death Eater I failed to send to Azkaban. A cunning viper." Cough, cough, cough. Lin Na decided not to provoke him further. If she did, he'd probably curse the entire Malfoy family's ancestors for 8 generations. Draco was an innocent good boy. "Are you going shopping?" Lin Na suddenly had an idea. Yes, if she took Mad Eye shopping, who would dare to be so blind as to cause her trouble? He was practically a bodyguard, and without even getting close to them, those fellows would automatically avoid Moody's gaze, and Moody truly stood by her side like a guard dog, chasing away everyone who wanted to gossip with a death stare. Now things were really good. Serena Lestrange's rumors escalated even further. Even Mad Eye was willing to be her dog. Chapter 67. The Shrieking Shack. The more Lin Na looked at Moody, the more satisfied she became. He was practically born to be a bodyguard. Everywhere he went, he was a path-clearing artifact, and even the naughty children were much fewer, not to mention those who were scared to tears by Moody. Lin Na clearly heard a mother clutching her child and yelling, "See, I told you to behave, and now Mad is here to catch you, isn't he? Didn't you say you didn't believe me last night? Wah! I want to go home. The child's sharp cries reached Lin Na's ears. She really wanted to laugh. So Moody was the equivalent of the big bad wolf in the wizarding world, a nightmare for so many children. Ahaha, Moody, I didn't expect your name to be so useful. When I have children in the future, I'll trouble you to educate them too, Lin Na said casually, just making a joke. But in Moody's ears, he took it seriously. Moody, who had been walking, stopped in his tracks, and after what seemed like a long period of thought, he said, "No." He thought that if it were her child, he probably wouldn't have the heart to discipline them. Suddenly, Moody, experiencing this emotion, realized what foolishness he was thinking. How could her child be his own? With him, an old, ugly monster? Moody's expression instantly turned cold, and the crying around him ceased. Even the parents began to worry that Moody would get angry. If you don't want to help, then don't, Tilda. There's no need to get angry, Tilda. Lin Na was a bit puzzled as to why he was suddenly acting crazy again. Was it because of the new underwear she had given him just now? But she had given it to him out of kindness to compensate him, as she had accidentally torn his last time, and it was almost completely black. An old bachelor like him certainly wouldn't know the necessity of changing underwear frequently. Is it because I gave you underwear that you feel embarrassed? Then give it back to me. If you don't want it, I'll give it to Remus. As soon as Lin Na said this, Madai, who had been stomping ahead angrily, ran even faster. Lin Na almost forgot he was a cripple. No, leaning on his crutch, he walked even faster than Lin Na, not even looking back, making it impossible for Lin Na to catch up. Fortunately, Lin Na used a spell to freeze him, otherwise he might have run straight out of Britain. However, by the time she came to her senses, she was already in front of the shrieking shack. Lin Na had originally thought she would get in front of Moody to give him a good education, but her body bypassed him and walked towards the shrieking shack with a sense of longing. Different scenes appeared in Lin Na's eyes and mind. She seemed to see Serena in her student days on that full moon night, chasing Sirius all the way to outside the shrieking shack. This seemed to be their secret base in Hogsmeade. They often gathered there to play cards or wizard chess. A worn-out sofa, a bedside table with one leg missing propped up, and an old cushion made up their secret base. Serena was too familiar with this place, because she would always appear quietly after they left to clean it up for them, and sweep away the footprints she had left using an invisibility potion. But that day, they seemed to be plotting something, because she knew very well that on the day of the full moon, they would all be very anxious and uneasy for their brother. But now they seemed eager to try something. As night fell, the magical creatures deep in the forbidden forest stirred, until Lin Na saw Snape, equally sneaky, behind a bush. Lin Na understood. This night before her was the night Snape was almost killed by Lupin, who had transformed into a werewolf. And Serena, who had drunk the invisibility potion, was the one who secretly intervened when Snape was being chased and cornered by the werewolf. Serena lured Lupin away, allowing Snape to safely run back to his dormitory. So, she had once saved Snape's life. Lin Na's eyes lit up with happiness. She was Snape's savior. Didn't that mean she could make him repay her? At least once, it should be without displacement. She needed to think carefully about how to use it, but another scene appeared in her mind. Before her eyes was a tall, handsome blonde man with a waterfall of long golden hair shimmering under the moonlight. The man held her hand tightly, pulling her towards the shrieking shack. "Sissy, tonight, you'll accept me, won't you?" "Consider it," the girl in her mind replied very reservedly. The boy turned back dashingly, his flowing hair drawing a graceful arc in the air. "Believe me, you won't have time to consider." The cunning smile on his lips was too dazzling, like a born king. "Marry me, Narcissa." "All right, but don't become a Death Eater." "Sissy, you know me." Lucius's young face showed some shyness. He was still that business magnate, wasn't he? Although still handsome now, he had a bit of youthful innocence, the innocence of love. No matter how much he pretended to be an old hand, he still showed some cuteness in the details. "Then we can't get married." Serena's tone was very firm, and also very helpless. How many times had this failed? What does this mean? What is failure? Why would Serena say failure? Lin Na looked at these memories and found it hard to connect her student days with Lucius's student days. Wasn't the gap a bit too big? Lin Na was very puzzled. Seeing she had once received a mission related to Lucius. Was she really Narcissa Malfoy, his right-hand woman? "Don't go over there." Suddenly, a clear baritone voice broke into Lin Na's ears, startling her awake. It turned out Moody had undone the spell on himself. Good heavens, he had become so proficient at silent spells due to his excessive worry. Ah, good. I wasn't going to go over. Lin Na realized she had almost unconsciously gone in to investigate. Moody, do you know the origin of that? Not interested. Let's go. Moody raised his eyes. How could he not know the origin of the Shrieking Shack? He just didn't want to mention Remus Lupin, and walked back dragging his lame leg. Yusai, wait for me. Lin Na chased after him. It seemed Moody didn't know those secrets either. Then they arrived at Hogsmeade. Here, Lin Na found it even harder to move, because it seemed that in every corner, her mind would flash with different memories, some beautiful, some sorrowful. Thank you, darlings, for your continued attention. Next month, this book will be back to normal. Tilda, who do you want to see memories of? Tell me quickly. Oh. Chapter 68. Memory 1. The moment Lin Na stepped into Hogsmeade, she felt as if time stood still. It was as if she had been there countless times, with different people, in different eras. Her mind was a jumbled mess, a tangle of memories she wanted to recall and many she wished to forget. Lin Na felt her head throbbing and wished she could sit down and rest. Just as she was rubbing her temples and about to squat down, Moody's large hand pulled her over, and she stumbled but landed steadily on a plush stool. Thank you. Moody had transformed his walking stick into a long-haired stool that looked very warm. Of course, the aesthetic was a bit peculiar, but Lin Na was very grateful. If you're not feeling well, don't wander around. Honestly, you're a grown person. Are you still a teenager? Moody was flustered with concern, completely forgetting whose fault it was that she was even there. I know my head hurts. Lin Na had long been accustomed to Moody's harsh words but kind heart, especially when she saw him open his arms and pull up his cloak to shield her from the wind and snow. Lin Na recalled more memories, stories from different eras. When she was Narcissa Black, she was a proud, elegant Narcissus, always stunningly beautiful, and by her side always stood the boy who was forever in control. He had also invited her to Hogsmeade for dates many times. Wherever they stood in the village, that spot would become the center of the world. However, Lin Na found it a bit strange that in her memories, she didn't seem to be very infatuated with Lucius. Was it because it was someone else's body? Was her current perception inaccurate? Sissy, you should take my arm. Young Lucius was a bit annoyed that the girl's hand wasn't on his arm. First, I'm not called Sissy, and second, I have my own arms. Narcissa said peculiar things, walking coldly ahead. Lucius adjusted his tie, and at the same time his emotions. He had long been used to Narcissa's quirk. She always claimed her name was Lin Na. It had been like this since he first met her at 5 years old. This was also why Lucius became interested in her. He always felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity around her. So, from that moment on, Lucius paid extra attention to Narcissa, and it developed to the point where she grew into a unique, cool beauty. He became even more deeply fascinated, and then they naturally became engaged due to their families. But Narcissa always refused to acknowledge their relationship. Her meaning was, I can marry you, Malfoy, but you cannot become a Death Eater. This surprised Lucius. Children from 2 Death Eater families intermarrying, and not a Death Eater? Regardless, Narcissa indeed did not become a Death Eater, but he could not escape his fate. From the moment his father had early on shed his responsibilities and run off to the United States to find love, he had to shoulder the responsibilities of the Malfoy family. So he lied to Narcissa. He hoped that one day he could explain everything to her clearly and gain her understanding and support. Unlike her, he was the only son of the Malfoy family, and he had to uphold the entire Malfoy family. At that time, he didn't know that he would cause the death of the future Narcissa. At this moment, Lin Na could only see 2 handsome young people on an awkward date. Sissy, please take my arm. This is my right as your fiancé, Lucius said emphatically, chin raised, though at this moment he was actually feeling guilty. Do you remember, Lucius? My condition for marrying you is that you are not a Death Eater. Narcissa declared her creed with equal pride. She would not marry a Death Eater. No matter what, you are already my fiancé. You can only be mine. Lucius silently added a sentence, but unfortunately, Lin Na and Narcissa had no idea of his determination. Lucius no longer acted so assertively, or rather, he softly took Narcissa's hand and threaded it through his arm, manually making her link with him. Now, Lucius was finally smug again. Sissy hadn't pulled her hand away. From a distance, the two indeed looked like a perfect match, a very pleasing sight, but Lin Na couldn't understand why her former self didn't want Lucius to become a Death Eater. "How are you doing? I'm going to charge you. If you're not well, hurry back to your den." Moody was already thinking of taking Lin Na back to St. Mungo's. He was very worried about her. "Huh? I'm fine, I just recalled some old memories." Lin Na finally calmed down a bit, gratefully leaning on Moody's hand to stand up. Indeed, after figuring some things out, her former goal was to keep Lucius Malfoy away from the Death Eaters. But why, after Lucius Malfoy became a Death Eater, did she still marry Lucius? What happened? Seeing this, Moody still helped her back, directly to her bedroom bed. Moody tossed Lin Na onto the bed, and with a spell, settled her struggle. "You need to rest." Then Moody turned and left, closing the door, leaving Lin Na still thinking about how that guy Lucius managed it. All she could think of was that he used deception. But in Lin Na's mind, their feelings couldn't have been fake. Every time Lucius looked at her, it was with such doting affection, like her cheap older brother looking at her. Amidst admiration and fondness, he was so domineering, as if he wanted to crush her and stuff her into his body, making it impossible to ignore. Even Lin Na could feel his passion, otherwise, the current Lucius wouldn't have recognized her so quickly. How had she tormented him before, to make him so cautious now? Lin Na thought she really needed to close her eyes and get some good rest, but now it seemed she couldn't help but dream of the memories that once belonged to Narcissa's body. Lin Na even seemed to see Lucius, in his student days, kneeling on one knee to propose to her, and she was startled, but still gritted her teeth, hoping he would stay away from the identity of a Death Eater. They parted unhappily, so how did they end up together again? The more Lin Na wanted to know, the more she could only dream of blurry scenes, at one point reverting to only seeing Serena and her cheap older brother. Why did her cheap older brother always follow her to Hogsmeade? Although she knew about the situation with her second brother, Rabastin Lestrange, it was too strange for him to hold hands with his sister and go shopping, and she still remembered it vividly. Chapter 69. The Truth is Revealed. Rabastin Lestrange was 4 years older than Serena Lestrange, so during their time at Hogwarts, Serena was often looked after by him. Especially after she fell for Sirius Black, she was often treated as an outcast by some people. Although the marriage alliance between their two families was normal, no one wanted their children to play with Sirius, the Slytherin traitor. Therefore, Serena's fangirl status would always subject her to criticism and teasing. At such times, her second brother would lash out like a mad dog to teach a lesson to those who bullied her. Of course, most of the time Serena was unaware of this. Consequently, anyone who later wanted to bully Serena would have to weigh their options. Could they withstand the retaliation of Rabastin Lestrange, that madman who held his sister so dear to his heart? Lin Na saw in a memory fragment that 14-year-old Serena had already grown into a graceful and slender young woman. She once again followed behind Sirius and James's group to Hogsmeade Village. She just didn't expect Rabastin Lestrange, who should have been preparing for his exams, to also appear there. He was already 18 and about to graduate, but at that time he was already a core member of the Death Eaters. 18-year-old Rabastin Lestrange had a touch more youthfulness, but his aura was still very gothic. A long, pure black robe enveloped his slender waist. He just stood there, quietly following behind Serena, and after she was ditched by James and Sirius, he caught up to her. He reliably held an umbrella over his sister's head. From his lowered eyes and clenched fists, one could see his forbearance and anger. "Nana, are you hungry? Big brother will take you to eat something delicious." Even though Rabastin was suppressing his anger, his tone towards Serena was always gentle and doting. He had lost count of how many times he had followed his sister. Nor did he know how many times he had seen his sister teased by those rascals. He secretly helped Snape fight against them, and he had put in no small amount of effort for this. If you ask why he didn't directly confront Sirius, because he didn't want to make his Serena uncomfortable. So, he chose to be uncomfortable himself, rather than let Serena be uncomfortable. However, it was a good thing that he, as an older brother, was still very useful. Serena quickly regained her spirits. "Okay, second brother, let's go eat steak together. You promise to treat me." The girl returned to her usual self, and Rabastin breathed a sigh of relief. He was very worried he would see his sister's tears, but it seemed that wouldn't happen now. As Lin Na recalled this, she touched her chest. Strangely, she felt no sadness at all about being ditched and teased by Sirius. Instead, she could clearly feel the joy of meeting Rodolphus. She seemed to really like that steak. Showing no sadness or sorrow at all, Lin-Na had a feeling at that moment Selina Lestrange did not like Sirius Black. Everything was a pretense. So why was she so dedicated to making Sirius like her? Was it as persistent as her desire to prevent Lucius Malfoy from becoming a Death Eater? It was as if she had to complete a mandatory task. Just as she thought of the word task, a mechanical voice appeared in her mind. "Master, you finally remembered me. Woo woo." Lin-Na was startled, even waking up from her sleep. She clutched her chest and head. Heavens! She remembered. It turned out this was not her first time transmigrating into Harry Potter's world, but her third. She had been forced to accept a system. The first time she was Narcissa Black, and her mission was to prevent Lucius Malfoy from becoming a Death Eater. But she failed. Lucius, behind her back, still became Lord Voldemort's biggest sponsor. So, after giving birth to Draco, she was erased from that world. In her second life, she was Selina Lestrange in her childhood. Her mission was to get Sirius Black back on track and prevent him from betraying James and his wife. For this, she spared no effort to win over Sirius from a young age, but it backfired. He didn't trust her, and she earned the nickname Fangirl. So, not long after Sirius was imprisoned, she was erased again. Each time, her memories seemed to be sealed. Now, in her third life, she had once again become Selina Lestrange. She just didn't know what the mission for this life was. She also didn't know why the system would help her reincarnate again, but she knew that she couldn't feel the system now. However, now the memories of both lives suddenly poured down like a floodgate opening, giving Lin-Na a splitting headache. She couldn't help but let out a cry. Before long, she heard someone running from the opposite room. "Senior sister, what's wrong? Are you okay?" "Senior sister." Regulus, who had been constantly watching Lin-Na, rushed over quickly. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Finally, because Lin-Na didn't respond, Regulus kicked open the door and rushed in. Without thinking, he hugged Lin-Na's head. If Lin-Na hadn't known who the person in front of her was before, now she had Narcissa Black's memories. Of course, she recognized that the boy holding her in his arms was none other than the long, missing Regulus Black. No wonder Snape said he never knew this guy, named Lester White. And she wasn't Regulus's senior sister, he should be a year older than her. No wonder Selina didn't have much of an impression, because she was thinking about junior students younger than herself. Now everything became clear, but it also seemed not to. Regulus's embrace was unexpectedly stable, and Lin-Na was indeed comforted. Slowly opening her eyes, whether it was her own tears or true Narcissa's, tears instantly flowed down. You're still. It's good that you're here, Tilda." So it was Regulus who had been watching over her all along, the hero who, as a teenager, silently fought against the Death Eaters and against fate. She remembered that in the original story, he should have passed away long ago. Seeing him alive and still caring for her now, Lin-Na couldn't control her tears. "I'm here. Don't be afraid. Did you have a nightmare?" Regulus's heart was pounding like a drum. He saw that Lin-Na was fine, just startled, so he focused all his attention on the woman. This was their first hug. The delicate frame in his arms, and the unconscious faint fragrance emanating from her made Regulus's nose tingle. He had to hold it in and not ruin the current scene. The girl's head rested against his chest, so dependent and peaceful. This scene left Regulus unforgettable for a long time. Chapter 70. Spider's Lair. Under Regulus's soothing, Lin-Na gradually calmed down. She needed some time alone, so she let him go back first. Regulus looked at her deeply, fixed her door and left. "If you need me, I'm always across from you anytime. You can." Regulus reluctantly left, and Lin-Na could finally sort out what had happened. So this was her third rebirth, and everything Lucius said was true. However, overthinking was not Lin-Na's style. There must have been a reason for her to forget her past. She was now Selina Lestrange, and would not become Narcissa Black, nor would she have the chance to chase after Sirius. She just needed to live her own life well. With her mindset adjusted, Lin-Na prepared to put on her eye mask and continue sleeping, as if everything that happened before had nothing to do with her current self. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the spot beside her sank again, and a stern fellow, still carrying a chill, appeared close to her face. "I hear you've been telling everyone that I can't." Tilda Lucius had only just left London when he heard such rumors about himself. He had originally been waiting for the public opinion he created to ferment, and then he would admit that he was pursuing Selina. But on the way, he heard someone saying he couldn't. And it was coming from Selina Lestrange? Lucius had no mood for a business trip. He had to immediately verify with her whether he couldn't. So Lucius Malfoy rushed back overnight, travel, worn, and went straight back to Lin Na's side, intending to question her thoroughly. Lin Na's heart clenched. This fellow really knew how to pick a time to annoy her. She was still carrying the resentment of being deceived by him, so Lin Na pretended not to hear him, rolled over, and continued to prepare to sleep. "It seems I need to verify it myself," Lucius said as he lay down beside Lin Na, his restless hand resting on Lin Na's waist. Slap! Lin Na smacked the hand on her waist as if swatting a fly, and rolled to the inner side of the bed. But how could Lucius Malfoy let her leave his embrace? With a long arm, he pulled her back. This forced Lin Na to honestly face the man. "Madame? Are you flirting with me?" He slowly took off her eye mask. "Get out of here. I protest. Can the head of the Malfoy family just act like a hooligan in a single woman's bedroom?" Lin Na's furious glare didn't anger Lucius at all. He swiftly pressed the back of her head and gave her a cold kiss on her lips. He licked his lips, still wanting more, and smiled mischievously. "Now this asterisk is acting like a hooligan tilde madam." There was a cunning glint of a successful plan, and even the fine lines around his eyes disappeared. Lin Na was speechless. He really knew how to play with fire. So Lin Na apparated away, but where could she go? So Lin Na, dressed in her pajamas, appeared at Spinner's End. She assessed Snape's spider's den and Moody's ancient tomb, and she decided the spider's den was slightly better. Of course, she didn't expect him to be home, but he actually opened the door. Behind that creaky, broken door appeared a zombie-like face. However, the moment he saw her, he finally showed some human expression. "Well, well, well, our great Mrs. Malfoy, what's wrong?" Kicked out by Malfoy? 3 parts teasing, 7 parts sarcasm, and a hint of sourness. Lin Na must have been mistaken. "What? So concerned about me?" Lin Na's words made the fellow directly close the door. True to his nature, Lin Na started knocking again. "Hey, is this how you treat your only friend, your savior?" The door quickly swung open again, revealing Snape's even more unpleasant face. "You'd better explain yourself." But Lin Na keenly noticed something was amiss. This fellow was injured. Although he had washed up, and water was still dripping from the hem of his robes, with her many years of medical experience, she still caught the faint scent of blood. Snape hadn't expected to be discovered. He pursed his lips. "It's none of your business, Tilda." Before Snape could finish, Lin Na pushed him by the chest and let herself in. "Excuse me, Tilda, good thing you ran into me." She pushed him onto the sofa without waiting for a response. Perhaps because he was indeed badly injured, Snape didn't have the strength to resist her domineering actions, and could only be pushed onto the sofa. He quickly surveyed his room, finding nothing to worry about. What was he afraid of? If she was disgusted, she shouldn't have come in. Coming to knock on a man's door in pajamas, Snape felt she needed a good education, but the words died on his lips. What standing did he have? Snape could only clench the seams of his trousers to distract himself from the discomfort and strange feeling of her touching his body, gritting his teeth. Lin Na separated his soaking wet trouser leg and found severe animal claw marks, some so deep they reached the bone. Heavens, how painful must that be! This fellow was truly enduring. Only now could she feel the subtle rise and fall of his flat chest. And that slightly sexy Adam's apple trembled lightly, his long bony hands covering half his face. Lin Na suddenly felt Snape's ascetic aura. "Are you in a lot of pain?" Tilda, the slightly off-key emphasis was actually his guilt. How could a dignified potion master not be able to brew pain-relieving potions? It was simply because he didn't want to expose his abnormality. He couldn't expose his vulnerability to others. Perhaps she wasn't just anyone? What she said earlier was right. She could indeed be considered his only friend. What happened? Did you go to the Forbidden Forest to collect potion ingredients? Lin Na believed her, wanting to divert his attention, but she didn't expect him to actually become agitated. Ha, Tilda, thanks to that great saint. Perhaps I should make more demands of Dumbledore's. Snape spoke in his usual sarcastic tone. Lin Na guessed it was because Hagrid had secretly rescued small animals again. And Snape encountered him, resulting in an injury. But why didn't Snape go to St. Mungo's? Right, he probably didn't want any contact with outsiders. If possible, he would remain obscure until his death. I understand, you've worked hard. Lin Na could only comfort him this way. After all, Dumbledore wouldn't easily dismiss Hagrid, and Hagrid wouldn't easily change his nature as a small animal philanthropist. Snape didn't know how to reply, but he truly felt the woman's concern. He awkwardly accepted it, not knowing how to react, and could only turn his head away to change the subject. So, what exactly is going on between you and Malfoy? Chapter 71, Awkward Guy. Lin Na would think of his detestable appearance whenever she thought of that guy. Serena, with her bright eyes and teeth, barely lifted her gaze, and Snape felt that the lights in the entire room were not even half as bright as her eyes. Don't mention him, Lin Na, in her excitement, directly poked Snape's wound, causing Snape to gasp in pain, bending over. This time he was truly hurting. So what exactly was she angry about? Because Snape brought up an unwelcome topic, Lin Na was even a bit cold towards Snape. After bandaging his leg wound with a spell, she walked straight into his room. You can go back to Hogwarts to sleep, right? I'm afraid I'll have to inconvenience you tonight. Consider it payment for the consultation. Good night, Lin Na waved to Snape, and before he could catch up, she went into his room. Snape finally realized that the reason that woman came to find him late at night, dressed in her pajamas, was to occupy his room. Snape even forgot about his injuries, abruptly stood up, rushed to his room door and furiously knocked. Get out! Go back to your St. Mungos! Snape's voice came from behind the door. Lin Na locked the door. I've already taken off my clothes. Let's talk about it tomorrow. That one sentence made Snape stop knocking. He couldn't possibly make her come out naked, even though she was very likely lying. She was a little liar, but Snape quickly accepted Serena staying in his room, even sleeping in his bed. For a long time, Snape would feel uncomfortable because of the faint fragrance emanating from his covers, but he had a million excuses not to deal with it. Snape could have gone back to Hogwarts to sleep that day, but after much thought, he chose to make do on the sofa for a night. It wasn't until sounds appeared in the house in the daytime that Snape got up and quickly pretended to have been brewing potions all night. But for the first time, he cut the potion ingredients a bit crookedly. He actually fell asleep, and slept until dawn, with no nightmares, no waking up in a fright, no sleepless nights. What a magical night it was! Snape temporarily couldn't accept this fact, that he felt very at ease because that guy was sleeping in his room. And Lin Na slept very soundly in Snape's bedroom. She found that Snape's den was much tidier than usual. She didn't know if her last big clean-up had been somewhat useful or what, but his underwear was even hidden away. To be precise, Snape's wardrobe was hidden away. She wasn't going to throw away every piece of clothing she saw. However, the scarf she gave him was hanging in the most prominent position on the hanger, and the rest of the space was empty. He probably thought she wouldn't throw it away? But how did he know she would come back? Snape's covers smelled of a potion ingredient, somewhat like traditional Chinese medicine, bitter at first sniff, then a faint fragrance. Lin Na found this smell very calming. You truly are Snape. You must be marinated in potions. Of course, Lin Na thoroughly cleaned that pillow. There was definitely no smell of hair oil. She even sprayed some perfume. Not to mention, Snape's covers were quite warm. She just wondered if there would be anything under the pillow. Lin Na reached her hand in. Would it be something about Lily? She felt a notebook, pulled it out, and saw Potions Compendium 1880 Revised Edition. No wonder he was single. Moody even had a few colorful picture books. Lin Na slept soundly in the middle of the night, but she vaguely felt that he was a bit cold, or perhaps her conscience kicked in, and she remembered that Snape might not have a blanket. She got up and brought another blanket out for him. She then saw that guy with a serious, furrowed brow, curled up on the sofa. A big guy, just a little thin, looked somewhat pitiful. What was going on? Lin Na covered him with the blanket, and then used her hand to smooth out his brow. You're welcome, Tilda Potion Master. Patting Snape's shoulder, he finally fell asleep with his usual expression. So, the next morning, Lin Na, draped in his cloak, saw the man who was pretending to have been busy all night, and she really wanted to laugh. Good morning, Tilda. Busy all night, were we? Lin Na deliberately teased Snape. Snape understood her meaning from this. He had been completely seen through by that woman. Snape felt the anger of being caught. He dropped what he was holding and turned to go back to his room to wash up. What a difficult guy, Lin Na grumbled, and then turned to make breakfast. It didn't matter if he was difficult, she couldn't go hungry. Lin Na, after eating breakfast and not seeing that guy come out, returned to St. Mungo's. She didn't have time to dwell on things with him, but she didn't know that Lucius had left shortly before she returned. And when he left, he happened to meet Regulus, who had been waiting for Lin Na. Although Lucius had slept in his dear wife's covers, his woman had not returned all night, which made him annoyed at everything he saw. So, when he appeared and saw a young man guarding his woman's door like that, how could the cunning Lucius not know his intentions? This made him even more furious. Head of the Malfoy family, why would you? Regulus, as if suffering a major blow, was rooted to the spot, unable to accept reality. Serena wasn't supposed to have that kind of relationship with Lucius, right? Oh, who are you to her? Since when do you get to inquire about her affairs? Lucius retorted with an unpleasant expression, using his aura to push back Regulus, that presumptuous fellow. He brushed past his shoulder and walked out, each step seeming to tread on Regulus, carrying anger and unvented resentment. Regulus stared blankly in the direction Lucius Malfoy had left, his mind filled with thoughts. They were together, he had no chance again, Serena had deceived him. He just stood there until Lin-Na returned from outside, and immediately noticed his unusual state. You, what are you doing? It felt like being heartbroken and experiencing the wind in the rain. Are you crazy? Lin-Na poked Regulus's firm arm. Quite muscular, isn't it? Senior Regulus slowly turned his face. Was he about to cry before speaking? Why are you crying? Lin-Na panicked. Was she that strong? Did she poke him until he cried? Did I hurt you? I know everything. Regulus said this with difficulty. He had even thought of words to bless her. He wouldn't, you know what? I know about you and Malfoy. Don't mention him to me. It was him again. Heavens, Lin-Na got a headache, just hearing his name. Facing Serena's utterly disgusted expression, Regulus was bewildered again. What? It wasn't what he thought. Regulus's mood was fluctuating like he was on a drop tower ride. Chapter 72. Handsome Man. Regulus was utterly confused now, waiting for Lin-Na to explain, but then Lucius poked his heart again. What right did he have to question her? Even if she really was with Lucius, he had no right. Lin-Na was also curious about what was wrong with him. Did Lucius say too much again? He hadn't left yet? Just as an awkward atmosphere permeated between them, the fat lady appeared like a timely rain, shouting, it's bad, as she rushed to find Serena for emergency help. Seeing the two of them standing there, completely oblivious to the awkward tension between them, the fat lady excitedly sought Serena. Serena, without thinking, followed her running. Serena thought she had encountered another critical patient, but as they ran, the fat lady, her heart fluttering, introduced her. A big handsome guy came in as an emergency, even prettier than no, of course, a little less charming than Malfoy, but... Hearing this, Lin-Na stopped. So, she called her so urgently just to see a handsome guy? Then I probably don't have to go, right? She wasn't in the mood to see handsome guys now. As the #1 gossip queen, she really didn't need any more scandals. Exactly, I can go help. Regulus, who had also caught up, certainly didn't want to see this scene. Why did it have to be Serena? He could do it. The fat lady looked exasperated. Wasn't she trying to let her see something good? That Malfoy wasn't reliable. She forcefully pulled Lin-Na's hand. We need your ability to help. Dean and Madame Mary Jane have gone to Hogwarts for a consultation. Some students were attacked by a horned serpent, and the situation is urgent. The implication was that she was needed. Although there were actually others who could handle it, Madame Pomfrey always felt that it was because Serena hadn't seen the beauty of that handsome man yet. Otherwise, she would definitely forget Sirius. Understood, I'll go now. If that was the case, it was her duty. Now Regulus looked even more resentful. He could already tell Madame Pomfrey's intention to introduce a man to Serena. So, he followed behind the two of them with a stern face. The fat lady then belatedly tugged Lin-Na's sleeve, and, thinking she was lowering her voice, asked Lin-Na, did he not sleep well last night? Or did you two have a fight? Lin-Na gave an awkward smile. You're asking so loudly, you might as well ask him directly. She wanted to know too, but she still politely responded, maybe he's hungry. Regulus, who heard everything clearly, wanted to explain, but the etiquette he had been taught since childhood didn't allow him to eavesdrop on ladies talking. So, he cleared his throat. Then I'll go ahead, ladies. Still maintaining his good manners, he bowed and ran ahead. He wanted to see the handsome man Madame Pomfrey spoke of, who was even more troublesome than Lucius. It would be best if he handled it first, so Serena wouldn't need to help. By the time Lin-Na arrived, the ward was already packed. Patients, healers, and even patient families all looked smitten, whispering and chatting. Everyone's attention was on the blonde man in the center, surrounded like a star. He had a brilliant, warm, and dazzling smile, and his white teeth formed a perfect standard smile. His golden hair was fluffy and stylish, and his eyes seemed naturally captivating. He constantly exuded his charm as he scanned his surroundings. "I am truly honored to meet so many beautiful ladies today, Tilda." His words once again drew gasps from all the women. He then took the hand of a nearby healer. "What a lovely hand. It is hands like these that help us patients regain new life, Tilda." He placed that hand on his full chest, practically causing the healer to almost collapse in shyness. Meanwhile, Regulus had long since gone to get medicine, sent away by his sister, because in the past, they would tease Regulus, and now they felt a bit awkward appreciating in front of him. Lin-Na, however, saw the male model with one leg bent and one leg straight, his arm resting on his bent leg, striking a cool pose to partially obscure his divine face, saying guiltily, "It's all my fault, Tilde. It's my beauty that makes you feel sinful. I am truly a sinner." His face was indeed worth mentioning, but the greasy feeling almost made Lin-Na run out the door. She looked at his name tag, Gilderoy Lockhart. Good heavens, another big shot. Lin-Na wanted to roll her eyes at his conceited demeanor. Every movement seemed meticulously designed. "Everyone, don't worry. I can actually handle these minor injuries myself. It's just that this time I wanted to test the medical standards here. This is much lighter than the injury I sustained in Armenia last time," just as Lockhart was proudly boasting, enduring the pain. He saw an astonishingly beautiful lady push through the crowd and rush in. Tilde, another one who wouldn't listen to his advice and came forward for an autograph. Indeed, his charm was invincible, but given that she met his aesthetic standards, he would generously satisfy her. "I know what you want." Lockhart hadn't finished speaking when Lin-Na gagged him with a handkerchief. Lin-Na cast a spell that immobilized him, and her hands moved over his body, finding acupuncture points quickly, accurately, and painfully, bringing tears to his eyes. "Mr. Lockhart, you seem to have some kidney deficiency. It's better to date fewer girls," Lin-Na whispered as she bent down to treat his wound, making Lockhart stammer and wail for a long time. "What kidney deficiency? He has always been chaste, all right." But even though it hurt after the pain subsided, he miraculously felt truly better and even lighter than before. "She was that amazing?" Released, Lockhart quickly touched the spots on his body that had just been pressed, gazing blankly at the retreating figure of the woman. Didn't she want to say a few more words to him? Right, she must be shy. "Hey, this beauty is amazing, though a little less so than myself, of course. To show my gratitude, how about we have a cup of tea together?" "How about it?" He didn't believe she wouldn't be tempted. Lockhart quickly took a few steps to block Lin-Na, bowing very elegantly. He was very satisfied to hear the shouts behind him, one after another. "No, Lockhart, you can't go with her." With me. Don't pay attention to fans." No time, Lin-Na bypassed him and melted into the crowd, leaving Lockhart stunned. So, she was the famous fan. Damn it, why did he always feel uncomfortable when she ignored him? It must be because she hadn't felt his charm. Lockhart suddenly regained his confidence and fighting spirit. If the fan could start pursuing him, he would definitely become even more famous, and he might even actually agree to her, maybe. He was determined to have this woman. Woo, no more traffic. Is it because my name isn't good? I'm crying. If this continues, I can only start a new project after the book test. Woo, I really like this theme. Chapter 73. Awkward Date. Lin-Na's feat once again stunned the fat lady. Was Lin-Na specially trained by Aurors? How could she resist the temptation of a handsome man? She didn't even look him in the eye, and just directly solved his illness. Actually, Lockhart's injuries were not a problem for the experienced healers at St. Mungo's. They only needed some potions to heal. However, seeing the beautiful man looking so pitiful yet pretending to be strong was very pleasing to their eyes. So everyone was waiting for Les's potion to be delivered, and they instructed him, please brew it slowly, carefully, and meticulously, hinting that he shouldn't return too quickly. Regulus's goal wasn't just to spend a long time brewing it, but to find a way to make the potion more potent, such as more bitter potion ingredients, or significantly effective slug mucus, which should be more beneficial for Mr. Lockhart's condition. Lin-Na left after completing these tasks. Now that she had been promoted to a full-fledged healer, she was even busier. Some patients, having heard of her reputation, were specifically asking for her to treat them. She also received gifts from patients. For example, old Mrs. Longbottom sent a plump hen, Of course, she knew it was for Neville's benefactor, and didn't know that benefactor was Lin Na. But Lin Na had a headache because what could she do with this hen? She couldn't keep the hen in her own dormitory, and it was a bit messy. She had no choice but to give the hen to Mrs. Weasley at the burrow. Mrs. Weasley would send many delicious homemade treats, but old Mrs. Longbottom didn't just send animals like hens. She also sent some strange things, such as coats Dumbledore couldn't even wear, peculiar jewelry, and extravagant hats decorated with raven feathers, and so on. Lin Na found these items hard to place, and combined with the things Lucius Malfoy sent, Lin Na's dormitory was always packed full. Lin Na really wanted to tell him to stop sending things, that she truly had no more space, but as soon as she proactively contacted him, he would become as eager as a peacock seeking a mate. Sure enough, he came again today, bringing a large bouquet of fresh sunflowers, right when Lin Na was at her busiest. She had encountered a patient whose condition required long-term observation. It was a very rare illness, one that even the well-read Serena and she, who had worked in modern medicine for many years, were encountering for the first time. So she took it very seriously, but even so, Merlin seemed to be playing a joke on her, making all those people come to trouble her at once. Lucius was the first to arrive, along with his sunflowers, but Lin Na ignored him, continuing to stand by the unconscious patient, writing and drawing in the notebook, where she had recorded data for days. Lucius, treated as if he were air, wasn't annoyed. He transformed a splint into a vase and slowly arranged flowers by the window, as leisurely as if he were in his own home. However, the aura he exuded made the patient's family members spontaneously go to the restroom and not return. Everyone felt Lucius's intention to drive them away. He simply raised an eyebrow and the family member got up and left, saying, "Oh, excuse me, I'll trouble the healer for a moment. I'm going to the washroom." Lin Na nodded, finally glancing at Lucius for the first time. Lucius immediately fanned out like a peacock, flicking his cloak, with a cluster of brilliant sunflowers in front of him, as if countless sunflowers bloomed around him, filling the air. He was the most radiant person. Lucius thought he had found the right moment to speak, but the truth was Lin Na immediately shifted her attention back, lowering her head to focus on her research. Lucius secretly clenched his fist, then released it, and sat on a nearby sofa, elegantly crossing his legs. Lin Na didn't know where he got the teapot and black tea, and he began to leisurely drink it, his main purpose being to keep her company. The rich aroma of the black tea made Lin Na's lips feel even drier. She secretly stole glances at that guy out of the corner of her eye. Damn, she was so busy, how could he be so leisurely? And even if it was just the two of them, he still sat with a straight back, noble as the epitome of elegance. She couldn't imagine that guy saying those sweet nothings in her ear. Was that playboy side of him only reserved for her? Lucius was actually very busy, but because his wife seemed angry, if he didn't appear by her side in time, outsiders would misunderstand their strained relationship. Therefore, Lucius temporarily postponed all engagements, deciding to go on a date with Lin Na to ease the atmosphere between them. This was also why Lin Na didn't chase him away. She was paying off her debts while working, so she agreed to let him stay. However, Lin Na also didn't know why Lockhart would suddenly come looking for her. The door was knocked and Lin Na, without lifting her head, told the person to come in, but that person seemed not to notice anyone else in the room. Lockhart half leaned on the door frame, a rose in his mouth, one arm supporting his upper body, his head bowed, and one hand on his hip, appearing in the ward with a "I'm so handsome" posture. Instantly, a strong scent of roses filled the room. Good heavens, had he fallen into a bottle of rose perfume? Lin Na's nose seemed to be malfunctioning. She painfully gave herself a few scent removal charms. Well, let's see if the most beautiful angel is still busy. To show my appreciation for last time, Lockhart confidently flicked his fringe and looked up, directly meeting a broad chest, with a pair of emerald brooches and intricate gold chains. Ah, haha, Serena, your taste in brooches is really good. He laughed and straightened up. Why was Serena so tall today? He might not have noticed when he was lying in bed that day. He quickly stood up straight, afraid of losing some of his imposing stature. Oh, Tilda, that's truly too much for your praise, Lucius said lightly, his expression normal, but every word pressed heavily into Lockhart's ears. How Lockhart looked up. Oh my, how could it be the head of the Malfoy family? He couldn't help but snap to attention, but then, remembering why he should be so reserved, he put on his brilliant smile and greeted, "So it's you, ha ha ha." That smile looked utterly guilty. Why was the head of the Malfoy family here? Didn't he only come in after seeing that family member leave? Could this patient also be a relative of the Malfoy family? What? Ascent, Mungo's biggest sponsor, can I not be here? Mr. Lockhart? Lucius Malfoy was already radiating a very displeased presence, which anyone could understand. Unfortunately, Lockhart was no ordinary person. He suddenly became excited, gripping Lucius's hands tightly. You actually know me? I'm truly honored. Lucius was speechless. Chapter 74. Awkward Escalation. Lin-Na saw that there were others who could leave Lucius speechless. She thought it was only Dumbledore and Snape. She didn't expect Lockhart to be among them now. According to the education Lucius Malfoy had received for so long, even though he had been subtly mocking Lockhart, the idiot beauty seemed to notice nothing, enthusiastically sticking to him. Lockhart's extremely respectful and fawning attitude made it impossible for Lucius to completely tear off all pretenses with him, so he could only maintain a cold expression and stiffly deal with him. Lucius dramatically flung his robes and turned back to the sofa, his robes even brushing Lockhart's face, yet he showed no sign of anger and followed him. May I sit beside you? I have something wonderful that I just wanted to show a distinguished person like yourself. Lockhart smiled, like a large cosmos flower, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showing. Lucius stared straight at Lin-Na, hoping she would intervene and get rid of him. But Lin-Na was also quite gleeful to see Lucius speechless, so she waited to see what would happen, and then she watched Lockhart, maintaining his constantly radiating charm greasiness, pull out stacks and stacks of novel manuscripts from his embrace. You absolutely must take a look. These works of mine. I'm looking for a distinguished person like you to write a critique, and of course, a preface is also welcome. I recommend you start with my battle with the Yeti. Lockhart was completely oblivious to Lucius's murderous aura. He only knew this was a great opportunity to promote himself, and incidentally, to show off his intimate relationship with the esteemed head of the Malfoy family in front of Lin-Na. He was almost ready to throw an arm around the head of the Malfoy family's shoulders. Of course, Lockhart tried, but was deterred by a glare from Lucius. He chuckled. There's a bit of dust on your shoulder. I'll wipe it for you. Quiet. After enjoying the spectacle, Lin-Na finally couldn't help but stop their noise. Lucius Malfoy frowned, and finally escorted the man who was disturbing his date out of the ward. Lockhart, still maintaining his composure, blew a kiss to Lin-Na. Mr. Malfoy and I are going out to chat for a bit, and I'll be back to accompany you later. Tilda, however, that kiss was deflected by Lucius's sleeve. Lucius, with his anger reaching its peak, dragged away the still chattering man. He had only managed to carve out this time with great difficulty. Lin-Na watched the two of them and nearly died laughing. Now, she had temporarily forgotten her annoyance with Lucius, smiled, and continued to focus on her research. When she looked up again, continuing to monitor her patient, the materials in her hand almost fell to the floor. She had been so engrossed that she hadn't realized Lupin was standing opposite her, foolishly grinning while holding a small dog, along with a disgruntled Mad-Eye Moody, and an embarrassed Regulus holding lunch. The three of them stood like a tripod, occupying different corners of the ward. She didn't know how long they had been there, but they had all tacitly refrained from disturbing her. Hey! Senior! The three men spoke simultaneously as Lin-Na looked up, then awkwardly fell silent at the same time, looking at each other. Some were embarrassed, like Regulus, who didn't want to see Moody because of his identity. Others were disdainful, like Moody, who didn't care for anyone. Lin-Na helplessly wiped her face, then pointed at Moody with the hand holding the pen. You're older, you speak first. Just being respectful to elders, Tilda. Tilda Moody, annoyed at being called old, snorted and turned his head away, tapping the floor with his cane. How was he old? Lupin didn't look young either. Then you first. Lin-Na had no time for his sulking and pointed at Lupin. Lupin, seeing he was chosen first, was quite happy, though he didn't know if it was because of his age, and held up the small Labrador puppy in his arms. He had received it from someone who had no money to pay him during a mission. He immediately felt that Lin-Na would surely like it. The little rabbit he gave her last time seemed to be disliked, so this time he was sure to win her favor. The puppy, cute and robust, wriggled around in Lupin's arms, sniffing around with its wet nose. The scene with Lupin was very heartwarming. He really did resemble a Labrador. Lin-Na indeed liked puppies, but she was very busy now and had no time to walk a dog. Lupin immediately stated, "It's all right, I can take care of it for you. You can come see it anytime." "Thank you, Remus." Lin Na felt this was acceptable. Lupin's words made Regulus gasp. He hadn't expected this somewhat disheveled man to have such an idea. This way, he would have a shared pet with Serena, and Serena would surely visit him often. Regulus was a bit annoyed that he hadn't thought of this. However, he really didn't have time to raise a small animal. Seeing Lin Na finally turn her gaze to him, he stepped forward with the tray. "Madame Pomfrey said you haven't had lunch yet, so I got you a portion." "Thank you too, Les. Just put it there, I'll eat it later." Lin Na now had the intention of seeing them off, so Regulus began to feel he hadn't played his cards right, completely shutting down the conversation. Even Lupin noticed his dejected tone. "Then I've cast a warming charm on it, so I'll leave it here. Remember to eat." He walked out dejectedly, returning to his busy schedule. Lupin still had time to briefly discuss the Labrador's name with Lin Na. Finally, they decided to continue the discussion after Lin Na finished her work. Lupin left contentedly. He finally had another chance for a date with Lin Na. He nodded to Moody and then left with the dog, but Moody showed no sign of leaving, grumbling and sulking. Lin Na was almost at her wits' end with him. If he had nothing to do, why didn't he just leave? "Do you still have something to say?" Lin Na was really annoyed by his staring, so she gave him an out. Moody looked at her with both his real and fake eyes, his mouth opening and closing. After a long time, he asked, "Do you think I'm old?" Why did he sound a little sad when he said that? "No, you, have a lot of character, a mature character." Lin Na's words made Moody feel much better. Tilda, he nodded. He then walked over to her and handed her a brown paper package. "Good stuff." Then he limped away without looking back. Lin Na was again baffled by his actions. What does that mean? She opened it to find some rare potion ingredients. Was this something he found for her? To research more effective potions? Lin Na was very touched, feeling that with these ingredients, the Wolfsbane potion might be completed even faster. "Thank you all for your continued support. I'm preparing to work hard to reach the book test, trying a few different book titles. Don't worry about it being dropped, because it's already signed, so it will definitely be completed. It's just that if the data isn't good, I won't write it long and will start a new project, so it will have at least 300,000 words. If the data is good, we'll definitely hit 600,000 diamond suit, and of course, there are many Harry Potter themes waiting to be written. Trust my imagination and update speed. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 75. Get Ill. Lin Na sent away several big shots, and could finally stop to rest, intending to quickly eat, and then continue observing the patient's condition. As expected, Regulus had thoughtfully prepared all her favorite foods, clearly having paid close attention to her diet and daily life. Even the pumpkin juice was warm, just right for drinking, not too hot or too cold. Lin Na was especially happy to eat the delicious mashed potato salad. Regulus did a great job. She now felt that Regulus was truly suitable to be a husband, even though he used to be her younger brother. Although they hadn't had much close contact, given the significant age difference. Then she thought, if they were once siblings, then forget it. Lin Na finished tidying the dishes, and someone knocked on her door again. She had already guessed someone was coming for her. "Come in, Tilda." But she hadn't expected Snape to return. Perhaps Lin Na's expression was too irritating for Snape. Why did she look so displeased to see him? "It seems someone doesn't want to see me." Snape interpreted this meaning and prepared to unleash his venom. Huh? Lin Na didn't know why he was angry again. She was just curious why he would come. A guy who wouldn't even come to St. Mungo's when so seriously injured. Would he actively seek her out today? It seems St. Mungo's has such an excellent healer as Ms. Lestrange, and no longer needs a small professor like me to help make potions. Snape finished speaking, flicked his sleeve and prepared to leave. His greasy scalp seemed a little cleaner than usual. Had he tidied up before coming? Surely he hadn't just sprinkled some talcum powder? Wait, I didn't. Lin Na only reacted when Snape was about to step out the door. Snape was actually here to deliver potions every month, and she couldn't let him leave. His potions were high quality and reasonably priced, more cost-effective than those from other healers or shops. To be honest, it was a huge help. But Lin Na couldn't leave the room. She needed to constantly monitor the patient's reactions and perform magic treatment whenever his condition changed. She couldn't run out, and Snape's speed meant he would soon be around the corner of the corridor. How could a guy who got angry so easily have such good legs? His black robe billowed majestically in the wind, creating powerful waves that instantly scared the recently returned patient's family members, making them press against the wall to make way for Snape. "Hey, Snape, I didn't mean that." Severus Lin-Na stood at the door and shouted. Snape did pause his steps, but only for a second. Lin-Na suddenly seemed to see a way. "Severus, I need you. Lin-Na's head suddenly throbbed with pain, making her instantly dizzy and faint. She clutched her head and squatted down. Perhaps it was because she had recently received all the memories from 3 rebirths, or perhaps it was several consecutive days of continuous high-intensity patient observation. As a result, Lin-Na's vision went black, and she fainted directly from her squatting position. The next second after she fainted, Snape, who had been at the corner 30 meters away, appeared beside Lin-Na and reached out to grab her shoulder. But he only grabbed her shoulder. No matter how thin Lin-Na was, Snape couldn't catch her, so he extended his arm and picked her up by the waist. He hadn't expected her to be so light. Looking at Lin-Na's haggard appearance, Snape didn't seem as furious anymore. Lin-Na's consciousness still lingered on the patient. She had always been a workaholic, so even when Snape carried her into the dean's office, she was still muttering "can't, leave, need, monitoring tilde." Snape was furious, angry at her disregard for her own health. Ms. Lestrange should worry about herself first. Under Snape's pressure, the dean stopped his meeting with other staff. When Snape appeared, he directly broke open the dean's office door with magic. The healers at the conference table gasped, thinking it was a Death Eater riot. But then they thought, no, most Death Eaters had already been caught by Moody, hadn't they? They all turned their heads, showing expressions of either fear or anger, only to find Snape appearing, dusty and disheveled, carrying Selina Lestrange. The fat lady was the first to shriek, "Ah, Selina, what happened to you? Snape, what did you do to her? Shouldn't she be monitoring that difficult patient? That's why she hadn't come to this regular meeting." "Me? I'd like to ask, what has St. Mungo's done to this woman? Why is she the only one exhausted to the point of collapse? It seems the incident at the Ministry of Magic wasn't enough of a lesson for you." This time, it was rare for Snape to say so many words, but the fire in his heart still couldn't be vented. Snape stepped forward and blocked every healer who tried to pacify or interrupt him with magic. He was displeased with everyone at the moment, and the entire dean's office was in chaos. The old director stood there, already contemplating his retirement. "Fortunately, Mrs. Mary Jane spoke up at this moment. Never mind all that. Let's check her condition first." Snape finally agreed, nodding. He hadn't been this furious in a long time, not because Selina disliked seeing him, but because of the injustice his colleagues showed her. Lin-Na collapsed like that, falling into an unconscious state. Snape hadn't left St. Mungo's since she collapsed. He had been continuously brewing potions for Lin-Na, even taking a leave of absence from Hogwarts. News of Lin-Na's collapse due to overwork quickly reached Lucius Malfoy, because he had long ago bribed a healer at St. Mungo's to immediately inform him of any developments concerning Lin-Na. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compare to Regulus, who was already at St. Mungo's. As an intern healer, Regulus wasn't eligible to participate in the meeting, so he had been on duty. He had personally witnessed Lin-Na being rushed into the emergency room. In that instant, he even thought Snape had killed Selina, so he roared and punched Snape in the side of the face. "How dare you hurt him?" Snape angrily clutched his reddened face and cast Sectum Sempra. Regulus was too slow to dodge and his shoulder was cut. Snape was seething with rage, eager to throw this arrogant fellow out. He even wanted to follow Selina into the emergency room, but he didn't have time to deal with a troll now. He needed to brew potions for Selina. Snape's icy voice was even more chilling than his face, but Regulus, of course, wasn't afraid. He was just annoyed that he was currently being held down and couldn't give him a piece of his mind. Regulus was like a young calf, determined to make the person who bullied Selina suffer double the torment. Chapter 76. Memory 2. Lin-Na, dazed and disoriented, once again fell into an endless dream. Perhaps she had already grown accustomed to it. Even though she had received all of her past memories, she still frequently dreamt of her chaotic past. This time, she seemed to have transformed back into her student self. Even then, she was already very interested in healing magic. Aside from chasing Sirius, she spent her days studying healing arts in the wizarding world. Lin-Na saw her past self, Selina, researching with Snape in a dilapidated, abandoned classroom. She hadn't realized how close their relationship used to be. Her past self would even tease Snape about Lily Evans, and just like this time, Snape got angry again. They were in their teens then. Snape had already grown into a pale, effeminate boy with greasy hair and a disproportionately large nose. A boy no one would give a second glance to in a crowd, yet because of their unique qualities, or perhaps fate, Serena often partnered with him for group assignments. Now, they were even working together on a project for Professor Horn. Because Serena made a mistake, Snape mocked her. Though she looked fragile, only slightly better than malnourished, her words were truly venomous. "Lestrange, if your mind is still stuck on that idiot Black, then let's call it a day." Serena teased. "What? I bet if it were Lily Evans you'd say, 'Be careful, let me do it.'" Stung, Snape immediately dropped the beaker in his hand. Because when he went to ask Lily Evans to team up, Lily had already agreed to James, though it was because James had helped her with a big favor last time, but that meant no one was left to be with Snape. So Serena, who also had no partner, made an exception and became partners with Snape from another house, but this was still a thorn in Snape's heart. Thus, Snape was now like a puffed-up fugu or a wild boar blindly charging around. "You have no right to mention her." He shoved Serena, who bumped into a nearby table. Serena chuckled. "Why can't I? You can mention Sirius, but I can't mention Evans. Aren't we both just simps?" "Shut up." Young Snape was truly enraged this time, pulling out his wand and pointing it at Serena's nose. Serena, looking hurt, pushed the door open and left. Lin-Na didn't know what Snape was thinking, but Serena went straight to the kitchen and had a feast to celebrate. Because they had become group partners, even if Serena wasn't there, Snape would silently complete all their tasks. He just needed to quietly wait for her group grade to be excellent. Lin-Na secretly lamented that her past self was also this excellent. Poor young Snape later inexplicably gave her a book, probably feeling some guilt. Then their collaboration continued, and perhaps Serena and Snape's relationship was even closer than Lin-Na thought? Because Serena only felt that she and Snape were kindred spirits or even just a tool for her group assignments, but from Lin-Na's perspective, Snape did treat her somewhat differently. For example, he would proactively lend his notes to Serena, under the guise of "don't drag me down." He would also fail, or even discard, the assignments of those who spoke ill of Serena when grading papers for Professor Horn. Although Snape believed it was Serena who asked him, so he didn't think much of it. When confronting the Hogwarts F4, he would also direct more of his fire towards Sirius. He also noticed that Lupin seemed to treat Serena a bit differently, so he directed a fair share of his venomous remarks at him too. Lin-Na was a bit confused about Snape and her own feelings. It was like friendship, yet also more telepathic than friendship. Certainly for Snape, it was already beyond the scope of friendship. Lin-Na's dream changed again. It was still student days, but with Lucius. As Narcissa, Lin-Na indeed possessed a certain charm. Even though she was always surrounded by Lucius Malfoy, like a hawk, countless young boys still flocked to her, sending her love letters. Especially on Valentine's Day, those were truly memorable memories. That Valentine's Day started the moment she stepped out of her dormitory. Lucius had been waiting in the common room. His followers made sure that the first male she saw had to be him. They chased away all the young boys who wanted to give Lin-Na gifts. Lucius was wearing a suit in Lin-Na's favorite color today, a subtle and simple style, unusually devoid of any gemstone embellishments. His beautiful hair was impeccably styled, and he held a bouquet of vibrant roses. Narcissa slowly descended the stairs. She didn't treat today as a special occasion, but rather as an ordinary day, with an exquisite updo and appropriate makeup. Her appearance was like a noble and aloof queen gracing her kingdom. Lin-Na could tell that her past self didn't like such occasions, being the center of attention under everyone's gaze. But she still gave Lucius face, smiled, took the roses from his hand, pulled his tie, and whispered in his ear, "I don't like roses, Tilda." Young Lucius's expression changed dramatically, but he had already planted a large rose garden for her. Wasn't she someone who liked roses? Such a dazzling beauty, yet the young man was indeed worthy of being the future head of the Malfoy family. His surprise lasted only a moment, and he very gracefully pulled her by the waist. "I've noted that, Lin-Na, Tilda. Perhaps you'll like the surprise later even more." Thankfully, he had other preparations. The girl whose waist was embraced naturally wouldn't make the head of the Malfoy family lose face in such a setting. Her mission still needed to continue, so she cooperatively placed her hand on Lucius's waist as well. Lucius's body stiffened, then quickly relaxed. His arm around Lin-Na tightened even more. Today they would surely be the most dazzling couple at Hogwarts. He wanted to make Lin Na the happiest woman at Hogwarts. They arrived at the Great Hall, escorted by Lucius's followers. Lin Na felt as if they were going to get married. Their steps were in sync, as if they were walking down a red carpet. As they gracefully walked, exquisite little elves even guided their way. They were about the size of a child's palm, and as they flew, they seemed to shimmer with sparkling glitter. The girl couldn't help but look at them twice. Lucius proudly bent down slightly and whispered in her ear, "This is magic exclusive to the House of Malfoy. I can teach you." Looking into the girl's eyes, love was almost overflowing. Was this the old fox, Lucius? Chapter 77, Memory 3. Lin Na had always paid close attention to the people around her in her dreams, because she was a little worried that there would be familiar faces. If Lucius could recognize her current self as the former Narcissa, then it was possible that other people might also find out. So, Lin Na watched carefully, and sure enough, the figures of her elder brother and second brother appeared among those people, which was also reasonable, except that Serena hadn't started school yet at this time. Lin Na looked around and vaguely remembered that there was also a Death Eater named Karkaroff, who had escaped imprisonment in Azkaban by betraying Barty Crouch Jr. Perhaps one day they would meet. At least for now, that guy stood beside Lucius Malfoy. He had always been a fence-sitter, very good at picking sides, and was also a key figure in helping Lucius pursue Narcissa. It was quite ridiculous really. No one in the wizarding world didn't know about the engagement between Sirius Black and Lucius Malfoy. They were now as innocent as ordinary friends, or at least that's what Lin Na thought at the time. If he could, Lucius would want to marry her immediately and then continue his studies. However, it was also fortunate that he didn't do so, otherwise Lin Na's mission would have failed even faster. The scene changed, and they finally arrived in the Great Hall, which was already filled with countless couples and onlookers. They sat at the dining tables, blessing each other, and looked up at the unusual ceiling. The ceiling, which was originally enchanted to look like the real sky, had turned pink and was floating with heart-shaped clouds. Above, written in soft lines, were the words, "Love you Narcissa, your most loyal lover, Lucius Malfoy." Such a romantic and assertive confession made the onlookers quite envious, and when the heroine stepped in, a shower of petals fell. Lin Na now felt it was more like a wedding scene. Students on both sides were still cheering and shouting, "Kiss, kiss, kiss," which made the heroine's face fall. Fortunately, Lucius was prepared. He hooked her by the back of her head and pulled off her cloak. To outsiders, they were sweetly kissing under the cloak, but the truth was that the woman was glaring at him, though even an angry, elegant beauty had an ethereal charm that Lucius adored. She even pinched the toned flesh at the boy's waist, which was difficult to pinch because it was all muscle. Frowning, she warned him in a low voice, "You'd better end this farce quickly." Lucius replied with the same volume, holding her hand, "Nana Tilda, a man can't be quick." He raised his characteristic eyebrow, and quickly bit her cheek lightly, which was the boldest move Lucius Malfoy had ever dared to make. He was worried that he wouldn't even be able to give her the gift in a moment, so before she could get angry, Lucius lowered the robe that was shielding them. Now, she couldn't continue to be angry with him. She had to smile sweetly and play the part of a loving couple with him. Lin Na couldn't help but exclaim, "You really did it. I'm so envious of you, sissy." A glamorous and alluring beauty approached, giving a similar impression to Barty Crouch Jr. with a sinister madness, but also very sexy. Bellatrix? She was also Serena's sister-in-law. Lin Na looked at the beauty with great astonishment. She was much better than the madwoman in her impression, probably still a student at this time, so not as crazy. However, Lin Na was very surprised. She didn't seem to be as close to Narcissa as in the original story. Was it because she wasn't the real Narcissa? Anyway, Lin Na didn't hear much happiness for Narcissa in that sentence. Those sharp eyes seemed to be truly burning with jealousy. Lin Na looked curiously at Lucius Lestrange, who was still talking to his brother in the crowd. Why didn't her elder brother send any gifts to his fiancée? She could only see the two of them happily whispering, and Lin Na listened for a moment. It sounded like they were saying, "Serena is starting to lose her baby teeth. She's a big girl now." Their expressions truly made one think they were about to become fathers. Holding the gifts delivered by an owl that morning, they were Valentine's Day gifts from Selina Lestrange, little figures made of mud, in their own likeness. They were palm-sized, sculpted according to their appearances, and besides their distinct features, such as big noses and eagle-like eyes, they were actually quite crude, but magically, they could move. This made the two teenage boys unable to put them down, and they even beat the students who mocked them for playing with mud into the medical wing. Dreaming to this point, Lin Na could empathize with Bellatrix. If her sister received such a grand Valentine's Day surprise, with blessings from the entire school, while her fiancé only knew how to celebrate the holiday with his own sister, she probably wouldn't be happy either. But the reason Bellatrix deviated from the original story seemed to be something else. Just as they were about to enjoy the Hogwarts special Valentine's Day feast, Filch's urgent shout suddenly came from the doorway. All students stand up, prepare to salute. The huff, the Lord has arrived. In the dream, Narcissa immediately lowered her face, while Lin Na looked at Bellatrix, and sure enough, she began to get excited, completely losing her previous agitated appearance. She became lively, and began to tidy her appearance. "Sissy, does my makeup look messy?" Her heart pounded like a girl in love. After receiving an affirmative answer, she still wasn't reassured and conjured a mirror to tidy herself up. The other students also began to whisper. The Lord was currently at the height of his power and should be very busy, so why would he come to Hogwarts? Had something happened? It seemed that everyone, except Narcissa, felt excited about the arrival of the Lord. Lin Na found it strange why she, as Narcissa, was so avoidant of Riddle. Was it because of the mission? The layers of mystery made Lin Na's head grow increasingly hazy. Chapter 78, Wake. Lin Na felt herself about to wake up. She desperately wanted to know what happened next. Vaguely, she saw that the man who could make anyone marvel still had the same appearance as in her memory. Time seemed to have left no trace on his face, but instead only added to his charm and demeanor. Abraxas, beside him, seemed somewhat dejected, no longer possessing the youthful vigor of his past. Although he still had the image of a handsome older man, he was increasingly fierce, exuding the aura of a powerful villain that made people dare not look directly at him. However, this time he saw his son, and there was a touch more warmth, but she could still feel him looking at other people through Lucius. Who was it? Certainly wasn't Lucius's mother. Riddle shouldn't have appeared here. His presence would cause those fanatics to reach a climax. Therefore, they were quickly surrounded by Slytherin students, and even some Ravenclaw students, wanting autographs. Riddle's right-hand men, of course, took action, separating the crowd with spell after spell. Riddle should have gone straight to Principal Dumbledore's office, but to show favor to the Malfoy family, he specifically came to greet Lucius Malfoy, the future Malfoy heir. However, just as Lucius finished bowing deeply to him, something strange happened. Riddle even Chinese letter said Happy Christmas, tilde to Narcissa, elegantly nodded, revealing his exquisite jawline, and ordered a gift to be sent. Narcissa showed great reluctance, but she had no choice but to accept the hot potato. Lin Na was very puzzled. Why would Riddle give her a gift? Was it because her current appearance had changed past history, even altering the fate of her past self as Narcissa? Lin Na thought that Riddle also wanted to win over the Black family and also showed his love for the Malfoy family, but it didn't seem to be the case. Just as Narcissa Black accepted the gift, Narcissa was pushed away by Bellatrix. Fortunately, Lucius reacted quickly, pulling her into his arms immediately, and Narcissa felt no pain. When Bellatrix saw her sister receive a gift, she also, not to be outdone, wanted to show off in front of Riddle. If it was for the House of Black, she could do it too. She also wanted to gain the Dark Lord's attention in a gift. Dark Lord, Bellatrix, with a flushed face, boldly and shyly curtsied. She was confident Riddle would remember her. She had been introduced to him by her mother at the last ball. Unfortunately. You are? Riddle nodded to her distantly, subtly appraising her. Abraxas knew the Dark Lord was somewhat displeased. He always disliked those who acted on their own initiative. He immediately stepped forward to stop Bellatrix. I am Bellatrix Black, Dark Lord, at the last ball. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Black. The Dark Lord has important matters to attend to. Abraxas subtly froze Bellatrix, then turned to Narcissa with a caring, elder smile that held a touch of sincerity. You weren't scared, sissy? Lucius, take good care of her. He sternly admonished Lucius, receiving Lucius's affirmative reply, Yes, father. Lucius was very respectful of his long unseen father, but still maintained a distance. They hadn't had much contact. Wasn't he still in the United States? When did he return? Narcissa had kept her head bowed, appearing obedient. Riddle nodded again, not knowing if it was in response to Bellatrix or in appreciation of Abraxas. In any case, he left after greeting them. However, as he passed the Lestrange brothers, he actively paused and greeted them. "Greetings, Dark Lord." "Hello, Dark Lord." Their eyes were filled with adoration and passion. "Give my regards to Serena Tilda." He then left with his subordinates. Watching Riddle and his followers depart majestically, Lin Na finally slowly regained consciousness, but still found it difficult to open her eyes. Her awareness gradually returned from her dream, completing the memory belonging to Narcissa. Many small details were gradually added, such as Riddle giving her an extraordinary item, his former diary. Wasn't such an important item previously entrusted to Lucius for safekeeping? Or did he assume that she and Lucius were one, and giving it to her was no different from giving it to Lucius? This Horcrux would cause the person carrying it to be affected by negative emotions. Narcissa later returned it to Lucius, and she couldn't understand Riddle's intention. Another point was that Riddle truly liked Serena, who was a child at the time. Her current body's memory also confirmed this. From childhood, she received Christmas gifts, birthday gifts, and many other ordinary presents from Riddle every year. So what did this every year rolled Serena do to be so remembered by the Dark Lord? Also, Lucius had sent other Valentine's Day gifts, which was a personal seal, his own personal seal, and it was precisely the one Serena now held. So many coincidences. Was it intentional? Lin Na's head began to ache again, and at the same time, the sound of arguing burst into her ears. Snape's characteristic velvety London accent, combined with Lucius's sexy, complex, and refined, gentlemanly discourse. But it only made Lin Na's headache worse. Yes, she had been unconscious, she didn't know how her patient was doing, and she didn't know if those restless men had come looking for her. She also didn't know Snape would get into a fight with Lucius. "You said that if she didn't wake up within 3 days, I would take her from here to find a more skilled healer." Lucius's words no longer held the mutual appreciation of friends, at least, Lucius considered them friends. How ridiculous. "So Mr. Malfoy's day ends at noon." Snape's implication was that the 3rd day hadn't passed yet, so don't even think about taking Serena away. "You don't need to quibble here, Mr. Snape. The time I allowed my wife to receive your treatment began at this very hour." Lucius's words made Snape laugh in anger. "Your wife? Ha ha! How is it that I've never heard of Selina Lestrange changing her surname to Malfoy? Did I miss some information?" Snape's sarcastic tone was enough to enrage Lucius, but he certainly wouldn't be provoked so easily by Snape. "Yes, outsiders wouldn't know." "Then I shall ask her." As the two men's argument grew fiercer, Lin Na truly wanted to shout, "Both of you shut up." Unfortunately, her voice was hoarse and dry from not speaking for too long. Shut up. Chapter 79, Debate. Shut up. Unfortunately, Lin Na was too weak at the moment, and her words carried no deterrent, instead conveying a delicate vulnerability that evoked immense pity. The two who had just been at loggerheads instantly forgot their grudges and rushed to Lin Na's bedside. However, Lucius was a step closer to her, and with a swift stride, he pulled Lin Na into his arms. He carefully helped her up, letting her lean against his broad shoulder. "How are you, Na? Is there anywhere else you're uncomfortable? Someone, go call that dean over." "Yes, Dubby will go bring the dean to the mistress right now." A house elf who had been guarding in the corner put down his work and vanished into thin air. Snape was a step behind. Seeing Lin Na open her eyes, he stopped. "It seems my potion is still effective, Mr. Malfoy," he mocked Lucius, but his eyes never left Lin Na. When Lin Na opened her eyes, she saw a haggard Snape. His hair looked even greasier, and he had even grown a beard, which made his gloomy demeanor seem a bit more sunny. Lin Na was truly unaccustomed to it, and slowly pointed at his face. What happened to you?" "What happened to me? Ms. Lestrange, if you knew how to take care of your body, you would know what happened to me." Snape saw Lin Na still acting foolish. He wasn't for. "Well, never mind. You need to eat something and drink your potion." Snape condensed 1,000 words into one sentence, retracting all those sour remarks. "Professor Snape, it seems he's not qualified to order her around." Lucius picked up a nearby glass of water and fed Lin Na in his arms small sips. He was very displeased with Snape's attitude, even though he was the main reason Lin Na woke up. "That still wouldn't do. He should be concerned about me. Lin Na heard Lucius preparing to rant again, talking about his wife, his fiancée, and so on. He decided to cut him off first. But it seemed Lin Na was a bit reckless now. Lucius was even more displeased by her unusual concern for Snape. He directly picked up Lin Na, intending to return to Malfoy Manor. Given Lin Na's current physical weakness, it was not suitable for apparition or using the Flu network. Lucius only planned to take her home by carriage. However, his actions were opposed by Snape. Snape stood in front of Lucius with a cold face, continuing to mock him. Do you think she can receive more professional treatment at your manor than at St. Mungo's? Lucius was not afraid either. I recall it was precisely because she stayed at St. Mungo's that she fell into a coma. Perhaps anywhere else would be better for her than here. Snape actually agreed with his point of view for a moment, but he truly couldn't take her away now. She needs to drink her potion. Lucius shouldn't try to confuse the issue. I'm fine. No need to worry. Lin Na didn't know why they were so antagonistic. She wasn't suffering from any serious illness. If everyone knew that she, a healer, needed such care from outsiders, how could she continue to work at St. Mungo's? I'm fine, you can put me down. Although her speech was much better, she still looked somewhat weak, especially when Lucius looked down at Lin Na's pale little face. His heart ached, and he bit his lip. You can remain silent for now, Ms. Lestrange. St. Mungo's won't go out of business without you. Lucius still thought Lin Na was worried about her patients, and not taking her own body seriously. Snape, upon hearing Lucius's somewhat harsh words to Lin Na, also frowned deeply. He was also a hypocrite. He could only treat Serena that way himself, and he couldn't stand Malfoy raising his voice at her. Perhaps you also have no right to order her around, Mr. Malfoy. Snape had already drawn his wand, and a spell landed on Lucius's hand that was holding Lin Na. Lucius cried out in pain and loosened his grip for a moment. The next second, just as he was about to catch the woman, Snape had already placed her back on the bed. Hey, don't fight. Lin Na didn't want them to accidentally injure her, but Snape, exasperated, pushed her back onto the pillow. Take care of yourself first. You dare to attack a Malfoy? Lucius hadn't expected Snape to actually launch an attack and potentially accidentally harm Lin Na. Oh, I don't recall. Snape to himself tied Serena and the quilt to the bed with ropes. Don't even think about running around before you're well. He then prepared to get the potion for Serena to drink. I demand a duel with you. Fortunately, at this moment, the dean was brought by Dobby, followed by Mary Jane and the fat lady. That lady's voice arrived before she did. Serena, you're better? That's wonderful. You're finally awake, thank Merlin. I've been praying for you. She squeezed past them with her body and rushed in first. But upon seeing the two grim-faced men surrounding Lin Na's bed, she recoiled, shrinking behind the dean and Mary Jane. It was too terrifying. What were those two doing? Were they going to fight? Serena, are you all right? Does your head still hurt? Mary Jane almost cried again. She went forward to examine Serena and found that she had no serious problems, only needing some energy, restoring potions and some rest for a while. Is she all right? Lucius temporarily abandoned his tense standoff with Snape. His most important concern now was Lin Na's health. Serena only needs some potions to replenish her energy. She'll be fine after a few days of rest. I'll be responsible for her potions. Snape immediately took on the task and left. He didn't want to get entangled with Malfoy. As long as she was fine, he wouldn't feel guilty either. It turned out that Snape had always believed he had delayed Lin Na's treatment, because when she first called him, she must have already started feeling unwell, and he hadn't noticed, missing the best treatment time. That's why Snape had barely slept these past few days, thinking about how to brew a potion for her to wake her up sooner. Fortunately, she really did wake up. In front of outsiders, Lucius reverted to being the head of the Malfoy family, who was always in control. He instructed the dean for a long time before leaving. He really had to find a way to move Lin Na to Malfoy Manor. He needed to go to the Ministry of Magic, taking advantage of the time when Lin Na had asked for private rest and sent everyone away. Lin Na actually didn't want to sleep anymore, because she was worried her head would hurt even more. So she sat quietly on the bed and started unwrapping gifts. She had received quite a few gifts during her coma these past few days. First, there were the comfort foods handmade by Neville Longbottom's old lady. A dark cuisine? Anyway, she didn't dare to eat it. There were also puppy paw prints sent by Lupin, which were a bit cute. What was going on? After reading Lupin's letter, she learned that they had all come to see her, but had been driven away by Snape and Malfoy. When did they become St. Mungo's security guards? Chapter 80. Visitation. Lupin had originally planned to discuss the puppy name he had pondered over with Serena the next day, but he received news that Serena had collapsed from overwork and was unconscious, which worried him greatly. Why hadn't he thought to advise her to rest when he left? He wanted to visit Lin Na, but Snape stopped him at the door. In Snape's words, "What makes you think you have the ability to wake her up immediately?" Snape's sarcastic remarks left Lupin speechless. Indeed, compared to the potions Snape could brew, his presence couldn't do anything to help Serena. He left with great reluctance, enduring the most difficult days of his life. Almost every day, he would ask the fat lady about Lin Na's condition several times and sent some fresh vegetables he had grown, hoping Lin Na could make her favorite dishes with them as soon as she woke up. She had always loved to cook. And so Lin Na indeed received many fresh vegetables there. She simply washed a cucumber with spring water and ate it. It was so crisp and tender. Lupin truly understood her. Lin Na opened the other packages and discovered that Moody had also sent a gift. He knew she was sick too. Compared to Lupin, Moody was much more wild. For Moody, there was no place in the world he wouldn't dare or couldn't go. He directly shoved aside Snape, who was guarding the door, and rushed into the ward. Of course, Lucius, who was inside, immediately pointed his wand at his face, but he still saw Lin Na, pale and weak like a frail kitten. What's wrong with her? Moody had never seen Serena like this before. In his impression, Serena was always a vibrant person. Although she seemed cold, her passion and talent for work always impressed Moody. But seeing such a weak Serena now, Moody felt a sense of pity for the first time. He felt she shouldn't be lying there with her eyes closed. Even if she sat up and called him an old geezer, it would be better. At that moment, Moody must have thought he was crazy. Why would he think that? Take good care of her. After throwing out these words, Moody fled. He didn't dare to face his current change, but couldn't resist sending her the potion he had managed to acquire. Every evening after work, he would visit St. Mungo's to inquire about Serena's condition. Unfortunately, Lucius had found a house elf to guard the door, and apart from Snape and the healers, probably no one could pass through that door. Now, Lin Na was examining the potions, bottle by bottle, that Moody had somehow acquired. However, the task of testing the potions still needed to be entrusted to Snape. Of course, she could do it herself, but she seemed to have gotten used to having someone help her with this task. She remembered all the times in her student days when she wanted to be lazy, and it was all thanks to Snape. She hoped Snape hadn't noticed this. Just as Lin Na was about to write to Snape to ask for his help, there was a tapping sound on the ward window, the sound of stones hitting the glass. Who was it? Lin Na curiously went to the window. Her legs were still a bit weak, so she slowly shuffled over and looked down. Good heavens, wasn't that Moody, the guy in the ghillie suit? Had he gone for wilderness combat training? When Moody, who was beneath the window, saw Lin Na, a glint flashed in his small eyes in the darkness. She was finally awake, and she looked quite spirited. Excellent. Lin Na opened the window, intending to ask him what he was doing, but the next second, the guy summoned a broom and flew up. Then he sat on the window frame and laboriously hauled his prosthetic leg to climb inside. Why didn't you use the main entrance? Lin Na looked at his panting, somewhat clumsy appearance, feeling a mix of sympathy and amusement. Then you should ask your two guard dogs. One only spits venom, and the other barks and bites. Moody's eyes scanned Lin Na's body like X-rays once more. After confirming she was unharmed, he wanted to push her back onto the bed, but he didn't know that Lin Na's legs were incredibly weak at the moment. A gentle push almost made her fall, so Moody steeled himself and simply picked up the teetering Lin Na. Why are you squirming? His ears were burning red. Didn't you tap on the glass? Lin Na unceremoniously tugged his ear. Although she was like a sick cat now, it didn't mean she wouldn't lash out. Besides, if he hadn't pushed her, she wouldn't have fallen at all. Hurry up and lie down. Moody selectively ignored Lin Na's complaints and carefully tucked her back into the covers. He looked around. Excellent, there were finally no annoying house elves. He couldn't casually harm a house elf with a master, especially in a place like St. Mungo's, a completely neutral, non-aligned medical facility. Even if a Death Eater suddenly appeared there, he wouldn't have the right to act. After seeing Lin Na lie down, Moody began to search for the potions he had given her. Having always struggled on the brink of death, Moody naturally knew what kind of potion she should use to recover her health. Drink this, quickly. Moody finally seemed a bit more normal now. without those irritating emotions and sensations. Although he wasn't used to interacting with the opposite sex, whenever he touched Serena, he couldn't help but feel a warmth, a discomfort, and a desire to hold her more. No, I don't want to drink it. Lin Na knew she would definitely have to drink Snape's potion later, so she didn't want to drink these now. What if there were conflicting medicinal properties? Besides, she couldn't drink that much. She already had no appetite, and Snape's medicine should be more reliable, but Moody, of course, wouldn't allow Lin Na to joke with her own body. So, he picked up the potion bottle and was about to force it down Lin Na's throat. Don't be stubborn, drink it quickly. At this moment, Moody was both like an elder and a mature man. As Lin Na pushed him away, she felt his rough, large hands, which seemed abrasive. Shouldn't you take care of yourself first? I'm fine, Lin Na said, pointing at the cuts and calluses on his hands, clearly displeased. You, don't worry about that. Moody's heart softened again. Was she concerned about him? What are you two doing? Snape suddenly appeared at the door, holding a potion bottle. They both scattered like birds, letting go of their intertwined arms and hands. Nothing, Moody said guiltily. He's forcing me to drink medicine. Was Lin Na complaining? Chapter 81, Tit for Tat. I was doing it for her own good. Mad Dai, seeing Lin Na give him no face, tapped the floor tiles and held up the potion for Snape to see, proving his innocence and Serena's ingratitude. Snape, looking serious, took 2 steps and snatched the potion bottle from Mad Dai's hand, opened it, sniffed it himself, and quietly put it into his pocket. It's expired. It has no effect. That's impossible. Man, I felt he had been fooled and reached out to grab Snape's collar. Don't you dare try to play tricks on me. You know I can lock you up again any time. Snape, using a clever move, gently pinched an acupoint on Mad Dai's hand, and Man, I let go with a sharp pain. Snape then walked past Man, taunting him. What? Has Man Dai become a potion master too? He held the potion he had made in front of Lin Na, with a bit of a professor's intimidating aura. Drink it. Lin Na took the still, warm potion and stood there, unsure whether to drink it or not. I was looking at her with a somewhat pitiful expression. But how could she not drink the potion Snape had specially brewed for her? It's a bit hot, I'll wait a bit. Also, why did you say that potion was expired? Lin Na couldn't believe Man I would give her an expired potion. He might seem eccentric, but he had always been quite generous with her. As a civil servant with a long list of achievements, his salary must be higher than Mr. Weasley's, especially in a high-risk frontline profession. And while Mr. Weasley supports a whole family, Mad Dai only supports himself. He shouldn't be short on money. In fact, he should be a wealthy man. With his thrifty habits, almost showing his backside through his pants, he certainly wouldn't be short on money. It wouldn't make sense for him to give her an expired potion, would it? Could he have been scammed? What's wrong? Mad Dai continued to pick up his other potions. Is that not allowed? There's certainly more than one potion master in this world. Mad Dai began to search for usable potions, completely disregarding Snape. He just didn't believe that all his potions could be expired. Mad Dai roughly rummaged through the potions on the small table in front of Lin Na. Potion bottles clinked together, making a crisp sound that annoyed Snape. No potion master would want someone to treat potions like that in front of him. Enough. You're disturbing her in here. Snape used to stupefy from behind him. However, Mad Dai's fake eye could rotate to the back of his head, so he dodged it, but it ignited Mad Dai's fiery temper. You asked for this, Snape? The 2 mature wizards began to confront each other in the ward, using their spells. After a few rounds, neither gained an advantage. Instead, they attracted Madame Pomfrey, who shrieked and equally kicked both of them out. Serena needs to rest. Madame Pomfrey's aura already had the power she would wield when scolding students at Hogwarts in the future. They did see Serena on the bed with a somewhat pale face, which made them back down. Mad Dai straightened his shoulder and left first. I'll be back in a few days. He wanted to say he'd come to see her, but thinking it might be too ambiguous, he added, to take you to Azkaban again. Snape was a step slower than him, carefully instructing the fat lady, watch her and make sure she drinks this. His tone was like a teacher instructing an elementary school student. Madame Pomfrey was indeed intimidated by his aura and nodded repeatedly. She really didn't know how Serena coexisted peacefully with him. This Snape was too scary. It felt like he was about to cast a curse on her the next second. Snape walked to the door, suddenly remembered something, and turned back to Lin Na, saying, You don't necessarily have to go to Azkaban. Indeed, ever since Lucius caused a stir at the Ministry of Magic last time, the people at St. Mungos hadn't dared to let Lin Na inspect Azkaban. Lin Na had almost forgotten about this, so after drinking the potion, she began to ask the fat lady about Azkaban. As soon as gossip was mentioned, the fat lady became excited, completely losing her restraint from earlier in front of Snape. She rolled up her sleeves and crossed her legs. "Let me tell you, it's strange because you're sick, aren't you? So the dean decided to let that less boy go in your place. But guess what?" "What happened?" Although Lin Na was speechless, she still coldly asked in cooperation, satisfying the fat lady's heart. "What happened? Les also fell ill, and he couldn't be contacted. Don't you think it's strange? If he was sick, shouldn't he come to St. Mungos for treatment? Maybe something suddenly came up at his home, and he had to decline." Lin Na immediately guessed Regulus's true situation, and not wanting to reveal anything because of herself, continued to ask, "Then who went?" In the end, there was no other way, so Madame Mary Jane went. But she suffered terribly. It's said she was attacked by Death Eaters, and one Death Eater almost successfully escaped. Luckily, I was with her. Otherwise, she would have been in a terrible state. The fat lady stood up excitedly as she spoke. She then praised a few times with some admiration. "You know, that I really has some skill." It's said that in front of him, those Death Eaters became much more docile. Hey, do you think he's interested in Madame Mary Jane? Huh? FFT! Cough cough cough. Lin Na, who was drinking water, spat it out. Mandai and Madame Mary Jane? The age difference between them is quite large, isn't it? Perhaps I just looks a bit older? The implication was that they couldn't be together, but the fat lady thought Lin Na was agreeing with her. Exactly, he does look quite old. They actually look quite well matched. How can you tell? Lin Na still didn't believe that I would have anything to do with Madame Mary Jane. They seemed completely mismatched. At this, the fat lady became even more excited. She sat on Lin Na's hospital bed, beaming, and leaned in to whisper to her. "That's because, I has been coming to see Madame Mary Jane almost every night after work these past few days. Several of us healers have seen him." The fat lady finished, gave a knowing smile, and patted Lin Na's shoulder. "Don't you think that's obvious? Oh, and how are you doing? The head of the Malfoy family has been guarding your bedside for several days, you know." This time, her glee was evident throughout her body, as if she knew everything. Lin Na lay back weakly, stubbornly refusing to give in. "Maybe he's worried that he paid the money, but the illness won't be cured. That's what I think." She had nothing more to say. The fat lady could only cover her mouth and laugh. This shift was becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 82. Trouble. Perhaps thanks to Snape's potion, Lin Na quickly recovered, but the dean dared not let her return to her post immediately, firstly because of the head of the Malfoy family's instructions, and secondly because Mad-Eye and Snape were too terrifying. Lin Na thus had some days to rest, and the patient she was handling also recovered with the help of Mary Jane, even achieving excellent data. Lin Na even curiously asked Mary Jane, "I heard that I moody," but Mary Jane reacted strongly, immediately interrupting her. "My dear, it's not what you think. He only came to ask about you." Mary Jane pursed her lips. She hadn't spread these matters because she knew Serena already had enough rumors. She didn't need a to add fuel to the fire for her. "I'm sorry, Mary Jane, I didn't know he would cause you trouble." Lin Na immediately felt guilty upon hearing that she was the reason for Mary Jane's rumors. Perhaps she should have a good talk with Moody. "You don't need to apologize, my child. You just need to make up your mind. You should know that some people aren't as glamorous as they appear on the surface. When looking for a partner, you must look carefully," Mary Jane advised her meaningfully. Lin Na didn't know if she was alluding to Malfoy or Mad-Eye. In any case, she didn't want to get involved with anyone right now. She was doing very well on her own, not worrying about food or clothing, with a skill to support herself, and living a fulfilling life. But there are always people who are unwilling to be lonely and insist on breaking into Lin Na's life, such as a certain someone far away in Azkaban. As Lin Na and the fat lady were chatting happily, someone suddenly burst in again. Lin Na remembered him from the Ministry of Magic hearing. He was with old Barty Crouch. However, this time, the person from the Ministry of Magic was much more respectful to her, without the usual aggressiveness. Instead, he came with eyes full of pleading and expectation. Was it because of Barty Crouch Jr. or the power of Malfoy? Although she was the future Lestrange heir, She was the only one left in that family, so she certainly wouldn't receive this kind of treatment. Is there something you need? Lin Na tidied her appearance slightly, only to find that someone had already taken very good care of her whole body. Her hair was refreshing and smelled of flowers, and there were no tear stains or grease on her face. Instead, it was soft and delicate. Clearly someone had been tending to her body. Could it be Lucius? That would really benefit that fellow. Damn it. But now, she was somewhat relieved that she hadn't made a fool of herself. It's like this: I represent the Ministry of Magic with an unwelcome request. That is, there's a Death Eater's illness. Only you can handle it. The fellow described it hesitantly. Because he was old Barty Crouch's child, he couldn't come forward, but as a father he certainly couldn't stand by when his son contracted this strange illness. They all knew that Barty Crouch Jr. only wanted to see Selina Lestrange. Although old Barty had repeatedly tried to dissuade his son, what was so good about that woman? He only knew how to chase after Sirius Black. Now, she was entangled with Lucius Malfoy, and even mad, I was very protective of her. How could his son be attracted to such a woman? But Barty Jr. almost blinded his father with a stone. Luckily old Barty Crouch dodged quickly. You'd better take back your insult to her. She's mine. Barty Jr. lay on the bed, looking lifeless, but with a sinister intensity. He licked his lips, clenching his fist with determination. There was nothing old Barty could do but order Selina Lestrange to be called. He couldn't control his son, but he couldn't let him die in front of him. Lin Na racked her brain, trying to recall her memories, but she couldn't remember having too much interaction with him in that era. He should have been 1 or 2 grades younger than her, but it was also possible that she was too focused on conquering others and didn't notice him. After all, that guy was so perverted. Maybe he was secretly peeking at her every day from some dark corner. She did have a slight feeling about this, always feeling like she was being watched. But she always thought it was her pen pal Regulus. Could Barty Crouch Jr. also be involved? However, he was a Death Eater at such a young age, so it wasn't surprising that he would have seen her among the Death Eater army. Although she wasn't a Death Eater and spent most of her time studying at Hogwarts, she attended quite a few Death Eater parties on holidays. Either she appeared as Malfoy's fiancée, or as the favored little princess of the Lestrange family. In any case, she had no memory of when Barty Crouch Jr. fell in love with her. But now it seemed, not going was not an option. Moreover, Lin Na had no intention of giving up her work patrolling Azkaban. It wasn't for Sirius. She felt she had acted well enough, mainly because there was too much public opinion now, and even if she changed her mind now, it seemed everyone could accept it. She felt that Mary Jane and the fat lady really took care of her. Lin Na was always a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. If others treated her well, she would definitely return it twofold. Anyway, going to Azkaban didn't bother her, so she wouldn't make things difficult for Mary Jane. It would also be nice to see her brothers there if only that little pervert wasn't involved. But now it seemed she had no choice but to go. So Lin Na picked up her medicine box, brought some food for her brother, and went to Azkaban. She wanted to see how that little pervert got sick. Barty Crouch Jr. wasn't really sick, of course. He only pretended to be ill to see Serena, and he refused to accept treatment from Mary Jane. Only Merlin knew how utterly devastated Barty Jr. was, and how much he wanted to strangle the old woman in front of him, when he saw that the person who arrived was not Lin Na, but an old woman. Unfortunately, that stinky, stubborn man, Moody, was with him. Otherwise, what a pity. I want to see her. Barty Jr. lay back on the bed and said no more. You can die. Moody, of course, knew who he was talking about, but he wouldn't indulge him. It would be best if he died of illness. He then closed his cell door again. But Barty Jr. didn't stop causing trouble, sending a fireball flying out that almost burned Mary Jane's hair bun, but Moody spotted it in time and knocked it away. Ungrateful. Moody wanted to teach him a lesson, but Mary Jane stopped him. She knew the child's background, had seen him before, and felt sorry for him. What a good and excellent child, yet he had gone astray. It's all right, Moody, I'm fine. She won't come to see you. Moody was still fuming. How could he get his way? He was a damn Death Eater. She'll be back. Barty Jr. revealed his blood-red eyes in the darkness and licked the corner of his mouth. Chapter 83. Barty's Convulsion. And so, Lin Na once again found herself in Azkaban. She only wanted to finish quickly and leave this place, not wanting too much contact with Barty Crouch Jr. Unfortunately, Barty was very reluctant to let her go. When Lin Na saw Barty again, he was lying on the bed, looking haggard, his face worse than usual, even more unsightly than hers after just recovering from a serious illness. Lin Na couldn't help but wonder how he had managed to mess himself up this time. "Hey, what's wrong with you now?" The answer was a deathly silence. The man lay as peacefully as a vampire in a coffin, his straight nose and hands crossed neatly over his abdomen. "If you're fine, I'm leaving." But as Lin Na stepped back, the Ministry of Magic official who had brought her there showed a troubled expression and stopped her. "Ms. Lestrange, please take another look at him." Barty didn't open his eyes at Lin Na's words, but he did when he felt someone touch her. He slowly and with difficulty sat up, and said in that raspy voice, "Don't touch her." "You finally decided to speak." It seemed Lin Na had no choice but to go inside. "Senior." Barty Crouch, Jr. called out, with a hint of coquetry that made Lin Na's hair stand on end. Why was he being coquettish with her? The moment she stepped into the cell, the door slammed shut and was locked. Lin Na wasn't alarmed. She seemed to have anticipated this. Prepared, she placed her case on his table and began her routine check. What she found was alarming. His heart rate was extremely low, always on the verge of shock, and even worse, he was at risk of sudden death at any moment. "How did you get yourself into this state?" No wonder old Barty Crouch was so anxious for her to come. If not treated promptly, he would truly go to meet Merlin early. Putting down her stethoscope, Lin Na was about to give him a strong potion to help restore his heart rate, but her hand was grabbed by Barty. "Never mind that. Senior, why don't you want me anymore?" Lin Na didn't know where he got such strength to hold her, unable to escape from in front of him. This was ridiculous. When had she ever wanted him? "I haven't." Despite Lin Na's coldest demeanor, Barty was still incredibly excited by their proximity. Barty constantly licked the corners of his lips, his captivating eyes staring intently at her, forcing her to tell the truth, otherwise he would sense it immediately. "Then why didn't you come to see me?" Every word was like a husband's accusation to his wife. Lin Na averted her gaze. "I was sick. Can you let go of me now?" This instantly ignited Barty Crouch Jr. nerves. "Sick? What happened? Who hurt you?" As Barty spoke, he gripped Lin Na's shoulders, shaking her body slightly, but Lin Na felt the ground itself tremble with his anger, and pebbles spontaneously rolled on the floor. "Damn it, let go of me." This time, Lin Na finally pushed Barty away. He was completely at the end of his rope, easily pushed onto the bed by her, but his face still held that maniacal expression. "Tell me, who? Serena Tilda, let me bring you justice." Barty still wouldn't give up, gripping Lin Na's wrist. Lin Na had no choice but to use Stupefy on him. She should have done it much earlier. But prying his fingers open still took a great deal of effort. This pervert was still a pervert even when unconscious. Lin Na quickly used several magic spells on him, and after ensuring his heart rate had risen, she left the cell. She then went to visit her brothers. They hadn't heard about her illness, so Lin Na simply kept it from them. With her memories of the past with the Lestrange brothers, Lin Na realized that she was actually quite dependent on them. When she was little Serena, they had given her the highest degree of affection. It could be said that in the Lestrange family, due to her awkward identity, she shouldn't have been treated specially, but they always treated her like their own sister. Of course, she didn't know when Rabastin Lestrange's feelings had changed. Lin Na once again leaned on Rodolphus Lestrange's shoulder, reminiscing about how he used to lift her over his head to feed the Malfoy family peacocks. She probably instinctively didn't want to be discovered by the Malfoy family. Although she had forgotten her memories of being Narcissa Black, she could still sense danger subliminally, so every time she deliberately avoided the Malfoy family. She loved to hide in the Malfoy family garden, and Rodolphus Lestrange would make time to accompany her. Finally, when he absolutely couldn't get away, he would lift her from his shoulder and hand her to his younger brother. Rabastin Lestrange was also prone to jealousy and always insisted on imitating his brother, carrying Lin Na on his shoulders. He was only 5 years older than her, and it was always a bit strenuous, but he would never let her fall. Rodolphus Lestrange stroked Lin Na's head while warning her to stay away from Mad Eye. If she wanted, Lucius Malfoy could be a possibility, but he needed time to be tested. It seemed those rumors had reached Azkaban. Lin Na could only nod. She didn't want to convince Rodolphus Lestrange that Moody was an enemy, as that would be too difficult. Nor did she want him to be disappointed in Serena, or in herself, so she just let him think she was obedient. Anyway, they wouldn't be getting out. At least not for these years. After saying goodbye to her older brother and comforting him, Lin Na went to see her second brother. Before that, she took another deep breath and mentally prepared herself before appearing before him. As expected, seeing her appearance, Selina Lestrange showed a highly excited state of alertness. Lin-Na thought it was good to keep the cage between them, but her hand was again tightly held by Rodolphus Lestrange. Selina Lestrange had also heard about Selina Lestrange's rumors. It was too difficult not to know. If he could, he truly wanted to rush to Sirius Black's face and mock him thoroughly. "See that, loser? My sister doesn't like you anymore. You traitor, live out your days alone." But now, he wanted even more to hear his Nana tell him that she and Lucius had no relationship. Compared to his brother's strong desire for Malfoy to support the family, he only wished for Serena to live a peaceful and happy life. "That Lucius fellow is unreliable. Because he will only use you. Who didn't know Lucius Malfoy was madly in love with his wife? How could he genuinely treat Nana? It must be exploitation." "Ha, I understand. Me too." Lin-Na's goal was also to reassure him, primarily by being obedient. How could she know that one day in the future they would all successfully break out of Azkaban and constantly surround her? No love left, Scores dropped again, silently crying. Chapter 84. Regret. After visiting her two older brothers, Lin-Na habitually walked to Sirius's cage. This time, he immediately came over, and in human form. That Sirius had also heard some rumors, gossip about Selina Lestrange, and the head of the Malfoy family. But he found that he didn't seem to have the standing to directly ask Serena about the truth of the matter. Moreover, he had caught up with Lin-Na not coming to Azkaban for several weeks, and every extra day of waiting was torture for Sirius. Once upon a time, he had countless times wanted to get rid of that fangirl. Subconsciously, he simply couldn't accept his partner being a Slytherin. Not to mention from the notorious Lestrange family, the beloved younger sister of those two brothers. But now, if one day she no longer chased after his footsteps, Sirius felt that there was no one left in this world who genuinely cared for him. This thought made him feel particularly tormented. Perhaps he didn't dislike Serena as much as he imagined, and even liked her more than he thought. That's why he was so panicked when he received such news, both worried that she would be deceived by Malfoy and anxious that he would lose her concern. So, 1,000 words converged into one sentence. Lucius Malfoy is a despicable person. He is especially cunning. Don't let him fool you. His eyes were sincere and deep, looking exactly like a deeply affectionate friend, or even a partner. How could you? Lin-Na couldn't help but sigh again. Azkaban's news was well informed. Who said it was isolated here? She casually brushed him off with a few words, then solemnly said to Sirius what she should have said long ago. "Mr. Black, let's break off our engagement." "What?" Looking at the beautiful girl's serious expression, Sirius felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Upon hearing these words, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes hollow, and he seemed to hear phantom sounds in his ears. "You mean, what?" Sirius Black's steps felt a little wobbly. Lin-Na saw his crestfallen look, so she repeated, "I mean, let's break off our engagement. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you for so long. Don't worry, it won't happen again." After saying these words, Lin-Na felt a sense of relief. Finally, she didn't need to pretend to love someone. It was truly exhausting. She should have done this a long time ago, but she also had Lucius to thank for stirring up public opinion for her. For now, she'd just go with this. Being entangled with Malfoy could bring her some convenience and reduce many unnecessary troubles. However, Sirius seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, speechless for a long time. It wasn't until Lin-Na was about to leave that he couldn't help but ask, "Is it because Lucius Malfoy?" "No, I'm tired." Lin-Na really wanted to turn around and tell him that it was because her mission to conquer him had failed. If she hadn't just recovered her memories, they should have parted ways forever when he entered Azkaban. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many complications now, involving Moody and the little pervert, dragging in so many troublesome things. Oh right, Moody wouldn't be waiting for her at St. Mungos again, would he? "I'll bring the contract for breaking off the engagement in a few days. I need to find it. Don't worry, it will definitely be dissolved." Lin-Na was still afraid that he would complain if she dragged it out for too long. But now, it seemed he was a little disappointed. Sirius, his eyes red, stared blankly at Lin-Na. He wanted to ask again, "Don't you love me anymore?" But hearing such words, he wanted to punch himself twice. How could he possibly bring himself to ask? Sirius watched Lin Na leave, and he had a feeling that she was going to leave his world forever. Serena. Sirius couldn't help but call her name again. Lin Na heard him, but pretended not to. She continued back to St. Mungo's, having resolved a major issue in her heart. She lay back on her large bed. Indeed, compared to sleeping in a ward, her own room made her feel more at ease. Her soft little pillow, silk duvet cover, comfortable and cozy. Lin Na stretched, her hand reaching under the pillow, and she felt something hard. She took it out and saw it was the communication mirror Moody had given her for Christmas. She still hadn't figured out how to use it. As she thought, the mirror actually vibrated. Lin Na quickly tried to turn it off, but it wasn't a phone that she could just switch off. Soon, a familiar old face appeared on the other end of the mirror. What happened? Tell me. It was a face that filled one with immense security, seeming to tell her that no matter what happened, he would take care of it for her. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Lin Na had no choice but to hold the mirror with both hands and chat with Moody. Nothing happened. I just wanted to see how this mirror works. Lin Na gave an awkward smile, but not a single clue on her body escaped Moody's sharp eyes. You went out, Selina Lestrange. How many lives do you think you have? You just came back to life and you're running around everywhere. Is this how your dean looks after you? Moody's barrage of attacks made the mirror in Lin Na's hand feel hot. She had no choice but to tell the truth. Her poor old director couldn't withstand such criticism from them. It was the Ministry of Magic. A member of the Ministry of Magic personally invited me, all right? Do you think I wanted to go? What? Who? Weasley? Wilbur? Or Barty Crouch? Moody's face was a little hard to maintain, but his anger had not diminished. I don't know. All right, I'm going to rest. Good night. Lin Na deliberately closed the mirror, not intending to chat with him, forcefully ending the call. However, she didn't expect that Moody hadn't ended their communication. It wasn't until he heard Lin Na's calm and even breathing that he confidently ended the communication and rushed to the Ministry of Magic overnight. He wanted to see who was targeting her again. Lin Na fell into a dreamland once more, not noticing an ancient notebook that had appeared on her desk. It spontaneously opened to the first page, and a string of very elaborate and elegant cursive script appeared on the paper. Good night, Selina Lestrange. Thanks again to baby who sleeps at 8 o'clock for the proper reward. I will continue to work hard. Chapter 85. Diary. Perhaps because she was about to get rid of Sirius, Lin Na finally had a normal night's sleep. There was no Malfoy, no Sirius, and certainly none of those strange men. Lin Na woke up at her usual time, according to her biological clock. It was still early, and she could continue to rest, so she wanted to get up and quickly draft the contract to terminate the engagement. She wrapped herself in the bathrobe hanging nearby. Wait, why was there a scent like Lucius Malfoy? It was a very strong, pleasant aroma. But, curse him, did he wear her clothes? Lin Na threw the clothes directly into the trash can and sat down at the desk. She saw the diary spread open on the table. There was a sketch of her in it. Who drew it? It was her innocent Mungo's healer uniform, but Lin Na found it a bit strange no matter how she looked at it. This wasn't the current uniform. The style looked more like designs from the war-torn years of the past when resources were scarce. To be precise, Lin Na had worn it when she traveled back in time. Lin Na fearfully flipped through the diary. There were no other marks, confirming that this was the diary of young Riddle. So who put it in her room? Hadn't she returned it to Lucius? But then she thought, could Reggie Ben-Jun have manipulated Dobby? Or Malfoy? As she was desperately thinking, the sketch of Serena in the diary was furiously scribbled over by an invisible pen, turning completely black. Lin Na looked at it with a bit of regret. What are you doing? Then, the sketch marks on the diary completely disappeared, and a line of text slowly emerged. You don't like it. Lin Na could even tell from the hesitant strokes that Riddle was a bit angry. It was strange. He was the one who drew it, and he was the one who destroyed it, so what was he angry about? I didn't say I didn't like it, Lin Na said, but received no response. She thought it only worked if she wrote it down, so she picked up a pen. The moment she picked up the pen, a magical, invisible force sucked her into the diary. Lin Na remained unusually calm. This was pretty much what she had expected. It was just the memories of young Riddle, and it had nothing to do with her. Even if he intended to use her, she wasn't at Hogwarts, so it wasn't her turn to open the Chamber of Secrets. Lin Na treated it as a vacation with nothing to do, coming to study how young Riddle played his games. She could also experience life at Hogwarts in the past. She appeared in a disused girls' lavatory. Familiar setting. This couldn't be where that unlucky girl sacrificed herself, could it? That would be too coincidental. Welcome, we meet again, Serena. Or should I call you Lin Na? A man in a black school uniform appeared ghost-like behind her, making Lin Na's heart race. The young man in front of her had rosy lips and white teeth, his hair neatly combed to one side, and a pair of mysterious eyes stared intently at Lin Na, making her feel a shiver down her spine. The boy was handsome, but he clearly looked like he had spotted prey, still far less refined than Lord Voldemort, who years later would show no emotion. How do you know who I am? Lin Na asked curiously. Young Riddle circled her a few times, still appraising her, and then spoke in a low voice. He told me. How did he guess that? Who? Lucius Malfoy? Or besides Lucius, she really couldn't think of anyone else who would tell him about her. After all, she could be 100% sure that she had never met young Riddle under any of her aliases. That was years ago. But Riddle avoided the topic and slowly began to introduce himself, from his excellent performance in class, to the professor's effusive praise for him, and then to his calm and collected capture of the golden snitch on the Quidditch pitch. Lin Na sincerely admired him. As expected of Riddle, of Lord Voldemort, his talent, whether in magic or potions, was rare. No wonder so many followers would bow down to him. But Reggie Ben Jun gave her a feeling that he was showing off to her. Why? What do you want me to know? Lin Na seized an opportunity when he appeared and asked. Nothing, I just want to be friends with you, Serena. Riddle smiled. The young boy's smile was exceptionally bright, but Lin Na knew his true nature. How could he do anything without benefit? She cautiously stepped back. You are just a memory, I think there's a barrier between us. She wanted to leave now, she had been here long enough. However, the scene before her changed. The picture shifted, surprisingly becoming the Rose Garden at Malfoy Manor, that familiar place where she had often played with young Lucius, and also the conservatory. And that tall, imposing figure with a powerful aura was that young adult Riddle? Why did this diary contain this memory? So, the woman in the distance holding a blonde child, was that herself? Lin Na's mind went blank at that moment. So this Riddle's diary not only sealed memories of him at 16, but also memories of him in his 30s in the future. Even more critically, this memory also included herself. This was too surreal. So, the student here Riddle recognizing her just now might also be because Lord Voldemort had left records about her in this diary. Even if Lin Na tried to hide, after her image in the diary's memory hurried away with Draco, the elegant, black-haired man still found her, or rather, had been waiting for her. We meet again, MS. Serena, or is it MS? Serena? As Riddle looked up and stood, the scene shifted, and he appeared before Lin Na. Damn it, she could only pretend to be calm and look up at Riddle. Have we met? Making her final resistance. It seems, Serena, you truly are forgetful of important people. The man gave a cold smile, and the scene changed dramatically again, returning to a bustling ball, where she stood in the middle of a crowd, greeting him and Abraxas. And Lin Na was placed between her own image and Riddle, that face that hadn't changed much. It should be herself from about a year ago. So, she was exposed. To distinguish the Riddles in the diary, the student era one is called Tom, the young adult one is called Riddle, and the future ghostly one is called Lord Voldemort. Chapter 86, Time Goes Back. Lin Na stood there, genuinely awkward. It was like a direct confrontation. With two identical faces, it would be hard for her to convince him that she was her own mother. No, even she herself felt like she was trying to fool an idiot. Lin Na was so embarrassed, she didn't know what to say. Riddle just gazed at her with a knowing smile. He had finally found her. It seemed his guess was correct. The woman who suddenly appeared, and then suddenly vanished, if she hadn't mastered the secret of immortality, it meant she didn't belong to this era. It seems a mess. Selina Lestrange has recalled something. Do you need my help to recall it again? The scene shifted once more as the young Riddle spoke, this time to when they were on the ship. It was the ship bound for the United States, depicting what happened after she disappeared. Riddle was furious, like he had lost a Horcrux, while Abraxas, holding Lucius, was bewildered and helpless. He had searched the entire ship 5 times, even the areas where Muggles stayed. But there was no trace of the woman. Abraxas thought someone had abducted her, but who would dare to lay hands on their people now? Yet she had vanished so mysteriously. Riddle completely lost the mood to go to the United States and immediately demanded the ship turn back. Without his permission, how dare she slip through his grasp? The feeling of things slipping out of his control utterly disgusted Riddle. It wasn't because Serena held a significant place in his heart. To him, it was an act of betrayal. He would catch her and teach her a lesson. But this pursuit lasted for decades, until one day at a banquet, he saw Lestrange's adopted daughter, looking 5 or 6 years old. Her appearance uncannily resembled that person. It was then that Riddle realized she had truly become an obsession for him. So, he sealed some of his later soul fragments into his 16-year-old diary. This diary became one of his Horcruxes, and he also set up a time magic here, waiting for her appearance to set everything back on track, what he considered the right track. "I knew you would appear." The young Riddle confidently walked up to Lin Na, reached out and gently cupped her face, feeling the real touch. He had waited for this day for too long. This time he would make sure to keep her by his side, forever at his service. "What do you want to do?" A bad premonition arose in Lin Na's heart. "You'll know soon enough." As Riddle spoke, a dazzling yellow light appeared before Lin Na, just like when she was sucked into the diary. But when she emerged from the diary again, everything outside was different. Her cozy dormitory was gone, replaced by a lavishly decorated bedroom with a 16th century style, a perfect blend of Roman columns and Rococo. "Is this Malfoy Manor?" Lin Na climbed up from the thick Persian rug. She had never been in this room, but the view from the window was the rose garden of Malfoy Manor, and from here she could clearly see her former strolling with a baby Spot. A room of this caliber was no ordinary guest room. When she was Narcissa Malfoy, the master and mistress's room was no different from this. The only part of Malfoy Manor she probably hadn't visited was Lord Voldemort's room. Lin Na was horrified. Had she gone back in time again, or had she transmigrated again? She wouldn't turn back into Narcissa Malfoy now, would she? She quickly went to the mirror and carefully examined herself. Thankfully, she still looked like Serena. Now, if only she could figure out the era. Lin Na recalled how she used to summon house elves at Malfoy Manor. She remembered Dobby loved to serve her, so she silently called out a few times, but apparently no house elf dared to appear in that bedroom unbidden. Lin Na, not giving up, went out and tried again. This time she succeeded, but Dobby seemed very frightened to see her. It wouldn't even look at her. Lin Na had no choice but to ask it to help her get to a place where she could use the Flu network. She absolutely did not want to stay at Malfoy Manor. She wanted to go back to St. Mungo's. No matter the era, St. Mungo's was always the place where she felt most at ease. However, what she hadn't expected was that the current time period was precisely when she least wanted to be. It was when Riddle's once gentle image began to transform into the volatile Lord Voldemort. As Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes were split more and more, his emotions and cruelty became proportionally more terrifying. And when Lin Na arrived at St. Mungo's in this era, the first person she saw was a familiar face, Ms. Mary Jane, who was already an official healer. She now looked capable of handling things on her own. She moved efficiently among the patients, helping them with bandages while calmly soothing their emotions. Truly worthy of being a future director-level healer. The young Ms. Mary Jane didn't react immediately when she first saw Lin Na, then surprisingly and excitedly rushed over and gave her a deep hug. "You're alive. That's wonderful." Her voice even had a catch in it. She hadn't realized you and the fat lady were so similar before. "What happened to me?" Lin Na was completely confused. Was she still in the diary? "Weren't you sent to Malfoy Manor? Why did the master mysteriously disappear? Everyone thought you had died in the Atlantic." "Well, I knew you wouldn't." Ms. Mary Jane cried out genuinely. Lin Na could only pat her back soothingly. "I didn't die. I'm sorry I made you worry, Tilda." "Oh right, now isn't the time to cry, we need your help." Ms. Mary Jane suddenly remembered something, wiped away her tears, and quickly returned to her capable self, handing Lin Na a white coat. It was then that Lin Na realized there were an unexpectedly large number of patients here. It seemed even more than in the era she came from. "I'll explain later." "Okay." Lin Na didn't ask further. Although she had a million questions in her mind, these weak people needed her. It was at this moment that Lin Na inadvertently used a healing spell that would only be discovered in the future, once again becoming a legendary healer at St. Mungo's. A genius healer who had created multiple highly effective healing spells. In Ms. Mary Jane's eyes, she grew increasingly tall and magnificent. And Lin Na also realized that she wasn't in the diary. She had truly traveled back in time again. 6 years had passed since her disappearance from the ship. Chapter 87. Lecture. Lin Na once again returned to a past point in time, and only then did she realize why Madame Mary Jane had been so caring towards her after she went back the last time she had seen Lin Na as her guiding light in her career. And all those advanced healing magic spells, she later learned, did she bring them from the future? Then, who originally invented these spells? Did she steal their credit? Lin Na didn't know now, but the problem she discovered was that Riddle's charm was growing, and he had already become an honorary jury member in the Ministry of Magic. She hadn't expected such an astonishing change. Now, whether walking in Diagon Alley or St. Mungo's, there were posters and news interviews of Riddle everywhere. The excellent black-haired man was elegant and amiable, assertive when needed and low-key when appropriate. He had already captivated some young men and women. What Lin Na didn't expect even more was that he had also become a celebrity in the United States. Publicly supporting Riddle now seemed to have become a form of political correctness. Lin Na even saw children, just a few years old at St. Mungo's, mimicking Riddle's speeches. Surprisingly, there was indeed some resemblance. With that small hairstyle, it made the little boy look 5 years older. Lin Na didn't watch for long before continuing to be busy, because under Riddle's instigation, there were always people actively responding to Riddle, or rather, their master's call, and engaging in multiple conflicts with Muggles. Of course, Lin Na believed Riddle wouldn't directly express his attitude. He likely consolidated his position and prestige through one lecture after another, although his prestige among the public might now be more effective than the Minister of Magic's. These children this time came from Hogwarts. They were all Gryffindor students who had been retaliated against by fervent fans for not signing the petition supporting Lucius Malfoy in Slytherin House. Some suffered from food poisoning, some were inexplicably attacked, and some were very unlucky, getting implicated just for saying "Long live Gryffindor." The innocent students who spoke up for Gryffindor were also affected. Ultimately, a major incident of school suspension was triggered because too many people were affected. St. Mungo's was frantically busy, but fortunately, thanks to Serena's arrival, they received strong support. Coupled with the advanced healing magic spells she brought, the situation was quickly brought under control. Early the next morning, many students could return to Hogwarts, but they all seemed reluctant to go back. When asked, they all wanted to see the important person's speech in Diagon Alley. A speech? Lin Na now understood the purpose of those fervent teenagers. It wasn't simply to respond to Riddle's call, but to escalate the situation, cause school suspension, and then sneak off to listen to his speech. Lin Na was very curious. How much charm did he possess to attract these teenagers so madly? Even celebrity fans weren't this extreme, right? So, after greeting Madame Mary Jane, she also quietly snuck off to Diagon Alley. After the busy period, it was calm now, and she wasn't needed much. As she left, Madame Mary Jane playfully remarked, "You're not going to disappear for another 5 or 6 years this time, are you?" Lin Na understood that Madame Mary Jane was reluctant to see her go, but she truly wished she would never return. She wanted to go back to the future. However, she now stated that she was just going to buy some things, as she needed to stock up after returning. Madame Mary Jane also expressed understanding. "If I didn't have to be on duty, I would have gone with you." "It's all right, there will be another chance." Just like that, Lin Na arrived at Diagon Alley in the past. This time, she shouldn't be in the diary. She had genuinely never seen Diagon Alley from this era before. Previously, she had mostly been at St. Mungo's and Malfoy Manor, so she began to wander through the past Diagon Alley, truly surprised by how quaint Diagon Alley was at this time. However, the entire street was now packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. Everyone seemed to have the same goal. Following the crowd, Lin Na was pushed towards the entrance of Gringotts, where it seemed someone had cast space magic, creating a small plaza right at the entrance. At the front of the plaza, near Gringotts, there was a grandly decorated podium with colorful balloons and streamers around it. However, one could tell from the color scheme that it was adorned in Riddle's preferred black and green. Hidden in the crowd, Lin Na felt safe. Even with Riddle standing on the podium 50 meters away, she wasn't worried about being exposed. It was still early, and only Gringotts goblins maintaining order were on the stage. Lin Na scanned the area, and indeed found many students hidden in the crowd. They were too conspicuous, holding banners and blowing whistles, revealing their youthful appearance. Why were they here during school hours? Of course, there were also parents who spotted their children in the crowd, leading to pulling and love education. The noisy sounds, accompanied by the jeers of onlookers, made Lin Na somewhat irritated. If it didn't start soon, she would go shopping. Someone who looked like a Hogwarts professor even stopped her and questioned which house she belonged to. It wasn't until she showed her healer's certificate that the person apologized profusely, embarrassed. Luckily, he didn't check carefully, or he would have discovered the issue date was more than 10 years in the future. Finally, with a solemn cannon blast, everyone's attention was drawn back. A goblin from Gringotts stood on the high platform to begin the speech. Lin Na immediately noticed Riddle hidden in the shadows behind the curtain. He was even more imposing and tall than his image in the newspaper. Just a glimpse of his taut jawline was enough to confirm he was an exceptionally handsome man. Time, as recorded in the diary, had indeed left no trace on his face. Even through the curtain, she could precisely feel the intimidation from his gaze. Beside Riddle stood an even more discreet figure, who was deliberately lowering his aura. With dragonhide boots adorned with gems visible, she knew it could only be that show-off, Abraxas Malfoy. He only revealed a few strands of smooth hair. He had grown long hair. This made Lin Na recall Lucius Malfoy. Right, he wouldn't have been inspired by his father, would he? Finally, after the goblin's introductory remarks, amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Riddle stepped onto the podium with elegant and steady strides, followed by Abraxas. The moment he stood still, Lin Na had a strange feeling. His eyes, which seemed to smile and not smile, were looking at her through the layers of people. Impossible, right? There were so many people. Chapter 88. Continuous Arrests. Lin Na lowered her head guiltily, convinced he wouldn't see her, but the feeling of being preyed upon was too obvious. She pulled the hood over her head, thinking, everything that should be covered is covered, right? Riddle's deep voice, amplified by a sonorous charm, reached her ears, captivating everyone's attention. It was as if he followed Hitler's speech method. His volume was slightly higher when speaking general words, but when it came to crucial content, it would drop. This forced people to concentrate to hear what he was saying, and Lin Na was no exception. His message was the same as advertised in the original work: pure blood supremacy. Every wizard who heard him seemed brainwashed, frantically shouting the slogan, pure blood supremacy, while Riddle, like their king, silently observed their reverence. Of course, most of those who came to his lecture were already his supporters, so their brainwashing was absolute. Lin Na only found them noisy, gazing at the handsome man on the stage, radiating charm. It was hard to imagine his future transformation into something neither human nor ghost. She didn't know when his face would be disfigured, but for now, he was undeniably handsome. Wait, where were his right-hand men? Shouldn't he always be by Riddle's side? Then, Lin Na's gaze flickered, and she saw a 7-year-old blonde boy riding a toy broomstick, appearing on the tiles of Gringotts. Good heavens, who else could that golden-haired little boy with a mischievous grin be but Lucius Malfoy? Following his gaze, she saw the dragon that breathed fire periodically. No wonder his future son liked dragons so much. It seemed to be determined by genetics. Who would have thought Lucius would also like creatures like dragons? But then again, why else would he name his son something so similar to a dragon? Now more people noticed him, and some ladies even shrieked, "Help, look at that child!" Everyone's attention was interrupted. They didn't realize they had just awakened from a moment of frenzied concentration. No doubt it was Riddle. Now at the most critical moment he was interrupted. A surge of rage made it difficult for Riddle to control himself. His face turned pale, then flushed. "Abraxas, come out now. Where have you been?" Riddle didn't roar, but Lin Na could feel his extreme anger. Many wanted to offer help, but the child opposite was no ordinary person. He was the future head of the Malfoy family. Everyone wanted to avoid an irreversible situation due to a mistake. Most of these people were from Slytherin. Naturally, they wouldn't offer help without benefit. Moreover, this was Riddle's moment to shine, and their rash intervention would only incur the displeasure of that lord. But Lin Na couldn't bear to see Lucius get into trouble right before her eyes. If he did, everything in the future would change, and she hated change. So, as Abraxas Malfoy went to find his son, Lin Na cast a non-verbal spell to trap him. However, due to the distance and Lucius being a cunning fellow, he quickly figured out how to resist the force restraining him. Thus, Lin Na had to extend her wand to ensure the spell's accuracy. At the same time, Riddle also pulled out his wand. He cast a spell over Lin Na's, saving Lucius. Everyone only saw Riddle on the podium mercifully saving Lucius, holding him in his arms, and gently comforting him. But Lin Na noticed the change in Lucius's expression. Riddle was definitely not comforting him. It was more like he was threatening him. For example, "I don't like naughty children, Lucius." But when Riddle turned his head, he reverted to the benevolent image he presented to outsiders. He regained control, handed Lucius over to a subordinate, and intended to resume his speech. However, another commotion erupted in the crowd. A man suddenly tore off his robe, revealing blood-stained clothes underneath. He pulled out a banner and shouted, "You've all been deceived by him. He's a big liar. He needlessly harmed my friends, and killed many innocent muggles." The man's appearance plunged the venue into chaos once more. Just moments ago, everyone was praising Riddle as a trustworthy partner, and now they were slapped in the face, but Riddle showed no sign of panic. "It seems you have some misunderstanding about me. Perhaps we can discuss it privately later." At the same time, at Riddle's signal, a Death Eater pushed through the crowd, intending to seize the rebellious man. Seeing no one supporting him, the man immediately cast a smoke spell to facilitate his escape, accompanied by other offensive spells, attacking indiscriminately. He probably realized they were all allied with Riddle. In his desperation, he threw the entire venue into disarray. Ladies screamed, Riddle's loyal followers lunged to teach the man a lesson, and others, seeing the situation turn bad, dragged their families away. Of course, there were also pickpockets taking advantage of the chaos. With everyone in disarray, Riddle lost the mood to continue his speech and prepared to leave under the protection of his subordinates. He believed that even if he only performed at 60% today, it would be enough to make those fellows bow to him. Similarly, he believed that fellow would never appear in this world again. However, he strongly disapproved of Abraxas Malfoy's unauthorized absence. Adding to that Lucius's mischief, Riddle flew into a rage upon returning to Malfoy Manor. He severely tormented Abraxas, who had rushed back after receiving the news, before calming down. Abraxas hadn't expected the son he was looking for to be right above them, causing such a huge commotion. Enduring the pain, he punished him with a week of confinement, making him copy family rules in his room. He then stumbled to St. Mungo's. He needed some treatment. He had thought he could manage, but Riddle seemed to have used some curses in his spell, as his wound kept bleeding and wouldn't heal. His appearance coincided with Lin Na's return from shopping. Lin Na, carrying a cauldron cake, and Abraxas, clutching his chest, stood in the corridor of St. Mungo's, staring wide-eyed at each other. Neither could believe their eyes. Lin Na turned to flee, but a wet hand grabbed her wrist. "It really is you. Patient, you should really cover your chest. You'll die." Lin Na knew the wet sensation was blood, and her professional instincts kicked in. "Answer my question." Good heavens, the head of the Malfoy family had forgotten about his life, and was now pursuing the truth. "Please go over there and register first." Chapter 89. Treatment. Lin Na hadn't expected to run into Abraxas at St. Mungo's. It was a small world. He was blocking Lin Na's path, and although the scent of blood hinted at his weakness, his domineering aura hadn't diminished in the slightest. In fact, his close proximity made Lin Na feel a little breathless. "Please keep your distance from me." Lin Na used her wand to push against his chest, but unfortunately, it happened to poke right into his wound. The man, who had been so imposing just moments before, hissed in pain, his expression twisting for an instant before returning to normal. What terrifying self-control! He looked down with Lin Na at the fresh blood spurting out from his chest like a small fountain. "Is this how you treat a patient?" Abraxas really wanted to pry open her skull and see what she was thinking. "Ahaha!" Lin Na gave an awkward laugh. "I didn't realize who didn't know about other people's blood, did I? How could I have known it would be so precise? I'll help you treat it right now." Lin Na quickly took the initiative to support the tall man, helping to bear some of his weight. As she helped him to the hospital bed, Abraxas mischievously leaned all his weight onto her. Lin Na could only endure it while sarcastically calling him strong. "Why aren't you making me register now?" Abraxas didn't know why, but he just wanted to tease her, even though he was very weak. "Oh, no. Aren't you the biggest sponsor? You still have the privileges you deserve. Lin Na tried several blood-stopping spells. They worked to some extent, and the bleeding wasn't as severe, but it still hadn't stopped completely. Taking a potion would be needed to fully stop the bleeding. Oh tilde, so you still know who I am. Then do you still remember? Your employment contract is still with me. Abraxas couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of punishing her. Finally, Lin Na practically threw him onto the hospital bed. I don't remember, sir. I only remember that I belong to St. Mungos. Now I'm going to brew a potion. Lin Na wanted to leave quickly, but he still grabbed her wrist. Wait, tell them to go. How could Abraxas allow this cunning woman to leave his sight again? He had been looking for her for a long time, and even the master had been searching for her. For this, they had spent a lot of time in the United States expanding their territory. Them? It was then that Lin Na noticed several gossiping heads hidden behind the door. Why was the public's gaze always so gossipy in any era? When Abraxas turned his attention to them, some instantly vanished, while others were pushed and shoved inside. Among them was the young Mary Jane. Ah ha ha! I'll go help get it, she said, awkwardly pushing through the crowd and leaving. Lin Na didn't have time to stop them as they all dispersed, seemingly worried about disturbing the young couple. Now it was good. Everyone was starting to spread rumors that Lin Na had disappeared because she had been imprisoned by the head of the Malfoy family. Now the head of the Malfoy family had lost interest in her, so he let her return, but it seemed they were still entangled and perhaps even had children raised elsewhere. Lin Na was speechless. How could their imaginations be so rich? She wasn't even close to Malfoy, all right. She had endured the tingling scalp and stitched up the wound on his chest, but the old man still wouldn't let her go. Leaning against the quilt, he was as lazy as an emperor, the quilt, with its changed silk cover, lightly draped around his waist. He intentionally or unintentionally exposed his flat pectoral muscles, deliberately extending them down to his lower abdomen. Damn, it's true that like father, like son. No wonder Lucius was so skilled. His first love was clearly herself. From dating to marriage to having children, his adolescence only became Narcissa. But Lucius had many tricks in his memory. It was like an old sew wearing a bra, one trick after another. All because of Abraxas. It was easy to imagine Lucius racking his brains to pursue her back then, with express letters arriving one after another from the United States. They were only dealing with her, weren't they? You had better explain yourself to me now. Otherwise, when the master comes to use legilimency on you, the me of now will be the you of the future. At this, Abraxas sat up straight, his tone completely serious. Lin Na, speechless, cast a stupefy on him, though she used a little trick. She suddenly sat next to Abraxas, beckoned him with her finger, and whispered mysteriously, "Come closer, I'll tell you quietly." Such a winking expression on an ordinary woman's face would make Abraxas only feel it was affected and flirtatious, but on Lin Na's face, it was innocent with a hint of temptation. He even wondered if she wanted him to kiss her. Otherwise, why would she be so close to him? Or was she going to make a move? Abraxas was momentarily distracted, his head clouded by the fresh scent of the woman near him. "I'll give you a chance, Tilda." Involuntarily, his tone became a bit softer, and his gaze was filled with a suggestive atmosphere, but when Lin Na leaned in front of him, she gave a mischievous smile. Stupefy. Taking advantage of his distraction, she made him fall backward. In that moment of falling unconscious, Abraxas understood, a woman's mouth is a deceiving ghost. Even if she looks easy to fool, it's the same. Lin Na finally let out a sigh of relief, gazing at the beautiful middle-aged man lying on the bed like a deity. How annoying, he was so well preserved and young. She quickly cleared his memories, hoping that when he woke up tomorrow, he would find himself better and wouldn't linger at St. Mungos. She had to hurry back to Malfoy Manor. But Mary Jane still wouldn't let her go. And what about all those gossiping people? How could she silence them? Clearing everyone's memories wasn't very realistic, so Lin Na could only pray to the occult. Lin Na bowed repeatedly before the statue of Merlin in the central garden. "Please, let no one mention me to Malfoy tomorrow, and let him completely forget about me. Please." Unfortunately, things never go as planned. Just as she was muttering and bowing to Merlin's statue, a house elf saw her and excitedly rushed over to hug her leg. Dobby. Dobby sees Miss Lin Na again. Dobby will tell Master and young Master this good news. Master will surely praise Dobby. Hey, don't. Lin Na hadn't even grabbed Dobby's collar when Dobby disappeared with a snap of his fingers. Had everything she done been in vain? Damn it. Babies, if there are no surprises, I'll be taking a day off tomorrow. Tilda, there's another chapter coming soon, haha. Chapter 90. Choose. Seeing this, Lin Na completely gave up. Anyway, as long as she was here, the truth would eventually come out, and she would be exposed. Moreover, if she wanted to return, she needed to find Riddle's notebook. She had to face reality and interact with them. Now, her plan was just moved up, and her top priority was to find an excuse. What kind of excuse would be good? Soon before she could think of an excuse, she became busy again. This time, it was that poor fellow, the man who rebelled at the propaganda meeting. If it weren't for the Ministry of Magic intervening to protect him, he might have been beaten to death. At this moment, he was disfigured, which made some timid healers a bit resistant, and Madame Mary Jane hadn't fully evolved to be as invincible as in the future. While trying to clean his wounds, she couldn't help but vomit, accompanied by tears. Seeing this, Lin Na decided it was her turn, hoping she could perform a little better so that if Lucius Malfoy asked for her from St. Mungos again, she would have a good reason to stay here. Let me do it, you go rest for a bit. Tilda. Lin Na gently patted Madame Mary Jane's shoulder, signaling her to rest, and not exert herself. Madame Mary Jane looked at the girl's determined back, and was stunned again. Why, after so many years, was she still so young? But what made her feel even more honored was that her beacon seemed to have become even more outstanding. She needed to work harder to follow her footsteps. Lin Na quickly immersed herself in treating the man's injuries. Indeed, he was badly hurt. Some Death Eaters had secretly tried to kill him. Hearing the man's weak groans, even she couldn't help but feel pity. A healer's heart is benevolent. She only hoped he could pull through. Just as Lin Na was swamped, Abraxas's arrogant voice came from outside again. Had the older brother woken up? Why isn't my personal healer here to change my dressing, but instead serving other irrelevant people? Listening to his tone, one could feel his vigor and vitality even through the door. He must have recovered. Lin Na used a silencing charm, out of sight, out of mind. But Abraxas wasn't one to tolerate those who tried to stop him. A blasting curse broke open the door to the ward. Lin Na immediately pulled the curtain, separating him from the poor man. What's gotten into you again, Mr. Malfoy? Lin Na clutched the curtain tightly, praying he wouldn't attack the person on the bed again. I am waiting for your treatment, healer. Abraxas, of course, noticed her discomfort but didn't voice it. Instead, he made a feint, placing one hand close to her ear, passing behind her head and hooking her body from her lower back. Lin Na was so startled, thinking he had discovered the man, she didn't have time to resist. Lucius knew she wouldn't say anything. He already knew who was staying in this place and wasn't interested. It wasn't him that Riddle had offended. It was also thanks to his appearance that he diverted some of his son's aggression, so theoretically, he should even thank him. If Lin Na knew his thoughts, she would surely lament why the current Abraxas wasn't as fanatical as in the original story. Thus, Lin Na, after much effort, escaped the place, only to return in a roundabout way. However, this time Lucius didn't press her about where she had been. Instead, he gave her two choices. First, you can drink this potion and pretend you know nothing, and nothing ever happened, and I won't pursue your past anymore as long as you stay honestly by my side. As Abraxas spoke, Dobby brought a tray from the shadows. Second, you can fight me and then be caught by me as a fugitive. As he spoke, Abraxas's aura became subtle. He slowly drew his wand, seemingly polishing it, but Lin Na knew he was ready to attack at any moment. Of course, I advise you to choose the first option. After all, if you get hurt, I would also be troubled. Seeing a slight change in the woman's expression, Abraxas slightly softened his tone and quietly walked up to her. What do you want to compete in? How is winning determined? Lin Na certainly couldn't drink that potion. She was very worried that if she drank it, she would be completely trapped in this era, and then everything would fall into chaos. Soon, her own self in this world would be born and time would become chaotic. Lin Na was now determined, even if it meant fighting with all her might, she would make a desperate stand. At the same time, she was also gambling that Abraxas wouldn't do anything to her. Sure enough, the man who had just looked so composed, his expression changed. It was a very subtle change, a mix of wanting to be angry yet holding it back, even finding it a bit ridiculous. Abraxas simply sat down. He tilted his head back and drank a cup of scalding hot tea, but he couldn't make the undignified gesture of spitting it out, so he forced himself to swallow it, unable to speak for a long time, feeling even more frustrated and annoyed with this ungrateful woman. Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, which was, of course, one-sided because Abraxas couldn't speak, having burned himself, a young boy burst through the door again. It turned out to be Lucius Malfoy coming to visit his father. As soon as the boy appeared, he commanded everyone's attention. His smooth, medium-length hair was neatly tucked behind his ears, making it hard to tell if he was a little boy or a little girl. With a serious and earnest expression, like a miniature adult, he walked with his hands behind his back. Upon seeing Abraxas, he placed his hands at his sides and bowed deeply. "Good morning, father." And Abraxas also sat up straight, the two of them like a subordinate and his leader, distant yet respectful. Hamtilde unable to speak, he could only hum. "May I ask if your health is better, father?" "I already know I was wrong." Lucius lowered his head, seemingly apologetic and well-behaved, but his gaze was constantly assessing the woman not far away. Strange, why would father meet alone with that little healer? Although she barely met the Malfoy family's aesthetic standards, she was far from being his mother. That being said, Lucius's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. He always felt a familiar sensation from her. Did father think the same way? Was it because she resembled his mother? Lucius's thoughts were myriad. He had been precocious since childhood, and his thinking was more mature than that of typical children. Father must have his reasons for doing this. Who knew he was a Malfoy? So, what secret do you have that could make the Malfoy family value you so highly? Chapter 91, Dispute. Lin-Na looked at the beautiful little boy who looked like a girl, and felt a little regretful that he had grown up so quickly. That cute little dumpling. But if she hurried back, she might be able to make it in time to hug Draco. If she wasn't quick enough, she worried that Draco would be hugging her. Sure enough, cute children were really missed. Lin-Na was slightly stunned, and Lucius saw it. Oh, that this woman was looking at someone else through him, damn it. How dare she? He was the unique Mr. Malfoy! Little did he know that the woman in front of him had seen many Mr. Malfoy. "Hello, Tilda." Lucius hid the disdain in his eyes and respectfully came to Lin-Na and gave a salute. "May I ask how my father is doing?" Raising his head, the sharp look in his eyes did not cause any harm to Lin-Na. Lin-Na also returned a salute, which was a standard and ancient etiquette between pure blood families. Just kidding, she wasn't raised in a Muggle family, okay? In terms of seniority, Lestrange family was also top-notch. His condition is very good, he only needs one more potion change. You've come at the right time. You can change the potion for your father, which can just deepen the relationship between your father and son. Lin-Na playfully used a summoning charm to pass the potion on the table to Lucius's hand. Little trick, and still want to put on airs in front of her. She is not easy to mess with. Sure enough, Lucius turned his head to look at his father as soon as he received the ointment, but he couldn't see his joy or anger and immediately looked away. That's right, Lucius's feelings for Abraxas were very complicated. Of course, he loved his father, and he also admired him very much, and had the affection between ordinary father and son. But for him, who lacked his father's company, he was also particularly afraid. He was worried that he would disappoint his father. He wanted to be the most outstanding grassroots member of Malfoy family, and now such intimate behavior made Lucius a little uneasy and a little shy. So he cleared his throat pretentiously, ahem. "My relationship with father has always been good, don't try to alienate us." But his hand had already subconsciously taken the ointment. Abraxas leaned lazily on the bed, watching the two of them arguing, feeling a little funny. "You weren't like this before, but you spoiled him no matter what he did." His words made Lin-Na frown. What was that old man talking about? She didn't want Lucius to recognize her in the future, knowing that she had changed his diapers, although she had seen everything she should and shouldn't have seen. But this would make her very embarrassed. Lucius was also stunned. What did father mean? Did they know each other before? The sharpness also subsided, and he asked sincerely, "Father, may I ask?" "Okay, just kidding. MS. Lin-Na, please apply the potion for me." Abraxas sat up straight. He was not a kind person either. If he annoyed him, he would just throw her to Riddle for any reason. He has always been unforgettable to her. He later specially stuffed him with a few of this type, but it didn't seem very successful. Tilda. But Abraxas, now that he thought that Riddle might take away the woman he had finally found again. His heart stirred up some waves. It was a strange feeling. He didn't expect his possessiveness to be so strong. He didn't even want to share a private healer with the master. Shouldn't it be? Seeing Abraxas a little angry, Lucius also breathed a sigh of relief and left the potion on the table, quickly bidding farewell. Abraxas nodded to him and saw him disappear quickly from the ward again. "Can't you find someone else, Mr. Malfoy?" Lin Na also felt the wonderful change in the man's aura. His eyes no longer lazy and peach-blossomed, but calm. At the same time, he stopped talking, just looking at her like that. Well, it seemed that the problem had been bypassed to the starting point again. He still thought that Lin Na still belonged to him, a private healer exclusively for Malfoy family. "You don't have to look at me like that. Even if I am my master, I am also responsible for Lucius." That being said, Lin Na had already resigned herself to her fate, stepped forward and tore open his collar, deliberately opening his chest like a female pervert. Sure enough, this action was very effective for that old man Abraxas. He couldn't help but change his posture to lie flat, as if trying to find a comfortable angle to make Lin Na's operation more convenient, his arms even resting behind his head, and the corners of his mouth raised uncontrollably. "Take your time, Tilda." There was also a lot of ambiguity in these words, as if he really expected himself to do something, and as if she would really do something to him. But Lin Na really did something. "Your chest hair should be trimmed," Lin Na said deliberately, took out her wand and used magic to shave his chest clean. Abraxas's enjoyable expression froze, ignoring the cool feeling on his chest, and swallowed. He had always handled it very well. Maybe it's because of the injury. This was the first time Abraxas had shown such a lack of confidence in front of a woman. Lin Na was secretly happy, telling him to always look like a rich man. It was really interesting to see him suffer. But thinking about it this way, his son paid attention to these details. Anyway, she remembered that every time she touched Lucius's chest and abdomen, it was smooth. What a coquettish guy. Now Lin Na started to apply the potion to him, using the technique of plastering the wall, smearing it back and forth with her wand. She hoped that time could pass quickly, and she also hoped that his changed gaze was not what she thought it was. Tilda Abraxas made an ambiguous sound. Lin Na's eyelids twitched. "Okay." She pulled up his clothes with the strength of a tug of war, stopping all his follow-up actions. "So fast?" Abraxas sat up again. How did Lin Na hear a bit of unfinished business? "Don't think too much, Malfoy." She really wanted to slap him, but she couldn't. Now, she needed to keep a low profile. "You can be discharged from the hospital after you rest for a while." Lin Na meant that she could leave herself quickly, but that guy sat up very vigorously and began to dress neatly with a dashing movement.